The Socialist Offensive. The Collectivization of Soviet Agriculture, 1929 to 1930. R. W. Davies, Professor of Soviet Economic Studies, University of Birmingham. In memory of my father, William Davies, 1892 to 1976. The Peasant Economy and the Soviet System. I 917-29, A. The Bolsheviks and the Peasantry, I 9I7-2I, B. The Peasant Economy in the mid-I 920s 4, Farming and Technology 6, 2. The Peasant and the Market 2, 3. Regional Problems I 8, 4. Economic Differentiation 23, V. The Unstable Link 28, C. The Bolsheviks and the Peasantry in the mid-192os. 31. N. The Grain Crisis of 1927 to 839, E. The Crisis of the Peasant Economy, I 928G4I, F. The Regime and the Countryside 51. 2. The Grain Collections of I 929-56, A. The Grain Crisis of 1928-2956, B. The Collection Plan for the 1929 Harvest 60, C. The Campaign 7I, The Organization of the Campaign 7I, 2. The Reaction of the Peasantry 82, 3. The Enforcement of the Grain Plan 89, D. The Results of the Collections I04. 3. The Eve of Mass Collectivization. June-September 1929 109, A. The Background 109-7. B. The First Phase of Mass Collectivization 116, C. The Problem of the Colloq 1374. The New Stage of Collectivization, October 1929 January 5, 1930 147, A. Towards the New Stage, October 1929 147, B. The November Plenum 155, C. The Drive for Comprehensive Collectivization, November-December 1929 174, N. The Drive Against the Kulaks, November-December 1929 182, E. The Politburo Commission, December 1929 185, F. The Collectivization Resolution of January 5, 193 degrees 194 5. The All-Out Drive, January. February 1930, A. The Process of Collectivization, B. Spontaneous Dekulakization, January 1930, C. The Legislation on the Kulaks, N. Policy Vacillations, January so February 1930. E. Expropriation of the Kulaks, February 1930, F. The Situation in the Countryside, February 1930. G. The Shift in Policy, February 11 to 28, 1936. Collectivization in Retreat. March-June 1930 269, A. The Restoration of the Voluntary Principle 269, B. The Spring Sowing of 1930 291 7. The Crisis in the Party, March-July 1930 311, A. The Diagnosis of Error, March-June 1930 311, B. The 16-Party Congress, June 26 to July 13, 1930 338. The Harvest of 1930 337, A. The Harvest 337, B. The Grain Collections 340, I. The Contracts Campaign 340, 2. The Collection Plan 344, 3. The Campaign 350, 4. The Results of the Collections 359, C. Other Collections 361. 9. The Resumption of Collectivization 372. 10. The Mechanization of Agriculture 382. II Conclusions 397. Tables 417. Preface. Between 1929 and 1936, the Soviet Union was transformed into a great industrial power. In its speed and scale, the Soviet Industrial Revolution has neither precedent nor successor anywhere in the world. This was not intended, exclusively or even primarily, as an economic transformation. The Soviet Communists saw industrialization as a prerequisite for achieving their central objective, the establishment, in a largely peasant country, isolated in a hostile capitalist world, of a socialist economy and society, and by 1936, with the collectivization of agriculture, and the elimination of the private hire of labor for profit, a kind of socialist economy had been created. This formidable and heroic effort of men and women to shape their own destiny by a comprehensive state plan acquired tragic and ironic qualities. The outcome of Soviet policies was neither the systematic economic development nor, in several major respects, the kind of socialist economic system envisaged in the Soviet Party at the end of the 1920s. The hopes for higher food production, which would have brought about an improved standard of living in both town and country, were entirely frustrated. The fortunes of agriculture, and the relation between the regime and the peasantry, reached their nadir during the famine of 1932-3. And, although the economy was largely state-owned and centrally planned, Soviet socialism retained or developed unforeseen attributes. Until 1930, it was assumed by Soviet Marxists that socialism would be based entirely on moneyless product exchange. Instead, the Soviet economy remained a monetary economy, with a substantial free peasant market. In place of the expected growing equality of incomes, income differentials greatly increased. The use of forced labor relentlessly expanded. Simultaneously, the political dictatorship, intended as an instrument for advancing the Soviet economy and establishing a free classless society, soon assumed its own mode of behavior, and followed its own laws of growth. The final installment of E. H. Carr's History of Soviet Russia. Foundations of a Planned Economy, 1926-1929, recounts the background to these events, culminating, in the spring of 1929, in a profound crisis of confidence between the regime and the peasantry, and in the consolidation of Stalin's dictatorship. After collaborating with Dr. Carr on the economic volume of Foundations with such pleasure and profit, I was unable to resist the temptation to carry forward the story into the 1930s. In the first stages of research, it soon became clear that, while the materials available for the study of political decision-making at the center are wholly inadequate after 1929, and while many gaps in our knowledge of the economy cannot be filled, abundant information on many aspects of economic policy and development is available in Soviet economic and political journals, daily newspapers, and statistical publications, and in accounts by Western eyewitnesses. Moreover, since the death of Stalin, a great deal of previously unknown material has been reproduced from the archives in Soviet publications, though unfortunately, in common with other Western historians, I have not yet been permitted to use Soviet archives relating to this period. The focus of interest in the present series of volumes, The Industrialization of Soviet Russia, is the mutual impact of economic policy, economic and political institutions, and the economic and social environment. Two aspects of the study may be of special interest to the general reader. First, I would hope that better understanding of Soviet triumphs and failures in planning economic development might prove relevant to the planned industrialization on which all developing countries have to a greater or lesser degree embarked. Secondly, improved knowledge of the processes by which the Soviet economic system emerged may assist our understanding of its present operation. The first half of the 1930s was the formative period for the Soviet system, and the main features which it then acquired still remain at the present day. The series is provisionally planned as 5 or 6 volumes. The present volume deals with the relationship between the state, the peasantry, and agriculture between June 1929 and the end of 1930. This is the obvious starting point in an economic history of the 1930s. It was the period of the first collectivization drive, as momentous in its impact on Russian history as the Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917, and often described as the Third Russian Revolution. A second briefer volume, published simultaneously, The Soviet Collective Farm, 192-1930, examines the emergence of the collective farm, kolkhoz, as the predominant economic unit in agriculture. This volume is referred to here as Vol 2. The third volume in the series, now in preparation, will discuss developments in industry and planning during this period. Further volumes will deal with the economic crisis of 1931-3, which turned on the difficulties in agriculture, and with the triumph of planned industrialization and the consolidation of the economic system from 1934 onwards. The main narrative in the present volume, concerned with developments from June 929, is preceded by a long introductory chapter setting the scene, ch. From the autumn of I-92-7, the market relation between town and country, which was at the heart of the new economic policy, NEP, was increasingly undermined, and by June I-929 there was a profound crisis of confidence between regime and peasantry. The present volume does not undertake a substantially new investigation of these developments, but in view of their importance to an understanding of collectivization itself, I attempt in Chapter I to summarize the present state of our knowledge. The grain crisis of the autumn of I-927 was the dramatic moment when the delicate balance of NEP was upset, see pages 35 to 40 below. Even more important than the grain crisis itself was the reaction to it of the Soviet authorities. From the beginning of I-928, policy towards the peasantry turned on the profound conviction of a section of the Soviet leadership that industrialization must be forced ahead at a rapid pace, even at the expense of the abandonment in practice of the market relation with the peasants. The policies pursued were not the only possible industrialization strategy. The argument that no industrialization at all was possible within the framework of NEP seems to me untenable. Yet I would argue, and will try elsewhere to demonstrate, that industrialization at the extraordinary pace actually achieved in 1929-36 was quite incompatible with a market relation with the peasantry. How did the party come to adopt this breakneck pace of industrialization in I-928G? I summarize the existing state of our knowledge of the political, social, and economic factors involved on pages 399 to 404. By June 1929, the party leadership had not yet determined how to resolve the crisis. But between the summer of I-929 and February I-930, collectivization was forced through at an increasing pace, and much of the present volume is concerned with explaining how this came about. Our account begins with the grain collections of the summer and autumn of I-929, the immediate prelude to collectivization, ch2. The acceleration of the collectivization drive in the winter of I-929-30 is then examined in detail, chs 3-5. Some conclusions about the causes and nature of this drive are drawn on pages 405 IO. An account of the retreat from collectivization in February-July I-930, and the crisis in the party associated with it, CBS 5-7, is followed by a review of the results of the first harvest after collectivization, which was remarkably successful, ch8, and pages 4-4. The narrative concludes with the resumption of collectivization at a more cautious pace in the autumn of I-930, ch9. The problems associated with the mechanization of agriculture in this period are discussed separately in Chapter IO. The party, passionately convinced that modern technology was essential to the construction of socialism, nevertheless embarked on collectivization prior to mechanization. This paradox encapsulates the difficulties and the policies of those stormy years. The exciting and fashionable question of the extent to which collectivization facilitated industrialization has been reserved for treatment in a later volume. Many people have provided advice and assistance in the preparation of the first two volumes. I owe a special debt of gratitude to E.H. Carr, who has freely given advice and encouragement over many years. The sections of his history which deal with agriculture in the I-920s have provided much intellectual stimulation and information, and I am proud to be able to continue, however inadequately, one aspect of his work. Moshe Lewin, whose forthcoming social history of the I-930s promises to be a major contribution to our knowledge, has provided similar assistance. His indispensable work, Russian Peasants and Soviet Power, which examines developments up to the end of I-929, was a constant source of ideas and information on the first half of the period covered by the present volume. Yuzuru Taniyuki, whose major study of this period is unfortunately available only in Japanese, commented in detail on several chapters, and provided much additional information. I am also conscious of my intellectual debt to other Western scholars. The publications of Baikoff, Daub, Ehrlich, Feinsod, Jasny, Mail, R.F. Miller, Nove, Shannon and others were frequently consulted with much profit. Stephen Wheatcroft, who has been working with me for the past 5 years on the economic history of the I-920s and I-93OS, has acquired an unparalleled depth of knowledge of Soviet agricultural statistics, their problems and their economic implications, which he has placed freely at my disposal. His ruthless comments and practical advice on my first draft, and particularly on chapters I and 8, have been invaluable, and I am most grateful to him. R. A. Lewis provided much useful material for Chapter 2. Valuable comments on individual chapters, and other assistance, were received from Donald Filtzer, Mark Harrison, Jonathan Haslam, Teeter Shannon and Leslie Simons. In the pursuit of material for this and subsequent volumes I visited the USSR on 4 occasions between I-969 and I-974, attached to the Faculty of Economics of Leningrad University, the Faculty of History of Moscow University and the Institute of History of the USSR of the Academy of Sciences. The Lenin and Saltykov-Shchedrin libraries were rich sources of material. I was able to have valuable exchanges of views with many Soviet colleagues during my visits. Among many others, I must particularly mention U. A. Polyakov, V.P. Danilov, V.Z. Drobizhev and I.N.O. Legionov. On the contentious subject of collectivization, the usual caveat that these Soviet colleagues, and their Western counterparts, bear no responsibility for my conclusions and my errors is patently redundant. The Baikoff Library of the Center for Russian and East European Studies at Birmingham University provided most of my material, and our indefatigable librarian, Ms. J. J. Brine, was an unfailing source of help. The library of the Glasgow Institute of Soviet and East European Studies and its former librarian, Dr. Large, should also be particularly mentioned. Hugh Jenkins undertook the arduous task of preparing the indexes of these 2 volumes. Jean Fife again bore the main burden of accurately transcribing drafts which were in principle indecipherable, often typing at a feverish speed exacted by an impatient author who acquired some of the characteristics of the enthusiastic collectivists described in his text. Others who typed part of the manuscript included Ruth Ferguson, Olga Griffin, Karen Witherford, and Anthea Roth, who as Center Secretary in I-97I-8 also assisted the progress of the work in other ways. My friend Jeffrey Barker, who died tragically in September I-977, selflessly relieved me from administrative burdens over many years, and I am most grateful to Ron Amon, who shouldered the acting directorship of our center at short notice for the session I-977/78, and, supported by John Dunstan and all my other colleagues, provided me with a year of peaceful research. Mr. Tim Farmill, of Macmillan Press Ltd., offered much encouragement and advice. But the sine qua non of these volumes were my wife Frances, and our children Maurice and Kathy, who showed exemplary patience with a nervous author, and provided much comfort, throughout the lengthy gestation of this book. Work on these volumes has been assisted by the funds provided by the British Social Science Research Council for the Birmingham Project on the social and economic history of the USSR during industrialization. These funds made it possible to employ Mr. Wheatcroft, whose work on agricultural statistics is being published separately, supported the purchase of books and microfilms, and traveled to the USSR, and enabled me to devote an academic session, I-977/78, full-time to these studies. February 1979 R.W. Davies. On the occasion of the reprinting of the present volume I have taken the opportunity to correct some errors and misprints. The most important changes are on pages 64 to 65, where Soviet archival data have enabled greater accuracy about the harvest estimates, and on page 375 where I have corrected the date of Surtsov's critical speech about economic policy from October to August 30 I 930. January 1988 RWD. Chapter 1. The Peasant Economy N. The Soviet System, 1917 to 29. A. The Bolsheviks and the Peasantry, 1917 to 21. The victory of the Bolshevik Revolution in a predominantly peasant country posed a fundamental dilemma to the makers of Soviet economic policy. In Anti-Diering, written in 1878, Engels had vividly presented the Marxist vision of the new social and economic order which would emerge after a socialist revolution. The seizure of the means of production by society puts an end to commodity production, and therewith to the domination of the product over the producer. Anarchy in social production is replaced by conscious organization on a planned basis. The laws of his own social activity, which have hitherto confronted him as external, dominating laws of nature, will then be applied by man with complete understanding. It is humanity's leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom. 1. Marx and Engels exempted the numerous small peasant economies, which persisted even in advanced capitalist countries like France and Germany, from the forcible expropriation to which the factories of the industrialists and the estates of large landowners would be subjected. Instead, the peasants should be converted to collective production and ownership by example and by offering social aid for this purpose. 2. In Russia after the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 circumstances were not propitious for achieving immediately Engels' conscious organization on a planned basis. Marx and Engels believed that the world's socialist revolution would begin not in a primarily peasant country but in countries in which productive forces were already highly developed. While they envisaged that a communist society might emerge in Russia on the basis of the peasant commune, the Mir, they took it for granted that this would be possible only if the Russian Revolution serves as a signal for the workers' revolution in the West, so that the two complement each other. 3. Engels' vision of the communist future was an integral part of the world outlook of Lenin and the Bolsheviks. In the first few years after the revolution they did not depart from the standpoint that the survival of the Soviet government depended on a successful socialist revolution in an advanced country, and, while they believed that Marx's hopes of the Mir had been superseded by the subsequent development of rural capitalism in Russia, they wholly endorsed Engels' rejection of the use of force to socialize the peasant economy. 4. But in 1918-20 they were confronted with widespread civil war, no successful revolution occurred in the West, and they had to manage on their own. Industry was nationalist, and the Soviet government attempted to introduce a system of comprehensive state planning. While the peasants were not forced into collective production or ownership, they were deprived of the results of their labor, forcibly and with almost no compensation, by the requisitioning of grain and other crops. These were emergency measures. Lenin justified the dispatch of armed grain detachments to the villages in May 1918 by reference to widespread hunger and imminent catastrophe. 5. But for the Soviet leaders this was not purely an emergency policy. Throughout the Civil War they took the line that all transactions with the peasants should be conducted by the state and its agencies, and that they must be either at fixed prices, or by direct exchange of industrial for agricultural products. Market transactions were mere speculation. The grain monopoly, Lenin declared in a telegram dated June 27, 1918, is one of the most important methods for gradual transition from capitalist commodity exchange to socialist product exchange. 6. With the coming of peace, Lenin insisted at the 8th Congress of Soviets in December 1920 that grain requisitioning must be maintained. The Congress called, with Lenin's support, for the establishment of sowing committees in every rural district which would impose a national Bolsheviks and Peasantry, 1917-21 3 plan for obligatory sowing in the spring of I-92-I-7. The forcible socialization of peasant agriculture continued to be rejected by party doctrine, but obligatory control over the production methods of the peasant, and the forcible seizure of his product, were now regarded as an appropriate and essential feature of the socialist economy. Widespread disturbances among the peasants, which began in the summer of I-920 and spread to the hungry workers of Petrograd and elsewhere in January I-92, formed the stormy background to the dramatic decision of the ex-party Congress in March I-92 to replace requisitioning by a tax in kind. The peasants were permitted to dispose freely of production in excess of this tax, the crucial feature of the new economic policy, NEP, as it emerged during the next few months, was the market relation between the millions of individual peasant households and the rest of the economy. By I-924, a tax in money, the agricultural tax, completely replaced the tax in kind. All shades of party opinion now agreed that coercion could not be used to control either the production activities of the peasants or how they disposed of their products, which should be acquired only at prices which the peasants were prepared to accept voluntarily. NEP did not involve, however, the abandonment of planning as such. The 12-party Congress declared in April I-923 that planning now required continuous and careful adaptation of the controlling economic machine and its basic objectives, methods, and practice to market conditions and relations, the replacement of ordering about by government committees, glavkokratikisko administrirovani, by economic maneuvering. 8. Thus an important qualification was added to Engels' notion that the socialization of the peasant economy would be achieved gradually by example and by offering social aid. The market economy would be retained throughout the period of transition to socialism, the planned development of the economy would be achieved through state management of the peasant market. And in I-925, with proletarian revolution in the more advanced countries no more than a remote prospect, the party concluded that socialism could and would be established in the Soviet Union alone, without the support of other socialist regimes. 4. Peasant economy and Soviet system, 1917-29, b. The peasant economy in the mid-I-920s. Between I-922 and I-926, the new economic policy, by and large, was a brilliant success. Industrial and agricultural production regained their pre-war level more rapidly than anyone had anticipated. The production of the peasant economy in I-926 was equal to that of the whole of agriculture, including the landowners' estates, before the revolution. Grain production reached approximately the pre-war level, 9, and the production of potatoes apparently exceeded that level by as much as 45%. See Table I. The number of livestock, which fell drastically during the World War and the Civil War, almost regained the 1914 level by 1926, and in 1928 exceeded it by 7 to 10% in the case of cattle and pigs, and by a considerably higher percentage in the case of sheep, see Table 2. 10. Between I-924 and I-928, the number of livestock rose by 3 to 4% a year, both more rapidly and more regularly than in the years immediately preceding the First World War, and cattle were heavier and better fed. L1 Some industrial crops provided remarkable examples of the possibilities of adapting peasant economies to specialized production. Before I-9I4, 79% of sugar beet was grown on estates, and only 2% on one so 200,000 peasant farms, by I-927, with the same level of production. Peasant economy in mid-1920s 568% was grown on American Samoa many as I-20000 peasant farms, usually on very small sown areas. L2 Cotton growing, always almost entirely a peasant crop, 13 was re-established on even smaller units than before the war. For all these crops the yield, production per hectare, was substantially lower than in I-914 but in I-927 production of cotton and sugar beet reached, and production of oil seeds substantially exceeded, the pre-war level, see Table I. As a result of all these developments, the proportion of sown area and of gross agricultural production devoted to grain was lower in I-928 than in I-9I315, a good general indicator of agricultural progress. In spite of its successful recovery and development, peasant agriculture in the mid-I-920s suffered from major weaknesses from the standpoint of the Bolshevik objective of constructing a planned socialist society and an industrialist economy in the USSR. First, peasant farming methods and technology, and the resulting level of production, remained extremely backward as compared with the advanced countries which the Soviet government was seeking to emulate. Secondly, while agricultural production was equal to the pre-war level, the peasant economy participated in the market to a much smaller extent than the agricultural economy of the Russian Empire before I-914. This gave added emphasis to a crucial problem in the industrialization of a peasant country: how to secure increased supplies of agricultural raw materials for an expanding industry and of food for a rising urban population, while at the same time providing finance for investment in long-term industrial projects. Thirdly, over the vast and heterogeneous territory of the USSR, regional variations in patterns of peasant agriculture were immense. Two major regional problems were a particular source of anxiety. Agriculture in the former Tsarist colonies, mainly inhabited by non-Slavic peoples, remained backward, and political and social arguments spoke strongly in favor of developing these regions, though the immense cost held back effective action. A problem of 6. Peasant economy and Soviet system, 1917-29. More immediate importance was that the recovery of the major grain regions, crucial for feeding the urban population and for the Soviet foreign trade balance, lagged considerably behind most of the other agricultural areas. Fourthly, the recovery of agriculture involved the re-emergence of capitalistic relations and economic differentiation within the peasantry. The extent of economic differentiation was hotly disputed, but many communists believed that it had gone far enough to constitute a fundamental threat to the social basis of their regime. Finally, the economic relation between the state and the peasantry, even in the years of recovery, had proved to be extremely unstable. Farming and technology. In the mid-RG-20s, the vast majority of the Soviet population were peasants farming in small family units. The socialized sector of Soviet agriculture, including both sovkhozy, state farms, and kolkhozy, collective farms, was responsible for only 2% of gross farm production, 16, the rest being produced by some 25 million individual peasant households. 9/10 of the households belonged to a peasant commune, a mir or obshchina, now known officially as a land society. In the Russian Republic on January 1927, only 3.5% of peasant land was cultivated in the form of khuturs, fully enclosed farms, or otrobs, farms on which only the arable land was enclosed. 0.17 In the vast majority of the mirs, the arable land was divided into strips. A simple three-field system predominated, with autumn-sown rye or wheat, spring-sown wheat or other grain, and fallow succeeding each other on each field. Even more primitive two-field or shifting systems of cultivation were found in many areas. In most places the amount of arable land allotted to each household, the nadel, depended on the number of members. Each household was allocated a number of strips in each field, so as to equalize between households the distance to the land from the village and the fertility of the soil. Each household was also allocated a segment of the hayland. Permanent pastures, rivers and lakes were retained by the peasant economy in mid-1927 mir as a whole for collective use. Cattle, though of course owned by individual households, pastured in common on the fallow, and on the stubble after the harvest. 18 Many mirs employed a common herdsman. The only part of peasant activity which was more or less independent of the mir was the cultivation of the household plot ba around the cottage, where the household grew fruit and vegetables and kept its animals. This complex system of communal tenure meant that the General Assembly of the Commune, the gathering, Skod, had to decide not only the allocation of land but also what crops should be grown on each field and when the plowing, sowing and harvesting should take place. Over most of the USSR, the Skod also had the task of redistributing the strips periodically to allow for changes in the membership of each household. Before the revolution, redistribution was becoming less frequent. In the 1920s, a general redistribution of all the land was supposed, according to the Land Code, to take place at most once in 9 years. In practice, redistribution took place annually in many areas, and almost everywhere minor adjustments were frequent. These long-established arrangements were regarded by the peasants as equitable, and were greatly strengthened, by the peasants' own action, after the revolution. But they involved much waste. The peasants had to make long journeys to their numerous scattered strips. Access paths and boundary land could not be cultivated. Where redistribution was frequent, the peasants had little incentive to manure and improve their strips. On the narrower strips not even horse-drawn machinery could be used. All schools of thought within the Soviet Communist Party in the 1920s, from Trotsky and Preobrazhensky on the left to Bukharin on the right, regarded the strip system and communal tenure as inherently inefficient and unprogressive. But no one expected to be able to entice the peasants from their traditional way of life until machinery could be supplied to the countryside on a large scale. In these circumstances, the party leaders were prepared to take advice from non-party experts, bourgeois specialists, in the People's Commissariat of Agriculture of the RSFSR Narkomzom, who had faith in modernizing agriculture by improvements which did periodically redistributed in many Ukrainian communes. 8. Peasant economy and Soviet system, 1917-29. Not fundamentally changed the existing system of land tenure. Much was achieved by the mid-I-1920s along three main lines. First, the agencies responsible for improving the allocation of land within and between the mirs, land consolidation Zemlyoustroystvo, and for land improvement made good progress. The intermingling of strips between settlements, and the number of strips per household within individual settlements, were greatly reduced. 211 multi-field rotations were introduced on I-7 per center of the sown area of the RSFSR by I-92-7, as compared with 7 per center in I-924 and less than I-5% in I-9-I-6. The proportion of cleaned and graded seed was raised from 6 per center in I-924/25 to 14 per center in I-926/27.21. Secondly, the supply of horse-drawn implements and machines greatly increased. By I-926/27, the annual supply, in spite of the decline in imports, was already higher than in I-9-I-3. 22. Thirdly, the pre-revolutionary network of agricultural cooperatives was restored and developed. By October I-926, the total membership of all types of agricultural cooperative was 6-7 million households, over 25% of the total, thus approaching the pre-revolutionary level. 23. In I-926/27, over half the value of implements and machinery purchased by peasants was financed through the agricultural credit cooperatives, and marketing cooperatives already predominated in the purchase of industrial crops from the peasants, and purchased a substantial proportion of dairy products. 24. Nevertheless, by the end of the I-920s most of the rural economy remained unmodernist, even within the existing system of peasant tenure. By I-929, land consolidation within the Mir involved less than 20% of the land area in the RSFSR, and the planning department of Narkomzom estimated that it could be completed in the RSFSR, even within the framework of the strip system, only by resettling 30% of all households. 25. Peasant economy in mid-1920s. 9. The capital stock of peasant agriculture, in spite of a substantial injection of implements and machinery in the late I-920s, also remained extremely antiquated. Most households owned no horse-drawn machines whatsoever, and therefore hired machines from their neighbors or from state or cooperative agencies, or did not use them at all. Machinery was concentrated in the major grain-growing areas, but even in the Ukraine only 40% of households owned any machinery, and the percentage was only 29 in the North Caucasus, I-25 in the Lower Volga, and 7 feet 5 inches in the central Black Earth region. 26. In I-928, 74% of grain was sown by hand, 44% reaped by sickles and scythes, and 4% threshed by chains or other manual devices. 27. The wooden saka was by this time almost completely replaced by the iron plow, and this was an important achievement, but many households lacked draft animals or plows, and hired them from their neighbors or, much more rarely, from the cooperatives. In the RSFSR in I-927, 28.3% of households had no horses or oxen, 3.6% had no plowing implements. 28 In this respect the situation was worse than before the revolution. Nor could the agricultural cooperatives claim to have made substantial changes in the activities of the majority of the peasants. In I-929, only I0% of households belonged to the marketing cooperatives. And while cooperative marketing was of major importance in specialized crops, it played only a minor part in grain or livestock marketing until strong administrative pressure was applied by the state from the beginning of I-928. At this point it ceased to be cooperation in any substantial sense. And all the various forms of production cooperatives including both kolkhozy and unofficial and official producer cooperatives probably involved only 4 or 5 million households by the spring of I-929. In its level of agricultural production the Soviet Union was substantially in advance of nearly the whole of Asia. 29. In India arable land per person dependent on agriculture was 1/3 and in China as little as 1/7 of the Soviet level. Although yields 10 peasant economy tri and Soviet system, 1917-29 were higher in India and China than in the Soviet Union, grain production per head of population in India was only 35% of the Soviet level, and even in the 1950s China, though rich in grain by the standards of Asia and South America, produced only half as much grain per head of population as the Soviet Union of the 1920s. In India and China agriculture supported much smaller numbers of livestock than in the Soviet Union. As a result, the protein consumption of the population was much lower, and a far smaller proportion of it came from meat and animal products. But while agriculture was more advanced in the Soviet Union than in Asia, it was more backward than in any other major European country, in terms of both yields per hectare and production per person engaged in farming. The wheat and rye yield per hectare, 7 to 9 centners, was only slightly higher than in 14th century English estates, lower than in 14th century French estates. 31 It was no higher than in Spain and Serbia on the eve of the First World War, and substantially lower than in peasant countries such as France and Italy. It was less than half the German level. Historically, Russian agriculture was grain-dominated. Even in the mid-1920s, in spite of the expansion of the area devoted to industrial crops, a far higher proportion of arable land continued to be used for grain production than in any other major European country, or in the United States, and a smaller proportion was sown to industrial crops, root crops, and grasses. In this respect the Soviet Union was comparable with the most backward East European countries Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania. 32. Proportion of the sown area occupied by grain was also very high. Peasant economy in mid-1920s 11. Historically, Russia was relatively well endowed with arable land per head of rural population, but by the 1920s the rapid expansion of the rural population which had taken place since the middle of the 19th century had reduced the amount of land per person engaged in agriculture to the level of France and Germany. Yet yields and labor productivity in grain farming remained low. The Soviet Union succeeded in producing more grain per head of total population than France or Germany, but a far higher proportion of the total Soviet population was engaged in agriculture. In the United States, a much smaller percentage of the population was engaged in agriculture, but yields were some 70% or higher than in the Soviet Union, labor productivity was much higher, and a larger amount of arable land was available per person engaged in agriculture. In consequence, grain production per head of total population was more than double the Soviet level. 2. The peasant and the market. The peasant household in the USSR, as in other peasant countries, was in large part a subsistence economy, which consumed a substantial part of its own production. But it was not a self-sufficient unit, little connected with the town and the market. Most of the 3 million rural households whose main occupation was not farming depended on the state or the urban market for their livelihood. This group of peasants had the strongest links with the towns. For each of the 70,000 village Soviets, which included on average 750 rural inhabitants in 350 families, there were roughly 40 households whose main occupation was not agriculture, though with considerable regional Vanat-10 ns. Breadwinners in these households included 9 factory workers, 10 full-time artisans, 2 builders, 4 railwaymen, 1 private and 1 state or cooperative trader, 2 teachers, 3 persons maintained by the state, it déclassé persons, 1 priest or other religious servitor and 1 person living on non-labor income. But there was less than 1 employee in the health services and less than 1 local Soviet official for each village Soviet and only 1 militiaman, policeman, for every 5 village Soviets. In addition to the 4 million people engaged in these occupations in the 3 million non-farming households, in 1926 2 million persons in the 23 million farming households were engaged. 12 Peasant economy and Soviet system, 1917-29 in a non-farming activity as a first auxiliary occupation, making 2 million persons altogether. 33 auxiliary occupations other than the first were not recorded in the census, and the number of peasants involved may have been substantial. Surveys in 1927 and 1929 revealed that on average 35.9% of all households in 1927 and 36.9% in 1929, some 9 million households altogether, were engaged in occupations outside their own household, excluding agricultural labor. 34 among the peasants engaged in non-agricultural activities, as major and minor sources of income. In 1925-26 at least 3 million persons were at Kodiniki, literally, people going away, peasants who lived away from the Mir for part of the year and worked in such occupations as building, timber cutting and floating, and peat working, or in mines and factories. 35 A very substantial proportion of the income of the rural population was received from these various non-farming activities. In 1925-26 37% of all peasant money income was received from artisan production and all kinds of trades, promisely, both local and those involving going away. 36 Even if peasant products consumed by the family producing them are taken into account, the proportion of peasant income in money and kind derived from non-farming activities was still as high as 38.8%. 37 peasant households also participated in market relations by working in agriculture outside their own farms. 2 categories of agricultural labor were distinguished in the statistics: contract, srokovyi, workers, hired for periods of more than a month, and day, podenyi, workers, hired for shorter periods. In 1927, at least 2,400,000 contract workers and 2,500,000 day workers were employed in peasant agriculture, some 5 million persons in all. 38 In addition to this employment in the individual sector, 143,000. Peasant economy in mid-1920s contract workers, half of them permanent, and 420,000 temporary workers were employed by Sovkhazy in July 1927, and a small number of temporary and permanent workers were employed by Kolkhozy. 39 The economic activity of the peasants in addition to farming in their own households was thus substantial. In 25 or 26 million rural households, over 7 million people were engaged in non-agricultural activities as either their main or their first auxiliary occupation, and about 6 million were employed as contract or temporary farm laborers, some 3 million people altogether. A very large number of peasants also participated in the market by hiring out and renting equipment and land. Most peasant money income, however, 53.2% of the total in I-925/26, was earned by the sale of farm products on the market. The extent of participation in the market varied greatly among different products. Of the 77 million tons of grain produced in I-926, 26 million tons at most were sold either on the market or direct to other peasants. 40 Even if grain used by peasants for seed is deducted from total production, this means that no more than 40% of net grain production was sold. 41 And most of this, million tons, was ultimately consumed by peasants or their livestock. Industrial crops participated in the market to a far greater extent. Nearly all cotton, sugar beet, tobacco, and mkhorka, cheap tobacco, were sold on the market. The extent to which the market was in state hands varied considerably from product to product. With industrial crops, purchases by state and cooperative agencies at fixed prices overwhelmingly predominated. With grain, 49% of all sales in I-926/27 were made to state and cooperative agencies at fixed prices. These covered almost all grain for the army, industry, and export, most grain consumed in the towns and part of the grain sold to peasants in grain deficit areas. A further 34% was sold direct from peasant to peasant, and 3% direct to the urban population. The remaining 14% was mainly purchased by private traders. 42% with livestock, sales to private traders and direct to peasants predominated. On average in the first 3 quarters of 1927, only 10% of livestock sales were to state and cooperative agencies. The prices of livestock were virtually entirely determined by the free market. In peasant sales of farming products as a whole, the free market also predominated. 43. No precise assessment is possible of the level of peasant market activities in the mid-1920s as compared with the eve of the First World War, but the evidence that a substantial decline took place is overwhelming. The number of etkodiniki before the revolution can be assessed only by indirect data, particularly the figures for internal passports issued for periods of less than a year. In 1906-10, these amounted to 8,772,000 a year in 43 provinces of European Russia. It is estimated that 40 to 45% were agricultural workers, the remaining 55 to 60% being engaged on various non-agricultural occupations. 44 in 1925-26, the number of agricultural laborers working outside their Volost, small rural district, was only 10%, and of non-agricultural etkodiniki 51 to 56%, of this level. 45. The decline in agricultural workers resulted both from the elimination of the agricultural estates, which hired a considerable amount of seasonal labor, and from the decline in the use of hired labor by more prosperous peasant economies. 46. The extent to which a real decline took place in the number of etkodiniki engaged in non-agricultural work is less clear. In some provinces before the revolution, permanent factory workers of peasant origin had to obtain a passport, and to that extent the pre-revolutionary figure was exaggerated. 47. But in several important occupations of etkodiniki the demand for labor had certainly declined in the mid-1920s. The building and lumber industries had not recovered to their pre-war level, and far fewer persons were employed in domestic service. The number of rural inhabitants engaged in small-scale, mainly artisan, industry is also estimated to have declined sharply, from 38 million persons in 1903 to 304 million in I-926/27. 48. These figures are surprising, as the domestic use of agricultural raw materials for rural artisan production was undoubtedly greater in the I-920s than in I-9-I3, CPP. I-7 to 18 below. But much of this production was consumed by the household, and does not appear in the statistics, and industrial raw materials, especially metal, were in short supply. 49. The number of persons engaged in private trade in the countryside, presumably mainly rural inhabitants, was also lower than before the revolution. In 1926/27 the number of private trading units was only 5.7% of the number in 1912, and the average unit was much smaller. The development of rural state and cooperative trade was not sufficient to compensate for this decline. 50. It is not known, however, whether the number of peasants selling their own products on the free market in the towns or direct to other peasants increased or declined as compared with I-9-I3. Many of the statistics we have cited are not very reliable. The number of etkodiniki and rural artisans before the revolution, in particular, cannot be established with certainty, and peasant budgets in the 1G20s may have understated peasant economic activity, particularly of the more prosperous. But it is significant that they all point to a decline. It is striking that the number of peasants reported as engaging in non-agricultural auxiliary activities in the census of 1,897, 503 million for 50 provinces of European Russia, was much larger than the number of rural inhabitants reported as engaging in non-agricultural auxiliary occupations, 322 millions, in the whole USSR in I-926. 51 conditions for the marketing of agricultural products also substantially deteriorated. The terms of trade were less favorable in the mid-I-920s than in I-9I3, the scissors, the ratio of industrial retail prices to the agricultural prices received by the producer, was calculated at I-39.2 for I-925/26 and I-406 for I-926/27, I-9II-4, average, equals 100, 2 whether a shift in the terms of trade against the peasants is likely to reduce the supply of their products to the market has recently been much discussed. It has been argued that peasant demand for industrial goods is inelastic, and that family labor on the peasant farm is treated as an overhead, so an unfavorable general shift in the terms of trade against the peasants is likely to induce them to put more products on sale at the lower price. 53 So far little evidence is available to test this assumption. In the I-920s several other factors apart from the prices they were offered also tended to discourage peasants from marketing their products. They did not have such easy access to industrial goods in the I-920s as before the war, a factor which was not reflected in the price index. Throughout the I-920s industrial goods were scarce, except at rare moments, such as the autumn of 1926, when supply and demand were close to equilibrium. And the peasants had far fewer opportunities to purchase industrial goods than before the war. Substantially fewer trading outlets existed in rural areas than in 19I2, and a far higher proportion of them were mobile trading points, petty trading from temporary stalls, kiosks, carts or trays rather than retail shops. 54 Both the terms and conditions of trade were thus less favorable to the agricultural producer. Much importance was attached by Soviet politicians and economists to the fragmentation, razdroblenost, of peasant holdings as a factor encouraging low productivity and low marketability. During the revolution of I-9I7, the large estates were seized by the peasants and redistributed. Many landless peasant households received land, many new households were created by partitioning. By the spring of 1927, the number of peasant households reached 24 million or more as compared with 19 million 10 years earlier, the average number of persons per household declining from 6.1 to S3. But, owing to the land redistribution, the land available per household was approximately the same as before the revolution. The effects of fragmentation of holdings were often exaggerated in Soviet publications. But the elimination of the private estates, the reduction in the land cultivated by kulaks and well-to-do peasants, CP 24 below, and the reduction in the number of enclosed farms undoubtedly tended to reduce the level of marketings. These sectors of pre-revolutionary agriculture were more oriented to the market. At the same time, some peasants who had been landless laborers before the revolution were now growing food for themselves on land which had previously yielded marketed production. 55 A further factor which tended to reduce the level of marketings was that peasant payments of direct tax and rent were substantially lower than before the revolution. This reduced the pressure on the peasants to take their products to market to raise cash. While precise data are not available, economists and politicians of all shades of thought agreed that marketed production was lower in the mid-1920s than in 1913. The term marketed production or marketability, tovarnost, meaning the proportion of agricultural production sold on the market, was sometimes used to refer to all sales on the market, sometimes only to sales on the extra-rural or extra-peasant market. Sales on the extra-rural market in their turn sometimes included food products which were sold back to the peasant and sometimes excluded them. According to Gosplan calculations in 1927, sales to the extra-peasant market were only 6% of the 1913 level in 1925/26 and 73.2% in 1926/27, Both the Conjuncture Institute of Narkomfin and the émigré economist Prokopovich considered that this underestimated the decline. 56 All groups of products were affected, even livestock, for which prices, being determined primarily by the private market, were exceptionally favorable. Some industrial crops, notably cotton, could not easily be put to an alternative use by the peasants, and in these cases, as before the revolution, virtually the whole crop was marketed, though output was strongly affected by the price paid by the state and cooperative agencies which controlled their sales. But a much smaller proportion of flax and hemp was placed on the extra-rural market than before the revolution, the remainder being retained for domestic or local use. The proportion was also much lower for animal products which could be used by the peasants themselves, such as wool and the hides of small animals, for leather goods. 57 The decline in grain marketings was the most serious manifestation of the general decline in the level of marketing. Grain for the towns, the army, industry, and export in 1926-27 amounted to only 10 million tons as compared with 18.8 million tons in 1909-13, average. 68 No reliable figures are available on the total amount of grain marketed before the First World War, including intra-rural sales. Transport statistics indicate that sales of grain between agricultural areas were at approximately the same level as before the war. If so, total marketings, including exports, were about 9 million tons lower than in 1909-13, for a harvest which was at least as large, and may have been larger. 59. 3. Regional problems. Regional variations in the type and extent of peasant participation in the market were considerable, and reflected different levels and patterns of economic development. In a Soviet population of 147 million in 1926, over 20 million lived in the Transcaucasus, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia, all colonies of the Tsarist Empire which were largely inhabited by non-Slavic peoples. Very different levels of economic development existed side by side within each of these three ex-colonial territories. But they all contained substantial areas in which economic and educational development were at a low level, and which, together with large pockets of backwardness in Siberia and in European Russia, constituted a vast hinterland in which industry was even less developed, and agriculture even more backward, than in the main Slavic areas. The most advanced and urbanist of the three ex-colonial areas was the Transcaucasian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic, comprising the three republics of Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. The Transcaucasus was distinguished by the variety of its terrain and its generally subtropical climate. Over the lower-lying part of its territory the cultivation of milk, tea, tobacco, wine, and fruit for sale in the European USSR was strongly developed. But side by side with this intensive and prosperous agricultural sector, a large number of Transcaucasian peasants lived in great poverty, and, in spite of the small amount of arable land per head, shifting cultivation was widely practiced. In consequence, output of grain and meat per household was low, and the Republic was a net consumer of grain and meat, mainly from the North Caucasus. Kazakhstan included two contrasting areas. Settled grain farming was carried on largely by Russian immigrants, using shifting cultivation on abundant land. Native Kazakhs continued their traditional nomadic cattle and sheep farming on the abundant pasture lands. Kazakhstan was a net seller of grain and livestock, and in 1927-28 it supplied 46% of the coarse wool consumed by Soviet industry. 30 years later, the Kazakh lands, together with part of Siberia, became Khrushchev's virgin and long fallow lands which provided the first substantial increase in Soviet grain production above the pre-revolutionary level. Some cotton was grown in southern Kazakhstan in the 1920s, but 75% of all cotton was grown in our third ex-colonial area, Central Asia. Central Asia consisted of the Uzbek and Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republics, the Kyrgyz Autonomous SSR, in the Russian Republic, and the Tadzhik SSR, in Uzbekistan. Central Asian agriculture included a great variety of patterns of production. As well as intensive cotton growing on irrigated lands, nomadic sheep farming was extensively practiced, as in Kazakhstan, and both Kazakhstan and Central Asia were industrially and culturally extremely backward. Central Asia, unlike Kazakhstan, was a net consumer of grain. Its characteristics were graphically, if somewhat despairingly, described by the authors of the first five-year plan. The main features which characterize the Central Asian republics are, failure to utilize vast natural resources, a traditional crop raising and livestock farming technique, established over centuries in conditions of a complex irrigated economy of an Asiatic type, an undeveloped factory industry, and a population unaccustomed to factory and industrial labor in large-scale production, traditional forms of artisan and handicraft production, resting on a primitive empirical technology, separation and isolation of oases and districts, as a result of the historical past and of natural conditions, ravines, deserts, high mountains, general poverty of life, with tribal, feudal, national and religious prejudices continuing in places. Tsarist colonies and Eastern despotisms in their recent pre-revolutionary past, the Central Asian republics suffer from an insufficient development of mass popular education and from primitive sanitary and hygienic conditions, and are on a very low cultural level. 61. In the European part of the USSR, the most important distinction, vital for the support required from agriculture for industrial development, was between the grain deficit zone and the grain surplus areas. The grain deficit zone included the Belarusian Republic and, in the RSFSR, the north, the northwest, around Leningrad, the central industrial area, around Moscow, and the western region. The level of economic development in different parts of this zone varied considerably, from the urbanist and relatively densely populated area around Moscow and Leningrad to the sparsely populated northern forest region and the marshy and impoverished Belarusian Republic. Throughout the zone the land was less fertile than further south. The whole zone had been part of the Russian state for several centuries, with a settled and growing agricultural population. In consequence, the amount of arable land per head of rural population throughout the zone was relatively small by the generous standards of the Russian Empire. In response to land shortage, three-field agriculture had almost everywhere replaced shifting cultivation, and multi-crop rotations had been introduced on a higher proportion of the arable land than elsewhere in the Soviet Union. Belorussia and the western region were major flax-growing areas, and the high demand for vegetables and potatoes from the large urban population of Moscow and Leningrad resulted in the development of market gardening in the countryside around these cities. The peasantry near these towns also supplied artisan products to the urban population and labor to the factories in substantial quantities, and as a result the peasantry of the central industrial region in particular had relatively high money incomes. In the remainder of the grain deficit zone the northern and western regions and Belarusian non-agricultural activities were less significant, and both money and total incomes were lower than the average. But the whole zone depended on the supply of large quantities of grain from the rest of the USSR. The various grain surplus regions, producing grain in large quantities for the market, included the southern steppe region of the Ukraine and the lower Volga region, especially the lands east of the Volga, the North Caucasus and, outside Europe, Siberia. These regions fed the industrial areas of the USSR and supplied what grain was available for export. Non-agricultural activities were much less important than in most other regions. These were areas of relatively recent settlement, where land was relatively abundant. In Siberia, the lower Volga and the North Caucasus shifting agriculture was still important, after cultivation land was left unused, zalas, for a period until it had recovered. The three-field system was introduced only in the more populated parts of the Volga regions. Multi-crop rotations, and the planting of specialized crops, were hardly known. But serious problems existed. These regions were subject to drought and soil erosion, and extreme variations occurred from year to year in the size of crop. Over a substantial part of the area, land was no longer abundant. According to a careful estimate, in the North Caucasus over 60% and in the central Volga region over one-third of the arable land was overcultivated. The land available was insufficient for it to be left fallow long enough to recover. The introduction of a three-field or more advanced crop rotation was overdue. 62. Intermediate between the grain deficit and grain surplus zones was the long-settled central agricultural area, the historical center of Russian agriculture. This included the central Black Earth region and the contiguous areas in the northern Ukraine and on the right bank of the Volga. These are areas of rich agricultural land, mainly a mixture of forest and steppe. But the growth of population greatly reduced the land available per head of population. The three-field system had long since replaced shifting cultivation almost everywhere, and arable was extended at the expense of pasture, sugar beet, especially in the northern Ukraine. Flax and potatoes were introduced into the rotation. In spite of these improvements, this was the classic area of overcultivation of the soil and of rural overpopulation, from which large number of Atkodiniki made their way to other regions in search of work. The most important change in the regional pattern of marketing since the pre-war years was the drastic decline in grain marketings from the major grain surplus regions, only partly compensated for by the increased supply from Siberia. Farming in all the grain surplus zones was gravely damaged by the civil war, especially in the North Caucasus, where the Cossack peasants were one of the principal supports for counter-revolution. The Volga region suffered greatly from the famine of I-92-I-2. Even by I-928, sown area in the North Caucasus and the lower Volga was substantially below, and the number of draft animals catastrophically below, the pre-war level. 63. The decline in these regions was primarily responsible for the low level of grain marketings in the USSR as a whole, which was a major political and economic problem throughout the 1920s. Increased grain production or, at any rate, increased grain supplies from the main grain surplus areas was essential for the sustenance of the increased urban population which would result from industrialization. 4. Economic differentiation. In Marxist studies of the Russian peasantry, three major groups were generally distinguished: kulaks, middle peasants, serednyaks, and poor peasants, bednyaks. 64. The term kulak, literally meaning tight fist, was originally reserved for rural usurers and traders as distinct from rural capitalist producers. In the mid-1G20s it was sometimes still used in this sense. 65. But now generally referred to all peasant producers who hired labor or exploited their neighbors in some other way. The poor peasants, who depended on hiring out their labor as well as on their own family farm for their survival, were also known as semi-proletarians, as distinct from the proletarians, the agricultural laborers or batraks, who had no land of their own, or for whom their farm was only a minor source of income, and were thus no longer peasants in the strict sense of the term. The middle peasants were supposed to be economically more independent than the poor peasants, primarily cultivating their own land with their own labor. The number of middle peasant households was much disputed before the revolution. Lenin claimed that owing to the development of capitalism in the countryside they were already only a small minority of all peasants, but this assessment was strongly challenged by the socialist revolutionaries and others. The evidence is overwhelming of the emergence in pre-revolutionary Russia of a stratum of wealthier peasants, who rented or purchased land from private landowners to supplement their allotment from the mir, and of a larger stratum of landless peasants. 66. Much less evidence is available about the extent to which the batraks and the poor peasants were exploited by the kulaks in a Marxist sense, by depending on them for capital and for earnings from labor. The revolution and civil war considerably reduced economic differentiation in the countryside. Most of the land of the private estates, including the large amount rented to more prosperous peasants, was redistributed among the peasants on a more or less equal basis. Most khutars and otrobs, which were often prosperous, were reabsorbed into the mir. Many formerly landless peasants acquired land, and sometimes implements and draft animals as well. In the early years of NEP, however, some economic differentiation again took place, especially in I-924-5 when restrictions on rural capitalism were at a minimum. but the degree of petty capitalism in the countryside certainly remained far less than before the revolution. Everyone agreed that middle peasantisation, osirogniacini, had taken place as a result of the revolution, and that the majority of the peasants were now middle peasants, and most people considered that this was an important factor in the decline of marketed production. The economic relations within the peasantry in the mid-1920s were confused and complicated. 67. A high proportion of peasant households changed their economic group in the course of a lifetime. The lowest and highest zone area groups were particularly mobile. This tended to blur the boundaries between classes. And in the lowest groups, whether measured by zone area or by value of means of production, many peasants who were proletarians or poor peasants in their agricultural economy received substantial earnings from a variety of non-agricultural activities, especially from the sale of their labor to the state, while their earnings from selling labor or land to their more prosperous neighbors were relatively small. Peasants who were in the lower groups from the point of view of agriculture could therefore often escape from penury by becoming dependent on the state rather than on the richer peasants. Nevertheless, a substantial degree of economic differentiation remained, or re-emerged, in the I-1920s. The most abundant data are provided by the analysis of the 1927 sample census of peasant households, supervised by V.S. Nemchinov, a 33-year-old Marxist statistician, who grouped households into 7 groups by the value of the means of production, buildings, implements and animals, which they possessed. The census showed a considerable degree of differentiation between groups. The top group, containing 3.2% of households, owned on average 2 3-draft animals and 2 5 cows, as compared with the average of 1 0 and 1 1 for all households, while in the bottom 3 groups, containing 24% of all households, so percent possessed no draft animals, and 57% possessed no cows. The degree of differentiation was even greater for agricultural implements and machinery. 68. How far, then, was there a distinctive group of petty capitalist peasant households, for which the exploitation of the labor of others, directly or indirectly, was a substantial economic activity? Of the 8,000 households in the top group by value of means of production, about 50,000 were hiring labor for more than 75 days a year. As the average number of days worked in agriculture by an adult member of a peasant household was only 97, it seems reasonable to suppose that for all the subgroup hired labor was an important supplement to family labor. A further 35,000 households in the top group were registered as engaging in entrepreneurial non-agricultural occupations as their main means of existence or their first source of money income, while continuing to operate as a farming economy. These occupations included those requiring the hire of labor to use together with the means of production belonging to the household for at least 3 months a year, money lending, the leasing of barns and stores, trade and subcontracting, and industrial and other production in which the means of production were substantial. 69. With all these 185,000 households in the top group, 150,000 plus 35,000, petty capitalist activities were substantial, and to them might be added the equivalent subgroups in the next group, owning less means of production, a further 320,000 households. These subgroups, 500,000 households in all, 2% of all households, were the core of what might be regarded as a Kulak class. A much wider definition, embracing 950,000 households, 3.8% of households, was proposed by Nemchinov early in 1928, and a similar scheme was used by the authorities both for the summary analysis of the census data of the Central Statistical Administration and for analyzing the income and tax data collected by Narkomfin. 70. The main additional category included in Nemchinov's definition was all the remaining households in the top 2 groups which hired labor and hired out means of production, however small the quantity. This added 325,000 households, but many of these could hardly be regarded as exploitative. But the important qualification should be made, affecting all these figures, that the survey may have underestimated the activities of the upper peasant groups, in spite of all the precautions of the Soviet statisticians, owing to the vigorous efforts by these groups to conceal their wealth, and particularly to conceal those activities which were regarded as capitalistic. A detailed examination of the results of the 1927 census was carried out for 3 large clusters, Nezda, of peasants in the Ukraine, under the supervision of statisticians, by commissions elected by the activists, in villages concerned. This revealed that, in the opinion of the commissions, 6–7% of households in these clusters should have been classified as petty capitalists rather than the 3–2% in the official survey. 71 The most important practical issue for the Soviet authorities, though they usually failed to grasp this point, was not the economic power of the kulaks as such, but the wider question of the extent to which the state, the towns, and the grain deficit zone depended on particular groups within the peasantry, whether petty capitalists or not, for marketed production. For several years the issue was obscured by the anxiety of the party majority to conceal the extent of economic differentiation in the countryside. The main trends, however, emerged clearly from the surveys of peasant budgets and the analysis of grain sales and purchases carried out by the Central Statistical Administration. When peasant households were classified by sown area, a reasonable indicator of their strength as grain farmers, the lower sown area groups in every area were found to have purchased much more grain than they sold. In the grain surplus areas, only upper and middle groups by sown area, including 55% of the peasant population in these areas, were net sellers of grain in 1927/28, for sown area groups covering 25% of the population. Sales and purchases were roughly in balance, and 20% were net purchasers of grain. In the grain deficit zone, on the other hand, only 68% of the peasant population were purchasing grain, and a substantial minority of peasants were selling it. When these transactions between peasants are omitted, net marketings were overwhelmingly dominated in the USSR as a whole by the upper sown area groups in the grain surplus areas, 22% of the peasant population in these areas, some 16% of their households, and a mere 1011% of all households in the European USSR supplied 56% of all net sales of grain in the European USSR in 1927/28, and the percentage was higher in earlier years. Peasants in these upper sown area groups were not necessarily the most prosperous. Peasants in lower sown area groups might earn more from industrial crops, or from non-agricultural activities. Nevertheless, on this evidence, about 2 million households in the grain surplus areas, with a sown area in excess of 8 hectares per household, were crucial for Soviet grain supplies. Evidence is lacking, however, on whether this minority of grain surplus households was concentrated in certain well-to-do districts or villages where conditions or traditions were particularly favorable to grain production and marketings, and where peasants selling a substantial amount of grain were a majority of the population. One well-to-do grain region certainly existed, the North Caucasus, with its generous land areas and its Cossack majority, where as many as 43% of the population came within the upper sown area groups. 72 sales of livestock, and of meat and dairy products, were also larger in the upper groups by sown area or by means of production, which tended to have more fodder available, and hence more, or better fed, animals. But, except in some specialized areas, the upper groups were responsible for a smaller percentage of total marketings than in the case of grain, and in most regions all sown area groups sold more livestock and meat and dairy products than they purchased. Thus the urban market depended on a larger number of peasants for meat than for grain, though the kulak and well-to-do peasants remained important. Soviet publications and political speeches frequently referred in the 1920s to the strong, krepki, and the well-to-do, zashidakny, peasant, which was an upper section of the middle peasants distinct from the kulaks, 73 hiring little or no labor and not engaging to a great extent in other capitalistic activities, but market-oriented and economically successful. This term, which modified the simple division into proletarian, poor peasant, middle peasant, and kulak, admitted to the Marxist analysis some important features of the economic differentiation of the peasant economy of the 1920s. But it provided no guidance about policy. Should the emergence of the large minority of well-to-do peasants within the middle peasantry be treated as a healthy development to be encouraged in the interests of agricultural progress? Or should well-to-do middle peasants be treated as potential kulaks or allies of the kulaks, a symptom of the recrudescence of rural capitalism? The party was divided. The unstable link. The new economic policy presumed that the link between the state and the peasantry through the market would provide a stable basis for the development of both state industry and the peasant economy. In practice, stability on the market was extremely difficult to achieve. Only 2 of the 9 harvests of the 1920 STOs of 1922 and 1926 proceeded without a major crisis in economic policy. After the harvest of I-92 famine was widespread. Grain collections for the tax in kind were still the main source of food supply for the towns. The methods used for grain requisitioning were in large part continued. 74 After the substantial 1922 harvest, the first untroubled harvest of NEP, the tax in kind was collected easily, and the relative price of grain fell in the course of the agricultural year I-922/23. 76 But in April 1923 Trotsky warned that the deterioration in the terms of trade for the peasants was a potential danger, and made his famous comparison of the decline in the prices received by the peasants relative to those they paid for industrial products to the opening of the blades of a pair of scissors. 76 This warning soon proved to be justified. After the reasonably good I-923 harvest, industrial prices remained very high, owing to the use by state industry of its oligopolistic position on the market to keep prices up, encouraged by a generous state credit policy towards industry. In the resulting scissors crisis of the autumn of I-923, the peasants did not refuse to sell grain, but they were apparently reluctant to purchase industrial goods, and industrial turnover fell drastically. Equilibrium was restored by the reduction of credit to industry and by forcing down industrial prices on the instructions of the economic agencies of the state. 77 The use of administrative measures to reduce prices during the scissors crisis was a significant act. It was henceforth recognized that direct administrative intervention by the general economic agencies of the state might be required in order to maintain a stable market relationship between state industry and the individual peasantry. This first major intervention by the state in the market protected the peasants against the power of state industry, but it also provided a precedent for later attempts to override their economic preferences in the interests of state industry. In I-923 and even in I-926 Noon believed that the peasants should be forced to sell their products at lower prices than they were prepared to accept voluntarily. But legislation by the state relating to the prices of agricultural as well as industrial products was regarded from I-923 onwards as a legitimate, and indeed essential, feature of the new economic policy. After the I-924 harvest, the relation between industry and the peasant was reversed. The harvest was poor, attempts by the state to purchase grain at relatively low maximum prices, limitnieceny, failed, and the private market in grain expanded. Kulaks, well-to-do peasants, and private traders purchased grain at free market prices in the autumn of I-924 in the expectation of price increases in the following spring and summer. Some restrictions on grain sales were introduced, primarily directed against private traders. Eventually the crisis was resolved only by abandoning the maximum prices. In May I-925 the prices offered by the state for grain were double those of December I-924. 78 While the state had managed to bring down the prices of industrial goods after the I-923 harvest, after the I-924 harvest the peasants, particularly the well-to-do and kulak peasants in the grain surplus areas, proved able to insist on a higher price for grain than the state was willing to pay. In 1925, the harvest was much better than in 1924, by far the best since the revolution. Immediately after the harvest, the prices paid by the state and cooperative collection agencies, now renamed directive prices, fell to half the level of the spring of 1925. but the government attempted to accelerate grain purchases, issuing generous credits to rival collection agencies, and in July-September 1925 collection prices remained substantially higher than planned. Moreover, in the summer of 1925, a substantially new element was introduced into the economic relation between the regime and the peasantry. The summer building season was the first since the revolution in which a substantial amount of new capital construction took place, and this resulted in a considerable increase in urban, and to a lesser extent in rural, demand. But by now firm controls over most industrial prices had been established by the authorities. In consequence, industrial prices did not rise to meet the increase in demand. Instead, serious shortages of goods resulted. The peasants, confronted by empty shelves in the shops, reduced their sales of grain. In October-December 1925, grain collections, though higher than after the poor harvest of 1924, were much lower than in October-December 1923. The authorities held to the axiom that the peasant should not be coerced to supply grain, mindful of the failure of the limited administrative restrictions introduced after the harvest of 1924. Instead, plans for the other sectors of the economy were cut back. Plans to export grain in 1925 were abandoned, and plans to import industrial equipment reduced. Credits to industry, and its production and investment plans, were also cut. 79 The three successive crises of 1923-5 were followed in 1926-7 by almost a year of unexpected calm on the grain front, characterized by Gosplan as a period of smooth and stable growth. The 1926 grain harvest was good. As a result of restrictions on the expansion of capital investment, and on the increase in urban demand generally, demand and supply were in equilibrium, and industrial goods were readily available at the official prices. In consequence, the grain collection agencies obtained a substantially increased quantity of grain at much lower prices. One blemish remained. Grain prices rose in the winter of I-925-26, and the prices of livestock and dairy products, sold almost exclusively in the market, were also high. But the prices of industrial crops, such as sugar beet, flax, cotton, and oil seeds, which were fixed by state collection agencies acting on behalf of state industry, were somewhat reduced. In consequence, peasants cultivating these crops reduced, or only slightly increased, their sowings in the spring of I-926. Yields were also low in that year, and a poor harvest followed, see Table I. But to the party leaders this seemed a minor fault, and easily remedied. The lower grain prices after the I-926 harvest were partly intended to put this right. 80 With the restoration of the production of industry and agriculture approximately to their pre-war level, the uneasy relationship between the regime and the peasants appeared in the autumn of I-926 and the early months of I-927 to have acquired a novel stability. Was this a new phase, as the party leaders hoped, or a temporary lull before a storm, as their opponents insisted? Which was the typical situation, I-925, or I-926? Much of the account of the problems of Soviet agriculture in the previous section would have been accepted by all the major groups in the party and among economists in the mid-1920s. Everyone agreed that agriculture was technologically backward and should be modernized, and that marketings were lower than before the war, and should be increased. Although the extent of economic differentiation among the peasants was heatedly debated, no one denied that it was less than before the revolution. And it was obvious to everyone that the maintenance of market equilibrium between industry and agriculture was a difficult and crisis-ridden task. But in spite of this partial agreement on the nature of the problems, there was little agreement among rival groups of politicians and economists about the way forward for Soviet agriculture. The majority of the Politburo, dominated at this time by Bukharin and Stalin, believed that the success of the new economic policy could be maintained. They argued that industrialization could be achieved by developing the internal market, by improving the standard of living of both workers and peasants, and by smoothing and overcoming internal contradictions, not sharpening them, resources for industrialization should be accumulated primarily within the state sector itself. 81. In agriculture, gradualness should remain the watchword. The technical level of individual peasant agriculture should be steadily raised, and simultaneously cooperation among individual peasant households should be encouraged. 82. Within the Politburo majority, different shades of opinion existed, which were soon to become important. Bukharin enthusiastically and passionately stressed the importance of moving towards socialism via market relations. 83. In two famous phrases in 1925 he called upon all the peasants, including the well-to-do and kulak peasants, to enrich themselves, and admitted that we shall move forward at a snail's pace. 84. Stalin, in a letter unpublished at the time, declared that the slogan "enrich yourself" is not ours, it is wrong. Our slogan is socialist accumulation. 85. And in a speech to a party audience in January 1925 he displayed a certain contempt for the peasantry. It is at our side, we are living with it, we are building a new life together with it, whether that's bad or good, together with it. This ally, you know yourselves, is not a very strong one. The peasantry is not as reliable an ally as the proletariat of the developed capitalist countries. But all the same it is an ally, and of all the available allies, it is the only one that is providing and will provide us with direct assistance, receiving our assistance in exchange. 86. In his writings of 1925 and 1926, Stalin also paid much less attention to the market relation with the peasantry, and displayed less understanding of it, than Bukharin. 87. But all the Politburo majority shared a confidence or a complacency about the present and future course of economic policy, which was reinforced by the healthy economic climate after the 1926 harvest. The minority in the party, the left opposition headed by Trotsky in 1923-4, the Leningrad opposition of Zinoviev and Kamina at the end of 1925, and the united opposition of both groups in 1926-7 rejected these optimistic conclusions. They shared a common conviction that the party was suffering a bureaucratic degeneration, and that the confidence of the leaders in the possibility of completing the construction of a socialist society in the isolated Soviet Union was leading them to adapt their policies to the petty bourgeois environment in which they were located. The left held that in economic policies the party was making dangerous concessions to the private traders, and above all to the kulaks. Much more emphasis must be placed on the development of industry. The transformation of agriculture required the prior development of industry, to supply machinery and consumer goods to the peasants. But a policy of industrialization could not succeed without the restoration of party, workers, and Soviet democracy, and the construction of socialism could not be completed without the support of a successful revolution in an advanced country. The bourgeois economists who were associated with Bukharin, and the party economic specialists who were associated with the left opposition, took more extreme positions than the political leaders. Kondratiev, the most influential economist both in Narkomzom and in the People's Commissariat for Finance, Narkomfin, openly if guardedly advocated further economic differentiation in the countryside, 88, and called for a reduction in the insupportable rate of development of industry, a wage freeze in industry, a switch of resources from capital goods to consumer goods industries, a reduction in the excessively heavy burden of taxation on the developing strata of peasant farms, and an increase in imports of consumer goods to meet peasant demand. 89. In contrast to Kondratiev, Chayanov, the head of the Organization and Production School of Agricultural Economists, the so-called Neo-Narodniks, which was the other main focus of bourgeois economic influence in Narkomzom, attached little significance to economic differentiation in the countryside. According to Chayanov, the way forward to socialism was to develop vertical cooperatives, first in marketing and then in agricultural processing, rather than make an immediate attempt to establish horizontal producer cooperatives. I. Kolkhozy. 90. If Kondratiev and his colleagues provided Bukharin in 1925 with the arguments which led the authorities to relax the restrictions on the hiring of labor and renting of land in the countryside, Chayanov bolstered Bukharin's view, expressed in February 1925, that the high road leads along the cooperative line, collective farms are not the main line, not the high road, not the chief path by which the peasant will come to socialism. 91 No bourgeois economists provided such direct inspiration for Trotsky. But Preobrazhensky, a prominent member of the left opposition, was an outstanding economist. In his famous work New Economics he declared that the Soviet Union must pass through a stage of primary socialist accumulation, analogous to the primary accumulation postulated by Marx in his analysis of the rise of capitalism. According to Preobrazhensky, industry could not rely only or mainly on accumulation within the state sector for its expansion, particularly in view of the political and social need, neglected by the Politburo majority, to pay high wages to the industrial workers. Instead, the peasant economy must play a role analogous to that played by the exploitation of pre-capitalist forms of production, including the colonies, in the stage of primary capitalist accumulation. Part of the product or incomes of the small-scale peasant economies, and particularly of the kulaks, must be exploited or alienated by the state. Preobrazhensky, like Trotsky, stipulated that this activity would remain within the framework of the market economy. The peasant's product would be obtained through taxation or price policy, not by the forcible methods of war communism, or by the plunder characteristic of primary capitalist accumulation. 92 Neither Preobrazhensky nor Trotsky anticipated that agriculture would be collectivist in the near future. But a significant disagreement between Preobrazhensky and his Bolsheviks and peasantry in mid-1920s 35 opponents in the party majority about the role of the market appeared in a doctrinal dispute about the operation of the NEP economy. Preobrazhensky argued that the two laws or regulators of the economy, the law of value, roughly equivalent to the law of supply and demand, and the law of socialist accumulation, were in conflict, and could be resolved only by the victory of one regulator or another. His opponents, including Bukharin, argued that while two principles existed, the principle of spontaneity and the planning principle, these principles struggled and cooperated within the framework of the law of value, which would be gradually transformed into a law of labor outlays as planning become predominant. 93 The significance of the dispute was that Preobrazhensky treated the regulatory power of the state exercised through the law of socialist accumulation as in principle independent of the market forces exercised through the law of value rather than operating only through the market. Preobrazhensky was not alone in seeing the market as secondary to the larger goals of state planning. In 1924, Krzyzanowski, chief author of the Goelro Plan for the Electrification of Russia and chairman of the State Planning Commission Gosplan for most of the 1920s, stressed that commodity exchange and currency circulation must be subordinate to the plan. 94 In 1925 Stromilin, a leading economist in Gosplan, insisted on the need to adapt the market environment consciously to our planning efforts. 95 And at the beginning of 1927 he argued, in an introduction to a draft of the 5-year plan, that as the initial coordinates in constructing our plans we can and must take not what can be forecast by a prognosis but what can be programmed by positing it as a goal. 96 Stromilin was in effect refusing to think within the terms of the market economy, or of the principles of planning adopted by the 12-Party Congress in 1923, see 3 above. His plans were only loosely tied in with any possibility of equilibrium on the market, and were correctly castigated by N.R. Kumpfen as risking a break in the link with the peasantry. 97 Several other significant events in the course of the economic year 1926/27 revealed the spread of the tendency to relax the axiom that planning should take place through and not against the market. In February 1927, the Party Central Committee ordered that retail prices of industrial consumer goods should be reduced by 10%. On the prevailing assumption that terms of trade for the peasantry should not deteriorate, the decision was a logical consequence of the reduction in grain prices in the summer of 1926-98. But the success of the price reduction campaign, carried out under the leadership of Mikoyan, the People's Commissar for Trade, at a time when purchasing power was rising rapidly owing to the further expansion of capital investment in the course of 1927, brought prices below the equilibrium position. From the autumn of 1927 onwards, serious shortages of industrial goods resulted. A substantial number of private shops were forcibly closed and some private traders were arrested for speculation. Kuibyshev, chairman of Vysenka, the commissariat in charge of industry, declared in August 1927 that to reduce prices when there is a goods shortage was a very great achievement of the planning principle. 99 In the same month, Vysenka successfully put great pressure on the Politburo to increase the already substantial capital investment plan for industry for the economic year 1927/28. On August 25, the Politburo increased the planned allocation to capital investment from the state budget. 100 Thus at the time of the 1927 harvest, an influential group in the party and in the economic agencies of the state secured the adoption of plans for industrialization which were incompatible with market equilibrium and involved overcoming the market by administrative instructions of a kind which had not been adopted since the end of war communism. This fundamental shift in approach was veiled by loud denials that the framework of policy had changed. Stremlin insisted that his 5-year plan targets were compatible with financial stability and would not put a strain on relations with the peasantry. Mikoyan declared that price reduction had strengthened the ruble and provided a powerful lever for increasing the agricultural surplus disposed of by the peasantry. 101 The increases in investment in industry and in other state expenditures in I-927/28 were implausibly planned to take place without currency inflation. Low 2 Wishful thinking, sometimes amounting to deliberate deception, was much more prominent in Soviet plans and policies than in the immediate past. The complex and controversial question of the causes of the fundamental shift in approach in I-927 lies outside the chronological framework of the present volume. Part of the explanation certainly lies in the intractability of the obstacles in the way of raising resources for industrialization in a predominantly peasant country. But this is not a sufficient explanation. It does not fully explain, for example, the price reductions of I-927, which did not raise resources for industry and harmed relations with the peasants. Factors other than the needs of industrialization as such pressed the leaders towards using administrative measures to achieve a quick solution to their difficulties. The defeat of the Chinese Revolution and the rupture of diplomatic relations with the USSR by the British conservative government both occurred in the spring of I-927, and revealed the extreme isolation of the USSR, thus imparting a sense of urgency to the plans for industrialization. The hopes for a rapid transformation of society which are inherent in revolutionary Marxism led the section of the party majority headed by Stalin to be impatient with the results achieved by the cautious policies of I-925 and I-926. This section of the party leadership was certainly also influenced in a radical direction by the repeatedly stated fears of the united opposition that current moderate policies were endangering the basis of the gains achieved by the revolution. It was in October I-926 that Trotsky called Stalin at a Politburo meeting the gravedigger of the revolution. 103 The one-party system, and the monolithic regime within the party, which was being consolidated by I-927, in themselves encouraged administrative solutions, as did the outlook and methods of work of a large number of party members, acquired in the Civil War and not entirely abandoned afterwards. The apparatus and methods of grain requisition, for example, ceased to be used only in the spring of I-924. Paradoxically, it was before the grain crisis of I-927-8, at a time when the efforts to guide the peasant economy through the market seemed to be succeeding, that the pressures towards administrative methods proved sufficiently strong to begin to overturn the apparently deep-rooted commitment to the market relationship with the peasantry. These changes in approach were still a world apart from the forced collectivization drive of 1929–30. But several significant changes in agricultural policy occurred in the autumn of 192–7. First, the People's Commissariat for Workers and Peasants' Inspection, Rabkrin, headed by Orgenikij, which was in effect an agency of the party, advocated, though without official endorsement as yet, an extremely ambitious plan to double grain yields within 10 years. 104 These plans, while still assuming that the individual peasant economies would continue to dominate agriculture, greatly encouraged confidence that agriculture need not prove a fundamental obstacle to industrialization. Secondly, the policy of conciliating the kulaks and the well-to-do peasants was finally abandoned. The party committed itself to a reinforced offensive against the kulak. Henceforth, efforts to wage a class struggle against the kulaks, with the support of the poor peasants and in alliance with the middle peasants, colored every aspect of party policy in the countryside. 105. Thirdly, greater attention was devoted to the kolkhozy. A Politburo Commission on the kolkhozy established in 1927 under Molotov's chairmanship was later said by Kalinin to have brought about a mental revolution. 1°6 At the 15-Party Congress in December 1927, an addendum to the resolution on work in the countryside, apparently supported by the Politburo and criticized by Bukharin and others, emphasized that at the present period the task of unifying and transforming small individual households into large collectives must be posed as main task. Osnovnaya Zadача of the party in the countryside. 107. This appears to be the first recorded disagreement between Bukharin and the majority of the Politburo in the winter of 1927-8. D. The grain crisis of 1927-8. The conflict between the rival approaches of planning through the market and planning by overcoming the market was soon put to a decisive test. In October-December 1927, peasants sold the official collection agencies only half as much grain as in the same months of 1926. With this amount of grain the towns and the army could not be fed. The peasants were reluctant to sell grain to the official agencies for several reasons. First, the grain harvest in 1927 was several million tons lower than in the previous year, when the weather was more favorable and the yield was high, CP 42 below. Hence the peasants had less grain at their disposal. Secondly, the price offered for grain by the official agencies was low relative to those of industrial crops and meat and dairy products, so it was more advantageous for the peasants to acquire the cash they needed by selling these other products. Moreover, in view of the rapid growth of the urban economy, they also had more opportunity to earn money on seasonal work in the towns. Thirdly, many industrial consumer goods were in short supply, so the peasants were reluctant to convert their grain, which could easily be stored, into cash which they could not use to buy the goods they wanted. Finally, the peasants were in a stronger position than in previous years to resist changes in the terms of trade which were to their disadvantage. Their stocks of cash were higher, and by 1927 they had acquired sufficient basic consumer goods to be prepared to wait for the variety or quality they preferred. 108. The crisis could have been mitigated if the Soviet leaders and their immediate advisers had been more perceptive in the months before the harvest. The shortage of consumer goods was largely due to the substantial reduction in their prices in the spring of 1927, CP 36 above, which was a deliberate decision of the Politburo. Other remedies were also available. An increase in agricultural taxation in 1927 would have compelled the peasants to sell more products in order to obtain more cash. The successful outcome of the harvest of 1926 had induced a dangerous complacency in the authorities. But some factors in the situation could have been brought under control only if the authorities had backed down from their industrialization plans. The shortage of consumer goods was partly due to the increase in purchasing power which resulted from the expansion of industry and of capital construction generally. In other respects, too, the state had much less freedom of maneuver. According to a contemporary survey, the most important factor in peasant reluctance to sell grain was its price relative to those of other agricultural products. 109. This was also the most intractable problem for the authorities. A complicated story lies behind the low official price of grain. In 1925, the official agencies increased the price of grain when peasants were reluctant to sell it. While this solved the grain crisis, it also led in the following year to a decline in the production of industrial crops, CP 31 above. In 1926, the official agencies therefore again reduced the price offered for grain. During the course of these manipulations the prices of meat and dairy products rose steadily, Meat and dairy products were mainly sold on the free market and their prices were therefore outside state control. By 1927 it was clearly to the advantage of the peasants to concentrate on the production and sale of livestock products. A less crude price policy in 1926 might have mitigated these difficulties. But at the end of 1927, the only way in which the state could hope to persuade the peasants to sell more grain to the official agencies was by substantially increasing its official price. This course was rejected. During the similar crisis in the autumn of 1925, the Soviet authorities increased the price of grain and cut their plans for industrialization. Now they kept the price of grain stable and pressed ahead with industrialization. At the beginning of 1928, compulsion was used to obtain grain from the peasants for the first time since 1924, and on a greater scale. Grain was seized with the aid of the so-called extraordinary measures, and, as in RGR 820, the authorities unsuccessfully endeavored to win the support of the mass of the peasantry against the more prosperous peasants, many of whom were put on trial for hoarding grain and profiteering from its sale. This was the beginning of the end of NEP. The right wing of the party, headed by Bukharin, Arikov, the chairman of Sovnarkom, and Omsky, the head of the trade unions, drew the lesson from the grain crisis that the policy errors which led to it must be avoided at all costs in the future, equilibrium on the market must be restored, and industrialization must again fit into the NEP framework. Nearly all the non-party economists supported these conclusions. But other party leaders, such as Koubyshev, Politburo member in charge of industry, and Kaganovich, a close associate of Stalin at party headquarters, took an entirely different view. For them, the policies of I-927 which preceded the grain crisis were not errors, but bold attempts to subordinate market forces to the will of the state. The grain crisis occurred because controls over market spontaneity were not yet adequate, and the extraordinary measures were not a regrettable temporary necessity but a convincing demonstration of the efficacy of administrative methods. The will of the state opposed itself to the conjuncture, i.e. to market trends, Koubyshev declared, and, thanks to all the levers at the disposal of the proletarian state, this conjuncture was broken. 110 In the machinery of government, the balance of forces which existed until I-926 was reversed. Henceforth bold administrative decisions took precedence over delicate adjustments in financial and price policy. Industrialization proceeded at a pace entirely incompatible with the market relationship with the peasantry, and coercion of the peasantry became a permanent feature of Soviet policy. The crisis of the peasant economy, I-928G. The I-928 harvest, like that of I-927, was about 5 million tons less than the post-revolutionary record harvest of I-926. In I-928, the size of the harvest was, as usual, somewhat uncertain. At the time it was reported as slightly below, and in the revised figures as slightly above, that of I-927, see Table I. At all events the growth of grain production had come to a halt. The harvest of the two main food grains, wheat and rye, was particularly poor. According to the revised figures, it amounted to 41.3 million tons against 45.9 in 1927 and 48.6 in 1926. The causes of the poor grain harvests of 1927 and 1928 were complicated. The poor harvest in 1927 was partly a result of the switch of peasant attention away from grain, which was in turn partly a result of the decision of the Soviet authorities to increase the prices of industrial crops relative to those of grain, see 31 above. The area sown to grain, which rose about 5% a year in 1924-6, increased by only 1% in 192-7, while the area sown to industrial crops rose substantially. 111 This slow rate of increase in the sown area was partly, perhaps mainly, a result of the unfavorable price for grain. But it was also due to bad weather which hindered plowing in the autumn of 1926. 112 Moreover, the absolute decline in the harvest was a result of the low grain yield, which in turn was mainly a consequence of the unfavorable weather conditions during the summer of 1927. 113 in the following year 1928, while the grain yield was higher than in 1927, 114 the area sown to grain fell by 2.5 million hectares, 2.6%. 115 on this occasion the decline in sown area seems to have been entirely due to the exceptionally unfavorable weather conditions in the autumn and winter of 1927-8, which destroyed 5.5 million hectares of the autumn sowings in the Ukraine, North Caucasus, and the central Black Earth region. Such catastrophic years for the autumn sowings, the authors of the control figures pointed out, have been shown by meteorologists to occur only once every 30 to 40 years. 116 if these winter killings of autumn sown grain had not occurred, the area sown to grain and the level of grain production in 1928 would have been higher than in the previous year. Autumn sown grain consists entirely of wheat and rye, so the winter killings were also responsible for the decline in food crops in 1928. The effect of government policy on peasant behavior was thus remarkably ambiguous. While the low grain prices of 1926 undoubtedly checked the growth of the area sown to grain in I-927, it is not clear whether the grain difficulties which began in the autumn of I-927 at first discouraged or encouraged the interest of the peasantry as a whole in grain farming. While forced collections at low prices in the grain surplus areas certainly in themselves tended to discourage production, the large increase in the free market price of grain may have acted in the opposite direction, and encouraged peasants to sow grain in the hope of selling part of their product on the free market. Peasants in the grain deficit zone, who now had difficulty in acquiring grain at reasonable prices for their own consumption, were undoubtedly also under economic pressure to grow more of their own grain. The net effect was uncertain, at least as long as a substantial amount of grain could still be sold on the free market. In the spring of I-928 the area sown to industrial crops increased much more rapidly than the area sown to grain, by I-8.6% against 5.7%. But the substantial increase in the area sown to grain in the spring of I-928, after the small increase in the spring of I-927, indicates that peasant interest in grain production had not markedly declined. 117 The poor harvest of I-928 was the occasion for a sharp exchange between the Politburo majority and the emerging right opposition. In the autumn of I-928, Bukharin in his Notes of an Economist referred to the stability and even regress riv grain crops and the weak development riv agriculture in general. 118 and Fromkin wrote, in an unpublished letter circulated to the Central Committee, of stagnation in the countryside and degeneration, degradatsiya, in agriculture generally. 119 Bukharin's notes firmly attributed the main responsibility for the agricultural difficulties to excessive industrialization. The control figures for I-928/29, without mentioning Bukharin or Fromkin by name, sharply commented that in view of the unfavorable weather conditions the reduction in the growth of sown area and gross output in the past year or two cannot be interpreted as degeneration, and drew attention to the continuing growth of draft animals, agricultural machines, and high-grade seed. Moreover, according to the control figures, the increase of marketable crops such as wheat and oats at the expense of crops consumed by the peasant economy itself, such as rye and millet, had now continued for several years, and was an unmistakable sign of progress. It would only be possible to speak of degeneration if the means of production in agriculture and their quality had declined, if the methods of cultivation had deteriorated, and the ratio of different crops had shifted towards naturally, :8ci towards the reduction of the proportion of market crops and the increase of the proportion of consumption crops. L20. In April I-929 Stalin also insisted that party policy could not be blamed for the low harvest of rye and wheat in I-928, which was due to the bad harvest failure in the steppe zone of the Ukraine, frost and drought, and the partial failure in the North Caucasus, the central Black Earth region and the Northwest region. 121 As an account of the immediate reasons for the low harvest of I-928 these excuses seem to be justified. but the occurrence of bad harvests in particular years was not an unlucky accident, but a result of the inherently unstable natural conditions of Russian agriculture, CP2I above. The policy of the Soviet government, which gambled every year that the harvest in the year concerned would be a good one, was inherently unrealistic. 122 Moreover, the official onslaught on those who claimed that agriculture was degenerating was undertaken at the very moment when unmistakable signs of degeneration were beginning to appear. The number of all types of farm animals increased impressively throughout the I-92 OS until the spring of I-928. But between the summer of I-928 and the summer of I-929, for the first time since the Civil War, the number of cattle and pigs declined substantially, the number of sheep and goats ceased to increase, and the number of horses, still substantially below the pre-war level, increased much more slowly than in previous years, see Table 2. While the winter of I-928G was exceptionally severe, this was certainly not the main cause of the decline. Whether the amount of fodder declined in this period was disputed. An Erkomterg specialist claimed that the amount of fodder increased in 1928 and did not deteriorate, except in certain areas, even in 1929/Go.L23. A study by the Central Statistical Administration published in 1930 estimated that the amount of fodder per animal declined in the agricultural year 1927/28, but did not change significantly in 1928/29 and 1929/30. 124 A later study by the Central Statistical Administration, however, estimated that fodder consumption per animal, except in the case of pigs, declined in 1927/28 and 1928/29. 25 The balance of the evidence seems to be on the side of these later estimates. While the consumption of potatoes, root crops, and oil cake for fodder sharply increased in 1928/29, 126 the production of some major fodders was inadequate in several major agricultural areas, 127 and in the USSR as a whole the consumption of grain fodder almost certainly declined in both 1928/29 and 1929/30, 128 Moreover, the amount of mill feed declined as the extraction rates were increased to cope with the bread shortage. Owing to the shortage of grain, and its continuously rising price, the most prosperous peasants in the grain surplus areas stored it rather than feeding it to their animals, while peasants in the grain deficit zone could not obtain enough grain. Some peasants, lacking adequate fodder, or in need of income which they could not obtain from grain, killed and sold their animals. 129 other factors also led peasants to dispose of their animals from the summer of 1928 onwards. With the intensification of the drive against well-to-do and kulak peasants, households which possessed several cows suffered various disadvantages. The rates of agricultural and other taxes were substantially increased, 130 and even peasants with 2 cows were treated less favorably when manufactured and other goods were supplied in return for the sale of milk and dairy products to collection agencies. 131 well-to-do peasants reduced the amount of land they rented from other peasants, in fear of being labeled as kulaks and therefore subject to individual tax assessment. With less land, they had less fodder, and at the same time less need for draft animals to cultivate the land. 132 All this led to the slaughter of animals or their sale to less prosperous peasants. By the end of the economic year 1928/29 an Erkomterg official frankly admitted that the upper well-to-do groups of the peasantry are reducing the number of their animals, and the poor and middle peasants are increasing their holdings, but cannot so far wholly compensate for the declining livestock of the kulak. 133 The decline in animals occurred both in areas where fodder was in short supply, and in areas where it was not. 134 In the economic year 1928/29 investment in animals fell by almost 50%. While implements and machinery made available to agriculture substantially increased in quantity, in consequence of the substantial decline in livestock total gross investment in agriculture also fell absolutely. 135 But the crisis of the peasant economy in 1928 was above all a crisis of the market economy, a crisis due to the increased demand for agricultural products, primarily resulting from increases in state expenditure due to the growing pace of industrialization. In spite of the increases in demand, and the administrative pressure applied by the state to obtain grain, total extra-rural marketings of grain declined in the agricultural year 1928/29. 136 Moreover, the harbingers of future difficulties due to the decline in livestock were already appearing. The amount of milk marketed declined in 1928/29 after rising steadily until that year. Marketed production of butter failed to increase, and exports were reduced. Some increase took place in total food supplies to the market. As a result of the abnormally high slaughter of animals, the amount of meat marketed substantially increased in both 1927/28 and 1928/29, as did the number of hides for the manufacture of leather goods. But the capital stock of the sector of farming was literally being eaten up. For the moment, however, marketed agricultural production, measured in fixed prices, rose by 0% in 1927/28 and 96% in 1928/29, primarily owing to increased sales of meat and industrial crops. 137 These increases in supply were quite insufficient to meet the rapidly growing demand, and in the course of 1928 and 1929 rationing was introduced in the towns for all staple foods. Bread rationing in the winter of 1928-G was followed by sugar and tea rationing during the summer and, beginning with Moscow, by meat rationing in the autumn of 1929. 138 In consequence of the widespread shortages, the general index of the retail prices of agricultural products rose by 86% between October I 92.7, and October I 928, and by a further 6% in the following year, 25.9% in all in the course of 2 years. Prices in the socialized sector rose in this period by 6.2%, while those in the private sector rose by as much as 7.2%. 139 Of all the major foodstuffs, grain was the most scarce. The bazaar price, free market price, for wheat in the grain surplus areas rose much faster than bazaar agricultural prices as a whole, by as much as 289% between September I 927, and September I 929, and the price of rye flour on the private market in the grain deficit zone increased by 354% or 140. The prices paid to the peasant by the collection agencies rose much more slowly. The price of grain increased by only 24.3% between May 1927 and May 1929, and that of all farming products by only 12.1% or 141. A huge gap had opened up between the price of grain on the market and the price the peasant received in the official collections. The rise in state expenditure also resulted in a substantial increase in the demand for peasant labor for non-agricultural purposes from state institutions and enterprises. Between 1927/28 and 1928/29, according to Narkomtrud figures, the total number of Atkodiniki, excluding those going to agriculture, rose by 14.4% from 3,437,000 to 3,932,000. L42 The number of Atkodiniki working in forestry, building, and mining increased particularly rapidly. The number working in industry as such declined, however, partly because of the decline in some of the small-scale artisan industries manufacturing consumer goods in which the Atkodiniki mainly worked, and partly because some of the Atkodiniki transferred to permanent work in the towns. The dynamic censuses for 1927 and 1929 also showed that both the proportion of peasant households engaged in non-agricultural activities in general and the proportion sending labor to work in non-agricultural occupations substantially increased. 143 These developments resulted in a substantial rise in peasant incomes from non-agricultural activities. The proportion of peasant money incomes derived from this source rose only slightly, however, as peasant money incomes from the sale of agricultural products also rose substantially owing to the rise in prices on the free market. Paradoxically, as a result of the rise in state expenditure, rural demand rose more rapidly than urban demand. All peasant extra-rural earnings rose by 12.0% in 1927/28 and are 6.6% in 1928/29, while urban incomes rose by 9.5 and are 0.0% 144. The Soviet authorities attempted to cope with the crisis on the agricultural market by greatly increasing control by the state. The use of administrative measures to obtain grain continued throughout the agricultural year 1928/29, and is discussed on pages 56-60 below. Control by the state was also extended to other agricultural products. Until 1927, most meat was purchased by private traders, or sold directly by peasants to consumers at the bazaars. Between 1927 and 1929, the role of the socialized sector in meat and other agricultural purchases greatly increased. 145 The coercion used against the peasants for the grain collections was not yet applied to meat and other products. But by the spring of 1929 meat collections were beginning to appear on the agenda of party committees together with the grain collections. At the 16-party conference, Eek, the Siberian party secretary, reported that Siberia supplied 19,000 tons of meat in March 1929 as compared with only 700 tons in March 1928, but Comrade Mikoyan incessantly demands that we should collect in more and more. 146 Administrative control over peasant production was developing into a system. Simultaneously, private retail outlets for the sale of foodstuffs and manufactured goods in the countryside were closed or transferred to the state in large numbers. Owing to the disappearance of private shops, the total number of retail outlets declined in both town and country. 147 Private retail trade, measured in current prices, fell from 36% of all trade in 1926/27 to 13.5% in 1928/29. 148 Discriminatory taxation, high grain collection quotas, and other state measures were used to restrict the agricultural activities of the most prosperous peasant households. From the beginning of 1928, the removal of excess land from kulak households was authorized, and was frequently practiced in the North Caucasus and some other areas. 149 As a result of all these measures, and the consequent lack of any incentive to improve their economies, the upper peasant groups declined both in numbers and in economic strength. The number of households in the grain surplus areas sowing more than I-76 hectares declined from 381,000 to 9% of all households, in I-927 to 257,000, 18%, in I-929, while their gross grain production fell from 10.2% of the total grain supplied in these areas to 5.8%, and their marketed grain production from 2ji to Q0% 150. The amount of livestock held by the upper groups also sharply declined, CP 46 above. A further consequence of the pressure by the state on the more prosperous peasants was that between I-927 and 1929 the number of contract workers employed by individual peasant households fell sharply, from I-067,000 to 649,000. 151 The number of day workers somewhat increased, 152, but the number of days worked per person declined substantially. 153 If these figures are at all accurate, the total amount of labor hired by individual households substantially declined. Growing restrictions on the more prosperous individual peasants were matched by measures to encourage the expansion of the socialized sector of agriculture through the establishment of SOV. HOSI, primarily on unused or little-used land, and the organization of individual peasant households into kolkhozy. Grain production by the socialized sector rose from I-4 million tons in I-927 to I-8 million tons in I-928, and its capital investment rose dramatically, from 4% off total agricultural investment in I-926/27 to 62% in I-927/28 and I-27% in I-928/29. 154 loans made to the socialized sector of agriculture to assist production credits, rose from 345 million rubles in I-927/28 to 437 millions in I-928/29, while those to individual peasant households declined from 274 to 215 million. 155 These first steps in the heroic effort to solve the crisis by developing socialist agriculture are further discussed on pp. I-09-I2 below. F. The regime and the countryside. The new policies of I-928G involved an unprecedented degree of intervention by the party and state authorities in the affairs of the countryside. Even during the Civil War, the authorities were mainly concerned with obtaining grain and other agricultural products from the peasants, and made little attempt to reorganize agriculture, but in I-928G they sought both to obtain agricultural products and simultaneously to begin the socialization of the peasant economy. This section considers how far a political and administrative basis for these endeavors had been established by the end of the I-920s. The pre-revolutionary Bolshevik Party was overwhelmingly an urban organization. On the eve of the revolution, only 494 peasants belonged to the Bolshevik Party, and before I-9-I7 only 4 rural party cells existed. 156 Much progress was made in the first decade after the revolution, but the party remained overwhelmingly urban. On October I-928, out of I-36000 party members or candidate members, I-98000, I-45%, were peasants or agricultural workers by present occupation. 157 in all. The rural cells included 293,000 members and candidates on Juli I-928, 158 Those members who were not peasants were primarily government employees or industrial workers. 159 in I-928 There was thus only one peasant party member in every I-25 peasant households, and one rural party member per 420 rural inhabitants. The comparable figures were 1 in 10 for urban workers and 1 in 25 for urban inhabitants. Only 20,700 rural party cells existed on July I-928, while over % of these were in the villages. There was only one cell for every 4 village soviets, and each village soviet included several rural settlements. See Volume 2, pages 34-5. As Carr remarked, many villages can never have seen a communist except in the guise of an occasional visiting official. 160 In addition to the 293,000 party members, a million peasants and other young persons living in the countryside belonged to the Komsomol. 161 The young communists were thus the most substantial group of rural citizens frankly acknowledging support for the regime. Records for Komsomol membership in the countryside were not reliable, and membership was unstable and often ill-educated, but even according to the official statistics only one rural inhabitant in every IOO belonged to the party or Komsomol, on average 2 persons in every rural settlement. Moreover, membership of the party and the Komsomol did not imply unhesitating support for the new party policies. A year after the launching of the campaign against right-wing influences in rural party organizations which followed the Smolensk scandal in I-928, the Central Party authorities still frequently complained of the unreliability of rural party members. It is precisely among rural communists most subject to the influence of petty bourgeois spontaneity, wrote Pravda in May I-929, that it is often possible to meet opponents of the rapid development of Kolkhozy and Sovkhozy, principled supporters of the free development of peasant economy, defenders of peaceful coexistence with the kulak, people who do not see classes in the countryside. 162. Other sources of support for the regime in the countryside are less tangible. Support was probably strongest among the 500,000 rural inhabitants employed in factories and the GUOOO employed on the railways. 500,000 employees of governmental and other establishments also lived in the countryside, and party membership among this group was relatively high. 163 The incomes of all state employees depended upon their service to the regime. Nevertheless, their attitude was not unambiguous. According to a survey in 1929, the majority of rural teachers, the largest single group of rural employees, were of peasant origin. The author complained that a considerable part are standing aside from the new policies in the countryside. L64X Red Army men were an important influence in favor of the regime. These were a substantial group, apart from those who served in the Red Army during the Civil War. Some 18,000 peasants were conscripted into the Red Army annually. During their period of service, they were subject to systematic political education. Many joined the party or the Komsomol, and many ex-Red Army men occupied leading positions in Volast and village Soviets. 165 Nevertheless, the regime did not succeed during the 1920s in establishing in the villages themselves a party or Soviet organization capable of acting as an effective counterweight to the mere party cells, as we have seen, did not exist in most villages. And in spite of considerable efforts, the village Soviet remained a weak organization, with less influence with the peasants than the mere, and with small financial powers. Even in 1929-30, less than half the village Soviets had their own budget, the remainder being dependent on the district, or Volast where this still existed, for their funds. 166 Culturally, too, the influence of the Soviet regime in the countryside was weak. Newspapers and periodicals were sent into the countryside in increasing quantities in the 1920s, and great efforts were made to adapt them to the interests and understanding of the peasants. But many peasants were illiterate. Most, perhaps, did not read easily. Circulation WA, in any case small in comparison with the magnitude of the problem. 167 Kaganovich complained that at the end of 1929 there were only 13,000 reading huts in the RSFSR, and 5 times as many churches. 168 According to the population census of December 1926, over 6,000 full-time priests and other religious servitors were still employed in the countryside at that time, nearly one for every village Soviet, and religious holidays, including as many as 65 days in the course of the summer, were still observed everywhere. 169 The private rural tea room, chinaya, not to mention the illicit still, was certainly a more regular meeting place than the reading hut. An impassioned article in the peasant newspaper castigated the tea rooms as real clubs for Kulak agitprop, where decisions were taken to disrupt rural meetings. 170 Thus in the late 1920s the Soviet regime was for most peasants still an alien and external force. It had established rural Soviets, and rural party organizations, which began to exercise some influence on the peasants, supported by the rural Komsomol and the ex-Red Army men, and, sometimes half-heartedly, by the million or so workers and employees of state enterprises and institutions in the countryside, but it had not seriously undermined the influence of the traditional organizations in the countryside. It had also developed land consolidation agencies, agricultural cooperatives, and other organizations, mainly based in the towns, which worked with the mere and gradually improved the organization and efficiency of the peasant economy within the framework of market incentives. But the organizations established by the Soviet regime in the villages were utterly inadequate, in numbers, in the quality of their personnel, and in the material resources at their disposal, to persuade the peasants to accept voluntarily the replacement of the market by grain collections at fixed prices, and the replacement of their family farm by the kolkhoz. The new policies launched in 1928 and 1929 could be carried out only by reinforcing rural Soviet and party organizations with a massive influx from the towns of officials, industrial workers and young people, and of soldiers and police. Chapter 2. The Grain Collections of 1929. A. The Grain Crisis of 1928-29. The grain collections following the 1928 harvest were a failure. In the agricultural year July 1928 to June 1929, total grain collected amounted to 8 million tons, less than in each of the previous 2 years, see Table 8a. The decline in Central East collections was even greater, only 83 million tons were received as compared with 10.1 in 1927/28. Central East collections were particularly small in 1928/29 because part of the responsibility for the collections was transferred to local authorities, who were permitted to undertake larger decentralist collections than in the previous year. But even the reduced plan for Central East collections was not fully carried out. 2. The most serious shortage was of food grains. Total collections declined by 20%, see Table 8b. The decline was partly due to the bad harvest in the southern part of the European USSR in 1928. Grain collections in the Ukraine and the North Caucasus in 1928/29 were less than half those in the previous year, and the gap was filled only by an enormous increase in collections from elsewhere, particularly from the Urals and Siberia. 3. But the overriding problem was the absence of adequate material incentives to the peasant to part with his grain. The average price paid for grain by the private purchaser over the year 1928/29 as a whole was double that paid by the official collection agencies. 4. Only strong action by the authorities enabled even the smaller collections of 1928/29 to be obtained at official prices. In the Ural-Siberian method of grain collections, launched early in I-929, the General Village Assembly of Peasants, the Skod, was persuaded to agree that all grain surpluses in the village should be sold to the official agencies. Specific firm individual quotas, tverditsadniya, were imposed on kulaks by the Skod, with sanctions if they refused. 5. The Ural-Siberian method thus aimed at obtaining mass support from poor and middle peasants for the additional grain collections and for struggle against the kulak. The Skods sometimes lasted all day or finished late at night. 6. But there is little evidence of solid peasant support, much of peasant resistance. Some mass peasant protest demonstrations took place in Siberia at this time. 7. Rykov voted against the Ural-Siberian method at the Politburo, condemning it as extraordinary measures of the worst type. 8. These methods of social pressure were intensified in the spring of I-929. The majority of the Politburo, after what Kalinin described as very heated discussion, rejected proposals from Rykov to import grain, and decided instead to obtain additional grain from the kulaks. Kalinin explained that not even the import of 2,000 tons undertaken in I-928 could be repeated in I-929, as all available foreign currency was needed for the purchase of capital equipment. 9. To obtain additional grain in the last few months of the agricultural year, Skods were encouraged to allocate quotas to households based on their wealth. The courts imposed fines on recalcitrant peasants for failure to deliver grain, including the piatokratka, a fine equal to up to 5 times the value of the grain not supplied. Those who refused to hand over their grain were frequently boycotted. Culprits were banned from making purchases at the village cooperative and expelled from machine associations. 10. Grain collection commissions appointed by the Skod, in which poorer peasants were supposed to predominate, were nominally responsible for undertaking all these measures. 11. The notorious Art. 107 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR was widely applied against hoarders of grain at this time. 12. This provided that those guilty of deliberate increases in the prices of commodities by buying them up, concealing them or not putting them on the market could be sentenced to up to 3 years deprivation of freedom with full or partial confiscation of property. 13. Some kulaks were arrested as disruptive elements. About 1,500 were affected by a decision of the Central Volga Regional Party Committee on May 20, 1929, that kulak counter-revolutionary elements should be removed. 14. On June 19, 1929, the North Caucasus Regional Committee, seeking the last remnants of grain from the 1928 harvest, ruled that recalcitrant kulaks were to be exiled from their villages and deprived of their land allotments. This brutal measure, frankly described by the committee as an exemplary curb on the kulak, primerno obuzdani kulaka, was veiled in democratic form and due legal process. The appropriate resolution was to be put through meetings of poor peasants and scodes on the basis of initiative from below. The kulak was then to be exiled by the court on the basis of art. 107 and to be deprived of his land by the Land Society, the Mir, and the Land Commission on the grounds that he had cultivated the land badly, and failed to carry out the agro-minimum, and an obligatory resolution. The last phrase presumably referred to the failure of a kulak to hand over grain to the authorities as required by the resolution of the Scode. For the moment the scope of the action was restricted, only kulaks who had been caught with concealed grain were to be exiled, and the numbers involved were not to exceed 1 or 2 per stanitsa. 15. While the press accounts usually referred to those punished as kulaks, they were often simply described as deliberate concealers of grain. 16. An important feature of the collection campaign of I-928/29 was that the village community as a whole was increasingly assumed to be collectively responsible for the supply of grain. Contracts, already widely used for industrial crops, cp. I-3 above, were used for grain for the first time in I-928. In the collections after the I-928 harvest, only 66% of grain was obtained through contracts. 17 contracts for the I-929 harvest were signed for the autumn sowings of I-928 and the spring sowings of I-929 while the collections from the I-928 harvest were proceeding. They covered as much as a fifth of the whole area sown to grain, and considerable efforts were made, from the summer of I-928 onwards, to sign them with territorially contiguous households, primarily for continuous land masses, including sown areas for particular crops, in whole settlements and settlement groups. 18. By the spring of I-929, contracts were usually signed with groups of peasants, either with simple production associations formed specially for contract purposes, or with the Mirs themselves. L9 While the contracts did not formally affect the collections from the I-928 harvest, they undoubtedly served, in the villages where the campaign was effective, as a powerful reinforcement of the Ural-Siberian method, which was also directed towards involving the Mir and the Skod in responsibility for the grain collections. In the grain collections of the spring of I-929, sanctions were sometimes employed against a whole village. In Siberia, consumer cooperative societies were threatened that their supplies would be cut off if the collections from the village as a whole did not improve. 20. The grain crisis both reflected and reinforced the tensions produced on the market by the repressed inflation which accompanied the rapid expansion of the producer goods industries and of capital construction. The reduction in the amount of grain collected in 1928/29 was accompanied by a continuous rise in the price of grain, primarily due to the increasing purchasing power both of the urban population and of peasant consumers of grain and its products. To cope with the shortage, bread rationing was introduced, first in Leningrad and Moscow, then in provincial towns. Barley and maize were mixed with the wheat and rye, and the milling standard was lowered. 21. B. The collection plan for the 1929 harvest. On the eve of the harvest of 1929, most published comments by party leaders about the grain situation acknowledged its gravity. Mikoyan pointed out to the Moscow Party Committee that the problem of supplying food to the urban workers had already continued for 2 years, moving from season to season and product to product. 22. Surtsov, recently appointed as chairman of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR in place of Rykov, warned an RSFSR conference of Kolkhozy that the grain problem would continue for a number of breakthrough years, in which difficulties and disproportions will appear in the process of growth. 23. In contrast, Kalinin alone among the party leaders at this time played down the extent of the difficulties. Extolling the success of the authorities in cutting grain consumption and of the Sovkhozy and Kolkhozy in increasing their deliveries, he rashly declared, "We have enough grain, the question of grain collections is already solved, the worst to be expected was an occasional famine year." 24. Kalinin was careful to explain that this was his personal view, and not yet the official opinion of the government, and a fortnight later Surtsov, without explicitly mentioning Kalinin, rejected such complacency, it would of course be completely wrong to think and hope that grain difficulties have now finished and that in future everything will go smoothly. 25. Frankness about present difficulties did not inhibit complacent optimism about the future. All public statements concurred that in the longer term the expanding socialized sector of agriculture would supply a stable and rapidly increasing amount of grain. 26. And the Soviet leaders were confident, at least in their public statements, that the immediate difficulties could be dealt with by rallying the poor and middle peasants against the kulaks. Growing resistance by kulaks was seen as the heart of the grain problem. At the Central Committee plenum in April 1929, Stalin claimed that a series of good harvests had enabled the kulak to accumulate enough capital by 1927 to be able to maneuver on the market and to hold grain in reserve. Kulak resistance to the grain collections formed part of the general resistance of the capitalist elements to the socialist offensive against them. According to Stalin, 500 million PUDs, 82 million tons, were required annually by the towns, industry, the Red Army and by areas specializing in industrial crops, and of these 350 million, 49-57 million tons, were provided by spontaneous flow, Samotek. The remaining 150 million, 25 million tons, had to be obtained by organized pressure on the kulaks and the well-to-do strata, by mobilizing the poor and middle peasant masses against the kulak class and organizing their voluntary support for the measures of Soviet power to increase the grain collections, following the example of the Ural-Siberian method. 27. Stalin's view that a large part of marketed grain was supplied by a minority of peasant households seems to have been justified, see p. 27 above. But he underplayed the awkward fact that much of this grain came not from kulaks but from well-to-do middle peasants, and his assumption that the majority of poor and middle peasants could be mobilized to cooperate voluntarily with the grain collections, insofar as it was not a smokescreen to disguise a general offensive against the economic interests of the peasantry as a whole, was a grave miscalculation. In his speech at the plenum, Stalin implicitly admitted that reluctance to supply grain to the state was not confined to the kulak and the well-to-do peasant. He drew attention to the dual nature of the middle peasant, aptly citing Lenin from the period of war communism. Dictatorship of the workers to the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The peasant as a seller of grain is pulled towards the bourgeois, towards free trade, i.e. back to normal, old, primordial capitalism. 28. Stalin praised the method of contracts, as a result of which the direct supply of industrial products and machinery to the middle and poor peasants by the state in return for grain and other agricultural products was replacing trade at free prices. 29. But, as will be shown later, see pages 79 to 81 below, these arrangements were largely ineffective, and Stalin made no attempt to estimate or even consider the losses suffered by the peasant from the system of compulsory grain collections at nominal prices. Much evidence had already accumulated that as a result of the grain collections the middle peasant was being pulled not towards the state, but towards the kulak. In March 1929 Mikoyan admitted at a North Caucasian party conference, in spite of the political authority of the party in the countryside, the kulak in the economic sphere is more authoritative, his farm is better, his horse is better, his machines are better, and he is listened to on economic matters. The middle peasant, walking through the village, sees that the kulak has a well-furnished home, good horses, a good harvest, a ketlecht, a well-fed and healthy family. Then he sees the poor peasant farm, a poor hut, bad land, useless horses. And it is understandable that the middle peasant leans towards the economic authority of the kulak. And his authority will be strong as long as we have no large kolkhozy. 30. In the following month, at the 16-party conference, Surtsov reported that campaigns for grain contracts had encountered strong resistance from the kulak, sometimes supported by part of the poor and middle peasantry, and had resulted in one of the most serious mass excesses, including demonstrations and protest meetings. 31. A few weeks later he referred to the stagnation, lack of understanding and prejudices of particular strata of the peasantry, and to insufficient understanding and lack of confidence in the plans of the proletariat on the part of the mass of batraks, poor peasants and middle peasants, only gradually will the iron logic of facts do its job and transform the conservative thought of the peasantry. 32 In the Rural Party Journal, Baumann, a Central Committee secretary particularly concerned with peasant questions, admitted that the grain question was at the center of the attention of the worker and peasant masses, dominated all political discussions in factories and villages, and resulted in a number of confusions, waverings and vacillations among peasants and some workers and party members. 33 In the same journal, a party spokesman on the grain collections admitted that since 1928 the kulak has begun to hold on to the grain more tenaciously and has used every possibility of inciting even groups of the peasant population which are non-kulak, but are close to the kulak, to do the same. 34 For Stalin and his close associates, however, it was axiomatic that firmness and good organization could overcome kulak resistance and win over the mass of poor and middle peasants. In those places where we broke kulak resistance after demonstrations, Surtsov reported from Siberia, we observed that a strong flow of grain immediately began, as if a cork had been removed. 35 In preparing the grain collection plan for 1929, the party leadership thus acted on the assumption that the Ural-Siberian method and the method of contracts, which would make the Mir collectively responsible for supplying grain, would rally the poor and middle peasants against the kulak, secure larger grain collections and strengthen the position of the regime in the countryside. The confidence of the leaders in their policy towards the peasants was encouraged by optimistic forecasts of the 1929 harvest, or it is more accurate to say that optimistic forecasts were made of the harvest because they were essential to the confidence of the leaders. In June, Mikoyan reported that the total area sown for the 1929 harvest was 6% higher than that of the previous year. The increase in sowings in the spring of 1929 had more than made up for the decline of sowings in the previous winter, so the harvest should be satisfactory. 36 According to statements by the party leaders, the area sown by Sovkhazy and Kolkhazy increased by as much as 30% and, contrary to expectations, even the area sown by individual peasants increased by 3 or 4%. The additional sowings by poor and middle peasants more than compensated for the reduction in sowings by kulaks. 37 This optimism was confirmed by the first announcements of the expected harvest from Soviet politicians. 38 On August 2, an unpublished report from the Central Statistical Administration estimated that the 1929 harvest would amount to 76.5 million tons, as against 72.3 million in I-928. This increase of 8% was derived, after an adjustment downwards, from an increase in yield by 1% and in sown area by as much as 5 feet 5 inches %. In the Russian Republic the yield was expected to decline by 6.3%, but this was more than compensated by an estimated increase of over 30% in the Ukraine, where the weather was much more favorable than in I-928. 39 A harvest of this magnitude would certainly have been a significant achievement. The target set for the I-929 harvest in the previous autumn, and believed by many to be extravagantly optimistic, was an increase of 10% to 8.4 million tons. 4d But the reliability of the harvest estimates was challenged behind the scenes. Groman apparently forecast a low harvest in a report to the Central Statistical Administration in the spring of I-929, and later objected to the official claim that yields had increased. 41 The yield estimate for the RSFSR predicted by its Central Statistical Administration on the basis of reports from peasant correspondents on August I-929, was 3% lower than on the same date in I-928. 42 According to Kimuev, who was in general charge of the collections, the grain fodder balance prepared by the expert council of the Central Statistical Administration at the beginning of September I-929, with Groman's participation, and presumably based on these predictions, also took a pessimistic view of the harvest prospects, and was rejected by the Central Party authorities. 43 It was particularly criticized for its estimate that the I-929 harvest of food grains would be lower than that of I-928. 44 The pessimism of Groman and the expert council eventually proved to be justified. On September 22, The annual control figures presented by Gosplan to Sovnarkom estimated the harvest at 76.3 million tons 45, this did not differ substantially from the August 2 estimate. But in due course this figure was revised downwards, first to 73.3 and then to 7.7 million tons. The I-929 harvest was therefore finally assessed not at 8% higher than in I-928, but at 2% or lower. For the output of food grains fell even more, and was some 5% or lower than in I-928. The over-optimistic official assessment of the prospects for the harvest which prevailed until late in September I-929 was not an accidental error. Ever since I-92 the size of past, present and future grain harvests had been the subject of bitter debate. The Central Statistical Administration and Narkomzum, whose harvest estimates were more cautious, tended to the view that agriculture would grow slowly and that the rapid development of industry was impossible. Gosplan, whose harvest estimates were more optimistic, tended to argue that agriculture was not a serious obstacle to industrialization, which must proceed at a rapid pace. In the early I-92 the Central Statistical Administration consistently underestimated present and future grain production. By I-926, however, the official harvest estimates, made under strong Gosplan influence, were consistently exaggerated. A year later, at the end of I-927, Gosplan was itself outflanked by the party-dominated Rabkrin, the People's Commissariat for Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, headed by Orjonikij and supported by Stalin. Rabkrin claimed that a rapid increase in yields and sown area was possible, and in December I-928 secured the approval of TSIK and Sovnarkom for a plan to increase grain yields by 35% in the course of 5 years. 48 The optimum version of the first 5-year plan approved in the spring of I-929 proposed that grain production should be as much as 106 million tons in I-933, as compared with 73 million tons in I-928, while extra-rural marketed production would be I-96 against 8 million tons. 49 In the summer of I-929 the party leaders insisted that the bourgeois experts and right-wing communists who resisted their optimistic calculations and plans were reflecting the interests of social classes hostile to socialism, an argument used against opposition ever since Lenin's attack on the workers' opposition in March 1921. After the dispute about the 1929 harvest, Molotov condemned Menshevik SR influences in grain statistics, attributing them to bourgeois Kulak ideologists in the center and the localities. 50 Molotov particularly condemned Groman, one of the principal defenders of the rejected grain fodder balance, and at the same conference Orjonikij also attacked Groman more politely, but equally vigorously, for his most dangerous and harmful ideology. 51 These criticisms were followed by an outright condemnation of the methods used for compiling the grain fodder balances on which calculations of grain surpluses were supposed to depend. Milyutin, chairman of the Central Statistical Administration, rejected Groman's bankrupt predictions on the grounds that they underestimated both the yield and the gross production of the I-929 harvest. 62 Estimates of grain yields by voluntary peasant correspondents were held to be generally much too low. Checks by threshing and milling on the spot in 5 okrugs were reported to have revealed a yield of winter wheat between I-8 and 54% or above that reported by their statistical departments. 63 The peasant correspondents were condemned as to a considerable extent socially alien elements. 64 And it was urged that they should be replaced by peasants from the activists, and by former Red Army men. 66 The harvest was expected to be not only substantially larger in quantity in I-929 than in I-928, but also more favorably located geographically from the point of view of the grain collections. In I-928, the harvest was bad in the major grain surplus areas. In I-929, the forecasts for these areas were particularly good. 66 Buttressed by these optimistic assessments of the harvest, in the summer of I-929 the Soviet leaders were confident that they could curb the kulak and win the support or at least the acquiescence of the mass of the peasantry. In this atmosphere they proceeded to force through an ambitious grain collection plan. The plan was not published until the campaign was almost complete. They were not confident enough to do that, but partial plans published in June indicated that Central-East collections, including the milling levy, would amount in all to about I2 million tons, 30% or higher than in the previous year. 67 This figure was evidently maintained unchanged for some time, 68 but on August 20, 1929, a further unpublished decision of Stowe approved a higher figure of 13.3 million tons, 69 Some time later, the plan was further increased to 13.923 million tons. 60 This substantial increase in the grain collections as compared with 1928/29 was to be obtained without any increase in the general level of prices paid to the peasant by the collection agencies. 61 The authorities found particular grounds for satisfaction in the high level of what were termed the organized collections. These were to provide 60% of the total collection, as compared with 28% in 1928/29, and included the items shown in the table below, in million tons. Milling levy, Central-East collection from grain surplus areas, Sovkhazy contracts with Kolkhozy contracts with individual peasants. Total from contracts. Total organized collections. Collections as compared with only 66% in 1928/29. 62 In the contracts for the I-929 harvest, the obligations of the peasant to supply grain were much more stringent than the counter-obligations of the authorities to the peasant. Money advances, the main material inducement to the peasant, were no longer automatically included in the contract. In the spring of I-929, contracts relating to 6.5 out of the total contracted land of I-5 million hectares involved no money advances. 63 The contracts no longer restricted the authorities to taking a fixed amount of grain. In August, Mikoyan reported that in some regions whole villages and districts had agreed to hand over not merely stipulated quantities of grain, but all marketed grain, within 2 months of the harvest. 64 Encouraged by confidence in their own increasing powers, spurred on by their anxiety to overcome the grain crisis, the authorities endeavored to carry out this much more ambitious plan in a much briefer period. In the 2 previous years, grain collections continued throughout the agricultural year. In 1929, the sense of urgency of the authorities grew throughout the summer. Sovnarkom directives on June 8 called for maximum fulfillment in the first 6 months of the campaign. July-December, 65 6 weeks later, a Central Committee resolution called for the completion of the campaign in the southern part of the USSR by January I-930 and elsewhere by February. 66 On September I, an editorial in Pravda, perhaps repeating the unpublished Stowe decision of August 20, called for the completion of the entire campaign by January I-67 by speeding up the collections. The authorities evidently intended to secure the grain before it could be sold on the free market in substantial quantities, and to prevent the more prosperous peasants from holding on to their grain till the spring in the expectation of even higher free market prices. From the beginning of the campaign, the party press stressed the importance of freeing the local authorities from the troublesome business of the collections well in time for the spring sowing campaign. 68 And a Pravda editorial of September I-5 explained that with the completion of the collections in January, the party, Soviet and cooperative organizations, and the numerous volunteers who were conducting the campaign would be transferred to assisting the drive for collectivization. 69 These ambitious plans were not accepted without some active resistance from the agencies and officials concerned with the campaign. At the level of the Politburo, opposition was effectively silenced. At the plenum of the party's Central Committee in November I-929, Mikoyan emphasized the clear and unhesitating line of conduct in the leadership of the grain collections, which he contrasted with the situation in the previous year, when the hands of the party were tied to some extent by the vacillation and opposition of right-wing members of the Politburo. 70 Among the central government agencies, only the expert council of the Central Statistical Administration openly resisted the collections plan. They apparently argued, in line with their assessment of the harvest, that total collections in I-929/30 should be lower than in I-928/29. 71 Skepticism was more widely expressed by local party committees and government agencies in the course of fixing the local grain plans, which were often referred to as quotas. Pravda reported that when they received the monthly breakdown of the plans, the local authorities declared in unison that both the annual and the monthly plans were exaggerated. Such declarations are still to be heard now. The Ukraine in particular objected to its annual plan and demonstrated that the monthly plan is also exaggerated, especially for food crops. 72 In the Urals, the regional grain fodder balance drawn up by the local statistical administration purported to show that insufficient grain surpluses were available. 73 Some okrugs also objected to their quotas. In Zaporozhye in the Ukraine, the Bureau of the Okrug Party Committee told both the Ukrainian Central Committee and its own district committees that 70 to 75% of the quota would have to come from poor and middle peasants, and that this might leave them without sufficient seed and would not leave a single kilogram of grain for sale to the local population. 74 In the North Caucasus, the Terek Okrug Party Committee kept up its objections to the quota for 3 months. 75 Resistance was put down very firmly. At the top level, no vacillation was permitted to show itself. Molotov later reported with pride that none of the right-wing leaders was sent to the countryside as a plenipotentiary of the Central Committee during the campaign. 76 Statisticians and economic experts who were unwilling to produce grain fodder balances which would accommodate a high level of grain collections were ferociously condemned. Leading statisticians and agricultural experts, both nationally and locally, were systematically excluded from office. In October, the malleable Milyutin was appointed chairman of the Expert Council of the Central Statistical Administration. Groman was excluded, and several Rabkrin officials were appointed. 77 This phase of the process culminated in the subordination of the Central Statistical Administration to Gosplan at the end of I-929. 78 Similar treatment was meted out to local party officials. Thus, after the Zaporozhye Okrug Party Bureau objected to its grain quota, the Ukrainian Central Committee removed both the Okrug Party Secretary and the chairman of the Okrug Trade Department. 79 Management of the campaign. Nerkomturg, and Mikoyan as People's Commissar for Trade, continued to be in charge of the whole campaign, and no major change was made in the formal division of responsibilities between the various grain collection agencies, which was considered generally satisfactory. 80 Soyuz Club, the grain collecting agency of Nerkomturg, collected grain from the Sovkhazi and the milling levy from everybody. The grain cooperatives under Globotcentr, Vyukospolka in the Ukraine, were primarily responsible for collecting grain due under contracts from the kolkhozy and from the production associations of the individual peasants, but also had the right to collect grain from peasants not under contract in the vicinity of its own elevators and mills, the consumer cooperatives. Under Centrosoyuz, Selgospodar in the Ukraine, collected primarily from the unorganized individual peasants, particularly those in remoter places. 81 The responsibilities of the three major agencies were streamlined. With the intention of eliminating competition, Soyuz Club was designated as the sole ultimate recipient of all the grain collected by the other agencies. 82 And the remoter collection points of Soyuz Club and the Central East collection points of the agricultural and consumer cooperatives were closed down. 83 On July 29, 1929, an elaborate resolution of the Central Committee called for increased and more systematic participation in the campaign by the party and other organizations. Exhorting them to strain their efforts to the maximum, it authorized party organizations to play a direct part in preparing local quotas and checking local grain fodder balances, and also announced that the necessary number of comrades would be allocated to permanent work in local collection agencies in the main grain areas, and that special groups of senior party officials would check the work of the agencies. The resolution also called for more active participation by the Komsomol and the trade unions. 84. The authorities called for a determined effort to provide every village with a specific grain quota. 85. This had already been attempted during the previous campaign, but in practice villages did not as a rule actually receive precise quotas until the end of the calendar year. 86. In 1929, arrangements were accelerated. In July, Narkomturg set about providing a precise monthly quota for every sovkhoz and kolkhoz, and for those groups of individual peasants which had signed grain contracts. 87 In the following month, the plans for the organized sector were incorporated into the General Grain Collection Plan, approved by STO on August 20, CP 68 above, which set specific quotas for each of the main grain regions. 88 Great efforts were made, through both Narkomturg and party channels, to ensure that the regions quickly divided up these quotas among their okrugs, the okrugs among the districts, and the districts among the villages. 89 A telegram from Mikoyan, published on September 3, instructed the trade departments in the main grain areas to make sure that the plans reached the villages by September 10. 90 While the quotas were an absolute minimum requirement, local authorities were not expected to treat the quota as a maximum. The obligation on kolkhozy, and on some peasants under contract, to supply all their grain surpluses to the authorities was soon extended, at least in principle, to all individual peasants. A circular of VTSIK of the RSFSR dated September 9, 1929, instructed regional executive committees to achieve the full inclusion of all marketable surpluses of the grain of peasant households in the campaign. 91 This implied that peasants had no right to sell any grain on the market even if they had met their quota. The various decrees and instructions also insisted that the mass of the peasantry was to be persuaded to participate actively in the discussion of the grain quotas. The Central Committee resolution of July 29, 1929, declared that the rural population, Obshcheственnost, must from the very beginning of the campaign be mobilized round the planned quotas for particular districts and villages, and to do this it is necessary among other measures to adopt the approach that the grain collection plan of the village is discussed by general meetings of citizens, i.e. by the SCODE. 92 The systematic effort to secure approval of the village grain quota by the SCODE became a major feature of the campaign. This was supplemented by the establishment in the RSFSR of commissions to assist the grain collections, comsids, with wide powers, made up of peasant members elected at the SCODES and attached to the village Soviets. 93 All this systematized the Ural-Siberian method of the previous campaign on a national scale, with the aim of conferring legitimacy on the collections and unifying the mass of the peasantry against the kulak. Even the most enthusiastic supporters of the campaign did not suppose that improved planning and management would be sufficient in themselves to prize the grain from the peasants. Strong material incentives were needed, and in particular the generous supply of industrial goods in return for grain. In the previous campaign, substantial quantities of industrial goods were distributed in the countryside, but until the second half of the agricultural year the supply of goods was not directly dependent on the delivery of grain. 94 The Central Committee Resolution of U1Y29 announced that in July-September 1929 the state would increase the supply of industrial goods and agricultural implements by as much as 38% or above the July-September 1928 level. 95 In addition, supplies to the countryside from local industry and from artisan cooperatives would be increased. The narrowing of the gap between supply and demand was intended to eliminate one of the most serious obstacles to the successful and prompt carrying out of the grain collections. 96 But in view of the continuing scarcity of industrial goods, it was clearly crucial to link the supply of goods by the state directly with the supply of grain by the peasant. The Central Committee resolution of July 29 insisted that the allocation of industrial commodities which are sent to the grain collection areas must be directly related to the fulfillment of the grain collection plans of particular districts and villages, and must be used to reward the suppliers of grain. 97 These arrangements were the direct links between the state and the peasantry applauded by Stalin at the April plenum as a major step forward in the strengthening of the planned socialist leadership of the economy. CP 62 above. Mikoyan later described them as opening the way to planned product exchange between town and country, gradually reducing the role of market spontaneity. 98 But the firm principle of reciprocity emphasized by the resolution of Yuli 29 was undermined by the equally firm policy of discriminating against the kulaks and in favor of the middle and above all the poor peasants. According to a ruling of Nerkomterg, kulaks and well-to-do peasants were not to receive any goods, whether scarce or not, unless they carried out their obligations to provide grain. Middle peasants were to be provided with scarce goods only if they sold their grain to the authorities, but should in any case be allowed to purchase goods which were not scarce, but poor peasants who actively helped the authorities were to be supplied with goods independently of the quantity of grain collected from them. 99 Existing provisions for the imposition of penalties on recalcitrant peasants were greatly strengthened in preparation for the 1929 campaign. The use of the notorious Art. 107 of the Criminal Code against grain hoarders was to continue. A circular from the NKVD instructed its local departments and the militia to pay special attention to such offenders. 100 On June 28, 1929, Art. 107 was supplemented by an important new decree of VTSIK and Sovnarkom of the RSFSR, which gave legal recognition to decisions by a general meeting of citizens, a village skode, that the grain collection plan should be carried out as a voluntary obligation by the whole village and to the consequent division of the quota among households. The decree authorized village Soviets to impose penalties on households which failed to fulfill these obligations. While Art. 107 could in law only be applied to hoarders or those who speculated in grain, penalties could be imposed under the new decree for refusal to supply grain even if it could not be shown that the peasant possessed any. Penalties included the notorious Biatykratka, which could now be applied by the village Soviet administratively, that is, without going through court procedures. If the fine was not paid, personal property could be confiscated. In addition, if a group of households refused to deliver grain and resisted the grain allocations, they could be prosecuted through the courts under a new article of the Criminal Code, Art. 61-3101. This article, promulgated on the same day, June 28, referred sweepingly to the offense of failure to carry out general state instructions. It listed an increasing scale of penalties, the Biatykratka for a first refusal. This could thus now be imposed both by the village Soviet and by the court, deprivation of liberty or compulsory labor up to 1 year for a second refusal, and, for refusal by a concerted group, deprivation of liberty for up to 2 years with full or partial confiscation of property, and banishment. 102 The militia were instructed by NKVD to assist the village Soviets to collect fines imposed administratively for failure to deliver grain. 103 It is significant that in both the VTSIK decree and in Art. 61-3 failure of a household to supply grain was treated as punishable without reference to the socio-economic class of the offender. This legislation was supplemented by a recommendation of the People's Commissariat of Justice of the RSFSR, and Arkamai to the procuracy that the existing code should be applied more strictly. In addition to applying Art. 107 to kulaks and speculators, grain collection officials should themselves be removed from work and put on trial if they had failed to prepare the campaign properly, or had allowed price discipline to relax, or even if they failed to take measures of firm compulsion against those who refused to carry out contracts. Their offenses were to be treated as crimes committed in the course of their duties, which carried heavier penalties. Chairmen of kolkhozy were to be treated as state officials. 104 The various improvements in the planning and organization of the campaign were only partly effective in practice. The grain quota reached the village earlier and in a more definite form than in the previous 2 years. But it was still belated. In spite of strenuous attempts to fix a precise quota for each village early in the campaign, in many districts quotas were not allocated to the villages by September 10 as scheduled. 105 Even as late as the beginning of October it was merely stated that in most districts plans have reached or are reaching the village. 106 By this time, over 45% of the grain had already been collected, see Table 8d. Moreover, in consequence of the late approval of the National Collection Plan, the plan for each village was not a single plan, but several interrelated overlapping plans. Groups of peasants under contract received their contract plan in August, their village, which might or might not include unorganized peasants in addition to those under contract, then received a quota for the village sometime in September or early October. Coordination was imperfect. The contract plan often stipulated a larger quantity of grain than the total plan of which it supposedly formed a part. L07 The delay in fixing the quota and the uncertainty about its size meant that from the outset the GR campaign, like the previous two campaigns, appeared to the peasant as an exercise of arbitrary power. In spite of the streamlining of the arrangements between the three main grain collection agencies, the press abounded in complaints about interdepartmental competition throughout the autumn. Mikoyan castigated the competition as disorganizing grain supplies, 108 in the lower Volga region, it reached unprecedented levels, in the central Black Earth region, it was frantic. 109 Each organization, under relentless pressure to complete its own plan, used the resources at its disposal in a desperate endeavor to acquire as much grain as possible. The considerable ambiguities in the official demarcation of responsibilities were taken advantage of, and the rules were often simply ignored. Soyuz Club purchased well beyond its prescribed geographical limits, employing special staff not on its own establishment and offering money bonuses. 110 agricultural cooperatives endeavored to take over all surpluses on the territory on which they had made contracts, offering credit and machinery as a bait. 111 and even bought up grain unthreshed in order to get hold of it. 112 consumer cooperatives used their command over manufactured goods to acquire grain. They threatened to cut off supplies of tobacco and matches from villages which handed over grain to Soyuz Club, and held back goods in the hope of acquiring grain contracted to the agricultural cooperatives. 113 An official of the consumer cooperatives in the central Volga region summed up the situation early in the campaign. "Oh yes. Soyuz Club challenges us with a kopeck. We block them with a meter of cotton. They want to do us in with a ruble? We shall answer them with roofing iron." 114. In the light of such evidence, Mikoyan's assertion at the end of the campaign that competition between the three collection agencies had been avoided 115 seems more statesmanlike than realistic. The authorities undoubtedly made strenuous efforts in practice as well as on paper to improve material incentives to the peasant, but the incentives had little impact because they were totally inadequate to deal with the magnitude of the problem. Credits advanced to the peasants on spring grain under contract increased between October 1, 1928, and October 1, 1929, from 5 to 49 million rubles, 116, but this was a very small sum indeed in relation to the amount the peasants could receive from grain on the market. Supplies of industrial consumer goods to the peasants increased substantially. 7 major commodities were directly distributed by Narkomderg: cotton and woolen fabrics, leather goods, leather footwear, finished clothing, metals, and window glass. Supplies to the countryside of this group of particularly scarce goods were 43% or above the 1928 level in July-December 1929, while supplies to the towns fell in absolute terms. 117 More detailed figures for October-December 1929, in million rubles, see the table below, show that supplies were overwhelmingly concentrated in the grain surplus areas. In the grain surplus areas, supplies per head of rural population in October-December 1929 amounted to 4R29K as compared with only 2R08K in the grain deficit areas. Supplies were thus nearly as high to the grain surplus areas as to the towns, 4R90K. 118 This dramatic transfer of consumer goods to the countryside resulted in what an Arkomderg official described as a considerable denuding of the towns. 119 Supplies to the countryside of the further major category of consumer goods planned by the consumer cooperatives also increased very considerably, so that total supplies of all planned commodities to the countryside in July-December 1929 were also 43% or above the July-December 1928 level. J20 Efforts were also made to channel the products of local and artisan industry to the countryside. 121 After complaints earlier in the campaign that they were mainly being sold in the towns, 122 Statistics about the distribution of local and artisan products between urban and rural areas do not seem to be available. Our general picture of the state of supplies to rural areas during the grain campaign is therefore incomplete. Supplies to the countryside were greatly reduced once the grain collections were completed. In the year 1929/30 as a whole, the supply of consumer goods to the countryside was only 90% above that in the previous year. 123 The conflict in distributing industrial goods between economic need and social policy, already revealed in the instructions issued before the collections began, CP 75 above, continued to be acute throughout the campaign. The grain collection agencies, apparently following the precepts of the Central Committee Resolution of July 29, often offered goods in direct exchange for grain. But such attempts at product exchange were strongly criticized because they resulted in industrial goods being allocated to kulaks or to well-to-do peasants, or because they deprived poor peasants who could not deliver grain from access to goods. On occasion any direct exchange of goods for grain was declared to be counter to party policy. 124 In one area, as a compromise between economic need and social policy, poor peasants were entitled to purchase goods valued at 40% of the price of the grain, middle peasants at 30% and kulaks at 20%, but even this degree of differentiation was said to be too favorable to the kulak. 125 In other areas, however, goods were distributed equally among the population. 126 And this arrangement, more acceptable in terms of social policy, failed to bring forth the grain. A delicate balance, in which poor peasants received goods without supplying grain, kulaks received no goods, and middle peasants received goods according to the amount of grain they supplied, would have accorded with social policy, but was difficult to achieve, particularly as much of the grain was supplied by peasants whose status on the borderline between middle peasant and kulak was unclear. As a result of this confusion of aims, no clear system emerged for using industrial goods as an incentive to individual households. Much more was done to carry out the injunction in the resolution of July 29 that the allocation of consumer goods to a particular area should depend on its performance in the grain collections. In the lower Volga region, prizes in the form of scarce goods valued at so 000 rubles were offered to village Soviets which did best in the grain collection campaign. 127 Elsewhere, additional manufactured goods were sent to districts and villages which had overfulfilled their plan. 128 And others were allocated monetary grants for cultural purposes. 129 Such awards made after the event were presumably a much less effective means of encouraging the supply of grain than bonuses announced in advance. All these measures involved much improvisation, and throughout the autumn of 1929 frequent complaints appeared in the press about delays in transport and inefficiencies in organization which held up the sale of goods or resulted in poor distribution. 130 At the end of the agricultural year, a leading official of Narkomtarg admitted that grain collection plans and the plans for the supply of industrial goods had not been properly coordinated. 131 The fundamental difficulty, however, lay not in the lack of cohesion of the plans or in the poor organization of the distribution of manufactured goods, but in the inadequacy of supply in face of the tremendous rise in rural and urban demand. The acceleration and increased volume of the grain collections in the second half of 1929 automatically entailed a substantial increase in the money income of the peasantry, who also earned much more from sales on the private market and from work outside the village, see Table 7. At the same time urban incomes also rose rapidly, so that the available supply of goods in the towns was quickly taken up, and the peasant could not rely on the town as an alternative source of consumer goods. In the summer of 1929, it was intended that the shortage of goods in the countryside should diminish in the course of the campaign. Instead, it substantially increased. In the absence of adequate incentives, the peasants eagerly sought to evade the depredations of the collectors. Resistance was evidently more stubborn on the part of kulak and well-to-do peasants required to hand over a substantial quantity of their grain, but it is clear even from the press reports that every section of the peasantry was affected. Grain was buried in concealed pits, at first on the peasants' own land, and then, when this became risky, in bogs, in stacks of straw or in the local church. 132 in the central Volga region, thousands of kulaks were reported to have concealed grain, and it was found in pits out in the steppe, in ravines, and in the forest. 133 kulaks and well-to-do peasants transferred their grain to their relatives, 134 or took it to different mills in the names of different relatives, so that the extent of their stocks was concealed from the authorities. 135 in one Kuban village. By the time of the official inventory, no kulak had more than 50 kilograms of grain. 136 reports frequently appeared in the press that kulaks sold grain to Put peasants in their village at less than the market price rather than hand it to the authorities. 137 grain was sold at official prices to those lacking grain in the village. 138 poor peasants buying this grain sold it on the free market. 139 and it was not unknown for kulaks to make cash loans to poor peasants so that they could hold on to their grain in the hope of receiving higher prices in the spring. 14-degree kulaks who had previously paid batraks in money now paid them in grain. 141 These arrangements were to the mutual economic advantage of the more prosperous and the poorer peasants, and provided a powerful practical impulse towards the cohesion of the village. Grain which could not be concealed was supplied in as small a quantity as possible. 142 Often the collection agencies provided a receipt entitling the peasant to make purchases in the local cooperative whatever the amount of grain supplied, and naturally full advantage was taken of this. 143 Wherever possible, peasants made their deliveries in barley or other secondary grains rather than in wheat or rye. L44 Now that the average market price of grain was nearly 5 times the official delivery price, 145 It was sometimes to the advantage of the peasant to pay a fine for non-delivery, especially when they were charged double or treble the delivery price rather than the full piatokratka. 146 Grain which was not handed over to the authorities or consumed by the peasants was infiltrated into the market through every available channel. In the first few weeks after the harvest, some peasants took their grain to the market quickly so as to minimize their stocks before the authorities fixed the quota for the village. 147 Poor and middle peasants as well as kulaks sold grain on the market. 148 The status of free trade in grain in the autumn of 1929 was ambiguous. Speculation was prohibited, so the acquisition of grain for resale was forbidden, and treated as an offense under Art. 107, CP 58 above. And while participation by peasants in local trade turnover was permitted, and indeed required if small towns were to be supplied with grain at all, CP 67, and 57, above, the line between speculation and trade was difficult to draw. 149 kulaks who engaged in private sales of grain were clearly liable to prosecution, and the peasantry as a whole was discouraged but not legally barred from selling grain on the free market. In practice, transport of grain by rail was fairly strictly controlled, 150 though some grain was sent by rail in baskets and boxes disguised as artisan products or household articles. 151 At first little attempt was made to restrict the transport of grain by river, on foot, and by road. 152 The press frequently reported that peasant carts were openly taking grain to the towns. Groups of these were dubbed black wagon trains, Cherny obozy, in contrast to the red wagon trains organized by activists and by the authorities. 153 Grain was sometimes moved from one region to another by cart in small quantities at night. 164 Along the Volga, described in the local press as a major speculative artery, dozens and hundreds of rafts and boats were loaded with grain, concealed under a thin layer of melons. 155 kulaks milled their own wheat and sent small parcels of high-grade flour through the post. 156 private millers, evading the legislation against them, sent flour to the market. 157 private or artisan bakers, sometimes backed by an authorization from the trading department of their local Soviet, bought up grain from peasants and speculators. 158 According to the press reports, peasants frequently sold grain to bag traders, Mesokniki, and other intermediaries, 159 who would come to the villages or stop the peasants on the road and offer high prices or manufactured goods in return for grain, sometimes pretending to be official collection agents. 16 Elsewhere kulaks openly purchased grain from other peasants, saying don't give grain to the state, sell it to me, and in the future I will look after you. 161 They in turn sold the grain to private traders, who sold it in quiet streets on the outskirts of the towns. 162 The extent of all this trade in grain is difficult to assess. Some reports claimed it was very extensive. In the Tambov district, bazaars were packed with grain. 163 In Azerbaijan, the harbor stores were full of private grain. 164 The extent of private trade was undoubtedly exaggerated by the authorities during the campaign. In November 1929, an unpublished resolution of the Ukrainian Politburo recorded that supplies of grain to the Donbass and Kryvyi Rog, the coal and iron districts, were extremely unsatisfactory owing to the fall in bazaar sales and the sharp decline in the small-scale retail private market. By the first few weeks of 1930, the markets had all been closed in many areas. 166 But the conclusion of the émigré economist Prokopovich that private trade in grain had almost completely vanished 166 was undoubtedly an exaggeration, and the drift of grain to the peasant bazaar or to the illegal private trader threatened the success of the ambitious official collection plans. When peasants were unable to conceal their grain, to dispose of it to others or to sell it on the market, in extreme cases they made cereal crops into hay. 167 Set fire to them or threw them into the river rather than hand them over. 168 Self-deculation by peasants who sold up and moved to the town, already widely practiced, became much more frequent with the growing danger for the better off that their property would be sold up compulsorily by the authorities in view of their unwillingness or inability to provide the full amount due in grain and taxes. 169 From Aktyabinsk Okrug, in Kazakhstan, kulaks departed during the autumn for Tashkent, Andijan, and Bokhara. 17 In one village in the Tatar Republic, after rumors that communists will arrive tonight to plunder the poor and the rich for the 5-year plan, the whole population moved out for the night, leaving their cottages nailed up. In another village a similar evacuation occurred after a rumor that the Komsomol will cut the throats of the middle peasants. 171 During the course of the campaign, active peasant resistance to the regime and its representatives appears to have sharply increased, though this was in part a response to the forcing of the pace of collectivization in the major grain surplus regions. No reliable national figures have been available. 172 In the central Volga region, the number of mass demonstrations recorded by the Procuracy increased from 93 in January-June to 103 in July-December 1929. 173 In the same region, recorded terrorist acts numbered 37 per month in July-December against 22 per month in January-June 1929, 174 and only 15 per month in 1928. 175 They were at their peak in September-October, the height of the grain campaign, when they reached 96 per month. 176 In the Siberian region, it was reported that the hostile activity of the kulak is considerably greater this year. 177 The region was officially classified as having an unfavorable level of banditism in an unpublished decree of Sovnarkom of the RSFSR. In July-December 1929 some 1,500 members of kulak organizations, counter-revolutionary groupings and political gangs were arrested. 178 Figures given in the Smolensk archives show an increase of terrorist acts in the western region from 17 per month in July-August to 25 in September and 47 in October 1929. 179 But all these figures for terrorist acts are subject to a considerable margin of error. The term normally covered murder, injury, beatings up, and arson, but fisticuffs and fires were common in the Russian countryside, and in the atmosphere of the autumn of 1929 a quarrel between hours, or an accidental fire in the cottage of a village Soviet official or a party member, could easily have been classified as a terrorist act. Even if the figures for terrorist acts and peasant demonstrations are taken at their face value, this did not amount to the peasant war or rebellion which one historian claims to have detected in the autumn of 1929. 180 no reports appeared, either at the time or in recent publications from the archives, of general disorder or large-scale demonstrations. 181 but discontent and disaffection were certainly widespread, and were extensively recorded in the contemporary press. Thus incidents reported in 3 national daily newspapers in a 6-day period at the height of the grain campaign included I. Agitation against grain deliveries, on one occasion described as savage agitation. This included several cases in which meetings to discuss the grain quotas, including sessions of the Skod and a session of a village Soviet, were broken up. 5 reports. 2. Arson against the hay, grain, barns, and other buildings of peasants active in the grain campaign. 6 reports. Breaking of windows and driving of an axe into the door of a member of a village commission to assist grain collections, who had helped to disclose grain surpluses at a meeting of the Skod. 3. Organization of a detachment against poor peasant activists. 4. Serious wounding of a village correspondent who was helping the collections, an activist beaten up and a grain official killed, a batrak killed and 7 officials wounded, a member of the village Soviet shot. The plenipotentiary of a credit society working on grain collections killed and his throat cut, a member of the Komsomol killed. Thus in 6 days the murder of 5 activists was reported. 182. Unrest to kulaks, sometimes to their henchmen, and they described meetings as broken up by kulaks which may merely have spontaneously dispersed when the peasants would not accept the proposed quota. But a clear impression nonetheless remains of widespread resentment and resistance. The various kinds of resistance were graphically described in the peasants' newspaper, though of course attributed to the kulak alone among the peasants. He tries to disrupt the joint threshing of grain, organizes a kind of grain strike and desperately struggles against acceptance by the peasant of self-obligations for the organized handover of surpluses. When this fails, he tries to avoid handing over the amount due from him according to the allocation of the land association. He divides up the grain among his neighboring poor peasants, buries it in pits, gets the support of his fellow villagers. And in places he goes over to open struggle, beats up the organizers of the collective delivery of grain and the participants in red convoys, burns down barns with grain collected in them, and organizes attacks on the most active grain collection officials. 183. Resistance to the grain collections was not confined to the individual peasant. While the kolkhozy were materially and financially favored by the authorities, they were required in turn to hand over a higher proportion of their harvest to the authorities than was the individual peasant. In 1928/29 kolkhozy supplied 43% and individual peasants only 12.0% of their harvest. 184 In the plan for the 1929 collections this proportion was increased to 56.4 against 12.3 per cent. 185 Moreover, the kolkhozy were required to complete their deliveries extremely promptly. According to the plan of Kolkhoz Centre, 2/3 of all deliveries were to be complete by the end of September. 186 A Pravda editorial. On September 1 even insisted that all collections from kolkhozy should be completed in that month. 187 Many reports published in the course of the campaign accused kolkhozy of attempting to evade their responsibilities. They distributed more grain to their members than was required for consumption, justifying this by inaccurate calculations in their grain fodder balances, stored grain unnecessarily, and sold it illegitimately on the private market. 88. 3. The enforcement of the grain plan. The authorities reacted to the passive and active resistance of the peasantry by determined use of their administrative powers. The dispatch of large numbers of party members and officials to the countryside as plenipotentiaries to enforce the grain collections was already a major feature of the 1928/29 campaign. On the eve of the 1929 campaign, The activities of the network of plenipotentiaries were graphically described by an anonymous party official in the Rural Party Journal. Side by side with the normal organizations in the village, an unusual and almost independent apparat has come into existence. The plenipotentiary, directly subordinate to the okrug or even regional center, frequently does not work through the lower rural organizations to the slightest extent. He commands, issues orders and orders people about, both when he is competent to do so and even when he is completely incompetent to do so. The rural party cell and its leading cadres, who are the main people supposed to be responsible for the way the tasks placed before the area are carried out, feel themselves at best to be an auxiliary unit and sometimes simply guests and critics from outside. The author of this passage did not, however, propose the abolition of the plenipotentiaries, whom he regarded as essential in the view of the weakness of the rural authorities, but merely advocated a change in their attitude, together with an increase in the number of workers' brigades dispatched to the countryside at the expense of seconded higher officials. 189 In the summer of I-929 very large numbers of officials and activists were again sent from the towns to the villages by the Republican, regional, okrug and district party and government organizations. 100,000 party members were sent by the regions and republics to the countryside to assist the grain collections. 190 these included 7 leading okrug party officials. 191 those sent from the towns included officials from the local Soviets and from the agricultural and consumer cooperatives, young communists and factory workers, some of whom were sent from the big cities such as Leningrad and Moscow to the grain surplus regions. 192 many of those sent were not party members. A total of nearly 5,000 townsmen descended on the villages in the North Caucasus alone. 193 and a total of over 2,000 people may well have been sent from the towns in the USSR as a whole. But even this vast number was far less than one person for every settlement, no more than one person for every 100 households, and in practice the visitors frequently spent only a short period, a few hours or a day or two in each settlement, rushing in to attend meetings of the Skod or to supervise the collections, and then rushing on to the next settlement. 194 As the campaign entered its later stages, the visitors were transferred to districts and settlements where collections were lagging behind the plan. 195 Most prominent of the tourists was Mikoyan himself, who bore the main responsibility for the collections. In September and October, the decisive months, he visited the Ukraine, the North Caucasus and the Central Black Earth region, and his speeches at regional and okrug party committees, and at trade departments, were widely reported in the press. 196 Mikoyan upbraided grain collection agencies for insufficient activity. 197 and persuaded unfortunate local agencies that they should exceed the collection plan or adopt a larger quota than that proposed by their superior authorities. 198 He called for much stronger measures against the kulak. 199 and against deliberate withholders of grain generally. 200 The effect of the visits by Mikoyan and other leading officials, and of the decrees, instructions and editorials showered upon the local authorities, was to impress on them the supreme necessity of acquiring the maximum amount of grain as soon after the harvest as possible. Local officials who did not adopt a firm and uncompromising attitude towards peasant recalcitrants could expect to be firmly dealt with themselves. An editorial in Pravda of September 22 castigated the formal attitude of the petty officials, chinovniki, of the collection agencies and the local Soviet authorities and the sleepiness of investigation agencies and the militia. A few days later the local press was also criticized for insufficient militancy. 201 secretaries and leading officials of a number of district party committees were dismissed for insufficient activity in support of the quotas or against the kulak. 202 In some cases entire district party committees were dismissed and occasionally all the party cells in a district were dissolved. 203 Similar measures were adopted to deal with officials of Soyuz Club and the cooperatives. 204 In this atmosphere the smooth procedures approved at the beginning of the campaign were hardly followed in practice. Grain quotas were frequently imposed on the villages without even a pretense at formal consultation with the Skode. 205 But such cases, though frequent, were probably not typical. Very strenuous efforts were made to secure the endorsement of the quota at meetings of the Skode and of the activists, and to persuade the Skode to divide the quota among households as a self-obligation, and to impose high individual assessments on kulak households. 206 But the participation of the village community in the approval of the quotas was inherently one-sided. The Skode was almost invariably expected to accept the quota it was allocated, 207, and normally did so. 208 Where Skode meetings were disrupted, or refused to accept the quota, which was not infrequent, the Skode was later reconvened in order to reverse the decision. Thus in the Kiev area, the only two Skodes which rejected their grain quota later accepted it by a majority vote when visited by Okrug representatives. 209 Sometimes the agitators at village level, following the example of Mikoyan at the higher level, succeeded in persuading the village to increase its quota. 210 In some areas peasant meetings were even reported to have agreed to sell all grain surpluses to the state. From our societies, 2 settlements in the Ukraine are reported to have declared, not a single kilogram of grain must go to the free market. But such decisions seem to have been adopted before definite grain quotas had reached villages, and in any case were certainly infrequent. 211 The more typical village accepted the grain quota only with considerable reluctance, or at best passively. The acceptance of the quota was only the beginning. Collecting in the grain required much further pressure on the peasants by the authorities. A letter from 2 industrial workers sent to assist in the grain collection summed up their view of the situation in the countryside. They sent us to carry out grain collections in Kozlovsky district, Kalyuga Okrug. We arrived. The picture is an unhappy one. Grain collections are going badly. The Commission of Assistance is not at work, it is afraid of the kulaks. The villages cannot be seen or heard. We got started. We shook them all up. We rallied the poor peasants. At first the kulaks tried to put pressure on us, to break up the meetings. We set about them. We hit at Kulak Grishin with a voluntary boycott. We arrested Zaitsev for harmful agitation. The kulaks held their tongues. The carts with grain moved to the collection point. Grain collection boomed, and the collection plan was carried out. 212. The effort to obtain a high proportion of the collections from the kulaks, and to weaken their authority among their neighbors in the village, was crucial to the campaign. As in previous years, the authorities fervently hoped that the poor and middle peasants would recognize that, in this respect at least, their interests were identical with those of the state. The more grain collected from the kulaks, the lower the burden on the rest of the village. The anti-kulak campaign had been a distinguishing feature of the Ural-Siberian method in the winter of 1928, and it was waged with particular vigor during the drive to obtain additional grain from the 1928 harvest in the last months of the campaign, April-June 1929, CP 59 above. In preparing for the campaign following the 1929 harvest, the resolution of the party's Central Committee of July 29, 1929, called for pressure on the kulak, the large holder of grain. On the following day, July 30, a Pravda editorial called for individual taxation and self-taxation of kulak and well-to-do elements where the collections were resisted. In the lower Volga region, and possibly more generally, the amount to be collected in each village in the form of firm individual quotas from kulaks, as well as the quota for the village as a whole, was scheduled to be fixed by September 10. 213 In the course of August 1929, specific quotas were imposed on kulak households in some areas, and the practice of successively fining them, valuing their property and finally auctioning it was sometimes used during these early weeks of the campaign. 214 These arrangements were systematist. By the RSFSR decree of September 9, 1929, CP 74 of 6 VE, which instructed the Comcity to fix specific quotas for well-to-do, not merely kulak, households, These quotas were to be submitted to the Skode for approval. In the same month, with the stepping up of the grain campaign generally, official attacks on the kulaks greatly increased in ferocity. In a speech upbraiding the Nikolov Okrug in the Ukraine for a declining rate of grain collection, Mikoyan insisted that the agitation period in regard to the kulak has finished. He should be given a firm date for his deliveries and a warning, and then administrative measures should be taken against him. 215 On September 20, the peasant newspaper published an obviously inspired editorial, "Break the Resistance of the Kulak," which blamed frantic agitation by the kulaks for failures in the campaign, and called for the imposition of firm quotas and dates on kulak households by the Skode on the advice of the Komsomol. 216 On September 22, Pravda in an editorial attacked the toleration of the kulak, and even in some cases the link with the kulak which was found among local authorities, warned its readers that the right-wing deviation was disclosed most clearly of all in the grain collections, and called for firm grain quotas to be imposed as a decisive blow against the kulak. A fortnight later, Pravda again called for the imposition of firm quotas on the kulak and the well-to-do upper peasant, Verkhushka, with the requirement that the grain must be delivered in the course of October. 217 During the next few weeks, the campaign for firm quotas received a great deal of public attention. Impressionistic evidence indicates an unwillingness on the part of many peasants to support the campaign against their better-off neighbors. In many villages, the grain quota, in spite of the objections of the authorities, was divided equally among all households, or on a per-eater basis. 218 When the individual firm quotas were imposed, they often covered a smaller percentage of households and called for a smaller amount of grain than the authorities thought desirable. To demonstrate the existence of class division in the village, and to fan the flames of class hostility, the authorities were anxious to obtain a substantial part of the grain collections from a clearly visible exploiting class. But this strategy, as well as being based on an erroneous assessment of the political heterogeneity of the countryside, also ignored two important aspects of the rural economy. First, strictly kulak households, subjected to administrative and economic pressure for over 3 years, were now economically weaker. Secondly, if the evidence presented above, pages 26-7, is at all correct, most marketed grain came from a minority of households, but a much larger minority than the authorities were prepared to admit, as many as 6% of households in the grain surplus regions in I-927/28. These stubborn facts compelled both central and local authorities to widen considerably their definition of the kulak class, and to bring in the well-to-do. Traditionally, kulak households were assumed to amount to 1 or 2% of peasant households. In November I-928 the Central Committee called for the imposition of individual taxation on the richest section of the kulak households, fixing the number at a maximum of 3% of all households. This implied that considerably more than 3% of households were kulaks. 219 The decree of September 9 spoke of imposing specific quotas on the well-to-do peasants, see 94 above. During the autumn of I-929 the imposition of firm grain quotas on 3% of peasant households was often treated as insufficient. 220 And cases were reported in which a much higher percentage of households received firm quotas. 221 Information about firm quotas does not appear to have been collected systematically. A Soviet historian, remarking that not even approximate total figures have been found in the archives, estimated that as many as 7 to 10% of all rural households were allocated firm quotas, and reported that 14% of grain in the Urals and 24% in the lower Volga region was obtained in this way. 222 A Soviet statistical publication of I-93 however, estimated that households with a sown area in excess of I-76 hectares in the grain surplus areas of the USSR, amounting to only 8% of all peasant households in these areas, supplied 14% of net marketed grain from these areas. 223 No evidence seems to have been published on how much grain was collected from the 1 or 12% of well-to-do peasants in these areas. but evidently firm quotas were not imposed on the whole of the group, so, with the equal allocation of quotas which took place in many villages, it is not impossible that the lower zone area groups supplied a higher proportion of the collections than in previous years. During the course of the campaign, fines, prison sentences and other penalties were imposed by the village Soviets and the courts on a substantial number of kulak households, as Table 11 shows in relation to the main grain regions. The total number of households fined or taken to court must have amounted to 250,000, or over 1% of all peasant households. Other strong measures were also adopted. As in the previous spring, deliberate concealers of grain were again banned from using the consumer cooperatives. 224 prison sentences, usually of 1 to 3 years, were imposed under Art. 107 on peasants and others who concealed, hoarded, or speculated in grain. 225 in one village in the lower Volga region, 15 kulaks out of 41 failed to hand over their firm quota. 5 of these, who actively opposed the collections, were arrested, 7 were boycotted, and 3 were fined. 226 categories of persons imprisoned for speculating in grain included private millers, workers in cooperative mills and grain collection officials, as well as traders who bought up grain at the market. 227 peasants who disrupted meetings called to discuss the grain collection plan were also imprisoned. 228 in one dramatic case in the central Volga region, after a priest and a group of kulaks disrupted grain collection meetings, the village Soviet seized their property to auction it. But in protest the middle peasants also ceased to sell their grain. After a woman member of the village Soviet had been beaten up by an angry crowd, a visiting court sentenced the priest to death and a number of kulaks to prison terms ranging from 2 to 8 years. 20-9 Finally, the authorities exiled kulaks for failure to cooperate in the grain campaign, in far larger numbers than in the spring of 1929. Such cases were occasionally reported in the press from September onwards. In a village in Buysk Okrug, in West Siberia, a kulak and his 2 sons were sentenced to 2 years deprivation of freedom and exile outside the okrug for 3 years for refusing to accept the Skod decision to sell only to the state. 230 in the Ukraine. In individual places in Odessa district and Pervomishkina, village KNS Komiteri Ne, Amo, HNYKH Syrian omides of poor peasants have already taken decisions to secure the exile of individual kulak groups, exposed as speculating in grain and agitating against the campaign. These measures have a very sobering effect. 201. In a village in the North Caucasus which supplied its whole grain collection quota by October 6, many kulaks were boycotted or fined, and the most stubborn were exiled beyond the boundaries of the region. 232 This was not yet a general campaign to eliminate the kulaks from the countryside, but, as a contemporary Soviet historian has remarked, all these measures of pressure on kulak households marked the beginning of the elimination of the kulaks as a class. 233 The Ukrainian Politburo on October 18, 1929, condemned cases where quite unrealistic quotas had been imposed on kulak and well-to-do households, with a clear tendency to dekulakization. 234 Reports in the press frequently claimed mass support in the villages for the campaign against the kulak. In a Siberian village, when 3 kulaks were exiled for selling grain on the free market, the poor and middle peasants were reported as very satisfied with the sentence. 235 In a village in the central Volga region, when a kulak was given 3 months compulsory labor for hoarding 1-2 tons of grain, that's not much, say the peasants, he should have been expelled from the district. 236 In villages in the central Volga, lower Volga, North Caucasus, and elsewhere meetings of poor peasants were said to have demanded that kulaks resisting the collections should be put on trial. Other meetings approved sentences previously passed on kulaks by the courts. 237 But in spite of such enthusiastic accounts of conformity to stereotype, anxiety about village solidarity leaked into the press. Reports sometimes complained that no one would bid for the property of kulaks when it was sold at public auction. 238 On other occasions kulak henchmen bought up their property and then sold it back to them. 239 The local authorities, unable to collect in grain by other means, frequently applied regulations indiscriminately to the ordinary peasant as well as the more prosperous, thus undermining any hope that they would identify themselves with the state against their kulak neighbor. Early in the campaign, Surtsov declared that we had, and still have, sometimes certain revivals of methods of the period of war communism, as a result of which entirely correct measures, directed against the kulak, in some places are turned against the poor and middle peasant. 240 These practices were inherent in the nature of the campaign. Persuasion and democratic organization could not obtain from the poor and middle peasants the 75% or so of the collection plan which they were required to provide, and administrative measures therefore had to be applied against the peasantry as a whole. The terms kulak and kulak henchmen were increasingly used to refer to peasants who were not demonstrably kulaks by their economic position, but who resisted official policy. A village in the North Caucasus at which members of the Soviet would attend meetings about the grain collections only if compelled to do so by the militia was even described as a kulak village. 241 In this situation it is not surprising that the local authorities were frequently accused of treating kulaks too leniently and the mass of the peasants too harshly. The authorities insisted that imposing firm quotas on middle peasant elements is absolutely impermissible. 242 But firm quotas were imposed very extensively, CP 95 above, and many households previously regarded as middle peasant were now treated as kulak. 243 Moreover, while the imposition of a firm quota, or a specific plan, on poor and middle peasant households, was supposedly forbidden, the local authorities were encouraged to persuade the Skodes and the poor and middle peasants to take on self-obligations. 244 In face of the pressures of the campaign, this was a distinction without a difference. In the North Caucasus the imposition of specific quotas on poor and middle peasants was said to have frightened off the vast mass of poor peasants from the grain collections, while well-to-do peasants had been treated with an utterly incomprehensible softness. 245 As the campaign proceeded, local authorities apparently imposed firm individual quotas very extensively in villages which failed to meet their quota. A revealing decree of the Lower Volga Regional Soviet Executive Committee banned those not fulfilling their firm quota from joining kolkhozy as well as kulaks, clearly indicating that firm quotas were often imposed on non-kulak households. 246 From Kyrgyzia, a most alarming distort /on of party policy was reported. All the grain of poor and middle peasants was seized, except that deemed to be required for food and seed, and fines were imposed on middle peasants who objected. In consequence, as the reporter delicately put it, the middle peasant has begun to lend an ear to kulak agitation. 247 All kinds of penalties were imposed on recalcitrant middle peasants. A report from the Central Volga region cited many cases in which Art. 61 was applied to poor and middle peasants, and their property, homes, and animals were sold up. The author of the report added, "How many other unpublicized cases must there be which have not come to the attention of the higher authorities?" 248 In retrospect, Krylenko complained at the 16-Party Congress in June 1930 that in practice Art. 61 was applied to the middle peasant, and without the preliminary administrative imposition of a piatokratka as the law required, a Siberian procurator who protested against this practice was accused of right-wing deviation and dismissed. 249 Middle peasants who disrupted the campaign were also imprisoned. In the Moscow region, 2 middle peasants were sentenced to 3 years imprisonment after their opposition had held up the collections. They argued at a Skode that grain sales should be voluntary and that anyway Moscow was not a grain-growing area. One of them also created a scandal together with hooligan youth at a meeting of the Komsomol. A woman middle peasant was sentenced to 1 year and a man to 2 years imprisonment in strict isolation because a Skode had broken up in confusion after they criticized the grain collections. 250 And whole villages of Crimean settlers were treated as if they were malicious kulaks when they failed to provide very high quotas which often exceeded their entire harvest. The settlements were declared under boycott, nothing was sold in the cooperatives, no post was issued or accepted, they were not allowed to travel anywhere, an inventory of property was taken and some settlers were arrested. A panic among the settlers. 251. These were of course exceptional cases. But an unsigned article in Pravda published at the height of the campaign bluntly stated that many local authorities had been unable to mobilize the masses in the struggle for grain against the kulak, and had taken measures against the middle peasants which were intended for the kulaks. Mass political work had been replaced by naked ordering about, administrirovani. 252. The failure of the authorities to solve the grain problem by fanning class struggle in the countryside was particularly obvious in their relation with the kolkhozy. Kolkhozy which failed to deliver their grain were considered to be under kulak influence and were treated accordingly. Early in September the People's Commissariat of Justice ruled that chairmen of kolkhozy who sold grain on the side or retained it in their barns should be prosecuted as if they were government officials committing crimes in the course of their duties. 253. In the course of his visit to the Ukraine, Mikoyan castigated kolkhozy which retained their grain or sold it on the side as working with the kulaks. Such kolkhozy were not a kolkhoz, but an enemy of the working class, a speculator under the name of the kolkhoz. 254. In the same month Narkomterg instructed its local departments that kolkhozy which had not supplied 75% of their quota by October I should be deprived of credit and agricultural machines, and their leaders should be put on trial. 255. As only 32% of the kolkhoz plan was reported to have been achieved by this time in the RSFSR, 256. This was a severe injunction. A few days later, an editorial in Pravda again urged that when bogus kolkhozy sold grain on the side they should be deprived of state assistance and their kulak controllers should be arrested. 257. In the Kuban in the North Caucasus, 5 heads of kolkhozy were arrested, 3 kolkhozy were dissolved and 2 required to return all loans from the state. 258. Similar actions were reported from the Ukraine and the Central Volga region. 259. Leaders of Sovkhozy who failed to deliver grain were also prosecuted. 260. The campaign was more confused and more arbitrary than the present account has so far indicated. More confused, because the authorities found it extremely difficult to cope with the greatly increased volume of grain as compared with previous collections. Long queues at the collection points were frequent, in some cases, peasant carts were kept waiting for days, and red wagon trains, arriving in triumph, were unable to hand over their grain. 261. The authorities lacked sacks and storage space. By taking over every available spare building, capacity was increased from 5 to 9 million tons, but not before much grain was left in the open air. 262. The railways had difficulties in transporting the grain, and sufficient goods wagons were made available only after emergency measures which included working normally during the November 7 to 8 holidays under threat of intervention by the OGPU. 263. The arbitrariness of the campaign derived primarily from the arbitrary changes made in the quotas. The authorities at every level were under great pressure to collect an unprecedentedly large amount of grain at an unprecedented rate. If a region, an okrug, a district, or a village achieved its quota, the organization superior to them usually tried to squeeze even more from them. In launching the campaign, Mikoyan insisted that after the quota for a district or village had been fixed at the beginning of the campaign it would not, as a rule, be liable to be changed. 264. But a precedent for ignoring this rule was set by Mikoyan himself, who, even before planned quotas had been reached, told a meeting of trade departments in the Ukraine that the Ukraine can significantly exceed its annual plan. 265 and persuaded the party bureau in Kuban Okrug to accept a higher plan even though it had not met its previous plan on schedule. 266 The Stalingrad Okrug enthusiastically increased its annual quota by as much as 24% or above the level fixed by the regional authorities. 267 The Mako Okrug overfulfilled its annual quota for wheat as early as September, and the appropriate agencies in connection with this passed a decree increasing the wheat collections. 268 The plans for 4 regions in the grain deficit zone were increased by Narkomderg of the RSFSR after they had exceeded their plans for the first 10 days of 0 October. 269 collections in excess of the quota were organized on various pretexts. In an okrug in the western region, 8 districts, assisted by 20 worker correspondents and 200 agitators, organized a grain train in excess of the plan as a gift to Moscow workers. 270 When a rural correspondent was killed by the campaign kulaks in a village near Tambov, the village dispatched an additional red wagon train which resulted in the overfulfillment of its annual quota. 271 In the North Caucasus, many villages substantially exceeded their quota and were rewarded with supplies of manufactured goods. 272 As a result of this policy, quotas were overfulfilled in many areas. By November 10 the Ukraine had exceeded its quota by 88%, 273 By November 20, the Urals had exceeded its quota by 24%, 274 As many areas within each region did not reach their quota, these figures conceal a considerable degree of overfulfillment in particular areas. Thus Odessa Okrug in the Ukraine had exceeded its annual quota by 12% as early American Samoa mid-October. 276 Behind the general overfulfillment of the plan must lie increases in the quota in tens of thousands of villages and hundreds of okrugs. Towards the end of the campaign, the authorities endeavored to bring this arbitrariness to an end. As early as the end of October, Narkomderg ruled that trade departments must not permit any increase in the plans for okrugs, districts, and villages where the annual plan had already been reached. 276 At this stage such rulings had little effect. A month later a leading Narkomderg official stressed that such increases in quota were categorically forbidden, though grain could continue to be collected from kulaks and well-to-do peasants who had not met their firm quotas. 277 Mikoyan also stated that in successful districts it is necessary to go over to Samotek. 278 There is some evidence that, equipped with these rulings, the local authorities relaxed. Some grain continued to be collected in regions which had already fulfilled their plan. In the Ukraine, 112,000 tons were collected in December as compared with 454,000 in November, in the Urals, 14,000 as compared with 8,000 tons. The decline in these regions in December 1929 was, however, much greater than that in the country as a whole. 279 But this was very late in the campaign, and the arbitrariness displayed. Grain was collected much more rapidly and in much larger quantities than in previous years. In each of the months July-October, over twice as much grain was collected as in the equivalent months of 1928, 90 million tons being collected in the 2 months September-October alone, see Table 8, d. In December, Mikoyan was able to report, in an enthusiastic article entitled The Line of the Party Has Triumphed, that by December 1, 1281 million tons had been collected. This was 92.1% of the annual plan, and 99.3% of the annual plan excluding the milling levy. 280 In the agricultural year July 1929 to June 1930 the Central-East collections amounted to 14.9 million tons as compared with the plan of 13.9 million, the total grain collected was 16.08 million tons, see Table 8a. Within this total, the collection of food grains was less successful, they amounted to 55.2% off total, as compared with 58.9% in the annual plan and 64.4% in 1928/29, see Table 8b. Moreover, the increase in the total food grains collected from 693 million tons in 1928/29 to 888 million in 1929/30 was entirely due to the increased collection of rye, the less valuable grain. The collection of wheat slightly declined. 281 The relatively small wheat collections were a result partly of the poor wheat harvest, due to the bad weather which killed off the winter sowings, and partly of the natural preference of the peasants, given the opportunity to surrender rye rather than wheat. The proportion of grain collected from the socialized and organized sectors of agriculture greatly increased. By January 1, 1930, Sovkhazy and Kolkhozy supplied 12.7% of the total collections as compared with 9.5% in 1928/29, and individual peasants under contract 21.8% as compared with 6.6%. CENT 282. Nevertheless, the socialized sector failed to fulfill its plan. The performance of Sovkhazy was particularly disappointing, as they delivered only 39,000 as compared with the original plan of 66,000 tons. 283. Kolkhozy, supplying ISI million tons, did much better, but did not quite reach their plan of 64 million. 284. The overfulfillment of the plan was thus achieved entirely through additional collections from individual peasants, who supplied 9 million tons as compared with the plan of 93 million tons, see Table 8, c. The socialization of agriculture did not automatically guarantee increased supplies of grain to the state. This was a harbinger of the future. The role played by different regions in the collections changed markedly in I 929/30, see Table 8, e. Poor harvests in the central Volga region and in the Urals and Siberia resulted in a decline in collections from these three regions from 4 million tons in IG-28 HG to 3 million in I 929/30. But in the Ukraine, where the harvest was very poor in IG-28, collections increased from I 9 to as much as 5.3 million tons. Mikoyan praised the Ukrainian organizations for their triumph on the grain front. 285. The harvest was also good in the central Black Earth region, where grain collections increased from 07 to 8 million tons. 286. Plans for particular regions were to some extent adjusted to the estimated size of their harvest, but the adjustment was evidently insufficient. Peasants in the Ukraine and the central Black Earth region retained a higher proportion of their total harvest than those in the regions with poor harvests, and more grain was collected from the lower Volga region, in spite of a bad harvest, than in the previous year. The North Caucasus and Siberia had the greatest difficulty in reaching their quotas. 287. An important new departure in I 929/30 was the collection of grain in the grain deficit regions, which supplied 9 million tons, 69% of the total, more than double the plan, see Table 8, e. As a result of the substantial increase in grain collected, the amount at the disposal of the authorities was approximately 5.7 million tons higher than in I 928/29. This additional grain was allocated to three major purposes, see Table 9, a. The figures given in the table below exclude allocations to the armed services. Central-East stocks of grain, which fell after the grain crisis of I 927 to the dangerously low figure of 486,000 tons on July I 928, had increased to 786,000 tons on July I 929. By July I 930, as a result of a deliberate policy of stockpiling, they reached the record figure of 2,084,000 tons. The I 929 harvest was also the first in 3 years to yield a substantial amount of grain for export. In the summer of I 928 about 250,000 tons of wheat were imported. In the agricultural year I 929/30 1,334,000 tons of grain were exported, and earned nearly the whole of the increase in export earnings in I 929 and I 930. 288. An unusual feature was that most of the grain exported in the first half of I 929/30 was not wheat but barley, as has been shown, see pages 65, I-04 above. The harvest and the official collections of non-food grains were relatively much higher than those of food grains, and the collections of non-food grains took place earlier in the year. But the rise in grain exports, together with the rise in stocks of food grains, were regarded by the authority as a convincing demonstration of the success of the grain collections. Two serious losses marred this triumph on the export front. The first, a price paid for victory, was an unintended consequence of Soviet policy. Because of the shortage of food grain at home, some meat and dairy products were withheld from export and placed on the home market, and the decline in livestock numbers, itself largely due to Soviet agricultural policy, resulted by I-930 in an absolute reduction of the production of eggs, milk and other products. The volume of animal products exported fell by 9% in 1929 and by a further 28% in 1930. 289. The second loss was wrested from the Soviet Union by the World Depression. Grain prices on the world market fell by 6% in 1929 and as much as 49% in 1930, while the prices of machinery, the most rapidly growing Soviet import group, remained stable, and those of industrial raw materials, the other major Soviet import group, fell by only 20% over the 2 years. Ironically, the price of grain fell much more than the prices of most other agricultural products. 290. By 1930, twice as much grain had to be exported per unit of machinery imported as in 1928. Increased grain collections were above all intended to provide more grain on the internal market, to satisfy the growing urban demand for food resulting from industrialization. The amount of additional grain allocated for this purpose in 1929/30 was surprisingly small. The total increase in grain allocated to the internal market was about 3 feet 4 inches million tons. Of this, 2,000 tons were allocated to industry, mainly for vodka production, and a further 45,000 tons was used for additional supplies of seed. Of the remaining 2 million tons, a substantial part was allocated as so-called special purpose supplies. These were mainly food grains for the cotton growing areas, to encourage the peasants to grow cotton rather than grain, and fodder for horses and food for seasonal workers in the lumber industry. These increases, the exact amount of which is not known, 291 assisted an important aspect of industrialization policy. The increase in Soviet cotton production was regarded as essential to Soviet economic independence, and provided an immediate saving in foreign currency. Increased timber supplies were required both for the rapidly expanding construction industry, and for export. But special purpose grain was, in large part, merely providing state supplies as a substitute for the free market, from which these special areas had previously obtained much of their grain, but which had now greatly declined. Moreover, in 1929/30, some towns in the grain surplus areas, previously supplied from the market, were transferred to state supply. Once all these allocations had been made, very little remained for additional supplies to the urban population. Exact figures are not available. But it is significant that the total amount of rye and wheat supplied to the population from the state collections, including special supplies, increased by only 250,000 tons. Supplies to the central industrial region, where the major towns were already on state supplies in I-928/29, actually declined from 200 to I-76 million tons, and supplies to Leningrad region remained constant. The result, then, was paradoxical. Although the increases in special supplies, exports, and stocks were obviously all related to the wider goals of industrialization and national security, they did not contribute directly towards relieving the food shortages in the towns, even though these shortages were in the summer of I-929 one of the major problems which inspired both the grain campaign of I-929 and forcible collectivization. Chapter 3. The Eve of Mass Collectivization. June-September 1929. A. The background. While the Kolkhozy received increasing attention from the end of I-926 onwards, the much greater efforts of the authorities to expand the Sovkhozy and the Kolkhozy in the course of I-928 and I-929 were a direct response to the grain crisis in the winter of I-927-8. In January I-928, Stalin told a party audience in Siberia, "We cannot allow our industry to depend on kulak whims. Kolkhozy and Sovkhozy must be developed to the full, not sparing our efforts and resources, so that within 3 or 4 years, i.e. by I-93 or I-932, they would supply at least 1/3 of all the grain requirements of the state." Moreover, in the long run, socialist construction required socialization of the whole of agriculture. 2. After the grain crisis, the membership of Kolkhozy increased at an unprecedented rate, from a mere 286,000 out of 25 million households on October I-927, to 596,000 on October I-928 and I-008,000 on June I-929. 3. Collectivization was more advanced in most of the grain surplus regions than in the rest of the USSR. By June I-929, 73% of households were collectivist in the North Caucasus, 5.9% in the Lower Volga region and 5.6% in the Ukraine, as compared with 3.9% in the USSR as a whole and with only I-8% in the Moscow region, see Table I-7. The rapid advance of collectivization in these areas in I-927-9 was undoubtedly partly due to the attention devoted to them in the grain campaigns by the central authorities. But this was not the whole story. Even in June I-927, before the grain crisis, when only 0.8% of households were collectivist in the USSR as a whole, I-6% were already collectivist in these 3 grain surplus areas. According to Soviet accounts, economic differentiation within the peasantry had proceeded furthest in these areas, so that the poor peasant had most to gain by joining the kolkhozy. For the position of the poor peasants was said to be particularly unfavorable in the North Caucasus and the steppe area of the Ukraine, where landless peasants had received some land after the I-9-I-7 revolution, but lacked means of production. 5. In more northerly regions, on the other hand, particularly in the industrial areas round Leningrad and Moscow, and in the central Black Earth region, peasants who were poor peasants from the point of view of agriculture had considerable opportunities to work as at Kodiniki and in other non-agricultural activities, and therefore little incentive to join the kolkhozy. 6. The first kolkhozy established after the grain crisis tended to be even smaller than their predecessors, and to take the form mainly of the more loosely organized Association for the Joint Cultivation of Land, the TOZ or SOS, rather than the more socialized artel or commune. But this pattern was reversed from the summer of I-928. The average number of households per kolkhoz increased from I-25 on June I-928, to I-77 on June I-929, see Volume 2, Table 3. About 1/7 of all kolkhozy combined into groups, kusti, for joint cultivation or services, and the proportion of artels and communes increased, see Volume 2, p. 70. In spite of these changes, the average kolkhoz remained a fairly small farming unit with little impact on most peasants. In June 1929, only one household in 25 belonged to a kolkhoz. The kolkhozy were far more mechanized than the individual peasant economies. They owned directly 14,000 tractors and several thousand more were made available to them by the agricultural cooperatives. As much as 43.2% of kolkhoz land was said to have been worked by tractors in 1929. 7. In contrast, only a couple of thousand tractors were owned by the 24 million individual peasant households. 8. But these summary figures exaggerate the technological superiority of background III the kolkhozy. The average kolkhoz was too small for effective mechanization, most kolkhozy had no tractor of their own, and those which possessed a tractor were unable to maintain it efficiently. Matters were made worse by the fact that half the land area of the kolkhozy was not consolidated, 9 but scattered among the strips worked by individual peasant farmers. More advanced crop rotation was therefore impossible unless undertaken jointly with individual peasants by agreement with the mir. The kolkhozy lacked skilled agronomists, vets, or mechanics. While they contained a much higher proportion of party members than the individual peasant economies, the proportion was still small. In June I-929 there were 8 I-957 party members and candidates in 57,000 kolkhozy, 4.3% of all able-bodied adult collective farmers. 10. The members of the kolkhozy were mainly former poor peasants and batraks, who lacked capital, so that most kolkhozy seemed unattractive and poverty-stricken to the individual peasants. In July I-929, Pyaskal, a German agricultural specialist working in Siberia, summed up the case against the mass of the existing kolkhozy in strong terms. The majority of the present kolkhozy don't deceive yourselves are candidates for death. Inadequate grants on the one hand, and big errors in management on the other, have discredited the whole process of collectivization and very often have even taken away confidence in the correctness of the principle of collectivization. The majority of kolkhozy do not as yet have organization plans or plans for the location of the personal plot, there is no proper division into fields or crop rotation, and buildings are being put up which don't correspond or correspond very little to their function. In kolkhozy it is still not known what crops should be sown and how they should be sown. Crude mistakes are made in the method of cultivating the soil, they argue about elementary principles and waste time in endless talk about various utopias instead of getting down to practical work. The land is still used in a barbarous fashion and the soil continues to deteriorate. This does not help to increase yields or to prevent harvest failure. The rapid expansion of the membership of the kolkhozy after the 15-party Congress resulted in a deterioration in their technical level. Although over 4,000 new tractors were supplied to the kolkhozy between mid-1928 and mid-1929, the number of tractors per 1,000 hectares of sown land fell drastically from 77 to 33.12. By the spring of 1929, plans for the socialized sector of agriculture had been greatly increased. The optimum version of the first 5-year plan, approved by the 16-party conference in April 1929, proposed that 15.5% of gross grain production and as much as 43% of extra-rural marketed grain from the harvest of 1932 should come from sovkhozy and kolkhozy. As a result of the development of giant highly mechanized sovkhozy, under the grain trust Zernotrust, sovkhozy would produce 4 feet 4 inches million tons in the 1932 harvest, and as much as 3 feet 4 inches million tons of this would be marketed. L3 in the same year 5 million tons of marketed grain would come from the kolkhozy, see Table 5. Kolkhozy would include 96% of the rural population in 1932/33 and 13.6% in 1933/34-14, about 3 million households. Other variants of the 5-year plan for the kolkhozy prepared in the spring of 1929 proposed that they should provide somewhat more marketed grain, 57.60 million tons from the 1932 and over 8 million tons from the 1933 harvest, and that the number of households collectivist should also be somewhat larger, 4 to 6 million households. 15. All these plans still assumed that 75% or more of the peasantry would remain in individual households at the end of the 5-year plan, and that grain production by the individual sector would continue to increase. But the proposal that the socialized sector should supply over 40% of the greatly increased quantity of marketed grain by I-932, and most of it by I-933, was none the less revolutionary. Even in the basic variant of the 5-year plan, the socialized sector was intended to supply as much marketed grain in I-932 as that supplied in I-927, not merely by the kulaks, but also by the well-to-do households, IO% of households in all. 16. Collectivization, and the development of the sovkhozy, would simultaneously solve the grain problem and destroy the economic power of the well-to-do peasants. Throughout I-928 and I-929, new and more ambitious methods of collectivization received increasing attention. From the end of I-927 onwards, Markovic was encouraged by the authorities in his efforts to persuade whole villages to cultivate their land collectively in association with machine tractor stations, see Volume 2, pages I6 I9, and as early as November I-927 Baumann suggested at a Moscow party conference that whole rural settlements and even districts should be collectivist. L7 in May I-928, the party Central Committee referred favorably to the organized transfer of whole peasant settlements to joint cultivation of the land. 18 and, in the course of I-928, legislation on contracts for grain and industrial crops between the agricultural cooperatives and the peasants stressed the importance of signing contracts with groups of peasants and whole land societies with a view to encouraging joint land cultivation and collectivization. 19 At the end of I-928, Kolkhozy Centre, at the prompting of the Central Committee, launched a campaign for the establishment of large kolkhozy, krupny kolkhozy. Large kolkhozy were defined as having a sown area of at least 200 hectares, in most regions 2 or 3 times as large as a traditional village, and were expected to include a total area of 775,000 hectares. 20 large kolkhozy did not necessarily involve the collectivization of all the households in an existing group of villages, as they were intended to be established primarily on virgin lands. 21. But in the spring of 1929 a much more ambitious scheme was launched for the establishment of a few districts of comprehensive collectivization, Rayony Sploshnoy Collectivizacji RSKS, in which all or the majority of households were collectivist. An administrative district contained on average about 8,000 peasant households. Henceforth the advantages were frequently proclaimed of both Masovaya Collectivizacja, mass collectivization, and Sploshnoya Collectivizacja, comprehensive, or unbroken, collectivization. Both senses are present in the Russian word. The meaning attached to these phrases varied, but they both implied that substantial land masses, a whole village or group of villages, would be collectivist, rather than groups of households within a village. 22. While the voluntary nature of these new forms of collectivization continued to be stressed, they carried with them the unstated implication that the formation and growth of kolkhozy was becoming a planned and organized activity in which the local or central authorities would play a larger part, and in which collectivization would advance village by village rather than household by household. These new approaches to collectivization predominated in the speeches of the party leaders in the spring of I-929. At the plenum of the Central Committee in April I-929 Stalin hailed the serious movement of the mass of millions of peasants in favor of kolkhozy and sovkhozy, but without referring to comprehensive collectivization. 23. But at the 16-party conference in the same month Kaminsky, chairman of Kolkhoz Centre, after describing the year 1927/28 as a breakthrough year in collectivization, claimed that as a result of the further developments in 1928/29 the middle peasant has begun to go into the kolkhozy. From this impetus, taiga, of the middle peasants towards the kolkhozy, truly mass collectivization would result, with the establishment of complete districts of comprehensive collectivization in 2 to 3 years. 24. The importance of the movement for comprehensive collectivization was strongly stressed by other speakers at the conference. Vilenki praised the collectivization of whole villages both because it enabled kolkhozy to be brought under firm control, avoiding the danger of capitalist degeneration, and because it would facilitate basic agricultural technical improvements. 25. While Shatskin claimed that it was no longer a rare exception, but a fairly widespread phenomenon. 26. Collectivization was believed to have substantial advantages even if it did not entail the introduction of tractors and agricultural machinery. At the party conference, Kalinin, while placing his main emphasis on the great advantages of mechanization, declared that while the small kolkhoz represented manufacture, it is still a step forward. It is still an association which can be counterposed to the kulak economy in the sphere of production. 27. But all those who strongly supported collectivization clearly believed that the supply of machinery to the kolkhozy would be the decisive factor in their success. At the April plenum Stalin insisted that an industrial basis for agricultural development existed, and declared, "Just supply machines and tractors and the cause of the kolkhozy will advance more quickly." 28. At the party conference Kaminsky bluntly declared that in the new stage of collectivization, involving the establishment of large kolkhozy, the tractor must be the basis. 29. A speaker from the Kuban area of the North Caucasus declared that although the middle peasants are attracted to the kolkhozy, only a few of them are joining, and argued that they would remain unwilling to join unless kolkhozy were formed which embraced a whole land society or even a whole stanitsa, 1,000 or more households, and were served by tractors. 32 months after the 16-party conference, Kolkhoz Centre complained to Sovnarkom that tractor supply is extremely retarded, and continues to lag behind the rate of growth of the kolkhozy, thus applying a powerful brake on the normal development of large-scale collective agricultural production. 31. The conflict between the rapid increase in the membership of the kolkhozy and the slower increase in the supply of machinery remained for the moment unresolved. B. the first phase of mass collectivization. Following the approval of the optimum variant of the 5-year plan by the 16-party conference in April and the V Congress of Soviets in May 1929, enthusiasm for the rapid economic and social transformation of the USSR, coupled with a sense of urgency, mounted among the party leaders and their supporters throughout the summer. This mood was not, as in the summer of 1992-7, a reaction to a sudden deterioration in the international situation. The crisis resulting from the Chinese seizure of the Chinese Eastern Railway in Manchuria on July 10 was less significant than the defeat of the British Conservatives, the arch-enemy of the Soviet Union, in the election of May 30 and the subsequent appointment of the Labour government, which paved the way to the restoration of Soviet-British diplomatic relations in November 32. The Soviet assessment at this time seems to have been that they had gained a temporary respite from capitalist attack, CP 164 below. But at the ex-plenum of the Comintern Executive Committee in July, where Molotov was the most prominent Soviet representative, this respite was placed in the context of a period of growing crisis and tension in the capitalist world. In a new revolutionary wave, the majority of the proletariat of the capitalist countries would be won over to the communist parties, and in this period of intensified class struggle on a world scale the danger of war against the USSR would increase. 33. The Soviet leaders were convinced that the respite must be used to build up Soviet economic and military power, and that this made it essential to find a permanent solution to the agricultural problem. Within the USSR, a more vigorous offensive was conducted against bourgeois specialists and the right wing of the party. In May, several prominent non-party engineers, including Palchinsky and von Meek, were executed after a secret trial. 34. In June, 7 counter-revolutionaries were executed in Belorussia. Their crimes included not only arson but also agitation against collectivization. 35. In July 16, White Guards were executed in the Far East. 36. Throughout the summer and autumn, systematic purges were explicitly directed towards removing those hostile to Soviet power from government institutions and expelling from the party non-communist elements. This phrase referred both to those in opposition to the leadership, and to those who had been corrupted by kulaks and Nepman. 37. A campaign was launched against the close association of some local party organizations with Nepman, the corruption of party officials in Astrakhan by private fisheries being held up as an example. 38. An anti-religious campaign, which began in the summer of 1928, and involved the closing down of monasteries and the exile of their monks, reached a new peak in June 1929 with the convening of the All-Union Congress of the Militant Godless, addressed by Bukharin on behalf of the Central Committee. 39. For the next 9 months, a vigorous campaign against religion henceforth formed a major part of party activity in the countryside. The leaders of the right deviation, still not yet named as such in print, were carefully and relentlessly removed from all positions of influence. In June, a plenum of the Trade Union Central Council endorsed the decision of the April plenum of the party's Central Committee to remove Tomsky from his trade union posts. 40. In July, the plenum of the Comintern Executive Committee endorsed the decision to remove Bukharin from Comintern work. 41. In August, a new party cell was formed in Pravda, previously edited by Bukharin. The cell consisted only of comrades who have fought for the line of the Central Committee most firmly and in a Bolshevik fashion. 42. All other signs of opposition in the party were also firmly suppressed. The leftists Shatskin and Sten, prominent members of the group of Komsomol leaders who had pressed hard during 1928 and the early part of 1929 for stronger action against kulaks and Nepman, were now condemned for urging Komsomol members to think more independently. 43. Preobrazhensky, Radek and Smilga, former leaders of the United Opposition, announced that they had broken with Trotsky, and declared their support for the Leninist policy of the Central Committee. 44. Stalin and the party majority seemed to many of their opponents to be mustering their strength for a decisive struggle against capitalism in difficult circumstances. This was a time to swallow one's disagreements and rally to the cause. 46. Even the large group in exile within the USSR which remained faithful to Trotsky, declared their support for the 5-year plan, called for the purging from the party of those who held right-wing theories, admitted that the right-wing danger must soften the sharpness of the relationship between the Leninist opposition and the party leadership, and expressed willingness in principle to renounce factional activity. 46. The struggle against the right wing was closely linked with the struggle for industrialization and collectivization. The Lower Volga Regional Party Committee, in a statement endorsed by the Central Control Commission, called for the establishment in Astrakhan Okrug of large kolkhozy, primarily in sea fishing, and for the increased recruitment of middle peasants into kolkhozy. 47. The statement by Preobrazhensky, Radek and Smilga declared their support for industrialization, for the struggle against the kulaks, and for the development of Sovkhozy and kolkhozy, which they described as levers for the socialist transformation of the countryside. The first public occasion after the V Congress of Soviets at which collectivization was discussed by party leaders was a plenum of the Moscow Party Committee convened in June 1929. Bauman assured the plenum that we are entering the phase of the last decisive struggles between socialism and capitalism in our country. Collectivization was becoming a movement of middle peasants as well as poor peasants, involving the transfer to collectives of whole settlements and even districts, using tractors and complex agricultural machines. The pace was such that collectivization in the Moscow province would be completed not in 100 years, but in a decade or two. 48. This proposed pace of social change, in an agriculturally insignificant province where only 1 foot 5 inches % of peasant households were collectivist, represented a remarkable acceleration. At the plenum, Mikoyan repeated the claim that there was a serious impetus of the middle peasant towards the kolkhozy. Assertions that the social basis of the kolkhoz movement now extended well beyond the batrak and the poor peasant would become a familiar theme in propaganda for rapid collectivization later in the year, see PS 6 below. At the Moscow plenum, in a rare burst of frankness, Mikoyan admitted that the pressure of the authorities for immediate collectivization was a direct result of the grain crisis. I fear my statement will be considered heretical, but I am convinced that if there were no grain difficulties, the question of strong kolkhozy and of the MTS would not have been posed at this moment with such vigor, scope, and breadth. Of course we would inevitably have come to this task sometime, but it is a question of timing. If grain were abundant, we would not at the present time have set ourselves the problems of kolkhoz and sovkhoz construction in such a broad way. 49. On June 2 I 929, while the plenum of the Moscow Committee was in progress, a decree of TSIK and Sovnarkom, on measures to strengthen the kolkhoz system, recommended that the Republican, Regional, and Okrug kolkhozy, which were previously advisory in nature, should be given executive powers, Pravo operativno hozyaistvenoy deatelnosti, including the right to distribute among the kolkhozy subordinate to them government credits, tractors and other physical resources. Particular importance was attached to the large kolkhozy, which were to be directly subordinated to the Republican kolkhoz century. 50. This was a significant decision, although the kolkhozy had received a considerable degree of priority in practice. The kolkhoz sector was not previously allocated specific quotas of machines, and the kolkhoz century had no direct influence over their distribution. 51. Collectivization campaigns were now undertaken by regional and local party organizations more vigorously than before. In the western region, where only I0% of households were collectivist by June I 929, a long letter from the regional party authorities to district party committees and to rural party cells claimed that a tremendous impetus of poor and middle peasants to the kolkhozy was shown by the fact that over 500 kolkhozy had been established during the spring, and called for the establishment of 300 more, plus 500 production and cooperative associations, during the autumn. 52. In the North Caucasus, Stavropol Okrug resolved that 32% of its households should be collectivist by May 1930. 63. A few weeks later, on July 4, 1929, Andreev, party secretary in the North Caucasus region, translated the new atmosphere into specific plans for his region in a report to the Central Committee. optimistically asserting that 11.8% of households in the North Caucasus were already collectivist. He proposed that the proportion should be increased to 22% or in 1929/30, collectivization would cease to be a spontaneous development, and would take place according to a definite plan involving the establishment of large kolkhozy and the collectivization of whole land societies, or at least a considerable part of them. 54. This proposal clearly required a much more active approach to collectivization by the authorities than in previous years. Voluntary collectivization would be transformed, even according to the official view, from collectivization initiated by the peasants into collectivization initiated from above and merely supported by the peasants. The first Russian Conference of Large Kolkhozy, which met in Moscow from July 1 to July 10, 1929, registered important changes in collectivization policy. 65. The proceedings of the conference reveal that progress in the 6 months since the Kolkhoz Center decision of December 1928, CEP 113 above, was significant rather than substantial. A report by Kolkhoz Center claimed that by June 1929 14.7 large kolkhozy had been established in the RSFSR, with a sown area of some 240,000 hectares. 66. But this figure was obtained only by sleight of hand. In the definition approved by Sovnarkom in December 1928 and endorsed by the Organizational section of the Conference of Large Kolkhozy, a large kolkhoz was required to have a sown area of at least 2,000 hectares. 57. In June 1929, only 39 kolkhozy with a sown area of 12,000 hectares came within this definition, and the higher figure was obtained by defining a large kolkhoz as one with a total area of 2,000 hectares. 68. Even on the official claim, the large kolkhozy included only about 4% of all collective farmers in the RSFSR, 59, and this was less than 1 in 600 of all peasant households. Nor were the large kolkhozy particularly favored in the allocation of resources. Only a third or a quarter of their draft power was supplied by tractors, roughly the same proportion as for the rest of the kolkhozy. 60. No specific agency was responsible for the large kolkhozy, and a Kolkhoz Center official explained to the conference that they had emerged on local initiative without any definite central plan, largely by fusing or grouping existing kolkhozy. We did not know their addresses even in April of this year. 61. In spite of this slender progress, the conference, backed by Kolkhoz Center, elevated the large kolkhozy to a key position in the general movement for collectivization. Kaminsky, who spoke twice at the conference, reiterated his familiar view that large kolkhozy, together with the MTS, would be the nucleus of technological advance in the countryside. While admitting, in contrast to his statement at the 16-party conference, CEP 116 above, that they must make temporary use of animal power, he again stressed that their future lies with combine harvesters and large powerful tractors. 62. The advanced large kolkhoz would act as the nucleus for the large mass of small kolkhozy which would be formed simultaneously, and which would rely on the collective use of horses and horse-drawn agricultural machines which formerly belonged to individual peasants. 63. Kaminsky predicted a stormy development of the large kolkhoz economy, beginning as early as this autumn. 64. And reported that their sown area in 1930 for the USSR as a whole was planned at 3 million out of a total kolkhoz sown area of 8 million hectares. To lend plausibility to the plan, he compared this figure with the total area occupied in the RSFSR in June 1929 by large kolkhozy, 750,0001 million hectares. This was a double sleight of hand, as large kolkhozy were estimated in terms of the new, less stringent definition. 65. The need for greater central control of a much expanded campaign for large kolkhozy was stressed both by official spokesmen from the kolkhoz agencies and by delegates from the large kolkhozy, and a resolution was carried urging that large kolkhozy should be allocated the main organizational and physical resources of the kolkhoz system. 66. In the course of the conference, a Kolkhoz Center official reported an important step in this direction. Kolkhoz Center and Narkomzum would allocate tractors and large agricultural machines exclusively to large kolkhozy or to groups of kolkhozy. 67 Two additional conferences held at the time of the Conference of Large Kolkhozy, and reported in the published volume of its proceedings, reinforced the impression of a new and much less restrained phase in collectivization policy. On July 4, I-929, an interkolkhoz conference held in the small district town of Yala, in the Urals, resolved that 84 kolkhozy from 3 adjacent administrative districts should be amalgamated into a single large kolkhoz with a total land area of 35,000 hectares, appropriately known as Giant. 68 This development was unprecedented in scale and scope. At the moment of the decision to set up Giant, its constituent kolkhozy already included 3,800 of the 7,000 rural households in the 3 districts, and in 9 of the 22 village soviets, and 33 of the I-02 hamlets. 85% or more of households were members of the kolkhoz. Giant claimed a much wider range of membership than most kolkhozy, as it was to include some 40% of all the middle peasants in the 3 districts. But in spite of this unusually broad social base, advanced forms of organization, which until then had been supposed to be less acceptable to the middle peasant, nevertheless predominated. The proportion of communes was much higher, and of TOZY lower, than for kolkhozy generally at this time, see Val 2, p. 73. Some kolkhozy had existed in this area since I-920, but most of the constituent kolkhozy in Giant appear to have been established after the 15-party Congress in December I-927. In the publicity attendant on the formation of Giant, the organizers were concerned to stress the voluntary nature of this expansion. They asserted that it had been due to propaganda by existing successful kolkhozy among a peasantry which had actively supported the regime during the Civil War and which was willing to improve its agriculture. When we collectivist, we did not promise tractors, we did not promise rivers of milk with banks of cream. The peasantry collectivist itself. The organizers admitted that collectivization had been met by many women peasants, a darker, more backward and for the most part illiterate element, with opposition so strong that in dozens of cases it had resulted, at least temporarily, in the breakup of the family. The organizers also claimed that collectivization was bitterly resisted by kulaks, who tried to persuade peasants to leave kolkhoz, burned down cattle sheds, and wounded kolkhoz horses with knives and axes. A policy of refusing to admit kulaks into the kolkhoz was firmly adhered to, even when, seeing the success of the kolkhoz, and fearing to be isolated from the rest of the population, they had pleaded on their knees and with tears in their eyes. The extent to which collectivization in these districts of the Urals was willingly accepted by the peasants in the early months of 1929 cannot now be guessed. An important part was played by land consolidation measures. During the spring sowing of 1929, previously scattered kolkhozy were brought together into unified groups, and this must obviously have led to the displacement of some individual peasants from their existing holdings. It was reported that on one occasion the kulaks refused to sow their land, presumably as a protest against these developments. Voluntary or not, this does not seem to have been a movement initiated by the regional or even by the okrug authorities, who apparently were hesitant and cautious throughout. The initiative was said to have been taken by the Komsomol cells and the activists of some of the kolkhozy, with the subsequent support of the Okrug Komsomol Committee, and to have been opposed by the kolkhozy at Okrug and regional level. But although the central authorities in Moscow do not appear to have initiated this ambitious scheme, the turning point was the support it received from Kaminsky at the Congress of Soviets of the RSFSR in May 1929. This official backing was reflected in the attendance at the inaugural meeting on July 4 of a representative of the rural department of the party's Central Committee and of regional, Okrug and district government and party officials. With its massive and broadly based membership, its element of spontaneity, at least on the part of some of the kolkhoz activists, and its high degree of socialization, Giant was a striking example both of a very large kolkhoz and of a district, or group of districts, 69 which had made substantial strides towards comprehensive collectivization. The second conference to be held at the time of the Conference of Large Caucasi concerned the new movement for districts of comprehensive collectivization, RSKs, and was convened in Moscow on July G. At the end of the main conference, according to the official report, it was held at the request of individual delegates. 70 By this time 11 districts in the RSFSR were already officially recognized as RSKs, see Table R8. The districts varied considerably in level of collectivization, type of kolkhoz and method of approach. Some, like Gigant, were primarily a fusion of existing small kolkhozy into groups or associations. Some, like the Tijansk Combine in the northern region, were based on extensive past involvement in marketing cooperatives or looked towards the establishment of interkolkhoz industrial enterprises processing agricultural products on a district scale. Some, including 3 districts in the Volga regions, were built up round a machine tractor column or station and intended to proceed rapidly to well-developed mechanization. There was no standard pattern of organization. Only 2 or 3 districts were being organized as a single kolkhoz along the lines of Gigant. At the other extreme, the Tijansk Combine was a loose confederation of kolkhozy in which individual peasant households were also represented. Most of the districts included a number of kolkhozy, sometimes grouped together, but retaining their separate identities. The degree of collectivization also varied considerably. Only the Armazan district in the Urals, with 71% or 2,600 of its households already in kolkhozy, was collectivist to a greater extent than Gigant. In at least 6 of the districts, less than 40% of peasant households belonged to the kolkhozy. No clear principle was followed in including districts in the approved list, though it is evident from contemporary accounts that Kolkhoz Centre treated requests for inclusion with some circumspection, and that considerable local pressure, or some special reason for central interest, was required before a district was officially recognized. 71 Nor was there yet an agreed definition of the stage at which these designated districts could be said to have achieved comprehensive collectivization, see 114, and 22, above. 7.2 The tentative and contradictory aspects of the movement for comprehensive collectivization should not, however, depreciate its significance. Whole districts, each embracing several thousand households, were proceeding towards joint cultivation of whole settlements, villages, and groups of villages, involving the breakup of the traditional land system and economic and social order of the Russian peasantry. The experience of the few more advanced districts provided a basis for other districts to adopt more ambitious plans. A speaker from Velovo district, Tula Okrug, reported to the meeting on July G. When we told the Research Institute that we intended to collectivize our whole district in 5 years, they said this was utopian. But Yelin district in the Urals was extremely significant in this respect. In 2 or 3 months the kolkhozy took in nearly 10 to 15% of the whole territory. After the experience of YLA the question of comprehensive collectivization became clear and the figures of our 5-year plan appeared more realistic. 73. A speaker from an agricultural newspaper summed up the optimistic spirit of the conference. I believe there is no more important happening in our Soviet life than this meeting in this room, as the question of comprehensive. The movement for RSKs, apparently without any special planning, thus emerged from and formed part of the wider movement for large kolkhozy launched by Kolkhoz Centre at the prompting of the Central Committee at the end of 1928. By June 1929, it had already begun to overshadow it. These new trends in policy were consolidated with the adoption of more ambitious plans for 1929-30. In June, Kolkhoz Centre announced that 1 million households would be collectivist in the RSFSR in 1929-30, implying about 1 million for the whole USSR. This corresponded to the planned sown area for the kolkhozy in 1929-30, 8 million hectares, announced by Kaminsky at the Conference of Large Kolkhozy. 75 In August, The Gosplan control figures for 1929/30 proposed that the Caucasus should include a sown area of 13 million hectares, 76. This would correspond to some 2 million households. This was a very considerable increase as compared with the optimum variant of the 5-year plan adopted in the spring of 1929, which envisaged that even by the spring of I-933 only 37 million households would be collectivist, with a sown area of 25 million hectares. 77. On September 12, an article by Kaminsky declared that the figure of 3 million hectares for 1929/go was a minimum which would be exceeded considerably, and envisaged the collectivization of at least 50% of peasant households in the main grain surplus areas, and 60% of the sown area of the USSR by the last year of the 5-year plan, 1932/33. 78. The collectivization of agriculture would thus require not a decade or so but merely a few years. Simultaneously with this revision of collectivization plans, much public attention was devoted to more advanced forms of collectivization, and during August and September expectations mounted rapidly. On August 7, an editorial in Pravda, On the Road to Mass Collectivization, condemned the right opposition for attempting to confine the Kolkhoz movement within the framework of an entertaining social experiment, and praised the large kolkhozy and the RSKs. It admitted, however, that comprehensive collectivization is unthinkable without the large machine. On August 2, a special conference on kolkhoz construction held in the rural department of the party's Central Committee approved the principle of the comprehensive collectivization of whole districts. 79. On August 6, a less restrained editorial in Pravda, evidently inspired by the conference, praised the emergence of new kolkhozy covering tens of villages and suggested that RSKs, based on MTS, could be formed not in 5 or 6 years as originally planned but within 1 or 2 years. The Politburo itself was, as usual, more restrained in its official pronouncements. In the only relevant published resolution at this time, on the work of the party organization in Atkursk, Saratov, Okrug in the Lower Volga region, dated August 26, the Central Committee merely called for special attention to the leadership of the Kolkhoz movement, increasing the involvement of the poor peasant, production cooperation, and the comprehensive collectivization of whole villages. 80. But the campaign developed rapidly. On September 5, a further editorial in Pravda reported that as many as 100 RSKs associated with MTS were now planned. A week later, in his article of September 2, Kaminsky claimed that as much as 2/3 of the sown area to be collectivist during the 5-year plan would form part of large kolkhozy or RSKs. 81. A general report on the state of the kolkhoz movement submitted by Kolkhoz Center to the party's Central Committee at this time devoted most of its space to the large kolkhozy and the RSK, and launched an even more ambitious scheme, the comprehensive collectivization of 35 to 40 okrugs. 82. An okrug, the intermediate administrative unit between the district and the region, contains something like 100,000 households, as compared with some 8,000 in a district, so this was a further major stride towards the full achievement of collectivization within the space of a few years. The call for the comprehensive collectivization of okrugs was prompted by a resolution of the Party Bureau of Khyber Okrug in the Lower Volga region on August 27, 1929, in which it proposed the comprehensive collectivization of the whole okrug during the course of the 5-year plan. 83. The okrug, though described by Kolkhoz Center as not particularly outstanding in its rate of collectivization and its economic significance, 84 had been under the special aegis of the central authorities for some time. 85. And the extent to which the proposal of August 27 was made independently by the local authorities is not clear. The Okrug Party Bureau and the dominant group in the Kolkhozoyos strongly advocated rapid collectivization and pressed the central authorities to supply more tractors. 86. And the Soviet Executive Committee prepared plans in advance for comprehensive collectivization of the Okrug. 87. But the local Khyber newspaper later described comprehensive collectivization of the Okrug as a sudden decision of the regional and central agencies. Local support for the scheme was certainly not unanimous. Several weeks after the decision, the Okrug Land Department was ossified and immobile, and the grain cooperatives regarded comprehensive collectivization as not our affair, while in the district organizations, preoccupied with the grain collections and the autumn sowing, not a sound or a word about comprehensive collectivization had yet been heard. 88 The newspaper also remarked that not so long ago a considerable section of the rural communists also regarded the proposal with a certain skepticism. 89 It was also greeted with skepticism in Kolkhoz Center in Moscow. According to a Soviet account, the board of Kolkhoz Center sent a telegram to the Lower Volga Regional Party Committee complaining about high-handedness, svoivali, in the Okrug, and on September 4 the Okrug was recognized by Kolkhoz Center as the first Okrug of comprehensive collectivization only after the intervention of the Party Central Committee 90, i.e. of the Central Party authorities. At the meeting of Kolkhoz Center on September 4, Kaminsky somewhat disingenuously argued that it should agree to the comprehensive collectivization of the Okrug because we must support the initiative of the localities. 91 The truth was rather that the party authorities in Moscow were seizing on every possibility of pressing forward collectivization, against the advice of leading Kolkhoz Center officials and the resistance of some local party and state officials. Even at this time no firm decision had yet been reached at the top in the party about the scale and pace of the forthcoming collectivization drive. On September 8, I-929, Orjonikij, perhaps the most vigorous advocate of rapid industrialization in the Politburo, referred to collectivization in moderate terms. To complete this work years are needed. We will need to spend years and years in stubborn and consistent work to organize the 25 million scattered peasant economies around the tractor, the kolkhoz, the commune, the artel. 92. As late as October 2, Andreev still claimed that in this 5-year plan, we can in no case count on the complete passage to collective farming. Collectivization is a long-term policy and still demands a great deal of time. 93 Stalin remained silent. He did not make any public statement about agriculture between April and the beginning of November. Nor was the kolkhoz movement equipped with a strong and well-designed structure of command. Kolkhoz Center complained in its report of September 7 to the Central Committee that the decree of June 2 I-929, giving executive authority to the Kolkhosoyozy, SEEP I-20 above, had been resisted by the agricultural cooperatives, and was largely ineffective. 94 But the general political atmosphere undoubtedly encouraged every move from anywhere in the central or local apparatus towards increased collectivization. On August 2 I-929, Pravda published its first open attack on Bukharin by name, and this was followed by a concerted campaign against the right opposition which included frequent attacks on its pusillanimity about agriculture in general and Sovkhozy and Kolkhozy in particular. Enthusiastic accounts of the successful formation of Kolkhozy appeared frequently at this time in the national press. In the western region, August I-9, a religious holiday, was celebrated as a collectivization day, following a proposal first made, apparently spontaneously, by a regional Kolkhoz Congress. 95 Strenuous efforts were made to persuade peasants to join the Kolkhozy. 96 Collectivization Day was taken up in other parts of the USSR. In Stavropol Okrug it became a collectivization fortnight and then a collectivization month. 97 This collectivization day was not sponsored or endorsed by the Central Party authorities, but on August 23 the Party Central Committee announced that October Q, another religious holiday, would be celebrated throughout the USSR as a day of harvest and collectivization. 98 During the summer of I-929 the procedures for winning over the peasants to collectivization were regulated and systematized, and this provided a further impetus to collectivization. Local authorities were urged to collectivize through what was in effect a version of the Ural-Siberian method of grain collections, SEEP 57 above, adapted to the social transformation of the Soviet countryside. A significant article in the agricultural newspaper by a Kolkhoz Center official urged Okrug Kolkhoz agencies to select specific settlements suitable for putting through comprehensive collectivization, on the basis, for instance, that cooperation was already reasonably advanced, and then systematically persuade the peasants to join. The kolkhozy, using the combined forces of Okrug and District Party, Soviet and cooperative organizations. Party and Komsomol members, who were obliged to join the kolkhoz, should be approached first, and then, as in the case of the grain collections, separate meetings of the village Soviet, of poor peasant groups and of women should precede the convening of general village meetings. 99 This article was in due course reproduced in the local press. L00 It was also at this time that the authorities, fired by the success of the initial stage of the grain campaign, envisaged that the agencies responsible for it could move on to a collectivization drive similar to the grain campaign in scope and speed. It was announced that the grain collections would be completed by January I, so that from the new year the forces of the party, the Soviet administration, the cooperatives, and of all voluntary organizations can be transferred to carrying out the tasks of agricultural reconstruction. To assisting the broad masses of the poor and middle peasants to organize their economy on collective and industrial principles. 1°1 The systematization of procedures, the campaign against the right, the general enthusiasm for collectivization in the national press, and the specific support from the Central Party administration such as that given to the RSKs and to the collectivization of Kpur Okrug, all encouraged Okrug and District Party officials to adopt more ambitious plans. It was in these special circumstances that the central authorities were confronted from below with plans which exceeded their own expectations, so that Kaminsky was able to claim that Realiri is overtaking the plans. 102 The new orientation and atmosphere resulted in impressive increases in the membership of kolkhozy. In the 4 months June-September I-929 the kolkhozy expanded rapidly, from I million households, 39% of all households, on June I to I-9 million, 75% on October I-929, see tables I-6 and I-7. In the main grain surplus regions the proportion was much higher, 19% in the North Caucasus, I-8% in the Lower Volga, 9% in the Central Volga. 103 This unprecedented expansion undoubtedly encouraged the authorities in their growing belief that collectivization would provide an immediate solution to their difficulties. While the new kolkhozy were being formed, the autumn sowings of rye, wheat, and barley for the I-930 harvest took place. 104 The autumn sown area in I-929 was 65% higher than in I-928, and somewhat higher than in any previous year. The increase in the 3 major grain surplus regions of the RSFSR, where collectivization was particularly rapid, was as much as II%. 105 For the first time, substantial areas of the major grain regions were included in the kolkhozy, and were sown collectively. This sowing was of course towards comprehensive collectivization. Thus in Kpur Okrug, where only 2% of households were collectivist in June I-929, 107 the proportion had risen to I-26% on August I-108 and by October I was stated to have reached 30, 109 or even 38%, 110 in certain districts of the Okrug, 70% of households were already collectivist. 111 in the Chapiv RSK, the percentage of collectivist households increased from 25 in July to 63 in September. 112 The press at this time frequently referred to the impetus of middle peasants towards the kolkhoz, but the membership of kolkhozy still consisted primarily of poor peasants. According to the Kolkhoz Center report of September 7, former poor peasants or batraks constituted between 63 and 80% of kolkhoz households in different parts of the North Caucasus, middle peasants between I-8 and 36%, similar proportions were reported from the Urals. The proportion of middle peasants in kolkhozy was not recorded as having increased substantially in the course of I-928/29.11 as zealous party and Soviet officials employed threats and force as well as blandishments in order to bring the peasants into the kolkhozy as early as March I-929. 114 By June-September I-929 such administrative pressure was evidently already widely employed. The Chapiv district in the central Volga region, named after the Soviet Civil War hero, provides an instructive example. Comprehensive collectivization of the district was originally proposed by district officials in the spring of I-929. 115, progress was rapid, and in August a meeting in the rural department of the party's Central Committee resolved that collectivization in the district should be further accelerated in preparation for September 5, the 10th anniversary of Chapiv's death. 116 collectivization was immediately carried out at dizzy speed by officials who rushed from village to village, promising tractors to those who hesitated and sometimes threatening to take away their land if they refused to join. 117, in one village in the central Black Earth region a kolkhoz of 50 households was organized only by crude ordering about, in another, a quarter of the peasants were individually assessed for the agricultural tax, a measure intended only for kulaks, and a quarter of the poor peasants were deprived of electoral rights. 118 in the Ukraine. Schlichter criticized land consolidation officials who had used administrative arguments and mechanically increased their achievements in collectivizing the population. U9 Much opposition was aroused. In one district of Khyber Okrug, rumors flourished for 2 months that a St. Bartholomew's Night of the Peasantry was about to occur, and attempts were made to burn down poor peasant houses in which meetings had been held. 120 According to the Kolkhoz Center report of September 7, the class struggle in the countryside became much more acute with the organization of large kolkhozes, so that the reports from some places where comprehensive collectivization was being introduced literally remind one of a battlefront. Thus agitation against the authorities, rumors, arson, and killing of cattle were frequently reported from the Chapiv district, and a letter from Gigant Kolkhoz in the Urals described secret meetings, rumors that Antichrist had arrived and that the world would soon come to an end, and the burning down of a settlement which supported collectivization while its inhabitants were taking part in an anti-religious carnival. 121 From the Ukraine, the well-known journalist Zaslavsky reported that while armed banditry, which continued until 1927, had now ceased, slander about the kolkhozy was widespread, including allegations that serfdom was being introduced. Opposition was particularly widespread among women. Stirred up by the kulaks, though in general there was a substantial stratum of vacillators. In one village where collectivization had been introduced at silent peasant meetings, Zaslavsky commented wryly, "It is well known that silence means consent." A large crowd of women who subsequently blocked the road when tractors arrived yelled out, "The Chinese have seized half of Siberia, the Bolsheviks will soon be finished, the Soviet government is bringing back serfdom." 122 When peasant enthusiasm for the kolkhoz was reported in the press in other than general terms, it was usually associated with anticipation of the benefits to be brought by the tractor. In the Novonikolovsky model district in Khyber Okrug, the presence of a relatively large number of machines facilitated the broad movement to collectivization. 123 In a very large kolkhoz in the North Caucasus, where collectivization was originally strongly resisted, women were reported to have burst into tears of joy on seeing the tractor columns. 124 In Chapiv district, middle peasants who were asked, "Are you for the kulak or for Soviet power?" replied, "Neither for the kulak nor for Soviet power, but for the tractor." 125. C. The problem of the kulak. The grain campaign of 1928-29 was accompanied by an intensified struggle against the kulaks, who were condemned not only for failing to hand over grain themselves but also for inciting middle peasants to similar resistance, see pages 93-8 above. The controversial question of the relationship of the kulak to the kolkhozy, made more urgent with the rapid development of collectivization, was discussed in an atmosphere of increasing hostility to the kulaks. Opinion was sharply divided at the 16-party conference in April 1929, 126 No agreement was reached, and the matter was referred first to the Central Committee, and then to its rural department. L27. An article in Pravda condemned dekulakization and the use of terror against kulaks. The seizure of kulak dwellings and property in the course of collectivization would increase the supporters of the kulaks among middle peasants, and the murder of kulaks by poor peasants was a non-proletarian method of struggle with the class enemy. 128 later in the same month, an important discussion article by Karpinski in the party journal accepted the widely held view that kulaks should not as a rule be admitted to the vast majority of existing kolkhozy, which consisted of a group of households within an existing village. The only exception would be kulaks who handed over all their means of production to the socialized fund of the kolkhoz, preferably to its indivisible fund, which would not be returned to them if they left or were expelled. Karpinski pointed out, however, that collectivization of whole settlements or groups of settlements raised a new set of problems. If the kulak was not admitted, he would need to be resettled, and as there were no proposals to send him to remote areas or a desert island, resettlement would have to be on the village lands. He could move to a separate farm outside the kolkhoz either in a kutur or as part of a separate kulak settlement, or he could be left in the main village and provided with an atrub. All these solutions, according to Karpinski, left the kulak in a strong position. The one most favored, the atrub, would enable the kulak to retain his influence in the village and his own production, and would cause serious agro-technical difficulties. Karpinski therefore proposed that in areas of comprehensive collectivization the kulak should be permitted to join the kolkhoz. Even if he retained his own horses, cows, and buildings, he would be deprived of his land. He would no longer be able to rent out implements and horses, and he would have fewer possibilities of speculating in grain. 129 Karpinski's proposal was endorsed by Kaminsky at a session of the All-Union Kolkhoz Council, 130, and on July 4, 1929, at a conference of the Rural Department of the Party Central Committee, a spokesman for the department also endorsed the view that when a whole settlement joined the kolkhoz, kulaks could be admitted, on condition that their property was transferred to the indivisible fund and that they did not participate in general meetings of the kolkhoz. 131 At the conference, a delegate from the Black Earth region claimed that practical experience demonstrated that the kulak could be kept under control better if he belonged to the kolkhoz. Kulak atrubs were a Soviet version of the Stolypin reform. 132 But the conference revealed a strong current of opinion among local party officials against the policy of the Central Committee Department. The majority of delegates at the conference were said to be decisively opposed to the admission of kulaks to kolkhozy. 133 Some delegates even called for the expulsion of kulaks altogether from the villages. If he is a kulak deprived of electoral rights, a delegate from the Lower Volga region declared, I think our Soviet government will find it possible to isolate such a kulak somewhere or other in a special area. Something must be done about this. If he gets into the kolkhoz somehow or other, he will turn an association for the joint working of the land into an association for working over Soviet power. 134. A delegate from a central Volga kolkhoz, whose kulaks had been dispatched to other villages and then sent back again, appealed to the authorities to find a place further off, so they do not come here again. 135 In his summing up, the spokesman for the Rural Department of the Central Committee argued defensively that for practical work it was sufficient to accept the general opinion of the kolkhozy that kulaks who are hindering or who may do harm should not be admitted. 136 The relative moderation advocated by the responsible Central Committee Department accorded with the policy followed in some major areas. In February 1929 the Bureau of the Lower Volga Regional Committee resolved that when whole settlements join the kolkhozy it is possible to admit kulaks to them provided that their main means of production, working animals, machines, etc., are socialized and transferred to the indivisible capital. 137 In June 1929, at a Central Volga conference, Kativik resisted the proposal made by some delegates that kulaks and even well-to-do peasants should be excluded from the kolkhozy, and the plenum of the Regional Party Committee in the following month resolved that individual kulak elements may be admitted to collective associations if they completely renounce their personal ownership of means of production, if the kolkhozy have a solid poor peasant and middle peasant nucleus, and if correct leadership is assured. 138 Elsewhere in the party a firmer policy towards the kulaks had already been accepted. In August 1928 the TSIK and Sovnarkom of the Kazakh Republic resolved that the property of the richest nomad farmers, the bai, should be confiscated and the bai themselves should be exiled. The measure was directed against farmers who were very much more prosperous than kulaks elsewhere in the USSR. Only 700 families, described as bai semi-feudal lords, were affected. Political as well as economic criteria were used to select those subject to exile. Bai were exiled either if they owned more than 100, 300, or 400 animals, depending on the area, or if they belonged earlier to privileged groups by their position. The operation was carried out between September and November 1928 by a central commission under the chairmanship of the chairman of the Kazakh TSIK or his deputy, which included the chairman of the Kazakh Sovnarkom or his deputy, and representatives of Narkomzem, the OGPU, the Kazakh Peasants Union and the Agricultural Workers Trade Union. The procurator was also in attendance. Similar commissions were established in the okrugs, and sent plenipotentiaries to the auls, Kazakh villages, to carry out the expropriation. Committees to assist the expropriation were established in the auls, and meetings of poor peasants, and of some middle peasants, were called in its support. While these procedures and institutions differed in detail from those adopted for the mass expropriation of the kulaks throughout the USSR early in 1930, they were clearly their precursor. Both the expropriations of 1928 and those of 1930 had in common the use of political American Samoa well as economic criteria to select the victims, the establishment of special commissions in which the OGPU was directly involved, the dispatch of plenipotentiaries to the villages and the summoning of peasant meetings to provide some popular authorization for the measures. Above all, the Kazakh expropriations, like those of 1930, were intimately connected with the collectivization of agriculture. While 60% of the confiscated animals were distributed to batraks and poor peasants, efforts were made to persuade the beneficiaries to join cooperatives, and 20% of the confiscated animals were distributed to existing kolkhozy and to 293 kolkhozy which were established on the basis of those confiscated herds. 139 These measures were defended in the decree of August I 928 on the grounds that in the Kazakh Republic, which contains culturally backward nationalities, the measures carried out until now have not changed the old pre-revolutionary relationships to a sufficient extent. 140 Until the autumn of 1929 such measures were taken against kulaks elsewhere only if they were considered to be required by their resistance to the grain collections, CP 58 above. But in some regions a harder line was adopted towards the admission of kulaks into kolkhozy long before any central party decision about their fate. In February 1929 a Siberian regional party conference resolved that when simple production associations are organized, machine, settlement, livestock, seed, etc. associations, the kulaks must not be admitted. 141 In the North Caucasus, where hostility to Soviet power was traditional among many of the Cossacks, particularly vigorous action was taken by the authorities in June 1929, in the last stages of the 1928-29 grain campaign, against kulaks who failed to hand over their grain, CP 58 above. Simultaneously, on June 21, 1929, the Bureau of the North Caucasus Regional Party Committee resolved that it is considered inexpedient to admit kulak households to kolkhoz membership at the present stage, and it is considered necessary to carry out a consistent struggle to purge existing kolkhozy of hostile kulak elements. 142 This decision was reported to the Central Committee by Andreev on July 4, 143 and endorsed by the committee on July 8. 144 In spite of this authoritative declaration of July 8, doubts about how the kulaks should be treated continued to be expressed among party leaders. On August 5, Baumann told a session of the Moscow Party Committee that the position of kulaks in places where comprehensive collectivization had been carried out was a fairly interesting question not yet finally resolved by the party, and argued that in RSK's tractorization could be accompanied by admitting kulaks into the kolkhozy while at the same time expropriating kulak implements and all their means of production into the socialized fund of the kolkhoz. This would be a kind of local dekulakization. Kulaks who continued to oppose kolkhoz construction could be expelled from the kolkhoz and exiled later. 146 But this already seemed a counsel of extreme moderation. On August I-4 the central Black Earth region followed the example of the North Caucasus and banned kulaks completely from the kolkhozy. 146 By now Kolkhoz Center itself was now taking a firmer line. The article recommending procedures for collectivization to local officials warned that even when kulaks handed over all their means of production to kolkhozy attached to MTS they should be admitted only as an exception. 147 And Kaminsky called for more attention to the danger from kulaks crawling into the kolkhozy. 148 In its report to the Central Committee of the Party of September 7, I-929, Kolkhoz Center called for a firm directive on the impermissibility of admitting into kolkhozy kulaks and those deprived of civil rights in the case of RSKS, as well as small kolkhozy, and for the purging of kulaks from large kolkhozy. It also proposed that a decree should be prepared on severe measures against kulaks disrupting kolkhoz construction and terrorizing collective farmers, and that 2 or 3 show trials of kulaks should be held. 14.9 Local practices varied greatly. During the summer of 1929, kulaks were still admitted to kolkhozy in some RSKs in the Ukraine, 150 and, on condition that their property was fully socialized, in both the central and lower Volga regions. 151 In some Ukrainian villages however, kulaks were exiled to the most distant parts of the village, often close to ravines, to settlements popularly known as Kamchatka. 152 Similarly in the Gigant Kolkhoz in the Urals, even in the early stages of its formation, kulaks were generally not admitted. 153 Moreover, even though indecision continued at the top, kulaks were usually treated severely when comprehensive collectivization was being carried out. In the Kipur Okrug, in the previously fairly lenient Lower Volga region, 572 kulaks were expelled from kolkhozy, and kulaks who did not agree to the socialization of all their property were warned that they would be resettled outside the okrug. 154 Substantial numbers of kulaks were expelled from Gigant Kolkhoz in the Urals in those villages where they had previously been admitted. 155 The Chapiv RSK drew up plans to expel kulaks from its kolkhozy to remote parts of each village. 156 The increasingly desperate situation of the kulak was reflected in accounts which appeared with increasing frequency at this time of kulaks who, fearing that they would be cast out of their villages, begged to join the kolkhozy, and offered to hand over all their property to kolkhoz funds. 157 In the second half of September an extremely vigorous campaign was launched to compel kulaks to hand over all their grain surpluses, CP 94 above. And the attempt to stir up hostility to the kulak in the Mir during the grain campaign encouraged the tougher line towards the kulaks in connection with collectivization. The grain campaign also resulted in stronger action being taken against kulaks, or alleged kulaks, in existing kolkhozy. Kolkhozy which failed to hand over their grain promptly were treated as bogus and accused of being under kulak influence, see pages IOOI above. Simultaneously, a more general campaign was launched against bogus kolkhozy. The authorities evidently concluded from their experience of the first few weeks of the grain collections that the kolkhoz could not be relied on automatically to subordinate itself to the needs of the socialist state, but must be led by reliable supporters of the regime. In September VTSIK and Sovnarkom of the RSFSR imposed criminal penalties for participating in bogus kolkhozy for financial gain, for organizing them, or for assisting their activities. 158 On September 1 7, Pravda, over 3 full columns, charged the Krasny Mely orator, Red Land Improver, kolkhoz, in the lower Volga region, with being dominated by kulaks. The Pravda material was based on an extensive Rabkrin survey, undertaken in the summer of 1929 after a strike of tractor drivers in the kolkhoz in the previous May. 159. The kolkhoz was established in 1924, was well supplied with tractors and was generally regarded as a model. The investigation purported to have shown, however, that while the kolkhoz had received state credits of 3,000 rubles, its socialized property amounted to only 18,000 rubles. Kolkhoz property had been embezzled, land had been rented out to a kulak and batraks had been hired by subterfuge and treated contemptuously, the state credits had been used for personal gain, and the personal economies of the collective farmers had been subsidized by the kolkhoz. The leaders of the kolkhoz were expelled and arrested, and replaced by a strong group of party members sent in from outside. The kolkhoz chairman, a member officer of the RSFSR and of the All-Union Kolkhoz Council, was a former SR and its board included former traders, the son of a priest and 4 other former SRs. 160. This may have been a corrupt kolkhoz, but the published evidence did not show that its leaders were or had been kulaks in any economic sense. Rabkrin nevertheless concluded from the investigation that throughout the USSR the cleansing of the kolkhozy by expelling former kulaks must now be a major task. 161. On the following day, September 18, a further article in Pravda strongly criticized RSKs in the Ukraine, which had admitted kulaks, and even condemned one district for planning to collectivize kulak villages, by which was meant villages under kulak domination. 162. Many reports linked the activities of kulaks in the kolkhozy with attempts by kolkhozy to resist the grain collections or to distribute more grain to their members. 163. At the Moscow Regional Party Conference, Molotov drew the necessary lesson from the Krasny Mely orator affair that kulak SR elements will often hide behind the kolkhoz smokescreen unless there was a merciless struggle against the kulak, while at the same time the poor peasants, and the alliance of poor and middle peasants, were better organized within every kolkhoz. 164. Criteria drawn up by Kolkhoz Center for recognizing bogus kolkhozy were obviously influenced by the Krasny Mely orator experience. 166. And it was directly as a result of these revelations that on September 30 the Bureau of the Lower Volga Regional Party Committee resolved that it is impermissible to admit kulaks and others deprived of electoral rights into kolkhozy, expel kulaks from the kolkhozy. 166. A report based on material of the Rural Department of the Party's Central Committee distinguished 4 ways in which kulaks sought to undermine kolkhozy: outright criticism, including criticism via henchmen, entry into the kolkhoz with the objective of disrupting it, organization of bogus kolkhozy, and developing exploitation of others within the kolkhoz. 167. In spite of this powerful campaign against the kulaks, unanimity had not even yet been achieved. In the central Volga region, kulaks continued to be admitted into strongly organized large kolkhozy, providing they handed over all their property to the indivisible fund. The author of the article reporting this repeated the familiar point that the alternative course of resettling kulaks on the outskirts of a village or group of villages would run the risk of creating kulak kolkhozy. 168. Within their own terms of reference, the authorities were caught in their own trap, and to escape from it required unprecedented ruthlessness and inhumanity. For the time being no central party or government directive was issued. Kulaks and others were already being deprived of their property and expelled from their village for failure to surrender their full quota of grain, CP 97 above. But exile of the kulaks beyond the boundaries of their own village in connection with collectivization was still apparently a rare occurrence. Chapter 4. The New Stage of Collectivization. October 192 g. January 5, 1930. A. Towards the New Stage, October 1929. The impressive increases in kolkhoz membership in June-September 1929 did not immediately result in any major change in official plans, and agriculture did not play a prominent part in the discussions on the control figures for 1929/30 at Gosplan and Sovnarkom in October 1929. On the eve of the day of the harvest and collectivization, a Kolkhoz Center report cautiously estimated the number of households in kolkhozy at over 1 million, and proposed that by the end of 1929/33 feet 1 inch million households should be collectivist in 103,000 kolkhozy, with a sown area of 15 million hectares. To this proposal, only a slight increase above the plan announced in the previous month, CEP 128 above, was included without change in the volume of control figures approved by Sovnarkom and published early in 1930. 3. The proposal in the control figures that the sown area of large kolkhozy should amount to 3 feet 3 inches million hectares at the end of 1929/30 was also relatively moderate. This was a smaller proportion of the total planned sown area of kolkhozy than in the plans prepared in the previous July. 4. In other respects, however, the control figures were much bolder, proposing that the number of RSKs should increase from 25 to 6080 in 1929/30, and that a high percentage of the livestock of peasants joining kolkhozy should be socialized. See Volume 2, p. 76. The Sovkhozy also received much attention at this time. The results of the 1929 harvest were at first sight disappointing. Production increased only slightly from 917,000 tons in 1928 to 1,076,000 tons in 1929. 5. But most of the new highly mechanized Sovkhozy of Zernotrest were still in process of formation. In September, the new model Gigant Sovkhoz in Sal-Sk Okrug in the North Caucasus celebrated a satisfactory harvest of 6,000 tons in a festival addressed by Maxim Gorky. 6. And the control figures for 1929/30 planned an increase in the Sovkhoz harvest to 2.8 million tons in 1930. 7. Kalmanovich, head of Zernotrest, who had recently returned from a visit to the United States, claimed that the experience of Gigant already showed that we have overtaken the technically advanced countries. 8. On October 26, a Pravda editorial on grain factories urged that the allocation of land to Sovkhozy should be accelerated, and drew attention to the revolutionary effect of Sovkhozy on neighboring peasants. During October, the enthusiasm for collectivization expressed by the political leaders far outstripped the proposals of the control figures. In an impassioned speech at Sovnarkom, Pyatakov, formerly a close associate of Trotsky in the left opposition, now persuaded that the new policies of the Politburo would take the Soviet Union forward into socialism, assured Sovnarkom that there is no solution to the problem of agriculture within the framework of individual farming, and therefore we are obliged to adopt extreme rates of collectivization of agriculture. In our work we must adopt the rates of the Civil War. Of course I am not saying we must adopt the methods of the Civil War, but that each of us is obliged to work with the same tension with which we worked in the time of armed struggle with our class enemy. The heroic period of our socialist construction has arrived. 9. This was an obvious reference to the most famous book on war communism, The Heroic Period of the Russian Revolution. 10. Kaminsky more laconically, but equally dramatically, told the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR that every peasant household was asking itself whether to join the kolkhoz or not, so that the pace of collectivization bore a progressively accelerating character. 11. Surtsov in a discussion article warned that the quantitative growth of kolkhozy was not enough, for a tractor covered by a kolkhoz flag was often turned into a tool of capitalism, but he drew the conclusion not that a halt should be called to quantitative growth but that the level of socialization in the kolkhozy should be increased, and that it was essential to resist the pressure of petty bourgeois spontaneity, very strong in some parts of the kolkhoz system. 1-2 During October, the campaign against the admission of kulaks to kolkhozy was intensified. The plenum of the Georgian Party Central Committee resolved that kulaks should not be admitted to the kolkhozy, so, when land consolidation took place, they should be allocated land outside the kolkhozy. 13 articles in Pravda expatiated upon the grave dangers which would result from admitting kulaks into the kolkhozy. 14 A village Soviet chairman in Belorussia who was unwise enough to suggest that one section of the kulaks was not harmful and could therefore be admitted to the kolkhoz, was denounced for a clear manifestation of the right deviation. 15 And an RSK in the Ukraine, criticized in the previous month for admitting kulaks to the kolkhozy, was now praised for its emphatic rejection of hundreds of applications for membership in which kulaks offered to hand over all their implements and animals. 16 In a despairing letter to Kolkhozh Centre Commune complained that it had been accused by the district party committee of right deviation simply because it wanted to admit a peasant who had inherited a mill from his uncle, and had offered to hand over both his mill and his land allotment to the commune, and to join it as an ordinary member without holding office. The deputy chairman of Kolkhozh Centre replied sternly that kulaks preferred not to hold office but to influence the kolkhoz through their henchmen. The kulak is a wolf in sheep's clothing, it is wrong to divide kulaks into good and bad. Why? In spite of these very firm statements, no clear advice was given on what was to be done with the kulaks. A resolution of the Tatar Party Committee described exile of kulaks and well-to-do peasants and seizure of part or all of their land allotment as one of the extreme methods for isolating kulak elements, which should be applied when kulak elements organize resistance to major measures of the party and government. The resolution stipulated that kulaks could be admitted to simple production associations covering whole villages, but not to kolkhozy, but it provided no instructions about how the local authorities should deal with kulaks who did not organize resistance when comprehensive collectivization was carried out. 18-3 RSKs in the North Caucasus launched a storm attack on individual farming on October 13, and decided to resettle their kulaks outside the kolkhoz land, but did not know whether they should be in one place or scattered. 19 In another part of the North Caucasus, a member of a district party committee, inquiring ironically, what shall we do with the kulaks? Kill them or organize them in collectives, advocated the latter course, and denounced his opponents as leftists. 20 Meanwhile, the arrest of counter-revolutionary kulak groups continued. On October 30, Pravda reported that in Dagestan a Russian Farmers' Party of Agrarians had been discovered and eliminated by the OGPU. According to the report, it had underground cells in a number of settlements, consisting mainly of former landowning sheep farmers who were now kulaks, and had worked out a plan for an armed uprising. In this atmosphere of mounting tension, October saw the successful climax of the grain collection campaign, CP 104 above. At the end of the month, an editorial in Pravda called in stronger terms than some weeks previously for the transfer to the collectivization drive of the large numbers of people engaged in the grain collections. All the care, all the effort, hurled into the grain collections must be just as intensively used on another front of extreme importance, the front of collectivization and of assistance to the poor and medium farms to improve and reconstruct agriculture. 21. On the following day, Schlichter, in an article entitled How to Revise the 5-Year Plan, proposed a striking reversal of priorities. The presumption that individual, scattered, small-scale peasant economy will continue to be the main base of agriculture for many years should be abandoned in favor of a new theorem: the individual economy will be subordinate to, PRI, the socialist sector. 22 Koubyshev also forcefully presented the now familiar argument that a remarkable change in the outlook of the peasantry made possible full collectivization in units of years. Instead of indecisiveness and sometimes even a hostile attitude to collectivization from the peasant masses, we see this year a completely opposite phenomenon. A historical shift, Stvig, has taken place, which in a fundamental and decisive manner has changed the feelings of the peasant masses and has driven them in a miry wave to collective socialist forms of agriculture. 23. Grounds for this optimism were found in reports received by the authorities from the main grain areas. The available figures are confused and contradictory, but indicate a substantial increase in kolkhoz membership. Thus the proportion of peasants in kolkhozy rose between October 1 and November 1 from 14 to 25% in the central Volga region, 24 and from 19 to 25% in the North Caucasus. 25 in Khyber Okrug, the enormous increase of the previous months, CP 135 above, was exceeded in October. The number of households collectivist was reported as 53,000. 54% in a conservative estimate and 67,000, 68% in a more optimistic estimate. 26 This was not simply collectivization on paper. Press reports claimed that immediately after the kolkhozy were formed in Khyber Okrug, the peasants threshed their grain at socialized threshing points, and then carried out sowing of winter crops and autumn plowing collectively. 27 Even non-collectivized villages and individual peasants plowed their land jointly, ignoring boundary marks. 28 And kulaks who had not been admitted to the kolkhozy insisted on taking part in joint plowing, even though they were not paid. 29 As a result of joint cultivation, the area plowed in the autumn of 1929 was said to be more than double that in 1928. 30 The developments in Khyber Okrug led to a clash between Kolkhoj Centre and the local authorities. Kolkhoj Centre earlier resisted the scheme to make Khyber an Okrug of comprehensive collectivization, CEP 131 above. At the end of September, the Special Kolkhoj Centre Commission traveled from Moscow to the Okrug, and was shocked to learn that 55% of households had already joined the kolkhozy. This was the figure planned for the autumn of 1930. A member of the commission almost screamed at an official of the Okrug kolkhosoyos. "That's incredible. You will have an exodus. Such collectivization is impossible. It's an unhealthy drive for mere numbers of large kolkhozy." He alleged that a considerable number of peasants joined because they felt obliged to, encouraged by methods of ordering about and pressure. 31 Baranov, deputy chairman of the commission, and an official of Kolkhoj Centre, prepared a report which deserves to be quoted at length. The local authorities are operating a system of shock work and a campaign approach. All the work of setting up kolkhozy is carried out under the slogan "the more the better." The directives of the Okrug are sometimes twisted into the slogan "those who do not join the kolkhoz are enemies of Soviet power." There has been no extensive activity among the masses. In one case, a kolkhoz was set up on the basis of a resolution by the Skod, and those who did not wish to enter were asked to make a special statement about why they did not wish to join. In some cases, sweeping promises of tractors and loans were made. "You'll get everything, join the kolkhoz." These factors, taken together, have formally produced 60% of collectivization so far, and perhaps 70% while I'm writing this letter. If measures are not taken at once to strengthen these kolkhozy, the cause may be compromised. The kolkhozy are beginning to break up. Must be borne in mind that large numbers of animals are being sold up in the Okrug. 32. The commission found widespread naked undisguised ordering about, crude excesses, and window dressing, and one of its leading members, Brodnoy, from the Institute of Economics of the Communist Academy, recommended that the Okrug should concentrate on the quality of the work of existing kolkhozy. 33 According to a later report, the chairman of the regional kolkhosoyos, who had at one time been in charge of the kolkhozy in Khyber Okrug, also failed to recognize that comprehensive collectivization of the Okrug was possible, while an official of the agricultural cooperatives, surprised at the rate of collectivization, ingenuously asked, "Aren't they all frightened by the OGPU?" 34 Assailed by criticisms from the Moscow Commission, and confronted with hostility or indifference from the regional agricultural agencies, on October 17 the Okrug Party newspaper, in an editorial entitled "For the Quality of Kolkhozy," attacked the unhealthy tendency to quantity, and called on all party and Soviet officials to turn their attention to improving the internal organization and efficiency of existing kolkhozy. The voluntary principle must be fully maintained by insisting that personal requests from peasants to join the kolkhozy should accompany the collective decisions of the Skods. 35 This shift back in policy was half-hearted and momentary. On the same day, the newspaper reported the formation of new kolkhozy, and 2 days later a headline, "When establishing new communes and kolkhozy, think seriously about their quality," in itself indicated that the editorial of October I-7 had not been taken too much to heart. The news items under this heading concerned either new kolkhozy or improvements in quality which had been achieved by the expulsion of kulaks. 36 Within a few days of the editorial, Shabaldov, Lower Volga Party secretary, intervened with a letter to Pravda in which he extolled the rapid expansion of collectivization in Khyber Okrug, hailed the tremendous uplift and enthusiasm of collective plowing, and declared that normally only 5 or 10% in each village opposed collectivization. Local party committees had become general staffs of collectivization, sending out dozens of people, receiving messages on horseback. This was a big mass movement, going far beyond the framework of our notions of work on collectivization, and could be expected to spread to other okrugs. Shibaldov admitted that there was some talk of pressure being used to get peasants to join. But the overwhelming thrust of his argument was clearly directed against the Kolkhoz Center Commission, in support of the Okrug party officials. 37 A few days later, it was reported that a commission of 5 had arrived in Khyber Okrug to work with the Kolkhoz Center Commission, and that another commission had arrived in Saratov from Moscow headed by Raskulov, deputy chairman of Sovnarkom of the RSFSR, who was soon to become a key figure in the pressure for more rapid collectivization. 38 The Khyber newspaper soon abandoned its more cautious line. On October 3, a further article again called for attention to the quality of kolkhozy, but its use of the term quality was now more ambiguous than a fortnight previously, indicating the extent of the socialization of the means of production as well as efficiency. 2 days later, the newspaper displayed its split personality. An editorial praised collective plowing in enthusiastic terms, and the formation of new kolkhozy was again extensively reported. But in the same issue a report from the Rural Department of the Okrug Party Committee drew attention to cases of hasty collectivization, involving threats to seize peasants' land if they did not join the kolkhoz, and also criticized attempts to form artels and communes when the peasants preferred the TOZ. A further article on the same day fancifully suggested that in many places kulaks had themselves initiated a hasty movement of a whole village into a kolkhoz or even a commune so as to discredit collectivization. 39 Up in Saratov an article by Shibaldov, published on the same day, unambiguously announced the opinion of the regional party. The article repeated much of his Pravda letter, declared that the party cannot occupy the position of holding back this movement, and reported that a counter-revolutionary organization had been apprehended in Khyber Okrug, consisting of 142 ex-Tsarist officers, kulaks, traders, and priests. 40 Thus in Khyber Okrug, in which collectivization was proceeding at an unprecedented speed, the higher party authorities again intervened on the side of the practitioners of unrestrained collectivization, and the publication of Shibaldov's letter in Pravda of October 22 made it clear that such local initiatives were favored in high places. B. The November Plenum. The publication on November 7, the 12th anniversary of the revolution, of Stalin's article The Year of the Great Breakthrough, was designed to dispel all doubts. 41 The article was published on page 2 of Pravda, not the most prominent position, but its impact was considerable. A hostile witness wrote it both reflected and deepened the somber tone of the national life. Its every sentence became a war cry. Sycophants and bigots read into it a wisdom beyond the compass of a merely mortal mind. 42 According to Stalin, the main feature of the breakthrough, which had occurred in the course of the economic year 1928/29, was the decisive offensive of socialism against the capitalist elements of town and country, which resulted in improved labor productivity, in the solution of the problem of accumulation for capital construction in heavy industry and in a fundamental breakthrough in the development of agriculture from small backward individual economy to large-scale progressive collective agriculture. As a result 400 million PUDs, 6 million tons, of marketed grain, more than 50% of all extra-rural turnover, would come from the kolkhozy and sovkhozy in I-930, here Stalin based himself on the control figures of early October. The future for agriculture was bright. If the development of kolkhozy and sovkhozy proceeds at an accelerated pace, there are no grounds for doubting that in 3 years or so our country will become a leading grain producer, if not the world's leading grain producer. The article strongly emphasized the change of mood among the peasants. They were pouring into the kolkhozy in whole villages, volosts, and districts, indicating that the middle peasant has entered the kolkhoz. While Stalin condemned leftist phrasemongers who wanted to introduce kolkhozy by decree, he reserved his main fire for the right, and insisted that the only source of serious peasant dissatisfaction was the inadequate supply of machines and tractors. The shift of the middle peasants to the side of the kolkhozy was a decisive achievement, which explained the recent frantic hostility of class enemies within the country and of the lackeys of capital abroad. Stalin's article, with its confident tone, formed part of a concerted campaign to encourage the enthusiasm of the party cadres and prepare the way for the plenum of the party Central Committee which was about to assemble in Moscow. In the first few days of November, the press carried numerous reports of resolutions from local party meetings attacking the right wing. 43 those followers of Bukharin who had not come to heel, such as Slepkov and Goldenberg, were castigated in the press. 44 and long reports were published in Pravda of the exposure of a right-wing group in the Industrial Academy. 45 a Pravda editorial called for iron unity and discipline. 46 Shatskin admitted his serious political mistake in appearing to lack confidence in the party leadership, and condemned his own activities and those of his associates as manifesting a certain divergence, особенность, leading to elements of group behavior, gruppovshchina. Sten insisted on the importance of the iron solidarity of party ranks at a time when, transforming the foundations of the economy, we are at every step colliding with a most terrible force, the strength of the habits of millions and tens of millions. 47 To a greater extent than ever before in party history, undeviating unity and loyalty was presented as essential to the victory of socialism in the USSR. The plenum, which met from November 10 to November 17, 1929, was the first since the previous April. 48 The first 3 days were taken up with the directives on the control figures for 1929/30, introduced by reports from Krzyzanowski and Kołobyshev. The importance of collectivization was emphasized throughout the proceedings. On the first day, Kołobyshev assured delegates that the middle peasant has moved in a huge avalanche into the kolkhozy. 49 He then set the tone for the debate by vigorously condemning the right for their infamous accusation in the previous February that the party and the Central Committee were responsible for the feudal exploitation of the peasantry. History will laugh at these croaking prophets, who proved bankrupts within a few months of their croaking. 50 During the subsequent discussion, according to one Soviet historian, the sharpness of the struggle with the right grew, many speeches being entirely devoted to their delinquency. 51 Mikoyan reproached them with in essence favoring a capitalist development of agriculture while concealing this line by advocating the development of trade turnover and the normalization of the market. As a result, they had of course underestimated the significance of Sovkhozy and Kolkhozy. 52 Other speakers attacking the right included Galashchikin, Kazakhstan Party Secretary, Ek, Shubar, Kativik, Vareikis, Central Black Earth Region Party Secretary, and Gamarnik. An unexpectedly discordant note was struck by Surtsov, who read out at length Baranov's memorandum criticizing the imposition of collectivization in Khyber Okrug. Stalin called out reprovingly, "Do you think that everything can be organized in advance?" 53 At the end of the debate on the control figures, on the evening of November 12, Rykov read out a statement from himself, Bukharin and Tomsky conceding that the past year could be considered a breakthrough year and announcing the withdrawal of disagreements with the majority. The statement also admitted that we mistakenly underestimated to a certain extent the powerful levers of influence, Vozdeyствие, on the countryside which in the last analysis have begun to outweigh the negative sides of the extraordinary measures. The group still insisted, however, that they had not objected to the existing rates of industrialization and collectivization, or the policy of a decisive offensive against the kulak, but merely to the methods of achieving these policies, and they boldly asserted that the alternative methods which they had proposed at the April plenum could have attained the desired results by a less painful path. 54 The failure of the statement to condemn the past attitudes of the group angered the majority of the committee, and was immediately followed on the morning of November 13 by speeches against the right from Ordzhonikidze, Postyshev, Yakovlev, Yaroslavsky, and others. 55 Stalin denounced the statement as merely a retreat in order to prepare a new attack, praised the grain campaign as a mass offensive of poor peasants and middle peasants against the kulak and declared that even the blind can see that the kolkhozy and sovkhozy are growing at an accelerated pace. 56 Molotov criticized the right for their clear lack of confidence in the growth of sovkhozy and kolkhozy and described the recent stage, in which the middle peasant has moved into the kolkhozy, as a new period of our revolution. The choice now was either attack the capitalist elements on the whole front, not failing in necessary cases to use extraordinary measures, or fold up one's line opportunistically under the furious counterattack of the class enemy. The right were heading a move to the camp of bourgeois liberalism. After these bitter and protracted attacks on the right, Kaminsky presented his report on the results and further tasks of kolkhoz construction. The keynote of the report was the change in the pace of collectivization resulting from the movement of the middle peasants into the kolkhoz. He dismissed reports of compulsion and administrative pressure in Khyber and elsewhere. It may have been used in some places, but it is of minimum significance. 67. In the course of the report he referred with approval to successes in collectivization not only in the main grain regions, but also in the north and in Bashkiria. Thus this part of his report in effect endorsed an immediate movement towards comprehensive collectivization in grain deficit areas and in the national republics. He also pressed for the rapid completion of comprehensive collectivization in the grain areas, arguing that in those areas in which 50% of households were already collectivist, the remainder could be expected to join not in years, but in months. If agricultural machinery were supplied on a substantial scale, the overwhelming majority of poor and middle peasant households in the main areas producing grain and industrial crops would be collectivist in 1-2 years, i.e. by the middle or end of 1931. 58. This was a much more dramatic foreshortening of the prospects for collectivization than had previously been indicated by any official spokesman. Kaminsky argued that, in spite of the weaknesses of this stormily developing movement, no obstructive measures must be put in its way. He also gave strong backing to large and giant kolkhozy, and to further socialization, see Volume 2, pages 40, 78. S9 Kaminsky summed up the aspirations behind mass collectivization in a quotation from a poor peasant from the Black Earth region, offered perhaps to counter Surtsov. I have lived my whole life among the Batraks. The October Revolution gave me land, I got credit from year to year, I got a poor horse, I can't work the land, my children are ragged and hungry, I simply can't manage to improve my farm in spite of the help of the Soviet authorities. I think there's only one way out, join a tractor column, back it up and get it going. 60. As in his report to the Central Committee in September, Kaminsky argued that kulaks should be excluded from all kolkhozy and that measures of legal repression against them should be stepped up. 61. The brief accounts available of the sections of his report dealing with kolkhoz organization indicate that he was by no means uncritical of the existing situation. The supply of machinery was insufficient, labor discipline was poor, there was too much egalitarianism and too much personal consumption. 62. But none of these deficiencies led him to conclude that the pace of collectivization should be restrained. In the autumn of 1929, it seemed to the leaders that improved organization and greater effort could solve all problems. In the discussion which followed, Andreev reported that in the North Caucasus 25 to 30% of households were already collectivist. Comprehensive collectivization had already been achieved in whole villages and even districts. 63. The main middle peasant mass were on the threshold or with 1 foot over the threshold of collectivization. 64. In the North Caucasus about 50% of households could be collectivist in 1929/30 and it would be very difficult but possible to complete collectivization in the main by the summer of 1931. 65. While the expression complete in the main is somewhat ambiguous, Andreev's proposal represents a considerable advance on his previous statements. While proposing to accelerate the pace of collectivization, Andreev revealed a certain hesitancy about the consequences of the June decision to exclude kulaks from all kolkhozy in the North Caucasus. He explained that while the kulaks would be isolated at first, they would in the future be allowed to play a part within the socialized economy. 66 Mikoyan, in a later speech to the plenum, warned that it would be extremely dangerous to admit kulaks to kolkhozy in the early stages of organization, but also argued that when we have organized the kolkhozy firmly and strengthened them we will perhaps admit the kulak, because where are we to put him? 67 Speaking after Andrei Evan November 14 or 15, Kubiak, People's Commissar for Agriculture of the RSFSR, criticized some party organizations which tended to introduce collectivization everywhere simultaneously, and complained that collectivization was badly organized even when it took place on a voluntary basis. 68 From the brief published accounts of his speech, it is impossible to judge how far, if at all, it was substantially critical of Kaminsky's report. Shabaldov, who spoke after Kubiak, evidently displayed no hesitation about the pace of collectivization advocated by Kaminsky. While only a brief extract from Shabaldov's speech has been published, a long article in Pravda presented his views. In the article he extolled the virtues of Khyber Okrug, including its experience with horse columns. In the absence of sufficient tractors, simple unification and aggregation of farms would increase labor productivity even without tractors. He asserted that collectivization in Khyber Okrug was a spontaneous movement of the masses of poor and middle peasants, though he now spoke of no more than 10 to 12% voting against or abstaining from the proposals of collectivization, as compared with the figure of 5 to 10% opposition which he gave 3 weeks previously. General conclusions could be drawn from the Khyber experience. Evidently the acceleration of the kolkhoz movement, about which until recently we only dreamed, has become a fact. Under the Leninist leadership of the party, correct relations with the middle peasant were preserved, and this peasantry now, by entering the kolkhozy, is making it clear that it has firmly chosen the path of the proletariat, constructing a socialist society. The tremendous potential of socializing the main agricultural processes would be best realized in large kolkhozy of 304,000 hectares and more. This would mean only a few kolkhozy in each district, and would thus fit in with Kaminsky's ambitious conception. Shabaldov anticipated the collectivization of the whole lower Volga region in 2 years, i.e. by the spring or autumn of I-93 adding this will evidently not be confined to the lower Volga. There was a danger that the selling up of animals and inefficiency would at first lead to a decline in the productive forces of the countryside, but in spite of this, the party cannot take the attitude of restraining this movement. This would be wrong from a political and an economic point of view. The party must do everything possible to put itself at the head of this movement and lead it into organized channels. At present this mass movement has undoubtedly overwhelmed the local authorities, and hence there is a danger that it will be discredited. 69. In his speech at the plenum, he reported that 25% of households were now collectivist in the lower Volga as compared with 8% 3 months previously, and declared that the lower Volga region would also be an area of comprehensive collectivization in a year or a year and a half, i.e. by the end of I-930 or middle of I-93 I-70. It was unclear whether this meant that the establishment of comprehensive collectivization would merely be underway in the whole region, or be completed. He also urged that, as the party was not yet prepared to cope with the kolkhoz movement, a special permanent commission should be established in the Central Committee as a collective organ, with the remit of solving the major questions of the transition to socialism of the countryside and providing daily guidance to the kolkhoz movement. 71 This proposal has been interpreted by both Soviet and Western historians as an attempt to restrain the pace of collectivization. 72 It is clear from his Pravda article, however, that Shabaldov was one of the most vigorous advocates of more rapid collectivization. His proposal reflected the disquiet of regional party secretaries at the woolliness or complete absence of directives on key issues from the central party authorities. Such complaints recurred frequently in the next few months. A long speech by Molotov on November 15 was published in the party journal a fortnight later, and exercised a substantial influence on the further development of the kolkhoz movement. 73 He began by citing Lenin's left-wing communism in defense of the view that the transformation of the petty commodity producers requires strictest centralization and discipline within the party of the proletariat in order to prevent the proletariat from relapsing, under pressure from petty bourgeois spontaneity, into petty bourgeois spinelessness, disintegration, individualism, and alternate moods of exaltation and dejection. Turning to questions of the present day, he claimed that in collectivization as in other matters the authorities were too bureaucratic and in consequence were lagging behind the poor and middle peasants. The pace of collectivization, according to Molotov, was really frantic. The North Caucasus would obviously achieve more than 50% collectivization in the course of next year, so that in the main it will already have been collectivist during 1930, the Lower Volga was keeping up with this, and the other major grain regions were not far behind. This constituted a substantial modification of Andreev's proposal, startling enough in itself, to complete the collectivization of the North Caucasus in the main by the summer of 1931 and Ovshabaldov's to collectivize all the Lower Volga region by the spring or autumn of 1931. Molotov also insisted that next autumn, i.e. in the autumn of 1930, we shall probably already be able to see that collectivization will be completed in the main not only in a single region, not only in the North Caucasus, which was a clear advance on Andreev, and he added for good measure, it seems to me that in the near future, and as soon as next year, we shall be able to talk not only of collectivist regions but also of collectivist republics. 74 In later passages in his speech Molotov eschewed all caution. He argued that the 5-year plan must be ignored for all the main agricultural districts and regions. What 5-year plan can now embrace the Kolkhoz movement, when the countryside is turning everything upside down and has really turned into a bubbling sea? The organizational forces which achieved the grain collections could now concentrate on the spring sowing campaign, in which the question of comprehensive collectivization of a number of very large agricultural areas will also be decided, and the question of collectivization for the USSR as a whole will develop in a completely new fashion. We must think not about the 5-year plan but about the remaining few months of the winter of 1929-30. November, December, January, February, and March. This is what remains for us to prepare for the spring sowing campaign. In these 4 months we must carry out tremendous work. Inasmuch as Messrs. The imperialists have not so far decided to attack us directly, we must utilize this moment for a decisive advance in the economic development and collectivization of millions of peasant households. Therefore, if we are not to fall down on the job, we must utilize the next months, weeks, and days on the new tasks which now face us in their full magnitude. The remainder of the speech dealt with questions of kolkhoz organization, and was much vaguer. Significantly, it called upon the kolkhozy to model themselves on sovkhozy, and urged a huge increase in their socialized funds. See Volume 2, pages 378. He warned emphatically against the danger of kulaks penetrating the kolkhoz, and, in a passage which was later frequently quoted, discussed the future of the kulak in terms more ruthless than any yet heard from a Politburo member, treat the kulak as a most cunning and still undefeated enemy. Molotov's speeches at the plenum were undoubtedly designed to persuade the leading local party officials to press ahead with collectivization at breakneck speed, and recent Soviet historians have placed the major blame on Molotov, together with Kaminsky and the silent but evidently assenting Stalin, for the developments which followed in the next few months. 75 A member of the Central Committee, reporting back after the plenum to the Ivanovo-Voznesensk party active, remarked, in evident reference to the atmosphere created by Molotov's speech, at this plenum of the Central Committee we felt entirely that really a terribly small amount of time is available for collectivization, that we almost have no chance of preparing properly for it, only this winter is at our disposal, because the spring sowing campaign will be of decisive significance as a basic turning point of the main masses into the collectives. 76 At a further sitting of the plenum, Kozier presented a report on the development of agriculture and work in the countryside in the Ukraine, arguing that the only way to progress in agriculture was through the kolkhoz. 77 He frankly admitted that in reports from dozens of villages comprehensive collectivization was blown up and artificially created, the population did not participate in it and knew nothing about it. 78 But argued that only by completely turning one's brains inside out could the very many dark sides block from view the general picture of collectivization as a whole. 79 Kozhir's specific proposals about collectivization in the Ukraine are not known, and an article by Schlichter published in Pravda at this time, while enthusiastically applauding plans to increase socialization in Caucasia, also failed to give specific dates for collectivization. 80 It is reported that both Schlichter and I.A. Gavrilov, chairman of the Ukrainian Caucasia Center, stated somewhat modestly that collectivization in the Ukraine would be completed in its general features by the end of the first five-year plan, i.e. by the autumn of 1933. 81 But in relation to the main grain area of the Ukraine, Gavrilov went a long way to meet the ambitious goals proposed by Kaminsky and Molotov. The Politburo of the CC of the Ukrainian Communist Party has resolved in relation to the steppe part of the Ukraine to complete the matter in the next 2 years, i.e. about the same target as that stated by Comrade Andreev, perhaps not by the early spring, but by the autumn, perhaps in spring of 1931. In the steppe part of the Ukraine the collectivization of agriculture will in the main be completed. 82. The uncertain locution was a reaction to the strong pressure to force the pace to which the representatives of the grain areas were subjected at the plenum. 6 resolutions were adopted by the plenum. 83 They included a resolution on the Bukharin group which condemned them for failing to renounce their past views, removed Bukharin from the Politburo, and sternly warned Rykov and Tomsky. 84 The resolution on the control figures, praising the spontaneous impetus of the mass of poor and middle peasants to collective forms of agriculture, insisted that the decisive success of the policy of the offensive of socialism against the capitalist elements is ensured and the cause of building socialism in the country of proletarian dictatorship can be secured in an historically minimum period. It was optimistic about the grain problem. 50% of extra-rural grain would be obtained from the socialized sector after the harvest of 1930, and this, with the further extension of the contract system, should result in the elimination of grain difficulties. 85 The resolution on Kaminsky's report on the Caucasia declared that the middle peasant masses have followed the poor peasant into the Caucasia, drew attention to the transition to comprehensive collectivization of districts and okrugs, and stated that the collective farm movement is already posing the objective of comprehensive collectivization of individual regions. Moreover, the basis existed for a new movement forward in the reconstruction of the countryside during the spring sowing campaign. The resolution on the Caucasia did not, however, commit itself to specific dates and percentages, and the resolution on the control figures retained their proposal that a sown area of 5 million hectares should be collectivized by the end of 929/30. This was modest in comparison with Molotov's proposal at the plenum. The element of urgency conveyed by Kaminsky's report and Molotov's speeches, and by the tone of the proceedings in general, was muted. 86 The resolution on Ukrainian agriculture noted that the whole working agricultural population of the steppe regions would be collectivized within 2 or 3 years, i.e. by I-93 or 1932. This again was a relatively cautious proposition, especially as the resolution elsewhere declared that the Ukraine had all objective conditions throughout its territory for a faster rate of collectivization than the other republics. 87 The resolution on Kaminsky's report was also somewhat more cautious on the question of the kulak than might have been expected from the tone of Molotov's speech. It declared that the sharpening of the class struggle in the countryside was taking the form both of an increase in open struggle, including terror in the form of murder, arson, and wrecking, and of concealed disruption by kulaks who as members and even administrators of the kolkhoz were endeavoring to dismember it from within. The resolution called for a decisive offensive against the kulak, obstructing and cutting off attempts of kulaks to penetrate the kolkhozy. There was no reference, however, to the expropriation of the kulak from his individual farm, still less to his expulsion from the village. 88 Given the rapid expansion of the kolkhozy and the impossibility of making immediate use of the most experienced peasants, the kulaks, The resolution on Kaminsky's report was greatly concerned with the shortage of trained personnel in the Caucasus. Its most important proposal was to send out to the countryside, in the course of the next few months, at least 25,000 workers with adequate experience of political organization. These 25,000 ERS, as they became known, were additional to leading party members who were due to be sent to the Caucasus. 89. A further resolution of the plenum, on an all-union Narkomzum, noted that it is high time for the concentration of the leadership of agricultural production in a single all-union center, and called for the immediate establishment of a Narkomzum for the USSR so as to bring about unity in the development of large sovkhazy, kolkhozy and machine tractor stations, strengthen the management of machinery supplies and electrification, agricultural credit, and the training of cadres, and also strengthen work on developing enterprises to rework agricultural production. It hopefully added that the initiative and independence of national regions and republics should be maintained. 90. As this was to be a unified Narkomzum, the Narkomzums of the republics would continue to exist. The absence of an Narkomzum for the whole USSR was a long-standing anomaly, due partly to the desire of the party authorities to limit the influence of the agricultural interest at the top level of Soviet government, partly to the desire of the republics to retain their autonomy in the light of their very varied conditions. With the growth first of planning and then of state farming and collective farming, ad hoc organizations responsible for units engaged in production had already been set up at an all-union level before Narkomzum of the USSR was established. These included Zernotrest and Traktorotcentr, and also Kolkhozcentr, which had recently been transformed into an organization for the whole USSR. 91. The management of agriculture was divided awkwardly between the Narkomzums of the republics, the various all-union production organizations, Narkomterg, responsible for the grain and flax collections, and Vysenka, responsible for the cotton and sugar beet collections. 92. What would the position of industry be? One agricultural expert plaintively inquired, if it was all torn into pieces, if coal was managed by the Vysenka of one republic, metal by another, and if it was impossible to transfer engineers from one network to another. 93. On December 7, the session of TSIK which followed the plenum formally approved the establishment of Narkomzum of the USSR. 94. And on December 8 Yakovlev was appointed as its first People's Commissar. 95. The appointment of Yakovlev guaranteed the subordination of the interests of agriculture to the needs of industrialization. Yakovlev, as Deputy People's Commissar for Workers and Peasants Inspection, had led the campaign for higher agricultural plans. 96. And Rabkrin was now at the forefront of the drive to increase the 5-year plan in various industries. 4 formidable Deputy People's Commissars reinforced Yakovlev: Grinkeo, former Deputy Chairman of Gosplan and enthusiastic advocate of industrialization; Kalmanovich, Chairman of Zernotrest, a food commissar during the Civil War; Klimenko, Chairman of Traktorotcentr, former Ukrainian agricultural and party official; and Y.S. Hove, former member of the Chaika, and since 1927 Deputy Head of Orgruspred, the Personnel Allocation Department of the Central Committee, which came directly under Stalin. 97. Shortly afterwards Kubiak was replaced by A.I. Muralov as People's Commissar for Agriculture of the RSFSR. 98. This was not a team of yes-men, for Grinkeo was noted for the independence office approach, and Klimenko is recorded as resisting unrealistic grain plans in September 1928. 99. But the balance was overwhelmingly in favor of a radical policy towards agriculture. The November plenum thus registered and announced a profound shift in party policy from the attempt at gradual social reconstruction which had prevailed throughout the 1920s to the establishment of whole villages, districts, okrugs, and even regions in which collectivization was complete, and in which the kulak had no place. The absence of precise dates in the resolutions was less significant than the endorsement of the view that socialism could be constructed within an historical minimum period and that considerable progress could be made with the reconstruction of the countryside during the spring sowing campaign of 1930. From the November plenum onwards, it was undisputed doctrine, though nowhere stated in the resolutions, that individual agriculture had broken down and that all hopes for the future expansion of agriculture must rest on the kolkhozy and the sovkhozy. This marked a drastic shift of approach from that taken by Stalin and the April plenum. He clearly assumed at that time that individual agriculture would continue to predominate for a number of years, even though the market relationship with the individual peasant was being replaced by direct exchange through contracts. Andreev at the November plenum recognized something like a state of breakdown in the individual peasant economy, especially in the North Caucasus. However hard we might try now to provide incentives to improve it, this cannot now give a decisive result, and the individual peasant economy would not solve the grain and especially the livestock problem. 10° From the standpoint of the party leadership, this diagnosis was patently realistic. Whatever the latent possibilities for individual peasant farming in the past, by November 1929 inflation had progressed so far that only a drastic revision of the whole economic program could have restored to the peasant his willingness to produce and sell to the state in increasing quantities. With the abandonment of the attempt to link the peasant with the state sector through the market and economic incentives, cynicism about individual peasant farming prevailed in official thinking. Every peasant, a Narkomzem official told Hindus in 1929 or 1930, has his own 5-year plan, at the end of which he wants to attain to the position of a kulak, and at the other end of the state machine a student acting as a plenipotentiary in a kolkhoz remarked to the same visitor, "Do you know what the chief trouble is with our mujiks? They all want to become kulaks." 101 With surprising frankness, Verekis wrote in Pravda, a few weeks after the plenum. There is nothing surprising in the fact that the peasant, living for centuries as a small individual master, hozyaishik, is often subject to petty bourgeois tendencies to grab, wreck and plunder. This is indeed the nature of the petty proprietor, that his personal interest always comes out on top, and dominates over the social interest. 102. Nor would the peasant economy advance technologically. Cogier argued at the plenum that the pre-war level of marketed production could not be restored within the framework of individual agriculture in the Ukraine, where 2 of its 5.3 million households possessed neither a horse nor a pair of oxen. 103 Stalin assured the conference of Marxist agrarians a few weeks later that everyone knows that individual labor, equipped with old and already useless tools of production, does not give the profit which is required to be able to live tolerably, and consistently improve one's material position, develop one's culture and come out onto the broad road of socialist construction. Tens of millions of hectares of land were available, but could not be cultivated by the peasant with his pitiable tools. 104 While the individual peasant economy was thought to be in a blind alley, the events of the past few months seem to the party leaders to have demonstrated that the power and influence of the regime in the countryside was now sufficient to mold the peasantry to these new purposes. Even without full-scale collectivization, a well-organized campaign, using the full authority of the state, together with such support in the countryside as could be mustered, had obtained grain from the peasants in unprecedented quantities. The result of the experiment of introducing comprehensive collectivization in the course of a few weeks in such districts as Chapiv in the central Volga, and above all in Khyber Okrug, seemed to demonstrate that the methods of the grain collections could be successfully applied to collectivization. 105 On a very favorable interpretation, the events in these areas seem to indicate that the middle peasant, recognizing the impossibility of developing his own economy satisfactorily, allured by the prospects of mechanization, would succumb to the arguments of the workers' brigades and the other plenipotentiaries and sign up for the kolkhoz. This optimistic diagnosis of the situation in the countryside, based on slender evidence, lay behind the brazen assertions about the impetus of middle peasants towards the kolkhozy. Although the policy of immediate collectivization was a hasty improvisation in face of a serious crisis, it was not seen by the leaders or their supporters as a desperate remedy for a mortal sickness. On the contrary, this was for them a time of great hope. The substantial industrial progress of the past 3 years and the burgeoning capital construction in industry in the summer of 1929 provided a basis for believing that the vast programs of the revised 5-year plans might be achieved. The successful development of industry would in turn make possible within a very few years the supply of agricultural machinery and fertilizers which would transform agricultural production, see pages 392-4 below. Meanwhile, to those imbued with an optimistic revolutionary faith, the apparently favorable outcome of joint autumn ploughing with oxen in the Kipur Okrug seemed to provide adequate evidence that in the next year or two the kolkhozy could achieve some improvement in production while awaiting the massive supply of tractors, and the success of the autumn sowing campaign generally seemed to indicate that comprehensive collectivization could be undertaken without damage to agricultural production. This broad program of advance was not seriously challenged at the November plenum. Nor was there any objection to the important corollary that a condition for success was the isolation of the kulaks and their supporters, whose increased hostility to the policies of the regime seemed to have been demonstrated in the course of the grain collections and the initial efforts to collectivize. All accepted and perhaps most shared the common faith that within a few years industrialization could be achieved, agriculture could be transformed. This sharply distinguished them from the right wing in the party and from the vast majority of the non-party specialists. It was by now assumed by everyone, in practice, if not in principle, that in the next year or two the growth of the kolkhozy would outstrip the supply of tractors. What was not yet agreed, within this common framework, was the pace of development and the tactics of the offensive. The critical remarks of Surtsov and Kubiak and the caution of Andreev and the Ukrainian leaders turned on whether collectivization in the major grain surplus areas should take 3 years or be pressed ahead in the next few months, and completed in the next 18 months, as Kaminsky and Molotov insisted. Thus the less ambitious proposal still envisaged a revolutionary pace of change. Similar disagreements about the form of the kolkhoz and the degree of socialization also remained unresolved. It was now generally accepted that the power of the kulaks in the countryside must be destroyed, but much confusion remained about the nature of the offensive that should be undertaken against them. For Stalin, Molotov, and Kaganovich this was an all-out war. At the plenum Molotov castigated the right wing on the grounds that disorganizers in any army are not necessary, especially not in the army staff. 106 and Kaganovich reported enthusiastically to a meeting of Moscow party activists that the class struggle in the Ural Gigant kolkhoz was just like at the front. 107 This approach to collectivization reflected and encouraged the tension among local officials in the countryside. A Pravda report described the atmosphere in Kipur Okrug. We are in Uryapinsk. It is a couple of paces from here to the front positions. The breathing of the front is clearly felt. At meetings, there are laconic and specific speeches, as in conditions of military tension. 108. This was war, and is war, a student working in a kolkhoz told Hindus in 1930. The kulak had to be got out of the way as completely as an enemy at the front. He is the enemy at the front. He is the enemy of the kolkhoz. 109 Molotov recommended to a conference convened by the Central Committee that in the growing class struggle of the first few months of 1930 the correct tactics for victory was to break the enemy at the very beginning and deprive him of any wish to make any attempt to resist. No, those at the November plenum who were less uncompromising than Molotov did not deny that the kulaks were an enemy, but, given the ease with which they could be captured, were concerned, though they did not draw this analogy, to provide proper working arrangements for their prisoners of war, and to ensure that they did not destroy their equipment before surrendering. The November plenum thus drastically changed the framework of the discussion, or rather finally confirmed the change which was maturing in the previous few months. The completion of collectivization was not a matter of decades but of a few years, and much could be undertaken immediately. The kulak was an enemy who could not, at least until the war was won, be allowed any terms but unconditional surrender. See, The Drive for Comprehensive Collectivization, November-December 1929. The November plenum created an atmosphere in which the policies of the party leadership could no longer, at least for the moment, be challenged, even within the party. In a further statement, Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky, more obediently than on November 12, but still with some ambiguity of wording, announced that we consider it our duty to declare that in the dispute of the past 18 months the party and its CC have proved right, and promised to support the struggle against the right-wing deviation and appeasement of it. U1 This statement provided the basis for similar apologies from Bukharin's most prominent followers. N2 From the former extreme left, Shlyapnikov, leader of the workers' opposition in 19202, reproved those communist groups who, tortured by a worm of doubt, believed that the period set by the party for achieving its program was too short, and condemned rumors. Comprehensive collectivization. November-December 1929 175 of administrative pressure on the poor and middle peasants, allegedly driven into the kolkhozy. The climax of the campaign for party unity was reached on Stalin's 50th birthday, December 21, 1929. 6.5 of the 8 pages of Pravda were taken up with encomiums by Soviet and foreign communist leaders, unprecedented in their homage and enthusiasm. An article by Pyatakov, entitled For the Leadership, welcomed the birthday celebrations as a fact of great political significance, in which the party again demonstrated its unity, its solidarity, its readiness to fight decisively and firmly for the general line and support its leadership. Elected and warmly supported by the party, it is now already completely clear that it is wrong to be for the party and against the existing Central Committee, to be for the Central Committee and against Stalin. 11 For simultaneously with these appeals for party unity, the campaign against bourgeois specialists became much more strident. On November 10, the day on which the Central Committee plenum opened, the editors of Pravda, following the controversy about the size of the 1929 harvest, see pages 64-5 above, condemned Groman's Menshevik socialism as the ideology of capitalist restoration, and a few days later Weisberg, an active party member in Gosplan, attacking Groman, declared that the real danger of bourgeois miasmas and petty bourgeois bacilli still remains. Disinfection is necessary. LL5 at the session of TSIK on November 29, Krzyzanowski insisted that there can be no apoliticism in our country. He who is not for us is against us. N6 The principal non-party specialists on agriculture, including Chayanov, Makarov and Kondratiev's former deputy A. L. Weinstein, published statements renouncing their earlier views and declaring their support for industrialization and collectivization. N7 But these declarations did not satisfy their accusers. At 2 special meetings of Gosplan specialists, the principal non-party specialists in Gosplan were bitterly attacked by Weisberg, Strumilin, and others, and the declarations by Agricul. Tural specialists such as Chayanov were condemned as insincere. At the second Gosplan meeting, Grinkeo claimed that wrecking activity had increased since I-926/27, and that there is not a single leader of parts of our state administration who has not known 1, 2, or 3 wreckers working beside him for years. He made fervent appeal for unity. In the process of carrying out the 5-year plan we physically sense, we feel with every fiber of our being, how essential it is for us to organize a social and political mechanism which leads 50 million people to act together, guided by a unified plan, a unified concept, a unified will, a unified effort to accomplish what is laid down in the plan. LL9. This was the atmosphere in which the drive for collectivization was intensified at every level of the Soviet administration. While the plenum was still in progress, a Pravda editorial entitled On the New Stage of Collectivization called for further development of collectivization at a reinforced rate. 120 The agricultural newspaper repeated in the most urgent language the call for the immediate transfer of everyone previously engaged in the grain collections, which were now virtually completed, to the spring sowing campaign and collectivization. Not a single agronomist, technician, or public official must stop in his office. In the most important districts of the grain areas all poor and middle peasants must be collectivized by the spring. 121 Kaganovich rhapsodized about the future of the Caucasus in his report on the plenum, presenting the Urals gigant as his main example. L22 Kaminsky at this time went further than others in presenting the work of the party in the countryside in terms of a military campaign. The nub of the matter is to carry out all work in a military fashion, as if at the front. This means that after discussing an issue in the main grain surplus area, sessions of the regional party committees responded to the proceedings of the Central Committee by adopting revised plans for collectivization. In the North Caucasus, a meeting of the Party Bureau on November 27 retrospectively approved Andreev's statement to the Central Committee and at the same time made some concession to the counter-proposal from Molotov. While Andreev had stated that collectivization could with difficulty be completed in the main by the summer of 1931, CEP 161 above, the Bureau now dropped the qualifications, resolving to complete collectivization not later than the summer of 1931, my italics RWD. It set up a commission on collectivization, including Andreev, to arrange the details. 124 On December 4, the Regional Soviet Executive Committee advanced completion to the spring of 1931. 125 On December 12, the North Caucasus Party Bureau appeared to step back a little. It warned its national minority regions not to try to keep up with the general rate of collectivization, and local party organizations elsewhere in the North Caucasus not to rush formally ahead in rates, or engage in phrase-mongering, or in a formalistic bureaucratic approach to collectivization, but to stick to the rates of collectivization approved by the Regional Party Committee. But it simultaneously announced a further acceleration, recommending them to develop immediately a frantic preparation of all forces, so that they base themselves on 100% collectivization by the spring sowing campaign of 1930 of the best prepared districts and okrugs, and endorsed a recommendation from its Commission on Collectivization listing 9 okrugs, including the whole of the Don area, and 2 national regions to be collectivist in this period. 126 The decisive push in the weeks before the spring sowing of 1930 recommended by Molotov was clearly now established as the program for the North Caucasus. In the Central Volga, Kativik reported to a plenum of the Regional Party Committee and Control Commission on November 26 that at the November plenum of the Central Committee the party had posed to the 3 major grain surplus regions of the RSFSR the problem of achieving comprehensive collectivization during the sowing campaigns of the spring and autumn of I-930 and the spring of I-93I. This is a reference to the exhortations of Kaminsky and Molotov, as no such proposal appears in the resolutions of the November plenum, and commented we are, generally speaking, making for that goal. 127 The Central Volga plenum resolved that comprehensive collectivization could be achieved in the next I-8 months, i.e. by June I-93I, that it was a completely realistic objective to collectivize at least 50% of peasant households in the region in the forthcoming spring agricultural campaign, approximately by July 1, and to go considerably further in 3 okrugs. 128 In the Lower Volga region, the Government Commission headed by Raskulov, CEP I-54 above, visited 20 kolkhozy and some non-collectivized settlements in the Kipur Okrug. After these visits Raskulov forthrightly condemned the view that the pace of collectivization in the Okrug was due to the use of naked ordering about, and reproached certain comrades with complete confusion. Some comrades are inclined to restrain this growth, and try to slow down the kolkhoz mt, others think that haste in the construction of kolkhozy is superfluous. In contrast to these opinions, which incidentally are without foundation, we must place before ourselves a precise and clear task, develop the rate of kolkhoz construction still further, and pull up districts which are backward in this respect to the level of the advanced districts in which comprehensive collectivization has reached over 50% I-29. It was announced at this time that the Okrug had proved to be one of the best suppliers of grain in the region, having delivered 10% more than its quota by November 20. In recognition of this success Mikoyan presented it with a motor car. 130 Rapid collectivization and ability to meet the grain quota appeared to go hand in hand. After the visit of the Raskulov Commission, the unfortunate Kipr Party newspaper condemned its own now notorious editorial of October I-7, CPI 53 above, attacked Brodnoy, the member of the Kolkhoz Center Commission who took the same line, as a right opportunist, and called in a headline for complete collectivization of the whole okrug in I-929/30. This was already a council of moderation, as 64.7% of all households were reported to have been collectivist by November I-5. 131 on December I-2, a full page in the newspaper urged the completion of collectivization in the okrug by January I-930. Meanwhile back in Saratov the Raskulov Commission drew more general conclusions about collectivization in the whole of the lower Volga region. It was reported that Comrade Raskulov categorically stated that, having met face-to-face both the peasants who have joined and the peasants who have not joined the kolkhoz, he has not had a single complaint about compulsory involvement in kolkhozy, and peasants on the contrary complained of delays in establishing the kolkhozy in due form. 132 The Raskulov Commission proposed that collectivization in the grain districts should be completed by the end of I-930. 133 The Regional Collectivization Commission and Agricultural Department soon outbid these proposals, recommending that % of all peasant households could be collectivist during the spring of I-930, 134 and the Presidium of the Regional Soviet Executive Committee called for the whole region to be collectivist in 1930. Some resistance to these developments was evidently encountered. The Presidium condemned certain individuals and groups who, fearing the unprecedented scale of the kolkhoz movement, claim that it is virtually a consequence of administrative measures and attempt to reduce the planned rate of collectivization. 135 A few days later a plenum of the Regional Party Committee resolved that all poor and middle peasant households should be collectivist in I-929/30I.E. by the end of September I-930.136. Thus by the beginning of December I-929 plans had been approved in each of the main grain surplus regions of the RSFSR to complete collectivization throughout their region by the middle of I-93I, by the end of I-930 in the lower Volga region, and to complete collectivization in a substantial number of their districts in the spring of I-930. Other regions also adopted more ambitious plans at this time. In the central Black Earth region, at least half the sown area was to be collectivist in I-929/30 and the whole region was to be collectivist by the end of I-930/3I. 137 Comprehensive collectivization of the Ryazan Okrug of the Moscow region was to be carried out by the spring of I-93I.M. in Kazakhstan. 30% of households were to be collectivist during I-929/30. 139 The high reported level of collectivization achieved at this time in some regions was as remarkable as the plans. By the beginning of December reports claimed that 30% of all peasant households were collectivist in the central Volga, 140 so 60% in the lower Volga, 141 and by January I-930, these figures had risen to 42 and 70%. 48% of households in the North Caucasus were also reported as collectivist by this time, see Table Q, point 142 in the lower Volga region. The main drive for comprehensive collectivization was thus completed in I-929, and in the central Volga and the North Caucasus. Collectivization was very advanced in many districts. In I-24 districts, almost all in the grain regions, more than 70% of households were collectivist American Samoa early as December I-5. 143 Only 3 months before, the proposal to collectivize IOORSKs during the course of the 5-year plan seemed remarkably bold. According to the monthly reports by Kolkhoz Center to Narkomzom, in the USSR as a whole, over 5 million households were collectivist by January I-930, see Table I-6, this compares with 2 million on October I-929, and perhaps 3 million at the beginning of December. These impressive statistics are extremely unreliable. At this time of rapid change, when over most of the USSR the snow had already fallen, joining the collective could merely mean a decision of the SCODE which had no immediate practical consequences. At the session of TSIK in December, Petrovsky aptly if despairingly commented that with the present general movement to collectivization it is difficult to estimate the number of kolkhozy and the state of organization they are in at the present moment. 144. But even on a sceptical view they indicated a movement of vast scope, and played their part in encouraging further increases in other regions. These increases in plan and achievement led the chairman of the Lower Volga Soviet Executive Committee to argue at the session of TSIK on December 2 for the abandonment of the slogan that the 5-year plan for collectivization for the whole USSR, 20% of all households, would be achieved in 1-929/30, instead, the formula should be that the comprehensive collectivization of the whole USSR would be achieved in 1929/30 and 1930/31, 145. A little more moderately, Yakovlev, at the conference of TSIK members on December 6, estimated that 30 to 40% of households in the RSFSR, as compared with the existing plan of 1% would be collectivist by the end of 1929/30. 146. The RSFSR plan for the spring sowing campaign approved on December 1 provided for the collectivization of a sown area of 24 million hectares, including 6 million households, as compared with the previous figure of 15 million hectares. This was to include 300 RSKs covering a sown area of 12 million hectares, in which 75 to 90% of poor and middle peasant households were to be collectivist by the end of 1930. 147. This corresponded to the sown area of 30 million hectares, over 8 million households, now planned for the whole USSR. D. The drive against the kulaks, November-December 1929. The intensification of the collectivization drive after the November plenum posed even more sharply the unresolved problem of how the kulaks were to be dealt with when whole villages or districts were collectivist. While the plenum was in progress, Pravda published an article by Schlichter which was harsh and uncompromising towards the kulak, and adumbrated, if still in somewhat vague terms, the emerging shape of party policy. We cannot re-educate the kulak, and moreover no educational tasks at all in relation to the kulak apart from educating him. The drive against the kulaks, November-December 1929. 183. By methods of undeviating and decisive class struggle within can be the subject of our solicitude and experimentation. Economic isolation, and, if it is needed in a particular case, the use also of administrative measures against the kulak. This is the line along which we will be able to find the specific forms of the most suitable solution to the problem of the kulak in a given place and conditions. 148. In the same issue of Pravda, an authoritative article by the agricultural journalist Azizyan, an abridged version of 2 substantial articles shortly to appear in the party journal, elaborated the case against admitting kulaks into the kolkhozy. 149. According to Azizyan, the motives of the kulaks in joining the kolkhoz were, to avoid the pressure of the Soviet state for taxes and grain, to hold on, either individually in his household plot or through the kolkhoz, to the best land, which he would otherwise lose, to hold on to his implements and machines, for which he might still be responsible through the kolkhoz when otherwise they would be sold at auction, and to enable his children to retain the right to education. To secure admission, kulaks pretended to be poor peasants or joined kolkhozy in other areas. Kulaks also urged resistance to the grain collections. The grain collections of 1929 were the litmus paper which defined the real social physiognomy of the kolkhoz. Kolkhozy which were dominated by kulaks must be dealt with by a punitive policy, Karadalnaya politika, because of their political influence on the surrounding countryside. In the course of collectivization, the punitive policy pursued against the kulaks at large must bring in poor peasant and batrak organizations to cooperate with our punitive agencies, so that the poor peasant was placed at the head of the organized rebuff to the kulak. Azizyan's approach to the kulaks was a world away from Karpinsky's of 5 months previously, Seep 138 above. Karpinski proposed that in villages which were completely collectivist the kulaks should be admitted to the kolkhoz on certain quite strict conditions. Now the kulak was treated as an incorrigible enemy, and increasingly severe measures against him were advocated and applied. The struggle against kulak influence was now carried into the kolkhoz, and a determined effort was made to remold the kolkhozi for the new tasks of socialist construction. Kolkhozi which failed to carry out their obligations to the state were treated as under kulak domination, see pages 100 to 1 above. The influence of the kulak was blamed for resistance to the socialization of livestock in the kolkhozi and to the remuneration of the work of collective farmers strictly according to the quantity and skill of their work. This effectively undermined opposition to ventures which were later denounced by the party leaders themselves as extravagant and premature. Even the resistance by kolkhozi in Siberia to proposals from the Okrug authorities for their amalgamation was attributed to kulaks who feared that the leadership of the kolkhoz might be undermined, while elsewhere in Siberia resistance of the Okrug authorities to similar proposals from the lower district authorities was blamed on the influence of the pro-kulak theories of Chayanov. 150 In the atmosphere following the November plenum, the Central Volga region, which had long held out for a flexible policy of limited admissions of kulaks to kolkhozi, now fell into line. The plenum of its party committee ruled that kulaks should be expelled from the kolkhozi. 151 Press reports about the struggle against the kulak became increasingly strident in tone. In Khyber Okrug, according to the head of its kolkhozoyos, at least 15% of households were deprived of the right to join the kolkhozi. A correspondent reported that while the weak half of the human race sympathized with the kulaks, collective farmers in conversation with the correspondent and the chairman of the Okrug kolkhozoyos had been quite uncompromising, saying send them out of the village into the steppe and put them in quarantine for 50 years. 152 reports continued to appear from time to time that kulaks were being displaced to the outskirts of their village. Thus in a village in the Black Earth region during land consolidation the kulaks are put on the clay, far outside the village, and the collective farms and the poor peasant get the black earth near the vegetable plots. A visiting commission also ejected kulaks from existing kolkhozi and put them out into the clay. 153 The distinction of making the first major official decision to exile kulaks from their villages in large numbers is held by the Siberian Party Committee, which resolved on December 5. Exile the most active kulaks from the districts of kolkhoz associations into Siberian districts which, in an agricultural respect, are uninhabited. 154. The Politburo Commission, December 1929. On December 5, 1929, against this background of feverish collectivization, feverish preparation of plans for further collectivization, and increasingly brutal hostility to the kulaks, the Politburo established a commission under the chairmanship of Yakovlev with the remit of preparing a draft decree on the rate of collectivization in various areas of the USSR. It was given only 2 weeks to complete its work. 155 The establishment of the commission was not publicly announced at the time, and its proceedings are known only from articles based on the archives published by Soviet historians from 1962 onwards. No full member of the Politburo was appointed to the commission, but it included nearly all the key people involved in decisions about agriculture immediately below the Politburo level. Its chairman was Yakovlev, and its 2 members included party secretaries from important grain surplus regions or republics, Andreev or his deputy Ivanov, Kativik, Shabaldov or his deputy Mklaplyankin, F. Galashchikin, Kazakhstan, Verekis and Kozhier, and, in Cyrillic alphabetical order, Bauman, secretary of the Moscow region and former head of the Central Committee Department on Work in the Countryside, Belenki, Klobotsandr, Valev, Gosplan, M. Golandu, Grinkeo, Kaminsky, M. Katsanelenbogen, Central Committee Staff, Klimakin, I. Klimenko, Narkomzom RSFSR, Maximov. Maltsev, Central Committee Staff, N. Patrikiev, Raskulov, Stetsky and Surtsov. L56 It was permitted to interpret its remit very widely. At its first meeting, on December 8, it established 8 subcommissions on I. The rate of collectivization, Chairman, Kaminsky; 2. The type of economy of collectivist areas, Grinko, see Val 2, pages 84-5; 3. Organizational questions, Katsenalenbogen; 4. The distribution of material resources, Patrikiev; 5. Cotters; 6. The mobilization of peasant resources, Golandug; 7. Policy towards the Kulak, Bauman; and 8. Cultural and political services in the RSKs, Stetsky. 157. These met between December 9 and I3 to prepare recommendations for the main commission, so this stage of the proceedings was particularly characterized by very great haste. The rate of collectivization, the degree of socialization within the kolkhozy, with which the subcommission on the type of economy was almost exclusively occupied, and policy towards the kulak were at the center of attention. Soviet articles based on the archives do not indicate that any substantial discussion took place about the internal organization of the kolkhoz, forms of remuneration and other matters crucial to agricultural efficiency. The subcommission on organization primarily dealt with the relationship of the kolkhozy to government and other agencies. The discussion on rates of collectivization was delegated to the Board of Kolkhoz Center itself, headed by Kaminsky M, which for this purpose was recognized as a subcommission. At its initial meeting on December 8, the main commission recommended that comprehensive collectivization in the main grain areas must be completed in 2 to 3 years, i.e. by the end of I-931 or 1932, and in other areas in the main at the end of the 5-year plan, i.e. September 19,331 or somewhat later 159. This was considerably less bold than the proposals made by both Kaminsky and Molotov at the November plenum of the Central Committee, which envisaged the completion or near completion of collectivization in these areas at the latest by the end of 193 I. Since the November plenum, the 3 main grain surplus regions of the RSFSR had adopted plans to complete collectivization by the middle of I-93 I or even the end of I-930, and collectivization had in practice been pressed forward rapidly and determinately in all these regions. In an article published in Pravda on December 9, which must have been written, at the latest, on December 8 when the main commission first met, Raskulov, generally thought to have been close to Stalin at this time, appeared to agree with this proposal, as he suggested that 100% collectivization should be completed in the leading agricultural areas in 2 to 3 years. But leading agricultural areas need not be merely the grain areas, and Raskulov, claiming that rates of collectivization exceed the boldest assumptions, reported plans to collectivize the agricultural districts in Nizhny Novgorod, primarily a grain deficit region, by the end of I-930. He also strongly attacked those who, frightened by the unusual scale of the kolkhoz movement, try to explain it as a consequence of ordering about I.e. of the compulsory involvement of peasants in kolkhozy. Raskulov repeated his claim that in all the visits of his commission to okrugs and villages, no peasant had complained about compulsion, Seep 179 above, and added for good measure that there was no settlement on which the peasants did not intend to enter the kolkhoz. 1. And the recommendation of the main commission was not treated as binding in the course of the deliberations. The subcommission chaired by Kaminsky is said to have commented with an air of moderation that it is better for the Central Committee to have reserves than to adopt a decree which proves unrealistic. 161. Nevertheless, as might have been expected with the enthusiastic Kaminsky in the chair, the subcommission recommended a considerable further speed up. It agreed that collectivization in the remoter areas need not be completed even by the autumn of 1933, but recommended that complete collectivization, and it was made clear that this meant 100% collectivization of non-kulak households, should be scheduled for the autumn of I-930 in the Crimea and the Lower Volga region, the spring of I-93 in Central Volga and the North Caucasus. All these proposals merely reflected decisions already approved by the regional authorities, the autumn of I-93 in the Central Black Earth region, the Urals and the steppe areas of the Ukraine, and the spring of I-932 in Siberia, in Moscow and Nizhny Novgorod regions, which were grain deficit regions, 162, and in the rest of the Ukraine. Most of the remaining areas of the USSR should be completely collectivist by the autumn of I-933. It also proposed that as many as 400 RSKs, including 30 okrugs of comprehensive collectivization, should be established in I-929/30, including up to 300 in the RSFSR. 163. As far as the RSFSR was concerned, the proposal on the number of RSKs corresponded to a decree adopted and published while the subcommission was in progress. 164. The subcommission on the type of kolkhoz, under Grinkeo, took a similarly enthusiastic line about socialization in the kolkhozy, with strong support from Raskulov and Surtsov, see Volume 2, pages 82, 84. The subcommission on policy towards the kulak, under the chairmanship of Bauman, included Klimenko, Raskulov, and Kaminsky. Its recommendations were also signed by Belenky. 165. The subcommission resolved that the time is ripe for the question of the elimination of the kulak class to be posed in a specific form. 166. The statement was no doubt agreed with Stalin. The political prerequisite for the elimination of the kulaks as a class now existed. They had been politically isolated owing to the turn of the middle peasant towards the kolkhozy. The material prerequisite now existed. Sovkhoz and kolkhoz grain had replaced kulak grain. At the same time, the increased struggle of the kulaks against the kolkhoz movement and Soviet power, through terror and counter-revolutionary conspiracy, made decisive action against them imperative. 167. The subcommission proposed that in RSKs a process of dekulakization should be carried out, means of production of the kulaks should be expropriated and transferred forthwith to the indivisible funds of the kolkhozy. 168. So far this was quite uncompromising. Its other recommendations combined unprecedented harshness with a more judicious approach than might have been expected in view of the tone which prevailed at the November plenum and in the press. Boldly arguing that it is obviously hopeless to try to solve the kulak problem by exiling the whole mass of the kulak population to distant areas or measures of that kind, the subcommission recommended that the tactics for limiting the influence of the expropriated kulaks on hesitant peasants should differentiate between three different groups of kulaks according to their attitude to collectivization. The first group, actively opposing the socialist system and engaging in counter-revolutionary disruption, should be arrested and their families exiled to distant areas. 169. And according to some reports it was agreed that all measures of state compulsion should be used against them. This implied both imprisonment and the death penalty. 170. The second group, kulaks who refused to submit to comprehensive collectivization, should be exiled to, or resettled in, distant areas. 171. These arrangements went further in systematically harsh treatment for hostile kulaks than anything previously proposed. But for the third group, on the other hand, anachronistically moderate treatment was suggested. They should be permitted to work in the kolkhoz for a probationary period of 3 to 5 years, without rights, after which, if they worked conscientiously, they could become full members of the kolkhoz. 172. Moreover, while no precise proposals were made on how many kulaks should be in each group, it was stated that the majority of what were estimated, with their families, at 5 to 6 million persons, would be in the more leniently treated third group. 173. The published accounts of the subcommission do not mention whether the kulaks were to have land allocated to them for cultivation in addition to their work for the kolkhoz or whether they would receive payment from the kolkhoz. Two members of the subcommission, Raskulov and Kaminsky, were vigorous proponents of extreme policies, but its chairman, Bauman, may have pressed for a more moderate approach. 17. For the proposals of various subcommissions were discussed at a meeting of chairmen of subcommissions on December I-4 and I-5 and at a meeting of the full commission on December I-6 and I-7. The latter meeting was attended by representatives of various areas including Kipur Okrug. 175. The commission appointed a further commission of 9 members to prepare the final text of the draft Central Committee resolution. This was approved on December I-8 and sent to the Politburo on December 22. 176 The recommendations of the three major subcommissions were all hotly disputed at the sittings of December I4, I5 and I6, I7 on both the pace of collectivization and the degree of socialization in the kolkhozy. Yakovlev, who does not appear to have been a member of any of the subcommissions, exercised a moderating influence on socialization. See Volume 2, p. 84. At the session of December I4-15. While accepting that there must be no lagging behind the spontaneous growth of collectivization, he also warned that it would be extremely dangerous to engage in any kind of ecstasy of ordering about, galloping ahead or excessive impatience. If this became widespread on a more or less substantial scale, it would threaten the movement with bureaucratization, would run the risk of frightening off certain strata of the poor and middle peasants from collectivization, and of substituting parade collectivization, formal collectivization, for real collectivization. He also criticized organizations for a sporting approach to collectivization in which they tried to reach 100% first. He was criticized in his turn by Shabaldov and others, who denied that collectivization was being forced artificially and insisted on more ambitious plans. 177 Eventually the Commission approved and sent forward to the Central Committee a draft resolution which claimed that at least one-third of the sown area will be cultivated collectively by the spring of 1930, and proposed that the overwhelming majority of the peasantry should be collectivist during the 5-year plan. Collectivization of the main grain areas should be completed in 2 to 3 years, i.e. by the end of 1931 to the end of 1932, and perhaps more rapidly in certain okrugs and regions, and collectivization of the non-grain areas in 3 to 4 years, i.e. by the end of 1932 to the end of 1933. 178 While these proposals were extremely ambitious, they were less extreme than those of the subcommission or than those which prevailed in the main grain surplus regions, and they were accompanied by a proposed paragraph of the resolution which warned, using Yakovlev's phrases, both against restraining the development of the movement and against an ecstasy of ordering about. It specifically criticized the practice of establishing RSKs in districts where a high proportion of households were not yet collectivist. 179 Under Yakovlev's influence, the proposals of the Subcommission on Socialization were also replaced by somewhat more moderate recommendations in the draft sent to the Central Committee, see Volume 2, p. 85. The course of the deliberations about the kulaks was more complicated. Policy towards the kulaks was raised at a discussion on land consolidation at the Collegium of Narkomsom of the RSFSR held on December 13, the day before the meeting of the chairman of the subcommissions. Unlike the proceedings of the Bauman subcommission, the proceedings at the Narkomsom of the RSFSR were partly reported in the press. If anyone proposed at the Collegium that kulaks should be allowed to work as probationers in kolkhozy, as the Bauman subcommission had suggested, this was not mentioned in the press. But some members of the Collegium proposed that the most stubborn and actively hostile opponents of collectivization should be settled right outside the RSKs, and that other kulaks should be scattered in separate inconvenient allotments, rather than settled in groups. Nezda 18 Kubiak, People's Commissar for Agriculture of the RSFSR, was even more uncompromising, and categorically rejected proposals to resettle kulaks within the limits of inhabited districts, adding, "Let them take over new lands in distant districts of Yakutia and Kamchatka. Kulaks remaining locally can be put at the boundaries of the former land societies." 181. The recommendation of the Bauman subcommission that the majority of kulaks should be allowed to work in the kolkhoz for a probationary period was also implicitly challenged by Vareikis in a report to the main commission about comprehensive collectivization in the central Black Earth region dated December 15. He argued that kulaks should not be admitted in a form into new kolkhozy, or into areas where comprehensive collectivization was complete or where MTS were operating. Instead they should be sent out of the area or resettled on the most distant and worst lands outside the lands of kolkhozy. Malicious kulaks and those not working the land themselves should be deprived of land altogether. 182 On the other hand, a report to the Central Committee from Kativik, presumably submitted to the main Commission, presented the situation in the central Volga region, where the kulak was more leniently treated than in other grain areas, and more ambiguous terms, merely stating without comment. The Politburo Commission, December 1929 193. Practical work indicates the following proposals: 1. Provide the kulak with lands at the end of the fields of the rotation without sending him out of the village. 2. Provide the worst lands and land outside the fields and consolidate them in scattered farms which are not contiguous in order not to form kulak villages. 3. In individual cases, a proposal to resettle the kulak households beyond the boundaries of the region on uninhabited lands set aside for colonization. L83. Some members of the main commission are reported to have opposed the view of the subcommission that the means of production of the kulaks should be expropriated immediately, on the grounds that this should await the completion of collectivization. L84. According to Kativic, the commission failed to reach agreement or to adopt a definite decision. 185. The draft resolution eventually submitted to the Central Committee on December 22 closely followed the relatively moderate recommendations of the Bauman subcommission. 186. All means of production of kulaks in areas of comprehensive collectivization were to be confiscated and transferred to the indivisible funds of the kolkhozy, and by the decisions of Skods and local congresses of Soviets the kulaks were to be allocated distant land of the worst quality. After this, kulaks actively opposing collectivization were to be expelled and exiled. The draft apparently did not divide them into two groups, and hence did not specifically provide for the exile of the most hostile to remote areas. Those of the expropriated kulaks who were obedient and carried out kolkhoz decisions conscientiously would be permitted to work in the kolkhoz without being given the right to participate in its affairs during the next few years. The period was not apparently specified. 187. The draft resolution, like the recommendations of the subcommission, apparently did not stipulate whether kulaks working for the kolkhoz would also retain land for their own use or receive payment. This was a remarkable attempt by Bauman, evidently with the support of Yakovlev and Kativic, to find a way of dealing with the kulaks which might eventually bring the majority of them within the framework of the kolkhozy, and, in the central Volga region, which had only recently relinquished its policy of limited admission of kulaks to the kolkhozy, Seep. I-84 above, Kativic hastened to state in the local press that kulaks could be admitted as probationers if they showed no opposition. 188. But an article about the central Volga region published in the Central Agricultural newspaper at this time advised that it is not necessary to hold back from exiling individual kulak households beyond the particular district or even okrug. 189. And elsewhere the decision to exclude kulaks altogether from the kolkhozy was pressed forward unremittingly. On December 8, the Presidium of the Lower Volga Soviet Executive Committee extended the categories which were not to be admitted to the kolkhoz to all those fined or prosecuted under Art. 6I for failure to deliver grain, and ruled that those not admitted to the kolkhoz should be allocated land of the worst quality which was distant and not continuous. 190. On December 3I, V. Arakis declared that the kulak, a malicious wrecker and grabber, must not be admitted to the kolkhoz, and the anger of the poor and middle peasants must be raised against him. L91. F. The collectivization resolution of January 5, I-930. During these final stages of the proceedings of the Politburo Commission, the first all-union conference of Marxist agrarians assembled in Moscow. The conference was held from December 20 to December 27 under the auspices of the Communist Academy. It was primarily attended by academic agricultural specialists, but party and government officials, including Kalinin and Schlichter, also played an active part, and at the end of the final session Stalin appeared unexpectedly and made his first public speech since his 50th birthday on December 2. At the conference the older generation of agricultural specialists, and their attachment to the small family farm, were derided and denounced at length, and rapporteurs and delegates elaborated upon the virtues of socialized farming, and particularly of the giant kolkhoz with a high degree of socialization. See Volume 2, pages 41-2, 85-7. In his opening statement, Milyutin foresaw the most complete collectivization of the North Caucasus, the Lower Volga and the Ukraine within 1 or 2 years, and thus identified himself with the Kaminsky subcommission rather than with the main commission of the Politburo. And the next few years' mechanization, including mechanization of livestock farming, would enable farming to become a branch of industry. At a later stage, comprehensive collectivization would give way to comprehensive electrification of agriculture. 192. In the debate which followed, the advantages of socialist over capitalist agriculture were strongly stressed. Safarov argued that only socialist agriculture would be able to move forward from mechanization to the widespread application of electricity to arable farming. 193. This was one of the fantasies of the moment. Another speaker predicted that Soviet agriculture would be more successful than Soviet industry in overtaking the United States and Western Europe owing to the great disadvantages of private property to agricultural development. 194. The alluring prospects for socialist mechanized agriculture were not to be allowed, however, to inhibit immediate collectivization. Stalin brushed aside lingering doubts with his firm insistence that collective farming had great advantages over individual farming even when machinery was not available, see pages 391-2 below. On the unresolved issue of what to do with the kulak, opinions were again divided. Lerin was co-rapporteur with Milyutin at the conference, and discussed the question at length. He reiterated his long-held view that the kulak should not be admitted to the kolkhoz, but also pointed out that there were several million kulaks, and, as we do not hold the view that all kulaks and their descendants should immediately be shot, they would have to be re-educated. At first they should be allocated a separate isolated piece of land, cut down to a certain norm, but when it appeared that they were inclined to collaborate, all their means of production should be confiscated, and they should be required to undertake compulsory work in a commune under observation, later being admitted to membership. Lerin thus broadly followed the line of the Politburo Commission, but he added 3 important qualifications. First, pursuing his advocacy of a rapid transition to state farming as the only truly socialist form of organization, he proposed that kulak implements and animals should be transferred not to the kolkhoz but to the state. Secondly, their probationary labor should be undertaken in a commune, where the socialization of all means of production and of consumption would guard against their return to old habits. Thirdly, and here he was harsher than the Commission, the kulaks should be resettled outside their own district for their probationary labor, because otherwise their influence and connections would make it extremely doubtful whether they would sincerely and permanently go over to non-exploitative labor. 196. During the conference, several agricultural officials expressed bewilderment about what should be done with the kulak in the absence of clear guidance. One intervened in a lengthy argument about agrarian theory between Dubrovsky and the supporters of Kritzman to urge that such practical guidance would be better than abstract polemics. L96 Karpinski withdrew from the lenient position of his earlier article in the party journal, CP 138 above, but argued that if the kulaks were not admitted to the kolkhoz, the question of human material still remained, the question of some kind of reworking, of some kind of mastering of the remnants of human material from the defeated capitalist classes in socialist society was posed by 6. Lich Lenin on the day after the revolution. 197 But no other delegate supported Lerin's proposal for the re-education of the kulak. 2 delegates objected to the allocation of land to the kulak without payment. 198 Another delegate suggested that an earlier proposal by Lerin that private traders should be sent to the Far East should apply to the kulak now that the question of the gradual elimination of the kulak is on the agenda. 199 In his reply to the discussion, Milyutin, who was adept at the timely expression of opinions held at the highest level in the party, declared that the heart of the matter is that Comrade Lerin is working out forms of contract with the kulak instead of forms of struggle, and reproached him for caring about the fate of the kulak and seeking to work out methods for his re-education. This apparent radicalism had nothing in common with the Bolshevik approach. 200 Lerin, for many years the heretical scourge of the N. Eatman and the kulak, now found his proposal to resettle 5 million persons for probationary labor outside their own districts treated as an heretical advocacy of leniency towards his old enemy. In his remarks at the end of the conference, Stalin strongly identified himself with the proponents of a tough line towards the kulak. 201 He described it as a fact of immense importance that the kolkhoz movement, taking the character of a powerful, growing anti-kulak wave, was clearing the way for socialism in the countryside. The party had launched an offensive along the whole front against the capitalist elements of the countryside, and this had given very good results. This means that we have gone over from a policy of limiting the exploiting tendencies of the kulak to a policy of eliminating the kulak as a class, likvidatsiya kulachistva, kak klasa. This was one of the most decisive turns in our whole policy. Until recently, the policy of merely limiting the kulak was entirely correct. In 1926-27, when there was no broad network of Sovkhazi and Kolkhazi, the policy of an immediate offensive against the kulak advocated by the Zinoviev Trotskyist opposition would have been a dangerous adventure. The offensive against the kulak class meant breaking it, striking a blow against it so that it cannot stand up again. The Kolkhazi and Sovkhazi would produce 700 million PUDs of grain in 1930, 115 million tons, and hence supply 200 million, 33 million tons, to the state. As this was much more than by the kulak in 1927, it would more than replace what the kulak class had produced in 1927. 202 This made its elimination possible. The question is asked on all sides, what about the policy of dekulakization? Is dekulakization permissible in districts of comprehensive collectivization? A ridiculous question. Dekulakization is now an essential element in forming and developing the kolkhozy. Therefore, to keep on discussing dekulakization is ridiculous and not serious. When the head is cut off, you do not weep about the hair. Another question seems no less ridiculous: can the kulak be admitted into the kolkhoz? Of course it is wrong to admit the kulak into the kolkhoz. It is wrong because he is an accursed enemy of the kolkhoz movement. Stalin had deliberately refrained from any specific recommendations about the fate of the kulak, but the harshness of his language made it clear that no compromise of the Bauman or Lerin variety would be tolerated. 203 40 years later, one of the principal participants in the conference described the effect of Stalin's announcement that the kulaks were to be eliminated as a class as electrifying. 204 While the conference of Marxist agrarians was taking place, the draft resolution of December 22 prepared by the Yakovlev Commission was considered by members of the Politburo. Molotov described it as unsuccessful, especially in relation to the rate of collectivization and the degree of socialization within the kolkhozy. 205 Stalin, according to Soviet historians, returned the draft to Yakovlev, proposing that the periods for collectivization of the leading grain areas should be reduced, and that the resolution should be considerably shortened. Matters relating to the kolkhoz statute or coming directly within the competence of Narkomzem should be excluded, and a model statute for the agricultural artel should be drawn up jointly by Narkomzem and Kolkhoz Center. 206 A note sent to the Politburo by the ubiquitous Raskulov violently attacked the commission and criticized the draft of December 22. He called for an increase in the pace of collectivization in areas specializing in industrial crops and livestock, claiming to have found a great impetus to the kolkhozy in Central Asia. The new cotton areas in North Caucasus and the Crimea would be collectivized 100% in the course of 1930. This was a vast extension of comprehensive collectivization beyond the main grain areas, already hinted at in his earlier phrase leading agricultural areas, Seep 187 above. In his note to the Politburo, Raskulov accused the Commission of wanting to replace the revolutionary character of the kolkhozy by an overemphasis on the voluntary principle, strongly criticized its approach to the socialization of livestock, and rejected its proposal that peasants who left the kolkhozy should have the right to take all or part of their property with them. 207 The date of Raskulov's note is not clear, but according to Soviet historians its main points were approved by Stalin and Molotov. 208 In the light of Molotov's and Stalin's comments, the Politburo sent the draft back on December 25, and Yakovlev submitted a revised draft on January 3. 209 The draft was a third to half the length of the draft of December 22, and the numerous cuts seem, from the incomplete version available to Western historians, to have removed or modified passages tending to restrain enthusiasm for collectivization. Thus, according to the draft of December 22, the Central Committee would judge success in collectivization not only on the basis of the growth of the number of households unified in collectives but primarily on the basis of the extent to which a particular district is able in practice, on the basis of collective organization of the means of production and labor, to increase sown area, raise yield and improve livestock breeding. This attempt to give primacy to the productive forces was completely excluded from the draft of January 3. 210 Modifications to the section about socialization in the Kolkhoz partly reverted to the more ambitious standpoint of the Grinko subcommission, see Volume 2, pages 87-9. But the most important change in the draft was that the proposed period for collectivization of the three main grain regions was reduced to I2 years, i.e. end I-932 and I-93I, instead of the 2 to 3 years, i.e. end I-93I to end I-932, in the draft of December 22. This was substantially a reversion to the position of the Kaminsky subcommission, see pages I-87-8 above. In the draft of January 3, the period of 3 to 4 years, end I-932 to end I-933, for the collectivization of the grain deficit and national minority areas was retained. 211 The new draft also omitted the proposal to permit certain kulaks, or members of kulak families, to work in Kolkhozy on a probationary basis, stating much more uncompromisingly, kulaks shall not be admitted to Kolkhozy, kulak means of production shall be confiscated and transferred to the indivisible funds of Kolkhozy in districts of comprehensive collectivization in accordance with the decisions of poor and middle peasants combining together in Kolkhozy, and of local Soviets. Kulaks shall be allocated distant land and the worst land, malicious kulak elements shall be exiled from the districts. 212. On January 4, the revised draft was edited by Stalin and Yakovlev. It was then finally approved by the Politburo at its session of January 5. 213 Now renamed on the rate of collectivization and on measures of assistance by the state to kolkhoz construction, for its earlier titles see IGO, NI 76 above. It strongly emphasized the assistance to be rendered by the state. Credits to Kolkhozy were increased in I-929/30 from 270 to 500 million rubles at the expense of other sectors. This proposal was apparently not included in any of the previous drafts. 214 And the resolution also stated that land consolidation and other services must give overriding priority to the Kolkhozy. The resolution, while insisting that collectivization must not be held back because tractors were not available, included in a briefer form the warning against collectivization by compulsion in Yakovlev's draft of December 22. The Central Committee in full seriousness warns party organizations against any decreeing from above of the Kolkhoz movement, which could create a danger of replacing real socialist emulation organizing the Kolkhozy by playing at collectivization. On the crucial issue of the rate of collectivization, the resolution approved on January 5 followed the draft of January 3. It accepted that the socialized sown area would considerably exceed 30 million hectares in the spring of I-930. 30 million hectares was the current figure in NRCOMSM plans. It also proposed that rapid collectivization should continue after that. It can be established without doubt that within the 5-year period, instead of the collectivization of 20% of the sown area proposed in the 5-year plan, we will be able to resolve the task of collectivizing the overwhelming majority of peasant households, and the collectivization of such major grain areas as the Lower Volga, Central Volga, and North Caucasus can in the main be completed in the autumn of I-930 or in any case in the spring of I-93I. The collectivization of other grain areas can in the main be completed in the autumn of I-93I or in any case in the spring of I-932. For the major grain areas, apart from the saving clause in the main, This was as fast a pace as that proposed by the Kaminsky subcommission, and the explicit statement in previous drafts that grain deficit and national minority areas should take 3-4 years was now dropped. 215 At its session of January 5, the Politburo also approved, in an unpublished decision, Surtsov's proposal, based on a report by R. Iskulov to the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR, that the rate of collectivization should be increased in areas specializing in livestock and industrial crops. 216 As for the Kulak, the resolution of January 5 showed little trace of the deliberations of the main Politburo Commission or the Bauman Subcommission. It merely stated in its first section that the emergence of the basis for replacing the large-scale Kulak economy by large-scale kolkhoz production has provided the party with a complete foundation for going over in its practical work from the policy of limiting the exploiting tendencies of the Kulak to the policy of eliminating the Kulaks as a class. These phrases were taken from Stalin's speech of December 27, and implicitly rejected the proposal by the Bauman subcommission that kulaks should be permitted on certain conditions to work in the kolkhozy. But no official decision about the fate of the kulak had yet been taken. Chapter 5. The All-Out Drive. January-February 1930. A. The process of collectivization. The resolution of January 5 was not a precise program. Its function was rather to sanction and offer encouragement, in somewhat vague terms, to the officially inspired collectivization drive. But the avalanche began well before the adoption of the resolution. The number of households in kolkhozy increased by 1 million in the 4 months June-September 1929 and by a further 2 million in the 3 months October-December, see Table 16 below and pages 180 to 1 above. Collectivization continued to gather momentum during January and February 1930. By March 10, I-930, the date on which it reached its peak in almost all regions, 79% of households were reported American Samoa collectivist in the North Caucasus, 64% in the Ukraine, and 57% in the Central Volga region. One rapid increases also took place in other grain surplus regions, including the Urals, Siberia, and the Central Black Earth region, which scored a record 83%. In many of the grain deficit regions, intended for a much slower rate, collectivization was even more rapid. The most astonishing rate of growth took place in the Moscow region, where the percentage rose from 14 on January I to 74 on March I, see Table Q. In the USSR as a whole, the number of households recorded as collectivist rose from about 5 million on January I to 8 million on February I-43 or I-46 million on March I and a peak of I-50 million on March 10. 3. No substantial study has been made of the activities of the townsmen who were sent into the countryside in the last weeks of I-929 and the first 2 months of I-930, or who remained there after the grain collections. At the 16-Party Congress in July I-930, Bauman compared this invasion with the Going to the People movement in the I-87 OS, when several thousand student revolutionaries attempted to convince the peasants that they should support them in their struggle for a new social order. One involuntarily recalls the time when individual revolutionary populists, like Chlyabov in the 70s, went to the countryside and got a very small result, and in those conditions they could not achieve more, but now, comrades, a whole class of proletarians, hundreds of thousands of proletarian Chlyabovs, together with the poor peasant and middle peasant activists, have embarked on the transformation of the countryside on socialist lines. 4. Bauman's comparison contained an element of validity. Like the populists, the collectivization brigades and plenipotentiaries hoped to win over the peasants to the transformation of society by bringing them revolutionary ideas from the towns. But his image of the collectivization brigades was incomplete. The large number of factory workers sent into the countryside were accompanied by an equally large number of local party and government officials seconded to the campaign. In the Ukraine, for example, 23,500 okrug and district officials as well as more than 23,000 industrial workers organized into 5,088 brigades had descended on the countryside before the end of February. 5 Red Army units were sent into the villages in large numbers to support the drive. 6 OGPU troops were responsible for arresting and exiling kulaks and recalcitrant peasants. And the functions of the plenipotentiaries were quite different from those of the populists. While the populists intended to retain the traditional peasant community and use it to destroy the state, the plenipotentiaries were agents of the state in its efforts to destroy the peasant community and replace it by a collective economy subordinate to the state. Collectivization was later officially designated as a revolution accomplished from above, on the initiative of the state, and directly supported from below by the millions of peasants, who were fighting to throw off kulak bondage and to live in freedom in the collective farms. 7 In this strange revolution 250,000 or more voluntary or conscripted agents of the authorities were sent out from the towns to cajole or bully 25 million peasant households into transforming their way of life, armed with the instruction that 1 million of these households were implacable enemies, confronted with the unacceptable reality that only a small minority of peasants were willing to offer them voluntary support. This was a crusade as much as a revolution. The collectivization plenipotentiaries or brigades dispatched to the countryside usually worked under a headquarters, shtab, especially appointed in both the okrug and the district. Thus in Tambov Okrug in the Black Earth region, the okrug headquarters of the agricultural campaign, Okruznoy Shtab Agropokoda. The terms were entirely military, consisted of 19 officials under the command of the chairman of the Soviet Executive Committee. 8 The okrug and district headquarters were themselves often advised by officials sent to them by the regional or even the central party authorities. 9 This emergency structure was superimposed upon the complex established hierarchy of local Soviets and agricultural cooperatives, and from the beginning of the campaign its extraordinary powers were made explicit. Thus the Central Volga Regional Party Committee ruled that organizing groups sent to the localities are subordinate only to the instructions of the party committee dispatching them and must take all the steps they can to obtain full cooperation with the local party organization. 10 Special Head Quarters often prepared the plans for collectivization, issued important instructions to districts and villages, sent out plenipotentiaries and brigades, and compiled reports of what had happened. And the preparations for departure to the countryside, bearing in mind the haste with which they were undertaken, were often careful and elaborate. In Tambov Okrug, plenipotentiaries attended briefing conferences and short courses in the Okrug town, and further meetings in the district town. Before leaving for the countryside, they were supplied with pamphlets and leaflets, and with copies of the statutes, not yet revised, of the kolkhoz. 12 The instructions with which they were issued insisted that they should follow methods of mass work. The procedures, clearly based on the Ural-Siberian method of grain collection, CP 57 above, involved the successive persuasion of the local activists, the village soviet and meetings of poor peasants. The plenipotentiaries were warned that they should at first meet only small groups of poor peasants, as it is unwise to call meetings of poor peasants of the whole village at the beginning, as they do not always succeed. They should then meet small, mixed groups of poor and middle peasants, and only subsequently venture to summon a general meeting of the whole village, excluding, of course, the kulaks. A firm warning was given that administrative compulsion must not be used to get the middle peasants to join the kolkhoz. If a minority wished to remain outside, they should be allowed to do so, and be offered land at the ends of the kolkhoz fields. 13 These arrangements and instructions are similar to those prepared by Kolkhoz Centre in August 1929, see pages 132-3 above, and appear to have been a particular variation on a standard pattern. Simultaneously, intensive efforts were made to train enormous numbers of peasants for the tasks which the large-scale kolkhoz economy would impose upon them. In the Ukraine, during the early weeks of 1930, 3,877 short courses were provided for 275,000 peasants. 14 In the central Black Earth region, over 65,000 peasants and others attended courses in preparation for the spring sowing, and another 40,000 collective farmers attended courses arranged by trade unions and by factories and other sponsors of kolkhozy. 15 in the Tambov okrug of this region. Conferences and courses lasting from 2 to 10 days were planned in the winter of I-929-30 for over I-000 collective farmers, women collective farmers, poor peasants, chairmen of village soviets and teachers. 16 In these brief training programs, particular emphasis was placed on the retraining of the agro-plenipotentiaries. These were peasants appointed to secure the achievement of the agro-minimum, a minimum standard for good farming. In the RSFSR alone there were over 250,000 agro-plenipotentiaries by the beginning of February I-930. Such efforts to educate the peasants to the complex tasks of collectivization were supplemented by the transfer of Red Army men, industrial workers and others to permanent work in the kolkhozy. If the collectivization brigades were a modern form of the going to the people movement of I-874, these permanent migrants corresponded perhaps to the attempts, partly successful, of populist doctors, teachers and others to settle among the peasants in I-877. The most numerous category were probably the demobilist Red Army men. Former Red Army men, often themselves originating from the countryside, had been an important channel for Bolshevik influence in the villages ever since their demobilization after the Civil War. By November I-929, an article in the agricultural newspaper could claim that as a result of Red Army men returning to the countryside in earlier years, you will undoubtedly find a former Red Army man as leader and organizer in every reading hut, cooperative, land association and kolkhoz. 30,000 further activists, trained on Sundays and in their free time, were released by the army to the kolkhozy in the autumn of I-929, and the training of a further 1,000 was undertaken during the first few months of 1930. 19 The Red Army trained substantial numbers of tractor drivers, lower and middle-level agricultural specialists, officials of the agricultural cooperatives, cinema operators and radio men. 2 Far-reaching plans for the crash training of agricultural cadres, prepared by the Politburo Commission on Collectivization, were approved by the Central Committee in December 1929. By speeding up the training of specialists and by retraining thousands of agricultural officials and specialists and transferring them to kolkhozy, the RSKs were to be provided with 8,000 specialists and 14,500 kolkhoz officials by the spring of 1930. 21 Many batches of officials were transferred to the countryside in the succeeding weeks. On February 16, 1930, a decree of the Presidium of TSIK ordered the mobilization of 7,200 members of urban Soviets to work for a minimum of 1 year in village Soviets and district executive committees in RSKs. 2 The most far-reaching and best publicized scheme, approved by the Central Committee Plenum in November 1929, planned to send 25,000 politically experienced industrial workers to permanent work in the countryside, CEP 168 above. Over 70,000 workers volunteered, and by the end of 1929 some 27,000 had been selected by special party commissions. 70% of them were party members, nearly half of them had been working in industry for more than 10 years, and 4/5 of them came from the main industrial regions. After attending a fortnight's course in January 1930, they had nearly all reached the countryside by the middle of February. Most of them were sent to the main grain regions. 23 At the time of the census of kolkhozy in May 1930, 19,581 of the 25,000 ERS were working in the kolkhozy, primarily as chairmen or in other leading posts. 24 The living embodiment of the link between the proletariat and the peasantry. Thus collectivization was to be accomplished by a massive incursion into the countryside of plenipotentiaries and brigades who would win over the peasants to large-scale socialist production. They would be accompanied and followed by a large number of newly trained industrial workers, Red Army men and others who would settle in the countryside, and work with the much larger number of retrained collective farmers to manage the kolkhozy on modern lines. Simultaneously, tractors and agricultural machinery would flood into the countryside and begin the technological transformation of agriculture. This was the intended framework for the all-out drive of December 1929 to February 1930. Stalin assured the Conference of Marxist Agrarians in December 1929 that these developments were transforming the psychology of the peasant and turning his face towards the town. There is nothing surprising in this, as the peasant is now receiving from the town's machines, tractors, agronomists, organizers, and direct help to struggle with and overcome the kulak class. The peasant of the old type, with his primitive lack of trust in the town as a robber, is retreating into the background. He is being replaced by a new peasant, the peasant collective farmer, who looks at the town as a source of real production assistance. The peasant of the old type is being replaced by a new peasant with a new perspective. Join the kolkhoz and get out of poverty and darkness onto the broad road of economic and cultural advance. 25. Stalin's description of the changing psychology of the peasants is not supported by the evidence of independent observers. Peasant attitudes to the kolkhozy on the eve of collectivization were described by Hindus, who spent the summer of 1929 in his native village in central Russia. The peasants told him that all but the young folks were afraid of it, even the bedniaks, poor peasants, in spite of all the promises made to them. It would involve giving up one's land and implements and working with other families, under orders, not temporarily, as in the army, but forever. It means barracks for life. These peasants never believed in anybody's words, they had always mistrusted the whole world. None of them had ever bought a bulka in the bazaar without first picking up the white roll and feeling it to make sure that it was not hollow inside. They never bought a scythe or a sickle without eyeing it carefully from every angle, feeling it with their hard hands, striking it against their boots, snapping their fingers on it and listening to the resulting sound, or even biting upon it with their teeth to make sure that they were not being fooled by the metal. And now they were to give up their individual land, their horses, their cows, their farm buildings, the things that had given them bread, protection against starvation, the very security they needed to hold body and soul together, all on the mere promise of a youthful agitator that this would enrich their lives. 26. The verbal and material inducements offered to the peasants in the winter of 1929-30 were wholly insufficient to change their attitude to the kolkhozy. The supply of machinery and tractors, though vastly increased, failed to keep pace with the expansion of the kolkhozy. Even at the level of collectivization to which the countryside returned during the spring of 1930, a much smaller proportion of kolkhoz land was worked by tractors than in the previous year. At the Conference of Marxist Agrarians, Stalin frankly recognized that this was a manufacturing period for the kolkhoz system, in which draft animals and implements would be supplied to the kolkhoz by the former individual peasant, see pages 391-2 below. Peasants who joined the kolkhoz expecting to give up exhausting manual labor were soon disillusioned. And in spite of the vast training program, the peasant scrutinizing his local kolkhoz at the beginning of 1930 would rarely have discerned an improvement in the quantity or quality of its agronomists and organizers. Even by May 1930, there were agronomists in only 8% of the kolkhozy. 27. Between May 1929 and May 1930, owing to the expansion of the kolkhozy, the proportion of party members in their working population declined from 4.3 to 2.3%, even though membership quadrupled in absolute terms. 28. The most enthusiastic and well-disciplined group of new arrivals, the 25,000 ERS, provided less than one organizer for every 4 kolkhozy, and even the 3 main grain regions of the RSFSR received only 6,300 of the 25,000 ERS for 8,500 kolkhozy, each of which had on average 180 households. 29. Yet the 25,000 ERS included a high proportion of the party members permanently transferred to the countryside at this time. Between January 1 and April I, the number of party members in the countryside increased by 38,500, and 18,000 of these were 25,000 ERS. 30. And the peasants could not fail to observe that many of the former industrial workers Officials and students sent to the countryside both in the collectivization drive and for permanent work lacked any practical experience of agriculture. Many tales were told of the ignorance of the townsman. A plenipotentiary inspecting a suspected Kulak household insisted that it had 2 cows, although one was a heifer. 31 even workers from peasant families who had agricultural experience, and those peasants who had attended brief training courses, were not properly equipped to cope with the changed conditions of large-scale farming, and the knowledge and experience of veteran collective farmers, gained in the small kolkhozy with a few households which predominated until the end of 1929, were of limited value for the new circumstances in which the authorities were trying to persuade whole villages to join the kolkhoz. Moreover, at the beginning of 1930 the peasants were not being urged to join the TOZ, in which a substantial part of their individual economy could continue untouched, or even the type of artel in which socialization stopped halfway. The collectivization brigades, who were clearly even less knowledgeable about agriculture than those sent to work permanently in the countryside, acting under instructions from Kolkhoz Centra and the regional party authorities, and supported by a national press campaign, urged the peasants to hand over their cows and even their poultry to the kolkhozy, and were unable to assure the collective farmers that they had a right to cultivate their household plots. This was particularly alarming to the peasants because they had become increasingly dependent in the past 2 years on their animals and vegetables for food and for earnings on the market owing to the shortage of grain and the restrictions on its sale. The campaign to socialize animals and poultry particularly antagonized the women, who tended the farm animals and were anxious that their children should continue to get milk. Finally, the collectivization brigades often informed the peasants that they would soon be members of a giant kolkhoz, embracing a whole administrative district. See Volume 2, pages 42 to 50, 95 to 8. The cultural amenities and welfare services of such an enterprise were almost everywhere merely dreams for the future, and dreams for which the collective farmers would themselves be expected to find the resources. 32 The impression that the kolkhoz would be a remote and alien force placed above the village was greatly strengthened. Nor could the peasant on joining the kolkhoz hope to be spared the pressure of the grain collector and the tax agent. The grain campaign of the autumn of 1929 demonstrated that the authorities would require the kolkhozy to transfer all their grain surpluses to the state, see pages 100 to 1 above, and in February 1930 this was followed by a campaign to obtain tax arrears and debts from peasants joining the kolkhozy, and to persuade them to pay substantial membership fees, see Volume 2, pages 120 to 3. These disadvantages of the kolkhoz did not apply equally to all peasants. A family which lacked a horse or a pair of oxen could hope to be no longer dependent upon neighbors. A family which had few or no animals of its own might receive a greater share of the income of the village as a result of the high degree of socialization of livestock favored in the early weeks of 1930. Batraks and poor peasants, who were given priority in the appointments to leading positions in the kolkhoz, might find this a time of great opportunity, and they might materially benefit from the expropriation of the kulak. No Soviet investigations of collectivization have satisfactorily demonstrated that these advantages were sufficient to overcome on any substantial scale the social cohesion of the village and bring large numbers of batraks and poor peasants to join the kolkhozy of their own free will. It seems likely that among the peasants who remained in the kolkhoz in the summer of 1930 many may have joined it voluntarily, see, however, p. 286 below. But in the winter of 1929-30 the majority of peasants undoubtedly preferred to remain outside the kolkhoz, and a great deal of well thought out argument and material encouragement would have been required to persuade them to join. The reaction of many peasants to the kolkhozy was expressed in the myths and rumors circulating in the countryside, freely reported in the press and often attributed to kulak machinations. One very widespread tale was that women would be socialized, and all members of the kolkhoz would have to sleep under a common blanket in a single hut. 33 rumors were heard that a special machine would burn up all the old people, so that they would not eat the grain. 34 that the children would be sent away to a creche or to China. 35 and that the devil seal would be put on the kolkhoz. 36 fears of China and of war were widely reported. 4,000 young women were being sent to China to pay for the Chinese Eastern Railway. 37 The whites would soon come, the world would end within 2 or 3 years. 38 Collective farmers would be the first to be taken off to the war. 39 Obviously the instructions to the collectivization brigades to bring very large numbers of peasants into the kolkhozy before the spring sowing, but not to use compulsion, were incompatible. In the first few weeks of 1930, a note of caution and restraint was occasionally heard among the clarion calls of leading politicians and in the press. At a discussion in the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR about the Lower Volga, the region where the percentage of households collectivist was by far the highest, Surtsov, while insisting that nothing must hold up the growth of the kolkhoz movement, also argued that in the sphere of collectivization we must now place our main emphasis not on the quantitative aspect, and again warned against a kind of sporting contest in relation to the quantitative growth of the kolkhozy. Potemkin kolkhozy are not necessary to us. 40 A handful of news items criticized officials and brigades who used threats and force in order to bully peasants into joining the kolkhozy. 41 A substantial article in the agricultural newspaper about the use of force in Siberia was very sharply worded, but also declared that the plan to collectivize only 28% of households in 1930 was too modest. 42 In decisions of December 30, 1929, and January 1, 1930, which do not appear to have been published at the time. The Lower Volga Regional Party Committee warned that actions bordering on administrative pressure which had been reported were a distortion of the party line, and removed the party leadership in Komishin Okrug for a sporting contest approach, sportsmenstvo, and the use of compulsion. 43 But for the first 4 weeks of 1930 a few items of this kind are all that can be found in the press, and a diligent search of the party archives by those Soviet historians who are anxious to demonstrate the irreproachability of the Central Committee has not yielded anything further. The overwhelming thrust was towards all-out collectivization. Immediately after the Central Committee resolution of January 5, Andreev admitted at a Congress on comprehensive collectivization in the North Caucasus that the proposal of the Regional Party Bureau in December that collectivization should be completed by mid-1931, CEP 177 above, was too modest. Collectivization would instead be completed by the spring of 1930 in the steppe areas and the end of 1930 elsewhere. No force in the world, and especially no threats or howls from our opponents and the enemies of collectivization, especially from the opponents of collectivization who are nearest to us, the kulaks, can now stop or temporarily restrain this victorious advance of the collectivization of agriculture. 44. A session of the Lower Volga Soviet Executive Committee, meeting from January 6 to January 10, resolved that the region should be collectivist by the spring of 1930. 45 By this time the fever had spread to the grain deficit regions. Kirov is reported by his biographer to have returned to Leningrad from Stalin's birthday celebrations with Stalin's directive to increase the rate of collectivization. 46 A joint plenum of the Moscow Party Committee and Control Commission, which met from January 6 to January 10, resolved that 40 to 50% of households should be collectivist in I-930, and Bauman, in spite of Surtsov's warnings, called for a collectivization competition between different local authorities. Ryazan proposed to collectivize 60% or even 75% of peasant households by the time of the spring sowing campaign. When I was in Tula, I pointed out the successes of Ryazan. The Tulans are now entering into socialist emulation with the Ryazanians. 47. The Tula Okrug Party Bureau resolved to collectivize a number of districts in the course of I-930, and within a few weeks the Ryazan authorities decided to complete collectivization throughout their Okrug by March I-5. 48 On January 2, following such meetings in various regions, an all-union conference of representatives of RSKS opened in Moscow. Significantly, the two main reports were delivered by representatives of the advanced Lower Volga region, and of the Gigant Kolkhoz in the Urals, where collectivization was almost complete. The report from the Lower Volga insisted that administrative pressure had not been used against the peasants and urged the fullest possible socialization of peasant animals. The Gigant Kolkhoz announced triumphantly that all the resources of its middle peasants were being transferred to its indivisible fund, that all the church bells in the district had been removed for scrap, and that during Christmas large numbers of icons had been collected and burnt. The grain deficit areas publicly announced at their conference their intention of pressing forward rapidly. A delegate from the remote northern region, previously placed in the slowest group for collectivization, reported local plans to collectivize 80% of households during the spring sowing. No word of caution appears anywhere in the extensive press accounts of the conference, and at the conference the official spokesman from Narkomzom and Kolkhoz Center seemed to have tacitly accepted all these proposals. 49 Kaminsky assured the delegates, in a remark apparently unpublished at the time. Simultaneously with the conference, 2 long articles in Pravda enthusiastically recounted the experiences of collectivization, socialization, and dekulakization in Khyber Okrug, where in the autumn the percentage of households in Kolkhozy increased from 13 to 60 in 6 weeks. 61 A few days later Yakovlev assured a meeting of 25,000 ERS who were about to depart for the Kolkhozy that they could concentrate their efforts on the proper organization of production, as the need to persuade the peasants of the merits of collectivization was no longer a real issue. It would be like freezing ice or heating hot water, as the peasants who are coming together in collectives are all persuaded of the advantages of collectivization. 52 Laconic endorsement of further increases in the rate of collectivization was a feature of the speeches of party leaders at this time. On January 13, Molotov, without any hint of caution, told a conference of representatives of local party committees that comprehensive collectivization of individual districts and okrugs had been joined by the beginning of the comprehensive collectivization of whole regions and republics. At this conference, a major reorganization of the central party apparatus was announced affecting all its departments. Following the establishment of Narkomzom of the USSR, the rural department of the Central Committee was abolished as redundant, and its functions in respect of collectivization were transferred to a new department of agitation and mass campaigns. 64 Kaminsky was appointed head of the new department, and removed from the chairmanship of Kolkhoz Center. 55 Nothing is known about the reasons for Kaminsky's removal, while he nominally remained responsible in the party for the collectivization campaign. Henceforth he never made a substantial pronouncement on agricultural questions. Perhaps his enthusiasm was too obtrusive. But his removal did not imply any slackening of the collectivization drive. He was replaced by Yurkin, the manager of Gigantsovkhoz in the North Caucasus, who could be expected to sympathize with efforts to establish large kolkhozy along Sovkhoz lines. 56 A few days after Kaminsky's removal, Stalin, in his only published statement in January 1930, tacitly endorsed the enormous increase in RSKs with the complacent remark that their sphere of influence is growing not day by day but hour by hour. 57 Higher planned rates of collectivization continued to be reported in the last few days of January. On January 27, Eek, pointing out that in the main grain regions of the USSR 00% of the poor peasants, Batraks and middle peasants will achieve collectivization this spring or at any rate during the autumn sowing campaign, announced that at least 50 or 60% of the peasants would join kolkhozy in Siberia in the course of I-930, and urged the well-organized Novosibirsk Okrug to proceed even faster than this. We must decisively put pressure on our apparat so that now, when poor peasants and middle peasants have moved into the kolkhozy en masse, the period for the completion of the comprehensive collectivization of Siberia should be reduced to a minimum. This acceleration of the rate of collectivization will enable us to reduce considerably the overheads which accompany such a radical break in economic organization and in the way of life. 58. The Party Committee of the Black Earth region, meeting on January 26 to 27, also, according to the vague phrase of a Soviet historian, began to orient its party organizations to the completion of comprehensive collectivization in the first 6 months of I-930. 59. Finally, the movement for comprehensive collectivization spread into Central Asia. On January 30, the Central Asian Party Bureau resolved that 36 RSKs should be set up in Central Asia, and that the kulaks in them should be expropriated. This decision was immediately communicated to the press, 60 and by telegram to the Central Committee in Moscow. 61 The movement for comprehensive collectivization had thus spread far beyond the vague limits set by the resolution of January 5. In the atmosphere of optimism and enthusiasm of these weeks, more ambitious plans for collectivization were thus frequently proposed at every level, and criticism of them was inhibited by unwillingness to restrain initiative at the lower levels, or simply by fear of being labeled right-wing. The Politburo exercised no restraint, and at the Republican and regional level, as Cogier later explained, the party authorities were unwilling to fix a maximum percentage of collectivization for each district. 62 A contemporary Soviet commentator drew attention to the increase in plans of collectivization on the route from the center to the periphery. If the center intended to include 15% of households, the region raised th. plan to 25%, the okrug to 40%, and the district posed the task of reaching 60%. 63 okrug officials, visiting the Soviets and plenipotentiaries in a village, demanded that they should get 10 to 15% ahead of their plan in readiness for a forthcoming report to the region. 64 An okrug official in the Black Earth region is reported to have told his subordinates, "Remember, comrades, our approach is that it is better to overstep the mark than to fall short. Remember that we won't condemn you for an excess. But if you fall short, watch out." 65 A similar uncontrolled mechanism caught the planners in industry in its grip at this time, until it was halted by the highest authorities, with the important difference that while over-ambitious plans for industrial production do not necessarily produce bricks and steel, over-ambitious plans for collectivization did thrust peasants into the kolkhozy. These imperative demands for immediate collectivization did not leave much room for patient propaganda and explanation in the villages. As in Kipur Okrug and other areas of advanced collectivization in the autumn of 1929, see pages 136, 152-3 above, the collectivization brigades generally had little time to spend in each settlement. A report published in a party agricultural journal later in the year claimed that in the majority of cases the plenipotentiaries merely called a general meeting of the peasants, prepared a resolution on the establishment of the kolkhoz, and selected its board of management. 66 Brief sorties into the countryside of this kind were certainly very frequent in these weeks. In some districts of Moscow region, they were officially known as cavalry charges, and were sometimes followed by the issue of reports resembling military communiques. 67 In a district in Tver Okrug, a 3-day shock attack for comprehensive collectivization was undertaken early in January to coincide with the Orthodox Christmas. 10 brigades of between 30 and 50 workers and students, each supported by a brigade of collective farmers, went to the villages, talked to groups and assemblies of poor peasants, women, and youth, and raised the percentage of collectivization from 40 to 80 in 19 days, while at the same time trying to persuade the villagers to remove the church bells and icons and close the churches. 68 In an RSK in Central Asia, each official set himself the rule: do not return to the district center without a kolkhoz. 69 In Nizhny Novgorod region, collectivization was agreed at peasant meetings in 1 or 2 hours. 70 Elsewhere the pace was not quite so hasty. In reports from workers' brigades in Tambov Okrug published from the archives, the plenipotentiaries spent periods from 2 days to 6 weeks in each village or group of settlements, and several of them diligently followed their instructions and addressed enormous numbers of meetings of different groups of peasants. One brigade spent 5 weeks in a village of 413 households, and held 67 meetings attended in all by 2,174 peasants, at the end of which 80 households joined the kolkhoz. 71 But, even in this okrug, turnover of personnel in the brigades was very high. Of the 259 plenipotentiaries in the villages in December, only 74 remained by the end of January, the rest having been replaced by 338 new arrivals. 72 in one district in the North Caucasus. An average of 38 different plenipotentiaries visited each village between October 1929 and May 1930. 73 The overwhelming impression from scattered sources is of feverish activity in which a variety of brigades launched themselves on the villages for periods from a day or two to a couple of months. Hindu summed up the position in his native village in central Russia. "Why," asked person after person, "had I not come in the winter, when the village, the whole countryside, boiled with excitement? Och, what things had happened, meetings, debates, quarrels, fights, denunciations, and everybody wondering what would come of the effort to make people join the kolkhoz whether they wanted to or not." 74. A serious attempt to persuade the peasants of the virtues of the kolkhoz was certainly an important aspect of the activities of the brigades. What happened in one district of Moscow region was later bitterly summed up in a propagandist magazine issued by Kolkhoz Center. They promised golden mountains. They said that Kashira district would get 40 million rubles, every kind of machine, tractors, combine harvesters, etc. They said that women would be freed from doing the washing, from milking and cleaning the animals, weeding the garden, etc. Electricity can do all that, they said. And as none of these promises could be met, the women, naturally enough, were very disillusioned and therefore easily fell under Kulak influence. 75. Such glittering images of the benefits which the new agricultural economy would quickly secure were very prominent in the conferences and publications of these weeks, and were undoubtedly half believed by their exponents, but they did not impress the peasants. Frequently the collectivization brigades were confronted with noisy opposition, which they could refute only in the most general terms. Thus, according to a workers' brigade in Tambov Okrug, they, the kulaks and well-to-do peasants, organized around themselves groups of loudmouths, who shouted out at meetings, "They robbed us during the grain collections, they ruined us peasants, and now they want to ruin us completely, to take our last horse and cow." Setting up the kolkhozy is a kind of serf labor, barshkina, where the peasant will again have to work under the rod. Here they nod towards the women and say that they will have to give up all their work as housewives and run to work. In the kolkhoz, a manager will be appointed in the kolkhozy, who will force us to work beyond our strength, and so on. All that the well-to-do peasants say is that the Soviet government should enrich the peasants first and then push through the establishment of kolkhozy, and not do what it is doing now, which is to try to make a rich farm out of ruined farms which have no grain, and so on. We replied to them along the lines that our country is socialist, we are building socialism, and the peasant economy is capitalist because it is looked after by an individual peasant, and therefore we must give up private property forever, hand it over to the community and strengthen and improve our economy by our joint efforts. 76. After such unequal exchanges, many of the plenipotentiaries soon found themselves resorting to threats and force, both in the major grain regions where collectivization was already far advanced and in the grain deficit regions and national minority areas. In a village in Leningrad region, the chairman of the village Soviet told those who did not join that they would be taxed by individual assessment, like kulaks. 77. In a village in Ivanovo-Voznesensk region, the peasants were told that collectivization was compulsory and that those who failed to join would be exiled from the village. 78. In the lower Volga region, in one settlement the community voted against establishing a kolkhoz, and organizers of the meeting then asked who is against Soviet power. As no one declared themselves to be against Soviet power, a resolution was recorded that the question of collectivization was decided unanimously. In this region, the normal procedure was that the kolkhoz was declared to be established immediately a peasant meeting had voted to establish it, without any personal application from the future collective farmers being required. Those who did not wish to join were required to opt out in writing, and were treated as being members while their statements were being considered. 79. When no statements opting out were received, the local authorities reported that 100% collectivization had been achieved. 80. When such statements were received, they were sometimes shelved for months, In one case the majority of households in a village signed statements opting out, but the establishment of a kolkhoz for the whole village was still approved. 81 In Nizhny Novgorod region, decisions to join the kolkhoz were taken by a simple vote binding on the participants. 82 Peasants reluctant to join the kolkhoz were harassed and victimized. Even where normal procedures were followed, a household remaining outside the kolkhoz could expect an unfavorable allocation of land. In the Lower Volga region, a leading party official made fun of a middle peasant who complained that he had been compelled to join the kolkhoz by the decision to allocate him remote land outside its boundaries. The official insisted that where the kolkhoz was in a dominant position, which by this time was almost everywhere in the region, its land must not be divided. 83 For the USSR as a whole, a simplified procedure for land consolidation was adopted, with the objective of reallocating the land in all those districts which had a considerable growth of kolkhozy and sovkhozy. 84 In many districts land consolidators were sent out of skis to mark up the snow ready for the spring sowing. 86 The normal procedure at this stage was apparently to leave the individual peasants in their cottages with their household plot, Uzba, in the center of the village, but to transfer their main arable land beyond the kolkhoz lands. In some districts it was already assumed that 100% collectivization had been achieved, so that any individual peasant not in the kolkhoz received no arable land. 86 In a village in Ivanovo-Voznesensk region, the party secretary went round listing land to be seized, buildings to be destroyed and peasants to be exiled. 87 Peasants not joining the kolkhoz were pressed to pay arrears of taxes, or extra taxes, 88 or were simply fined. 89 In the Novosibirsk Okrug, heads of households who wanted to consult their families were abused as parasites who should be wiped off the face of the earth, and peasants refusing to join were locked up in cold bathhouses for 2 or 3 days and exiled with their families to the outskirts of the village. 90 Poor and middle peasants were arrested for disrupting meetings, 91 for expressing their opposition to collectivization, 92 or simply for refusing to join the kolkhozy. 93 When, in spite of all the pressure exerted on them, village meetings rejected the proposal to join the kolkhoz, the plenipotentiaries sometimes threatened to exile the whole village from the district. 94 And whole settlements were boycotted, deprived of consumer goods, etc., for refusing to join. 95 Such forms of pressure were evidently widespread at this time. In Tambov Okrug, where the workers' brigade seemed to have acted with relative moderation, reports from 6 out of 12 villages in which kolkhozy were established between the middle of December 1929 and the end of January 1930 refer to the use at key stages of the campaign of what were later condemned as administrative methods. These included the boycott of a settlement, the collection for the use of the kolkhoz of seed stored by individual peasants, the dismissal and imposition of extra taxes on members of a village soviet, and 5 separate cases of arresting recalcitrant peasants or reporting them to the district soviet for disrupting village meetings and similar activities. In several cases the reports do not even attempt to stigmatize those arrested as kulaks. 96 Accounts from all parts of the USSR published in the Soviet press in 1930 in the aftermath of the campaign concurred that such forms of pressure were very widely used during the first few weeks of the year. They differed only about whether peasants joining the kolkhozy in the autumn of 1929 were also responding to threats rather than blandishments. Accounts of collectivization in the Lower Volga and part of the Central Volga regions dated back the switch to administrative methods to the beginning of the autumn. 97 An article on the Gigant kolkhoz in the Urals, however, claimed that the period of distortions began only in November, after the local authorities had expanded the kolkhoz to incorporate 5 former administrative districts and decided that collectivization could be completed in all of them by the spring of 1930. 98 The collectivization campaign bypassed or subsumed the local agencies of Soviet power in the villages. The plenipotentiaries, feverishly trying to persuade the peasants to join the kolkhoz, frequently found that the village soviet was uncooperative and ineffective, sometimes that it was hostile. Molotov reported to a conference of local party officials held under the auspices of the Central Committee that both village Soviets and district executive committees of Soviets have been standing aloof from the Kolkhoz movement, 99, and a later survey showed they had played an insignificant part in collectivization. 100 in the North Caucasus, according to a study by a Soviet historian based on the archives, their role as mass organizations of the working people was replaced by the plenipotentiaries. 101 In many villages a small party cell was effectively responsible for all aspects of administration. An Okrug party secretary reported at the conference of party officials. Comrade Kaganovich correctly pointed out that all guidance and all activity on collectivization is carried out by the village activists and the Okrug party officials. In the villages the activists merely amount to the secretary of the cell and the person responsible for agitation and propaganda. These two people carry the burden day and night. They hold meetings to collect kulak debts, voice, and deal with individual taxation, and deal with everything else, voice, and are divided into 20 sectors. Running about like squirrels in a cage, they are quite unable to read even the leading articles in Pravda. 102. Yet even this degree of party organization existed only in a minority of villages. Kaganovich pointed out at the conference that party cells existed in only 23,458 out of 70,849 village Soviets, so that if we formulate it sharply and strongly, in essence we have to create a party organization in the countryside, capable of managing the great movement for collectivization. This required the recruitment of poor peasants and batraks, and the influx of workers from the town. 103 According to another speaker at the conference, however, in many villages these party cells were so weak that the movement for collectivization had bypassed them. 104 The situation was not greatly changed in the weeks which followed. Suggestions that in RSKs the village Soviet should be abolished, and the Kolkhoz transformed into the lowest organ of Soviet power, were firmly rejected. At the party conference in January, Molotov argued that the Kolkhoz should deal with production, and the Soviets with schools, libraries, roads, and telephones. 105 A later article in the party journal condemned attempts to recognize the Kolkhozy as organs of state power on the grounds that they ignored the class division within the Kolkhozy and would result in establishing Kolkhozy without communists. 106 These arguments are hardly persuasive. There seems to be no reason why the party cell could not dominate the elected board of management of the Kolkhoz as effectively as it could dominate the elected village Soviets. The attitude of the Soviet authorities was evidently based partly on a sense of the impropriety of state authority in the village being managed by a supposedly voluntary organization, partly on their unease about the permanence and reliability of the Kolkhozy. 107 Certainly the village Soviets had not shown themselves to be entirely reliable. At the party conference Molotov called for immediate new elections to village Soviets where they were not coping with their tasks, and especially in RSKs 108 during the next few weeks many village Soviets were re-elected. In the Don Okrugs of the North Caucasus region 23.4% of all village Soviets were dissolved between February 15 and March 15, 1930. 109 In the central Volga region, Kativik declared that an overwhelming majority of village Soviets and a considerable number of district Soviets have proved to be not at the level of their new tasks and that some village Soviets had even been a direct agency of the kulaks. In consequence, a half to two-thirds of all village Soviets should be re-elected. 110 Many village Soviets now eagerly embarked on actions to secure the expropriation of the kulaks and immediate collectivization which were later declared to be impermissible. N1 According to a Soviet historian, however, only 10% of Soviets were in fact re-elected at this time. 112 And in the RSFSR regions were authorized to delay re-elections by the Presidium of Psikh. 113 Generally the village Soviets were ignored or again treated as unimportant by the higher authorities throughout these stormy weeks of rapid collectivization. Even after the collectivization drive had been brought to an end, a writer in the PAR_TI newspaper still complained that in the central Volga region the plenipotentiaries and brigades constituted a second organ of power in the village. costing much more to maintain than the village Soviet, and often working independently of it. 114 The development of comprehensive collectivization entailed, at least formally, the disappearance of the mir, the land society, and its code in the villages in which collectivization was complete, and the absorption of its economic functions by the kolkhoz or the agricultural cooperatives, and its other functions, including its power to impose self-taxation on the peasants, by the village Soviet. In November 1929, Schlichter pointed out that this code was now becoming redundant. 111. In January 1930 the Ukrainian Narkomzem abolished land societies throughout the Republic. An article accompanying this announcement denounced them as outlived, as tending to hold up collectivization and as the last refuge for the kulak. Kulaks were not permitted to belong to the kolkhoz or the cooperatives, and were often disenfranchised. 116. The abolition of land societies in the RSFSR awaited a decree of VTSIK and Sovnarkom of the RSFSR of July 30, 1930. The decree was restricted to RSKs, and applied to all villages in which at least 75% of households were already collectivist. 117. In a further decree on August 16, the collection and disbursement of self-taxation, while remaining nominally voluntary, was formally transferred completely to the village Soviets throughout the USSR. The maximum permissible rate was increased, but members of communes and artels were exempted from all payment. 118. The collectivization drive of the winter of 1929-30 had thus, in spite of all vicissitudes, greatly weakened the position of the mir and strengthened the administrative authority of the party in the countryside, working partly through plenipotentiaries, to a lesser extent through the village Soviet. B. Spontaneous dekulakization, Janu Ary 1930. The collectivization drive was intimately associated with the campaign against the kulak. The party authorities at every level stressed that during the offensive against the capitalist elements in the countryside the class struggle was bound to be intensified. Stalin characterized the struggle with the kulak as a struggle to the death. 119. Molotov warned that in certain districts the class struggle may acquire in the next few months a sharpness against which the facts of the preceding period look pale. 120. An editorial in the party journal described the elimination of the kulak as a class as the last decisive struggle with internal capitalism, which must be carried out to the end. Nothing must stand in the way. The kulaks as a class will not leave the historical stage without the most savage opposition. 121. The movement to expropriate the kulaks was strongly encouraged by the authorities. Kozier, describing it as a broad mass movement of poor peasants, middle peasants, and batraks, called upon party organizations not to restrain it but to organize it to deliver a really crushing blow against the political influence, and particularly against the economic prospects, of the kulak stratum of the village. 122. Kulaks were increasingly treated in the press as a category of mankind which should not be given human consideration. Thus in Kupar Okrug every honest collective farmer avoids the kulak when he sees him in the distance. Noon wants to meet people with whom the whole collective has refused to deal. 123. All opposition to the kolkhozy, like earlier opposition to the grain campaigns, see pages 87 to 8 above, was attributed to the kulaks and to their influence. In the lower Volga region, kulaks were responsible for anti-kolkhoz agitation on an unprecedentedly broad scale. 124. When middle peasants hesitated about belonging to the kolkhoz or about handing over their cows to it, their vacillations were attributed to kulak influence. 125. And when priests opposed collectivization, this was because the church is the kulak's agitprop. 126. According to the Soviet press, the kulak was cunning and resourceful. He was able to use his powers of economic and political mimicry to disguise his aims and ambitions. 127. This attitude to the kulaks, though now often taking extravagant forms, was deeply rooted in the Bolshevik analysis of the relationship between the regime and the countryside. The Soviet countryside was seen as polarized into an exploiting class of kulaks at one extreme and a mass of exploited poor peasants and batraks at the other. with a large number of middle peasants placed between the two. It was acknowledged that the revolution and civil war had diminished the economic strength of the kulaks and moved many poor peasants into the ranks of the middle peasants, CP 24 above, but this was not believed to have fundamentally changed this picture of class conflict in the countryside. The strategy of the regime throughout the 1920s, except for a few months in 1925, was to isolate the kulaks by supporting the poor peasants against them and winning over the middle peasants as an ally. Some hostility towards the well-to-do and kulak peasants, particularly on the part of poor peasants and batraks, undoubtedly existed, and the numerous reports in the press that some poor peasants and batraks supported the campaign against the kulaks may not have been entirely fanciful. But the Bolshevik analysis underestimated the mobility between economic groups in the countryside and the cohesion of the village community, CP 24 above, and the regime was never very successful in its strategy even in the more leisurely years of NEP. The policy of immediate collectivization in fact required the abandonment in practice of the strategy of winning over the middle peasant, but it was unthinkable that the regime could admit that it was pursuing a policy which was resisted by the middle peasants, the majority of the whole Soviet population. Hence, in face of all the evidence, the authorities at every level continued to insist that the middle peasant had swung over to the kolkhoz. According to a Pravda editorial of January 2, the poor peasant the bastion of the proletariat is for the kolkhoz, the middle peasant the ally of the proletariat is also going into the kolkhoz. Once the middle peasant had joined the kolkhoz, he was placed in a position of irreconcilable struggle with the kulak, and this position must be consolidated by a policy of socialization within the kolkhoz which would diminish the economic differences between the former poor and middle peasants. But the core of the struggle against the kulaks, urged a further Pravda editorial, must be the batraks and the poor peasants, who should be immediately organized into groups in every kolkhoz in every RSK and also in every village Soviet. 12-8 The unremitting campaign against the kulaks strongly influenced the mood and the activities of the collectivization brigades. They justified the actions they were compelled to take against poor and middle peasants as being directed against henchmen of the kulaks and those who were singing the kulaks tune. In 4 out of the 27 reports from workers' brigades in Tambov Okrug which have been published from the archives, references are made to the role of the kulaks, the well-to-do, mentioned as frequently as the kulaks, the bigwigs, the kulak henchmen and the loudmouths who spread rumors, agitated and disrupted meetings. Even poor peasants opposed to the kolkhoz were described on several occasions as being under control of the kulaks. An unauthorized anti-kolkhoz meeting was said to have been inspired by the kulaks even though no well-to-do peasants or kulaks were there. When the house of a peasant who was prominent in the dances at an anti-religious evening was burnt down, this was seen as terrorism on the part of the kulak and the well-to-do. 129 According to some reports, kulaks even sent round beggars who agitated against the kolkhozy while seeking alms. 130 At a general meeting in a village in Ivanovo region, a party member summed up what must have been the feeling of many plenipotentiaries: the kulak's day must come to an end, because of his agitation of every possible kind he must be eliminated, so that he should not get in our way. 131 In many places, poor or middle peasants were classified as kulaks, and arrested or deprived of their land on the grounds that they were singing to the kulak's tune or guilty of dangerous thoughts. 132 Officials often argued, it's true that he is not economically a kulak, but his ideology is a kulak one. 133 The expropriation of the kulaks which took place in January 1930 was at first supported by no central legislation. It was unplanned, unsystematic, at times even chaotic. It was inspired by the pronouncements of Stalin and the relentless press campaign, but its scope and speed were determined by the local authorities or even by the plenipotentiaries and brigades themselves. Reviewing this situation, Krylenko later told a meeting of the Bureau of the Party members in VTSIK of the RSFSR that while the new laws about the kulak were being worked out and distributed, a spontaneous movement to dekulakization took place locally. It was properly organized only in a few places. 134 Actions against the kulaks, already undertaken by some local authorities in the autumn of 1929, when whole villages or groups of villages were being collectivist, multiplied after Stalin's speech of December 27, 1929, and the further encouragement which he offered to the elimination of the kulaks as a class in his letter of January 21, cp 233 below. Hundreds of the most malicious kulaks were reported to have been expelled from Kipur Okrug. 135 But the expropriation of the kulaks was not confined even at this stage to those areas where collectivization was most advanced. In Orel Okrug in the central Black Earth region, at the moment of receiving the new law on the kulaks at the end of January, dekulakization was already almost complete in a number of districts. 136 Before the end of January, 50 kulaks were exiled in a district of Tver Okrug for malicious propaganda and open opposition to the establishment of Kolkhozy. 137 In a village in Armenia, the land, garden, houses, and property of 37 kulaks were confiscated and 16 of them were exiled from the district as malicious opponents of collectivization. In an okrug in Azerbaijan, Skodes resolved that when kulaks attempted to drive their cattle into Persia, it should be confiscated and they should be exiled to the Trans-Caspian. 138 The injunction to base the expropriation of the kulak on support from groups of Batraks and poor peasants was imperfectly observed. Sometimes village Soviets established commissions to undertake dekulakization, 139 But sometimes the party members, together with some Batraks and poor peasants, expropriated a kulak household without any preliminary explanations. 140 The commissions or brigades frequently seized the personal property of the kulaks, including their hens, buckets, icons, watches, underwear and boots. Sometimes poor peasants and others retained this personal property for themselves. 141 For some people the offensive against the last exploiting class was an occasion for sordid personal profit. C. The legislation on the kulaks. Following the rejection of the proposals on the kulaks made by the Politburo Commission on Collectivization, a new Politburo Commission, the Commission to elaborate measures in relation to the kulaks, was established under Molotov's chairmanship on January 15.142. The 21 members of the Molotov Commission included the party secretaries of all the main grain regions, and also, significantly, of the main regions to which kulaks were exiled: the northern region, Siberia, the Urals, and Kazakhstan. Other members were Yagoda, deputy head of the OGPU, Surtsov, Yakovlev, Muralov, Kalmanovich, and Yurkin, the new chairman of Kolkhoz Center. 143 A commission under the chairmanship of Molotov could be relied upon to be harsh towards the kulak, and when constituted the new commission did not apparently include any of the members of the earlier Bauman subcommission, not even Raskulov, though Bauman and Kaminsky were among 5 members added by the Politburo. 144 On the eve of the formation of the commission, A.V. Odintsev, a vice-chairman of Kolkhoz Center of the RSFSR, told the Conference of RSKs, "We must deal with the kulak like we dealt with the bourgeoisie in 1918. The malicious kulak, actively opposing our construction, must be cast into Solovki. In other cases resettle on the worst land." 145. The conference called for decisive aggressive measures in relation to kulaks actively opposing the Kolkhozy, including expropriation of their means of production and dwellings, and exile or allocation of the worst lands outside the Kolkhoz. 146 No mention was made in the published records of the conference of the proposal of the Bauman subcommission that some kulaks might work in the Kolkhoz for a probationary period. While the Molotov Commission was in progress, Stalin again adopted an uncompromising attitude to the kulaks in a letter to the Red Army newspaper Krasnaya, Zvezda, criticizing it for failing to distinguish sufficiently sharply between the previous policy of squeezing out the kulaks and the new policy of eliminating them as a class. Stalin welcomed the setting aside of the laws permitting the rent of land and the hire of labor in RSKs, and insisted that the opposition of this class must be broken in open battle. 147 The only hint which appeared in the press at this time that the probationary membership proposal was not entirely dead was a vague phrase by Yakovlev, who told the 25,000 ERS that when the Kulaks were expropriated and deprived of land or given it outside the kolkhoz, they are deprived of the possibility in the collective of becoming a full member of the new socialized economy. 148 The Commission sent a draft resolution to the Politburo on January 26, and the final resolution of the Central Committee, on measures for the elimination of Kulak households in districts of comprehensive collectivization, was approved by the Politburo on January 30 and telegraphed to all local party organizations on the same day. 149 Nothing is known of the proceedings of the Commission. Though its spirit was reflected in a speech delivered in Novosibirsk on January 27, immediately after its work was complete, by Ek, Siberian Party Secretary, and a member of the Commission. It is necessary to apply sharp measures to the most hostile reactionary part of the Kulaks immediately. In our opinion, these Kulaks should be resettled in the distant areas of the north, say in Narim, Turukansk, in a concentration camp. The other part of the Kulak class can be used for work in labor colonies. We must resort to this, we must prepare for this now, because if, after the expropriation of the means of production, we leave all the Kulaks in the same settlement, in the same village, turned into a comprehensive collective farm, the Kulak will try to wreak his revenge on it. We are now going to build the Tomsk-Yeniseisk road, build in uninhabited districts of the taiga, in distant forests. Let the Kulaks go there and work, spend a few years at a working life, and then we shall see what a particular Kulak is like. So. The proposals of Bauman and Larin that the Kulak should undertake a probationary period of labor in a kolkhoz had thus undergone a brutal transformation. Neither the resolution of January Go nor the detailed instruction from TSIK and Sovnarkom which followed it on February 4 have been published. 151 A pale reflection of the resolution of January 30 appeared in a decree of TSIK and Sovnarkom of February 1, which was immediately published in the press. This abolished the right to rent land and hire labor in RSKs, and authorized regional executive committees to apply necessary measures of struggle with the Kulak class up to and including full confiscation of Kulak property and exile beyond the boundaries of particular districts or the counter-revolutionary active. Whether a Kulak belonged to this category was to be determined by the OGPU, within a limit of 63,000 for the whole USSR fixed by the resolution. Their means of production and personal property were to be confiscated, the heads of families were to be sentenced on the spot to imprisonment or confinement in a concentration camp, those among them who were organizers of terrorist acts, counter-revolutionary demonstrations, and insurrectionary organizations could be sentenced to death. Members of their families were to be exiled as for Category 2. 2. The remaining elements of the Kulak active, especially the richest Kulaks, large-scale Kulaks, and former semi-landowners. According to one account, Kulaks placed in this category manifested less active opposition to the Soviet state but were arch-exploiters and naturally supported the counter-revolutionaries. According to another account, they actively opposed collectivization. Lists of Kulak households in this category were to be prepared by district Soviets and approved by Okrug executive committees on the basis of decisions by meetings of collective farmers and of groups of poor peasants and batraks. These meetings were to be guided by instructions from village Soviets elaborated on the basis of directives from regional, Okrug and district party organizations, which fixed quotas within an upper limit for the whole USSR of 15,000 households. The means of production and part of the property of the families on these lists were to be confiscated. They could retain the most essential domestic goods, some means of production, a minimum amount of food and up to 500 rubles per family. They were then to be exiled to remote areas of the northern region, Siberia, the Urals, and Kazakhstan, or to remote districts of their own region. Part of the means of production of the households in Category 3 was to be confiscated, and they were to be resettled on new lands specially allocated to them outside the limits of the kolkhoz lands but within the administrative district, according to one account, probably erroneous, within the region. The procedures for resettling households in this category were to be determined by the Okrug, but Eck's speech of January 27 made it clear that it was not envisaged in Siberia at any rate that the kulaks should remain in their own village. In the western region, kulaks were to be removed altogether from districts in which collectivization was on a mass scale, and they were to be resettled in small groups administered by troiki, committees of 3, or by plenipotentiaries. Some or all of them were to be used in special labor detachments, družiny, and colonies on forestry, road, land improvement, and other work. Confiscated means of production and property were to be transferred to the indivisible funds of the kolkhozy and considered as being in lieu of the payment of entry fees by poor peasants and batraks. Confiscated kulak dwellings were to be used as clubs, schools, kolkhoz offices, or for other social purposes, or else as communal dwellings for former batraks. In practice they were sometimes allocated to poor peasants. If a kulak was in debt to the state or to the cooperatives, part of his property was to be used to cover this. No provision was made in the regulations for the property of the expropriated kulaks to be retained by other individuals. Members of soldiers' families were to be exempted from all these provisions, and kulaks whose immediate relatives had worked in industry over a long period were to be given special consideration. In the western region at least, young members of kulak families who opposed the majority of the kulaks were also to be given special consideration. The whole operation was supposed to be carried out as an integral part of the process of collectivization, with the exception of kulaks in category I, who were to be arrested whatever the level of collectivization. Kulak households were to be expropriated only in RS case. A letter from the Central Committee, also dispatched on January go, insisted that local organizations should concentrate on collectivization and refrain from naked dekulakization without simultaneous collectivization. 154 But the resolution stipulated that the whole operation was to be carried out with great urgency. 50% of the number of kulaks stipulated for categories I and II were to be expropriated and exiled by April 15 and all of them by the end of May. At this time the authorities were expecting collectivization in the main agricultural areas to be virtually complete during the spring sowing. In the major grain regions, in all of which collectivization was far advanced, spontaneous dekulakization, see pages 2 above, was already taking place on a large scale in January. In these circumstances, even before the decree of January go was approved by the Politburo, the local party authorities, who were aware from their representatives on the Molotov Commission of the line it was taking, issued their own instructions in an endeavor to regulate dekulakization. On January 20, the Central Volga Party Committee resolved that the anti-Soviet kulak active, i.e. category I, should be eliminated by February 5 and that 1000 kulak families in category 2 should be exiled between February 5 and 15. Before January go, similar decisions followed in the other major grain regions. 155 The national legislation was therefore superimposed upon regional legislation which had already been transmitted to the okrugs and the districts, and was in some districts already being acted upon. While the legislation on the kulaks was being prepared, the attention of the Soviet authorities at every level was turning increasingly to the problems of the spring sowing campaign. Plans for the campaign had already been approved by the Sovnarkoms of the RSFSR and the USSR in December I 929, 156 The RSFSR decree stressed the importance of the campaign by appointing Surtsov as the plenipotentiary responsible for it throughout the Republic. The plan for the USSR envisaged an ambitious increase in the spring sown area for all crops by at least II% to 93 million hectares, over 30 million hectares of which would be sown by the kolkhozy. While the total planned sown area was not increased in subsequent weeks, the unplanned expansion of the kolkhozy meant that in February the arrangements for the spring sowing had to be reconsidered. By the middle of the month the authorities estimated that the sown area of the kolkhozy would amount to 6070 million hectares. 157 This was an urgent matter for several of the major regions. Sowing was due to begin in the periods March 10 to 20 in the Crimea, March 2030 in the North Caucasus and the steppe area of the Ukraine, and April 10 to 20 in the Lower Volga region. 1. 8 By the end of January, these issues became more prominent in the orders and instructions of Narkomzum, and in the public statements of its officials, while continuing to be intertwined with exhortations to increase collectivization and to socialize more livestock. As early as January 24, Yakovlev entitled his report to the 25,000 ERS The Battle for the Organization of Real Collective Production, and after warning that in the spring the kolkhoz movement will be submitted to the greatest of examinations in the presence of the working class and peasantry of our country, watched by the whole world, dealt at length with land consolidation, draft power, labor organization, and seed. 159 In January Narkomzum required every village Soviet and kolkhoz to report the progress of preparations for the sowing campaign, including the collection of seed, every 10 days by telegraph to the district. Summaries were to be telegraphed by the districts to the okrugs, and hence via the regions to Narkomzum. 160 Many reports were published in January to the effect that peasants joining kolkhozy were selling up their stocks of seed rather than handing them over to the kolkhozy. 161 According to plan, all kolkhoz seed for collective sowing should have been collected by January I-5. Yet only I-89,000 tons out of the original plan of over 2 million tons was collected by that date, and 4 I-2000 tons by January 20, CP 253 below. Meanwhile, owing to the expansion of the kolkhozy beyond the original plan, the seed collection plan had to be revised upwards to 334 million tons. 162 This was a serious emergency. A telegram from Kalinin as president of TSIK, instructing all regional Soviets to make sure that the grain was collected by February I-5, 163 was followed by a Central Committee decision that the Politburo should hear a summary Narkomzum report on preparations for the sowing campaign at every meeting, i.e. every 5 days. The Central Committee also prudently instructed Narkomzum not to allow peasant wheat to be ground at its mills until after all the seed was collected in 164 At the end of January and beginning of February I-930 a series of decisions by the Politburo indicated a certain unease in the highest party circles. Following the resolution of January 5, during almost the whole of January no published statement by leading members of the Politburo, and no decisions of the party Central Committee, attempted in any way to restrain the rapidly expanding kolkhoz movement in the grain regions and its further spread to grain deficit and national minority areas. On January 3, however, the day after the far-reaching resolution on dekulakization was approved by the Politburo, a telegram from Stalin and Molotov to the Central Asian Party Bureau replied to their request to undertake the comprehensive collectivization of 32 districts with the warning that we consider mistaken transfer of accelerated rates of collectivization from center of USSR to districts of Central Asia, and instructed the Bureau advance cause of collectivization to extent that masses really involved. 165 similar telegrams were sent to the Transcaucasus. 166 On February 4, the Central Committee decided that conferences of the heads of party organizations in the national republics and the grain deficit areas should be convened later in the month. 167 The Central Committee also sent telegrams or letters to a number of regions, including the Central Volga, warning them against undertaking naked dekulakization separately from collectivization. 168 These telegrams, which have not even now been published in full, appear to have criticized the use of administrative methods in collectivization. On February 4 a letter from the Central Volga Regional Party Committee to local organizations, presumably a response to the telegrams from the Central Committee, insisted that collectivization must be carried out on the basis of the development of broad mass work among poor peasants and middle peasants, with a decisive struggle against the slightest attempts to drive the middle and poor peasants into the kolkhozy by the use of administrative methods. 169 On February 3, Andreev, who was a candidate member of the Politburo, signed a resolution of the Bureau of the North Caucasus Party Committee which stressed the turn towards consolidation. Mass establishment of kolkhozy, i.e. the first stage of accepting and registering their statutes, is coming to an end. Now the main attention of all organizations, the whole stress in work on collectivization, must be concentrated on organizational work within the kolkhozy and on strengthening the economy of the kolkhoz. 170. At this time, too, Shabaldov, at the first Lower Volga Conference of Batrak and poor peasant groups, condemned in a published Vacillations, January JCR February 10, statement the use of administrative measures against the middle peasants to drive them by force into the kolkhoz. We have never and nowhere stated that there must be obligatory, immediate 100% inclusion of poor and middle peasant economies in the kolkhozy. If we have 70 to 80% of households in the kolkhozy, the question is decided. 171. In the western region, a representative of Kolkhoz Centre found that the rate of collectivization has been artificially forced and kolkhozy have often been organized compulsorily. 17.2 It is tempting to conclude that the slowness of the preparations for the spring sowing, particularly the failure of the kolkhozy to collect in seed on any substantial scale, had imposed a policy of prudence on the Politburo. But the telegrams and decisions at the end of January and beginning of February were strictly limited in their scope. They endeavored to restrain somewhat the pace of collectivization in certain national areas, and to bring about a certain consolidation in the central Volga region and possibly in some of the other major grain surplus regions. The telegrams to the national areas do appear to have constituted a definite attempt to set some limits to the collectivization drive, but as these areas were insignificant as suppliers of grain, Stalin and Molotov could not have been motivated by fears for the success of the sowing campaign, except insofar as collectivization in these areas was seen as a diversion from the main tasks confronting the regime. And while the policy for the major grain surplus regions, at least as it was interpreted by the regional party secretaries, had switched towards consolidation of the kolkhozy, the consolidation envisaged by the Politburo was to be achieved by the rapid elimination of the kulaks and the use of the methods of the grain collections to bring about better organization. No attempt was made by the Politburo at this time to discourage the widespread campaigns for the socialization of all animals, the merging of kolkhozy into giants, and their transformation into communes. See Volume 2, pages 42-7, 92-4. Moreover, moves to restrain the pace of collectivization were half-hearted. Almost nothing about them appeared in the press, and no serious attempt was made by the Politburo to follow them up. They were accompanied and followed by other statements and measures which encouraged the further expansion of collectivization. On January 30, a Central Committee letter was dispatched to local party committees which, referring to reports received from the localities that organizations in a number of districts have discarded the cause of collectivization and concentrated their efforts on dekulakization, explained that such a policy is fundamentally incorrect. 173 Following this letter, the press frequently warned against naked dekulakization, carried out without the participation of the middle and poor peasantry and independently of the campaign for collectivization, and drew the conclusion not that dekulakization should be restrained but rather that more attention should be devoted to collectivization. On February I, a headline in the agricultural newspaper summarized the prevailing mood, not naked dekulakization, but a stubborn Bolshevik struggle for mass collectivization. 174 As far as is known, proposals made at the end of January and beginning of February to extend collectivization in the central Black Earth region and in Siberia did not meet with any objection from the Politburo. 175 On February 3, a Pravda editorial emphatically encouraged further collectivization with the statement that the latest proposal for collectivization 75% of poor and middle peasant households in I-930/3I is not a maximum one. According to Soviet historians, this sentence was included on Stalin's instructions. 176 On February 4, Kozier stated that all the steppe okrugs in the Ukraine should be completely collectivized in the course of the spring sowing campaign and that the comprehensive collectivization of the whole Ukraine should be completed during the autumn sowing campaign. Y7 A week later, on February 9. I-930, in his replies to questions from students of the Sverdlov Communist University, Stalin agreed that there was a danger that kulaks in districts without comprehensive collectivization might engage in self-elimination, and drew the emphatic conclusion. Ukrainian Central Committee to Okrugs and Districts. Expropriation of the kulaks, February, 243. There is only one way of resisting the squandering of kulak property: strengthen the work on collectivization in districts which do not have comprehensive collectivization. 178. This was open encouragement, immediately before the conference of heads of party organizations in national minority areas, for the further extension of collectivization. And the most important consequence of the decisions adopted at the end of January and beginning of February was undoubtedly the enormous impetus which was given to the anti-kulak drive, resulting in the unleashing of what amounted to a reign of terror in large areas of the countryside, and providing a powerful impetus to a further wave of collectivization. Expropriation of the kulaks, February 1930. Following the precedents of the grain collections and the collectivization drive, ad hoc organizations responsible for dekulakization were established at every level. These overlapped with but were separate from the collectivization headquarters and plenipotentiaries. Their main distinguishing feature was the formal involvement of the OGPU. The arrangements differed considerably from region to region, but had certain common ingredients. In the Western region, about which the available information is most detailed, troiki, groups of 3 persons, were set up at the regional level, and in every okrug and district, each consisted of the first secretary of the party committee, the chairman of the Soviet Executive Committee and the head of the local OGPU. 179. In the Lower Volga region, a special commission on dekulakization was established in every district. It was headed by a representative of the Okrug Soviet Executive Committee and included representatives of the District Soviet Executive Committee, the District Party Secretary and a plenipotentiary of the OGPU. 180. In every village in the region, a special commission attached to the village Soviet was to be headed by a representative of the District Soviet, and to include the chairman of the village Soviet, and representatives of the party organization and of the poor peasants group. This special village commission was in turn to be in charge of commissions to register and confiscate kulak means of production, including batraks, poor peasants, and middle peasants appointed by the village Soviet. L81. According to the instructions issued in the Western region, the militia was seconded to assist in dekulakization, and all participants were armed. 182. The formal procedures by which the mass of the peasantry were supposed to be involved in dekulakization varied from region to region. The lists for Category I were a matter for the OGPU, they are not mentioned in those local instructions which are available. For the other categories, the procedure by which lists of victims were approved varied in different regions. In the Central Volga and Western regions, they were to be approved by general meetings of collective farmers, and at poor peasant and batrak meetings. 183. In the North Caucasus, by decisions of batraks, poor peasants, and general assemblies of citizens. 184. Thus little provision was made for the skod, and for the middle peasant who had not joined the kolkhoz. In any case, the part to be played by the mass of the peasantry was strictly limited. Following what were now standard Soviet planning procedures, in every aspect of the economy, from the distribution of steel among factories to the allocation of agricultural tax or grain quotas among the village communities, each region was allocated by the central authorities definite control figures for the numbers of kulaks to be expelled in each of categories I and II, and these were then divided up by the region among the okrugs, and by the okrugs among the districts and the villages. 185. Dekulakization was more tightly controlled than collectivization, the numerical quotas in categories I and II being more closely adhered to than the planned percentages for collectivization. Enthusiastic regional party committees sometimes increased the quota set by the Central Committee. In the Moscow region, the quota for those to be exiled, presumably those in Category 2, was increased from 7,000 to I3 I6000, and in the Ivanovo-Voznesensk region from 4-000 to 7-8000. 186. But the okrugs and districts seem to have adhered to the quotas fixed by the regions. And at the village level, the function of the poor peasant groups and village Soviets was not to try to increase or exceed their quota, but to influence or determine the names to be included in the list. Even in this respect their powers were limited, as Category I lists were drawn up or approved by the OGPU, and Category 2 and 3 lists had to be approved by the district and Okrug Soviets or their special commissions. L87 In February I 930 the planning of dekulakization was more realistic and more closely controlled from the center than the planning of collectivization, capital investment or industrial production. The instructions for dekulakization issued by the Republican and regional authorities were nevertheless in many respects confused and contradictory, and were themselves superimposed upon practices and procedures evolved during the period of spontaneous dekulakization up to the end of January, see pages 2302 above. They provided little guidance about how the kulaks in categories 2 and 3 should be selected. The Siberian Regional Executive Committee stated that lists of taxpayers, in which kulaks were classified separately, should be used, so that middle peasants were not caught up in dekulakization, but apparently no guidance was given on how kulaks should be divided between categories 2 and 3. 188 The rural commissions responsible for making the selection were established in villages in most of which there was neither a party cell nor a poor peasants group, and in which the chairmen of the village Soviet were frequently apathetic or inexperienced. The main responsibility for dekulakization, as for collectivization, rested in practice on workers' brigades and local officials sent in from the towns, but now actively assisted, and sometimes superseded, by the OGPU and the militia. What happened in practice in February I 930 has been amply recorded by Western historians. 189 kulaks, or those classified as kulaks, were expelled in large numbers from their homes, their land, and often from their villages. Many, perhaps most, of these were richer households, and many such households, especially those arrested or exiled to remote areas, had provided some reason or other for being regarded as hostile to collectivization. Thus far, dekulakization accorded with the plans of the authorities, the power of capitalism in the countryside was being broken, and resistance to collectivization had presumably been undermined. A substantial number of those expropriated, however, were ideological kulaks, middle and poor peasants who resisted collectivization. The practice of expropriating the merely recalcitrant, already prevalent before the resolution of January 30, see pages 2301 above, though denounced by the authorities, continued unabated during February, and it undoubtedly facilitated the forcing through of collectivization. 190 The traditional structure of the village was also further weakened by the deportation of the village priests, which often took place simultaneously with the deportation of kulaks. 191 The confiscation of the personal property and dwellings of the victims was a prominent feature of dekulakization. Some poor peasants and batraks, as well as being motivated by the desire to pay off scores against their former exploiters, were also attracted by the possibility of benefiting from a share in the spoils, and this also corrupted some plenipotentiaries. And as it was inherently difficult to distinguish between a kulak and a well-to-do middle peasant, the race for personal gain often resulted in the arbitrary expropriation of middle peasants and the theft of their belongings, and in the theft of kulak property which should have been transferred to the kolkhoz or to the state. In January 1930, these activities already occurred, as a byproduct of the confusion of spontaneous dekulakization. Their continuation and extension in February 1930, after elaborate and stringent arrangements for the central control of dekulakization had already been approved, again demonstrated the extent to which reliable and competent supporters of the regime were lacking in the countryside in spite of the vast powers of plenipotentiaries from the towns. In the anti-kulak drive of February 1930, the highly organized and brutal procedures of mass exile enforced by the disciplined troops of the OGPU were incongruously combined with the vigorous, confused and sometimes corrupt activities of ill-informed plenipotentiaries and deprived peasants. A few months later, the authorities recognized that tens of thousands of peasant families had been dekulakized by mistake, see pages 280 to 1 below. The expulsion of the kulaks took place rapidly and systematically. The statistical evidence published by Soviet historians from the archives is summarized in Table 19. According to the Soviet accounts, by the end of 1933 30,000 households had been expropriated in categories I3, 192 over 1 million persons. The majority of these were expropriated in the first half of 1930, most of them probably between February and April. 193 in addition, an unknown but substantial number of kulaks and their families fled from their villages, the self-dekulakist, at this time. 194 The evidence available about the numbers in each category is far from clear. It seems likely that the plan to imprison or execute the heads of 63,000 households in Category I and to exile their families to remote areas was carried out in full in February and March I 930. In the two regions for which firm figures are available, 14,000 kulaks were arrested under Category I in February 1930, G000 in Siberia 195 and S000 in the central Volga region. The latter figure is substantially above the 3,000 originally projected for this category. L96 In each case this amounts to 10% of the estimated number of kulaks in the region, while the planned total of 63,000 is only 6% of the 1 million kulak households deemed to exist in the USSR at this time. One Soviet historian estimates, without giving a source, that heads and individual members of families of kulaks in the first category, that is, the representatives of about I000 households, were arrested and tried on the spot by the end of I-93 I.L97. Two alternative figures are given for the number of families exiled to distant areas in Category 2 in I-930, 77,975 for I-930, 198 and II-5,23 by October I-930 from RSKs in the RSFSR, the Ukraine, and Belorussia. 19 According to one Soviet historian, the latter figure includes some alleged kulaks who were rehabilitated and sent back, and involves some double counting, as both the head of the family arrested under Category I and the family members exiled under Category 2 are treated as separate units. It may also include some kulaks resettled within their own area. 200 Whichever figure, 78,000 or II-5,000, is correct, it remains unclear whether it includes families of persons arrested under Category I, and thus covers both Category I and Category 2. Within Category 2, kulaks whose homes were in the Urals, Siberia, and the north, regions to which kulaks from Categories I and II were being exiled from elsewhere, remained within their region but were sent to the remote and uninhabited or poorly populated northern districts. They were transferred to the OGPU as were all other households expropriated under Categories I and II. 201 The number of households expropriated under Category 3 in the calendar years I-929 and I-930 is given in Soviet sources as 25,000. This is presumably obtained as a residual from Categories I and II. If a higher number of families than 78,000 were in fact exiled under the first two categories, then the number remaining in Category 3 should be reduced accordingly. Local reports in the spring of I-930 frequently refer in relation to Category 3 to resettlement outside the village. Thus in the North Caucasus some kulaks in Category 3 were resettled on distant and difficult land. Within their own district or okrug, others were transferred to 4 okrugs in which land was available for settlement. They were resettled in units of 50 to 100 households under special observation, and had to construct their own dwellings and organize their farms within 3 months. 202 In an okrug in western region, kulaks were resettled within the okrug, but evidently outside their own village, on land set aside from eroded areas or swamp lands in woods, or on other land in need of improvement. 203 In the northern region a resolution of the Bureau of the Party Committee on February 5 stated that all kulaks in Category 3, while remaining within their own district, were to be sent to special settlements. 204 In Siberia, EK warned against the danger of permitting kulaks to remain in their own village and proposed to organize labor battalions under Siberian auspices, CP 234 above. Kulaks in Category 3 were not permitted to remain within their own village, but seem to have been settled within their own district. 205 Resettlement within the village certainly also continued in some regions in the spring of 1930. An American journalist, revisiting his native village in Central European Russia in the summer of 1930, reported that while some peasants in nearby villages had been sent to the north of Russia, the few men in my village who had been dekulakized had one thing to solace them: they were allowed to remain in their native countryside, 3 of them in the village. 206 The extent to which this was generally permitted for households in Category 3 is not known. In the lower Volga and the central Black Earth regions, the normal Category 3 was subdivided into 2 further categories. Here Category 3 referred to households resettled outside the village but within the okrug, and Category 4 to those remaining in their own village. The evidence available from both regions is insufficient to enable any firm conclusions to be drawn about the breakdown between these 2 categories. 207 But the publication of reports in the press that peasant meetings were demanding the expulsion of all their own kulaks from their village or even from the region would seem to indicate a disposition on the part of the local if not the national authorities to remove kulak households from their villages altogether. 208 The provision that means of production and property confiscated from kulaks were to be transferred to the indivisible funds of the kolkhozy was only partly carried out in practice. Ever since 1927, better-off peasants had been getting rid of their livestock and their implements, as well as their personal property, in order to avoid being classified as kulaks, or in order to find the money to cover the rising level of taxation, and middle peasants had refrained from acquiring new capital. According to a Soviet calculation, by 1929 the value of the fixed capital of petty capitalist households had fallen in the 3 main grain surplus regions of the RSFSR to only 30% of its 1927 level. 209 During the grain collection campaign of 1929 and the collectivization drive which succeeded it in the autumn and winter of 1929-30, self-dekulakization became widespread, and kulaks frequently gave their property away to their relatives or to other peasants to avoid seizure. 210 In his reply to the students of the Sverdlov Communist University published on February 10, 1930, Stalin admitted that it is possible and probable that in districts without comprehensive collectivization a certain part of the kulak class, in anticipation of dekulakization, will engage in self-elimination, will dissipate their property and means of production. 211 But kulak property was transferred to the kolkhozy in substantial quantities. Kulak dwellings were used for schools, red corners, clubhouses, or kolkhoz headquarters, 212 and were transferred to former poor peasants who had joined the kolkhoz. 213 Substantial numbers of implements, horses, and other expropriation of the kulaks, February. Farm animals were transferred to the indivisible funds of the kolkhozy. According to a survey undertaken in May 930, by which time only 23.6% of peasant households in the USSR remained in kolkhozy, 75 million rubles of the indivisible funds of the kolkhozy, which amounted in all to 50 million rubles, had been expropriated from kulak households, and this was 5% of the total fixed capital of the kolkhozy. As only half the kolkhozy had by this time received kulak property, a substantially higher proportion of indivisible funds and fixed capital was derived from the kulaks in those kolkhozy receiving kulak property. 214 In the main grain areas, where the expropriation of the kulaks was most advanced, the means of production received by kolkhozy amounted to about 50% of the total fixed capital owned by kulak households in I-929. 215. Dekulakization was intended to be an integral part of comprehensive collectivization. While this policy was imperfectly put into practice, there is no doubt that collectivization was facilitated by dekulakization. Even in those areas in which general dekulakization did not take place, kulaks in Category I were arrested. Kulaks in Category II were exiled from their villages in substantial numbers, not only in the 3 main grain surplus regions of the RSFSR, where collectivization was far advanced, but also in such grain areas as the Ukraine and Siberia, where only a minority of households were collectivist, and in such grain deficit regions as Moscow and Lvanovo-Voznezhensk, and even from the northern region. 216 Dekulakization was almost everywhere accompanied by a further drive for collectivization, often following explicit instructions issued by the regional authorities simultaneously with the legislation on dekulakization, see pages 237, 240 above. A district party committee in the Ukraine reported that immediately after dekulakization meetings took place in all villages, they had breaks only for dinner and sleep. The percent of households collectivist grew every hour, reaching more than 50, and in 2 more days rose to 68. 217 in a district of the Uzbek Republic, dekulakization was followed by comprehensive collectivization, using arch-shock methods. 218 after the promulgation of the legislation on the kulaks, the number of households reported as collectivist throughout the USSR rose from 8 to Q6 millions in the course of the single month of February 930. In the Ukraine the number of households in Caucasus almost doubled, and the increase was much larger than this in most of the grain deficit regions, see table I7 below. Throughout February, in most of the USSR, the growing mood of caution among some of the party leaders, and the gentle warnings about excesses communicated to the local organizations, had far less effect on the collectivization drive than dekulakization, which was carried out under the close control of the Politburo, and greatly accelerated collectivization. F. The situation in the countryside, February 930. On February 10, Stalin's laconic encouragement of the further extension of collectivization appeared in Pravda. On March 2, his article Dizzy with Success insisted on restraint and caution. This reversal of policy evidently took place only after protracted disputes in the party, but only tantalizing glimpses of the controversy appeared in the Soviet press at the time or have been afforded us in recent accounts by Soviet historians based on the archives. To attempt to explain what happened, it is necessary to look more closely at the relation between the regime and the countryside in February 930. At the end of January, almost all the seed for the spring sowing was still in the hands of the peasants, see 239 above. In the course of the next few weeks, with the increase in the number of households in Caucasus, the seed plan was increased from 27 to 398 million tons. 219 The grain was acquired by the Caucasus by a repetition on a smaller scale of the methods of the main grain collection campaign. Large numbers of officials were sent to the countryside, including members of the Ukrainian Central Committee and all the Okrug and district officials in the lower Volga region. In some areas, grain was seized from individual peasant households, and some of them were impelled to join the Caucasus in consequence. 220 The campaign was successful. Most seed grain was collected during the first 3 weeks of February, and by March 10 the total reached 414 million tons, as the table below shows, in million tons. This was enough, together with state seed loans to areas which had experienced particularly bad climatic conditions in 1929, to sow 48 to 49 million hectares. 221 The level of collectivization actually reached at this point corresponded to a planned sown area of about 60 million hectares. 222 In spite of a substantial decline in the number of horses, a similar campaign secured the transfer of large numbers of draft animals and implements to the Caucasus, see Volume 2, pages 98g. The campaign for simplified land consolidation, launched early in January, see pages 222-3 above, and an essential prerequisite for collective sowing, was also vigorously pursued, but with less immediate success. In the North Caucasus, special groups of land consolidators and agronomists were sent out early in February, and were instructed that by February 15 they must estimate the land mass of each kolkhoz and its location, and provide a preliminary indication of the location of the principal fields. 223 In the central Volga, the land consolidators set out on skis as instructed and were engaged by the middle of February in great efforts to complete the marking out of the snow by March 1. 224 But elsewhere little was accomplished. In the lower Volga region, the whole of February was taken up with collecting materials, preparing district maps and other preliminary activities, and instructions to the land consolidators about how to proceed were not issued until the beginning of March. 225 In the Khyber Okrug of this region, it was assumed that the slogan "Land Consolidators on Skis" was not meant to be taken literally, and the consolidators sat in their offices getting plans ready for when the snow melted. 226 In many places, the formation of giant kolkhozy containing many settlements, and the frequent changes in the boundaries of the kolkhozy, produced very great confusion. At the Fourth Russian Land Consolidation Conference, which met from February 12 to 18, Shulikin, in charge of land consolidation in the RSFSR, warned that our comrades are being distracted by such schemes, condemned over-ambitious plans to replan land arrangements over vast areas, and insisted on a straightforward approach which would indicate the land to the kolkhozy as quickly as possible, while at the same time enabling them to cultivate unused land immediately. 227 But later reports indicated that in many districts elaborate revolutionary schemes, threatening the destruction of existing crop rotations, continued to prevail throughout February. 228 And as a result of the continuous expansion of the kolkhoz area, the proportion of kolkhoz land which was consolidated actually fell between January 20 and March 1. 229 On February 26, Sovnarkom instructed Narkomzam that the delimitation of land and its division into fields, with the location and dates for sowing the major crops, was to be completed by March 1 in the Ukraine and the North Caucasus, and March 15 elsewhere. 230 Even greater confusion and disarray existed in the organization of the kolkhozy. The chairman and boards of the kolkhozy lacked experience. Kolkhoz Centra issued no instructions on how to organize the kolkhozy and their labor force, or on how to remunerate collective farmers for their work. See Volume 2, pages 12 to 13, 60, 136, and kolkhoz organization was in turmoil due to the continuous expansion of kolkhoz membership and the merging of kolkhozy into larger units. All these difficulties were undoubtedly of concern to the authorities. According to Surtsov, the mood of a session of Sovnarkom of the RSFSR devoted to the spring sowing was that we are all extremely alarmed and on tenterhooks about the agricultural campaign. 231 And Kalinin warned that the kolkhoz movement would not succeed without proper organization of work in the kolkhoz, which required a gigantic jump upwards on the ladder of socio-economic development. 232 But these difficulties were hardly enough on their own to explain why the Politburo in the course of the second half of February decided to restore the voluntary principle in collectivization, which had been virtually ignored in the columns of Pravda since the middle of November 1929. By the middle of February, the seed collections and the transfer of draft animals to the kolkhozy were at last proceeding reasonably satisfactorily, and some progress was being made with land consolidation. A few weeks earlier, when the situation in all these respects was much more alarming, the Politburo had not hesitated to embark on dekulakization, and had given some encouragement to further collectivization. The new factor which entered the situation in the first half of February 1930 was the considerable increase in discontent among the peasantry. Peasant unrest on a wide scale, frequently attributed to the kulaks, had been reported since the autumn of 1929, first in connection with the grain collections, see pages 86 to 8 above, and then from those areas, such as Khyber Okrug, in which collectivization was particularly far advanced, see 120 above. Early in January it was reported from the lower Volga region, then the most advanced in collectivization, that anti-kolkhoz agitation has never been on so broad a scale as now. 233 In the course of January and February 1930, tension grew both in those areas where collectivization was almost complete and in those in which it was still taking place. Four contributing factors are frequently mentioned: the experiments with kolkhozy including more than one village, which increased the peasants' sense of alienation, the socialization of cows, pigs, and poultry, which angered the peasants, and particularly the women, the anti-religious campaign, which offended their beliefs, and the persecution of the kulaks. Rabkrin investigations revealed in the case of Giant Kolkhozy that the boards of the kolkhozy are almost everywhere isolated from the population. The sections of the kolkhozy were headed by officials who very often were not appointed from the local population and therefore did not know local conditions, and often had generally a very blurred conception of agriculture. In consequence, the farming instructions of the officials invoked the just dissatisfaction of the collective farmers. 234 In Gigant Kolkhoz in the Urals, the peasants were upset by the resettlement of the population, the socialization of animals which led to widespread disease and death, and the socialization of all stocks of food which led even batraks and poor peasants to say, "You turned us into worse than serfs, earlier we didn't get clothes and industrial goods, and now they have taken away our last few pounds of flour and meat." The practice of collectivization, according to a Soviet survey, did everything that was necessary to foster elements of dissatisfaction among the masses. 235 Pravda reported anti-Soviet demonstrations of women resulting from the socialization of all animals, and illegal meetings and demonstrations of peasant women carried out under religious slogans, including a demonstration of 300 or 400 women in the Tatar Republic which forcibly returned bells to a church from which they had been removed. 23-6. Ironically, it was the expropriation of the kulaks which unified the majority of the peasants in many places against the authorities. In Gigant Kolkhoz in the Urals, while the anti-kulak drive was supported by some poor peasants who benefited from it, a substantial section of the middle peasants feared that they would be dekulakist. They became opponents of collectivization, Soviet power, and the whole policy of the party. All this practice formed a watershed in the district between the middle peasant and the poor peasant, and even abolished to a certain extent the isolation of the kulak. 237. Frequently peasants were moved by pity for their kulak neighbors and their children. 238 In a village in Belorussia, 300 women gathered at the house of a sectarian priest on the day of dekulakization, and many kissed his hands and feet. In another village, a crowd defended its virtual dictator from the dekulakization commission by surrounding his house in a complete wall. 239 Over 2000 kilometers away in Uzbekistan, at a large meeting inaugurating a kolkhoz, peasants shouted out that the Bai don't need to be exiled from the district, let them work in the kolkhoz. 240 Articles in the press lamented the pity shown for the kulak, the opportunist vacillations in certain sections of the party, especially in rural organizations. 241 And the opportunism, indecisiveness and appeals to humanity in questions of dekulakization which characterized some lower party, cooperative, and land agencies. 242 The atmosphere was later cautiously summarized by Pravda. Far from all the middle peasantry were politically prepared, and able to recognize the need for the organization and development of kolkhozy, the need for the elimination of the kulaks as a class. 243 The peasant disturbances of January and February 1930 are naturally incompletely documented. In the Ukraine, according to Soviet historians, in individual places, for example in Shepetovka and Tulchin okrugs, and in some villages of Proskurov, Odessa, and other okrugs, the enemy succeeded in provoking anti-Soviet demonstrations. 244 In Central Asia, 38 demonstrations were reported involving 5,000 people. 245 In the Central Black Earth region, 2,000 or more people sometimes participated in demonstrations, and according to a Soviet historian some of these were halfway to an uprising. In one okrug 6 kulak demonstrations were suppressed by armed force, and at the end of February 1930 kulak counter-revolutionary demonstrations seized the northern part of another okrug. 246 Anti-Kolkhoz demonstrations, which began to develop into an anti-Soviet movement, also took place in Siberia, the central Volga region, the Crimea, and the Moscow region. 247 in Siberia, according to a Soviet historian. At the end of I-929 the struggle of the kulaks became not only more fierce, but also more organized, and at the beginning of I-930 terrorist acts by kulaks increased. 1,000 such acts were registered in the first 6 months of I-930 and, between February I and March 10, I-9 insurrectionary counter-revolutionary organizations and 465 kulak anti-Soviet groupings, including more than 4,000 kulaks, were exposed. 248 according to Soviet historians, in the period from January to March I-5, I-930, the kulaks organized in the whole country, excluding the Ukraine, I-678 armed demonstrations, accompanied by the murder of party and Soviet officials and Kolkhoz activists, and by the destruction of the property of Kolkhozy and collective farmers. 249 The most dramatic events occurred in the North Caucasus. According to a Soviet account, based on the archives, the most serious events took place in Socialist Okrug. On February I-930, an armed demonstration took place in the village of Yekaterinovka as a result of distortions in the policy of the party. On subsequent days it spread to the neighboring villages, Baraniki, Novomenik, Sredny Igorlik, Novo Igorlik, and Sandatu. In Yekaterinovka a crowd of 2000 demanded that those who had been arrested should be released and their property returned to them, and then destroyed the village Soviet, the party cell building and the stores where confiscated property was kept. Former Red partisans, komsomols, and even certain party members took part in the demonstration. At the beginning it was an anti-Kolkhoz demonstration. But during these days, because the jails were overcrowded, arrested kulaks were sent home from Socialist to await exile. Under the influence of the agitation of these most active kulaks the anti-Kolkhoz demonstrations began to become anti-Soviet. The slogan appeared, "For Soviet power, without communists and Kolkhozy." In a number of places elected commissions prepared declarations which demanded that local party cells, committees of assistance, komseds, and Kolkhozy should be dissolved, that kulaks under arrest should be released and their confiscated property returned. The seriousness of the position is indicated by the fact that the Socialist party organization was put under martial law, arms were issued to communists and komsomols, and detachments of them were set up to protect the town. When it began to turn into an anti-Soviet demonstration, the Red partisans, poor peasants, batraks, and part of the middle peasants who had previously been passively looking on, began to set up detachments to rebuff the kulaks. After 5 or 6 days, the demonstrations were suppressed with the aid of these detachments, and of cavalry units and armored cars of the Red Army. 250. Elsewhere in the region a wave of women's mutinies, Babai Bunti, took place, strongest in 5 villages in the Taganrog district. In Sambek a huge crowd shouted "Down with the Kolkhoz" and "Long live Lenin and Soviet power," and in another village the slogan was "We are for Soviet power, but without collectivization." 251 Rumors about popular discontent circulated widely in the capital. A dissident foreign communist who was in Moscow at the time reported that more and more echoes were heard of peasant resistance and peasant risings. He was told by a trusty Stalinist, a collaborator of the Central Committee, that the party leaders were particularly impressed by the peasant bands in Ryazan Okrug, within reach of the capital. 252 According to a report in the archives of the British Foreign Office, Voroshilov warned Stalin early in 1930 that he would not be responsible for the army if the latter persisted in the process of ruthless and indiscriminate collectivization. 253 The British ambassador in Moscow told the Foreign Office that certain members of the Soviet government feared that the military party in Poland would promote a quarrel owing to the latent disaffection in the Red Army men, who were often sons of better-to-do peasants, registered considerable emotion when, on returning from the Far East, they found that their relatives, whom they were going to impress, had themselves been forcibly removed to the Siberia through which they had just triumphantly returned. 254 The peasant demonstrations were certainly taken seriously by the Soviet authorities. Mikoyan later told a party audience that the distortions of policy had been extremely dangerous because in a number of areas, owing to these stupidities, distorting and disrupting party policy, we had demonstrations by the peasants. 255 Stalin later condemned those he blamed for these distortions as people who were rushing headlong towards the abyss. 256 The 16-party Congress bluntly stated, if these mistakes had not been corrected on time by the Central Committee, this would have threatened to disrupt the collectivization of agriculture, to undermine the very foundation of the Soviet state, the alliance of the working class with the peasantry. 257 According to Soviet historians writing over 30 years later, in the second half of February 1930 the dissatisfaction of the masses of the peasantry became extremely intense in character. And the Central Committee of the party was obliged to. The first clear public indication of a breach in the official front appeared on February II in a report in the agricultural newspaper of a session of the Sovnarkom of the RSFSR concerned with the spring sowing campaign. According to the report, Surtsov expressed alarm about the progress of the campaign, and criticized poor arrangements for people sent to the countryside, citing reports that the brigades knew nothing more than that they must give speeches in the kolkhozy. He forthrightly condemned prevailing depersonalization and unwillingness to take initiative. It is not right to get involved in an administrative ecstasy and send out reproofs right and left, and a conveyor belt of repressions, passing on from one level to another until they reach the household and the kolkhoz, is even more harmful. The kolkhoz copies this bureaucratic concentration of power. In a huge kolkhoz, questions go up to the chairman or the board, and without them no one can take a step. 25-9. None of this amounted to explicit criticism of official policy, but it was unprecedentedly frank, and later in the year several of the most vigorous phrases were frequently cited to demonstrate Surtsov's unreliability, see pages 375-6 below. It could not have been a coincidence that the same issue of the agricultural newspaper carried an unsigned article strongly criticizing, with a wealth of examples, the use of administrative pressure to compel middle peasants to join the kolkhozy, and calling for party sanctions against and prosecution of those responsible for such dunderheadedness. 26-0 Surtsov's statement and the accompanying article were for some days the only public manifestation in the national press of unease about official policy. A Central Committee resolution on the main problems of the Central Volga region approved by the Politburo at its sitting of February 15 did not revert in any way to the unpublished criticisms of administrative methods which had been directed at the region by the Politburo a fortnight before, see 240 above. Instead it praised the region for the stormy growth of the kolkhoz movement, which includes more than 50% of peasant households, called for further socialization in the kolkhozy of the region and criticized its western okrugs and Mordovia for their slow rate of socialist reconstruction. 261 Kativik announced at this time a decision of the Regional Party Committee that the organizational preparation of kolkhozy must come to an end during February, evidently to ensure some stability in time for the spring sowing, but even during February the maximum help from above would be provided to poor peasants and middle peasants who were seeking to persuade their whole village to join the kolkhoz. 262 On February 18, the last Pravda editorial to reflect this phase of policy predicted that 6070 million hectares would be collectivist by the spring, as compared with the considerably more than 30 million hectares mentioned in the resolution of January s. The editorial also praised large and very large kolkhozy containing thousands of households. On the same date, the Bureau of the Moscow Party Committee, in an unpublished resolution, declared that during the spring sowing campaign the comprehensive collectivization of the region will be completed in the main. At a conference of the Okrug and district party secretaries of the region held at this time, Baumann drove his officials to even greater exertions, as the following exchanges indicate. Kolomna Okrug Secretary by February 15 to 16 82% of all households in the Okrug were collectivist. Kra Baumann, too little. We propose that collectivization should in the main be completed in the present 10-day period, reaching 94 to -96%. Riazan Okrug Secretary, we think we shall complete collectivization by March I5, Kra Bauman, you can easily complete it by March 10, 263. A long article by Bukharin on February I9 was the last major defense of unrestrained collectivization to be published in the national press. The article, Great Reconstruction, on the current period of the proletarian revolution in our country, described the current anti-Kulak revolution as an abrupt breakthrough, which was as significant as the launching of NEP in I-92I, and praised giant Sovkhazi and Kalkazi. For the first time in history, the deformities and apathy of agriculture have yielded up their place and gone into a decline. The darkest, most oppressed, most poverty-stricken sector of every previous society is now, not without the torments of the transition period, on new paths. This is a new page of human history. 264. Bukharin was still in some respects less than orthodox, cautiously stating for example that the middle peasant was turning in the main to the Kolkhoz but retained remnants of disbelief, but his almost unqualified endorsement of the policy of all-out collectivization even in its most extreme aspects was evidently cheering to the party leaders, and Pravda, rejecting criticisms of the article which appeared in the industrial newspaper, praised it as in the main correct and following the party line. 265. While such expressions of confidence in the existing party line were still prominent in the press, and many regions were pressing ahead with further collectivization, the first moves in a radical shift in policy were already being made. In the North Caucasus region, following the repression of the disturbances of February I, higher authorities vigorously condemned the imprudent behavior of lower authorities. On February I, the Sal-Sk Okrug Party Committee criticized its village Soviets for failure to work with the poor peasants and a tendency to descend to naked use of administrative methods. 266. On February I3, the Presidium of the Regional Soviet Executive Committee in turn severely censured the Don and Sal-Sk Okrug Executive Committees, removed the chairman of 2 district executive committees, and dismissed the chairman of 6 village Soviets and sent them for trial. They were accused of the criminal use of administrative methods, distortion of the class line, completely ignoring directives of the higher organs of power, impermissibly weak work of the Soviets and complete absence of mass work, crudeness and a high-handed attitude in dealing with the population. 267. On February J7. The Regional Party Committee complained that all regional committees of the national minorities are forcing ahead comprehensive collectivization of their regions and even of their mountain districts without sufficiently working with the poor and middle peasants. This was discrediting comprehensive collectivization and bureaucratizing the movement. It added that workers' brigades and Russian communists sent in to help were often replacing the party organizations of the national minorities. The Regional Committee again warns the regional committees of the national minorities against rushing ahead in the rates of collectivization. It points out that it is not obligatory to establish Kolkhozy on the principles of the Artel. In certain conditions the establishment of TOZY is entirely permissible. 268. On the following day, February 18, a further lengthy circular of the Regional Committee drew attention to a number of major errors committed on a large scale in the region in the course of collectivization, the crude use of administrative measures, which had involved a high-handed attitude to the poor and middle peasants, and especially to women, the all-out and compulsory socialization of cows, poultry, orchards, nursery gardens, and the criminal disobedience of directives in carrying out deculakization. The circular called upon local party organizations to relinquish attempts to obtain 100% collectivization without adequate preparation, and instead to concentrate on the consolidation of existing kolkhozy in preparation for the spring sowing. It did not anywhere affirm the principle of voluntary membership of kolkhozy, and the right of members of existing kolkhozy to withdraw from them, but in other respects it anticipated in the North Caucasus region the decisions taken by the Politburo in relation to the whole USSR. 269 The circulars of February I-7 and I-8 were both signed by V. Ivanov, Secretary of the Regional Committee Junior to Andreev, and not by Andreev himself, but it seems extremely likely that after such stormy events their main points were approved by Stalin or one of his close colleagues. They indicated a fundamental change in policy. While these various decisions were being reached in relation to the North Caucasus, the Central Committee Conference of leading party officials from national areas, primarily Central Asia and the Transcaucasus, took place in Moscow between February II and I-6. At the conference, Molotov warned against kolkhozy on paper and reminded the meeting that the national areas in the east were particularly backward, and had less experience of collectivization and a poorer technical base than the more advanced areas. 270 Following the conference, on February 20 a Central Committee resolution condemned the mechanical transfer of high rates of collectivization to areas which were insufficiently prepared. In Central Asia, efforts should be concentrated on the most developed cotton areas. In the national areas generally, collectivization was bound to take place at a slower rate. Dekulakization in these areas was to take place only in RSKs, and even then the percentage of dekulakized households must not exceed 2 to 3%, and households placed in Category 2 must be resettled within the republic or region. 271 A further Central Committee resolution on February 25 condemned administrative methods of collectivization in certain districts of Uzbekistan and of the Chechen region in the Transcaucasus. 272 This followed an Uzbek decision to introduce I-7 RSKs in the republic. 273 The Central Committee decisions of February 20 and 25 were not reported in the press, but on February 27 an editorial in Pravda warned against comprehensive collectivization and expropriation of the kulak in national areas where insufficient preparation had been undertaken. It would substitute administrative measures by the Soviet apparat for the activity of the masses, antagonize the masses and reduce the marketed production of cotton and wool. On February 20, the day on which the Politburo approved the main decision on collectivization in the national areas, an article in Pravda by Milyutin gave the first public indication of a substantial change in policy towards socialization. This article was obviously prompted by higher authorities, and was immediately followed by a series of supporting articles, see Volume 2, pages 104-5. On the same day Surtsov, at a meeting of the party cell in the Institute of Red Professors, also condemned excessive socialization and warned against the production apathy and production nihilism which have appeared among a considerable section of the peasantry who have joined the kolkhozy. The peasant waited for orders, but in our organizational chaos and mindlessness he was left without guidance, and it was now essential to develop the initiative of the peasant on a new basis. Surtsov called for maximum but realistic rates, and condemned the artificial inflation of percentages as part of unhealthy competition between districts. Rates of growth on paper were a result not only of revolutionary enthusiasm but also of official optimism with its rose-colored spectacles. With considerable foresight, he reminded his listeners that the results of the collectivization drive would be judged by the real figures which remain both during the spring sowing campaign and after it. 274 It was also presumably on February 20 that the Politburo established a new commission, including Kalinin, Surtsov, Yakovlev, and Yurkin, the remit of which was to elaborate measures for the organization of the spring sowing, for carrying out further collectivization, and for eliminating the kulaks as a class. 275 Reports of excesses in collectivization now began to appear more frequently in the press. 276 The agricultural newspaper criticized a local Moscow newspaper for failing to mention that membership of the kolkhozy was voluntary. 277 However, nothing about the voluntary nature of kolkhoz membership yet appeared in Pravda. The Second Central Committee Conference planned on February 4, the Conference of the Secretaries of Regional Committees of Grain Deficit Regions, met from February 2 to February 25, and was attended by Stalin and Molotov. While the conference was in progress, various prominent party leaders who had been sent to the provinces to help preparations for the spring sowing returned to Moscow. They included Kalinin, who was in the central Black Earth region, Ordzhonikidze, the Ukraine, Kaganovich, lower Volga region, and Yakovlev, central Volga region. 278 While in the provinces, these party leaders did not, according to the available evidence, take a very critical line towards local excesses. While Kalinin and Ordzhonikidze criticized in a limited way the excessive socialization of animals, see Val 2, pages 103-5, Kalinin praised the central Black Earth region for collectivizing at least 73–75% of households, and rejected the notion that the peasant had been driven into the kolkhoz as a tale for the kindergarten. Where could we get the mysterious power to drive millions of peasants into the kolkhozy against their will? 279 The Ukrainian Party Central Committee, in a letter sent out immediately after a session attended by Ordzhonikidze, approved the collectivization of the steppe areas in the spring of I-930 and of the rest of the Ukraine, in the main, in the autumn. 280 But, after their return to Moscow, Ordzhonikidze and Kalinin are said to have criticized Pravda at the Central Committee conference on February 24 for baffling local officials with statements which are very frequently incorrect. 281 On the following day, February 25. A Central Committee resolution about the grain deficit areas, like the previous resolutions on the national areas, stated that comprehensive collectivization and dekulakization were to be carried out only in individual districts where the prerequisites were present. Collectivization was not to be completed until the end of the first 5-year plan. 282 It was probably on the same day, February 25, that the Politburo entrusted to its commission the task of preparing a further revision of the Kolkhoz statute. It is also said to have invited Stalin to prepare an article for Pravda. 283 It is not known whether at this stage the Politburo had explicitly decided to re-emphasize as a general principle the voluntary nature of the kolkhozy. 3 days later, on February 28, a resolution of the Collegium of Narkomzom of the USSR was published in the agricultural newspaper. Instruct Kolkhoz Centre, in all specific cases of compulsory recruitment to kolkhozy, to carry out appropriate inspections immediately, either directly or via the regional kolkhozy, inform the press about the results of these investigations and the measures taken to punish persons guilty of distorting the party line. 284. A final sentence of this resolution did not appear in the newspaper, and was published from the archives over 30 years later. Request the editorial board of Pravda to publish an article against the cases which have occurred of distorting the party line in relation to collectivization. 2ss. Chapter 6. Collectivization in Retreat. March-June 1930. A. The restoration of the voluntary principle. Stalin's article Dizzy with Success, Problems of the Kolkhoz Movement was published in Pravda of March 2, I-930. Together with the revised statute of the agricultural artel. 1. The article had 3 major objectives. First, to insist that the voluntary principle should be restored. The kolkhoz must not be imposed by force. That would be stupid and reactionary. The kolkhoz movement must be based on the active support of the main mass of the peasantry. It followed from this that collectivization in grain deficit and backward national areas should take place at a slower rate. But in a number of northern districts kolkhozy on paper, which do not exist in reality, had been set up, and in a number of districts of Turkestan attempts have already been made to overtake and surpass the advanced districts of the USSR by threats of armed force, and by threats to deprive those peasants who do not yet wish to join the kolkhozy of irrigation water and consumer goods. What can there be in common between this Sergeant Prishivi policy and the policy of the party, which is based on the voluntary principle and on taking account of local conditions in kolkhoz construction? Clearly, there is and can be nothing in common between them. Who needs these distortions, this decreeing of the kolkhoz movement by petty officials, these unworthy threats to the peasants? No one but our enemies. What can these distortions lead to? to the strengthening of our enemies and the complete discrediting of the idea of the kolkhoz movement. Isn't it obvious that the authors of these distortions, presenting themselves as leftists, are in fact bringing grist to the mill of right opportunism? Secondly, the article condemned the tendency to impose communes and to socialize all milk cows and poultry, adding for good measure a condemnation of so-called revolutionaries who began organizing an artel by removing the church bells. Thirdly, it was concerned to blame those whose heads were turned by success. Success often intoxicates people, they begin to get dizzy with success, lose the ability to understand reality, a tendency appears to overestimate one's own strength and to underestimate the strength of one's opponent, and adventurous attempts are made to solve all the problems of socialist construction in 2 ticks. No place then remains to take care to consolidate the successes achieved and to utilize them systematically for further advance. Why should we consolidate the successes we have achieved? We shall anyway be able to achieve the complete victory of socialism in 2 ticks, we can do anything. Nothing is too hard for us. The article made no specific recommendations. Stalin later described it as a warning to comrades who had gone too far and a deep reconnaissance by the Central Committee. Stalin apparently assumed that, except in certain grain deficit and national minority areas, the peasants would remain in the kolkhozy. He presented the collectivization of 50% of all Soviet peasant households by February 20 as a serious success. This achievement, together with the seed collections, showed that the fundamental turn of the countryside to socialism can already be regarded as guaranteed. It is relevant to note, incidentally, that the seed collections were sufficient for 50% collectivization. His examples of compulsion were significantly taken from the remote northern grain deficit region and from Turkestan in Central Asia. There was no hint that peasants might also have been dragged into the kolkhozy against their will in the major grain surplus regions. Nor was anything said about whether. 2 Soch. 12, 213, article of April 3. The Restoration RIP. The voluntary principle 271 peasants should be permitted to leave the kolkhozy and, if so, on what terms. In spite of this caution in its practical recommendations, the article was strongly worded, and its impact on the peasantry was very considerable. According to Hindus, in his native village, news came of a letter which Stalin had written, ordering organizers to stop driving people into the kolkhoz. At once people braced up. They rushed to the post offices and to the town to buy the newspapers that printed Stalin's letter. They paid 3, 4, 5 rubles for a copy of such a paper. That was how eager they were to see the letter with their own eyes. In the marketplaces peasants gathered in groups and read it aloud and discussed it long and violently, and some of them were so overjoyed that they bought all the vodka they could pay for and got drunk. Others stuck the paper inside their bosom and rushed home to show it to the neighbors and went to the Soviet offices and, flashing it before the officials and the organizers, gave them a piece of their mind. 3. Another foreign observer reported that it caused a tremendous sensation and as much as 15 rubles was paid for a copy. One peasant said that it was regarded as their forefathers had regarded the edict which emancipated the serfs. 4. The revised statute of the agricultural artel was published simultaneously with Stalin's article. In respect of the right of the collective farmer to leave the kolkhoz, no change was made in the severe conditions of the statute of February 6. The board shall settle the account of a member who leaves the artel, and return to him his share fee. A person leaving the artel may be provided with a land allotment, nadel, only outside the boundaries of the land area of the artel. As a rule, the account shall be settled only at the end of the economic year. 5. The term share fee was a reference to that part, normally 75% of the socialized property, including animals, of the collective farmer which had not been included in the indivisible fund. 6. Thus, if the peasant left, he was to get back only part of his means of production and would not receive even that part until the autumn, and he would have to find land outside the kolkhoz boundaries. On March 7, the agricultural newspaper confirmed these arrangements, and recommended peasants leaving the kolkhoz to ask the local land authorities to provide a land allotment from the free lands of the state land fund. 7. Thus it was evidently supposed that the number of peasants leaving the kolkhoz would not be numerous. This was a consolidation and not a retreat. Immediately after the publication of Stalin's article, a Pravda editorial assumed that the kolkhozy would be responsible for more than 50% of the spring sowing. 2 days later, a report from a Narkomzem official claimed that 59% of households had been collectivist by February 20, as compared with only 17% a month previously, and predicted in a footnote that in the period remaining to the spring, and during the spring sowing, the number of collectivist households will continue to increase considerably. 9. A few days later, a report from the Ukraine in the agricultural newspaper announced that the rate of collectivization had accelerated in the past 20 or 30 days and claimed that at least 75% of households would be collectivist by the spring sowing. And in the same issue, an article by Kozier claimed that comprehensive collectivization would be completed in the whole of the steppe area of the Ukraine during the spring of 1930 and in the main in the whole of the Ukraine by the autumn. 10. The plan for the Ukraine of the beginning of February, see 242 above, was thus unchanged. In the first 10 days or so after the publication of Stalin's article, hard-hitting reports in the press criticized giant kolkhozy and the compulsory collectivization of all farm animals, and many complaints appeared about a subject not mentioned by Stalin: the expropriation of middle peasants and the theft of personal property. In the course of dekulakization. 11. But very little was said about the compulsory recruitment of peasants to kolkhozy. Between March I and IO, the membership of kolkhozy actually increased, though at a slower rate than at any time in the previous 3 months. 12. On March IO, a Central Committee resolution prepared by the Secretariat, on the struggle with distortions in the party line in the kolkhoz movement, was approved by the Politburo and sent by telegraph to all local organizations. 13. On March 14, the Politburo decided to publish the resolution in the press, strengthening it with a clause which insisted that all these distortions are the main brake on the further growth of the kolkhoz movement and a direct help to our class enemies. 14. The resolution reiterated Stalin's attacks on compulsory collectivization and excessive socialization. Party organizations were now instructed to remove from their posts officials who are not able or do not wish to carry out a decisive struggle with distortions of the party line and replace them by others. It also condemned the prohibition of markets and bazaars, and, except where the overwhelming majority of peasants approved, the closing of churches. The resolution strongly criticized some of the practices of dekulakization, linking them with the violations of the voluntary principle. In a number of districts, voluntary collectivization has been replaced by compulsion to join the kolkhozy by threatening dekulakization, deprivation of the franchise, etc. As a result, the dekulakists sometimes include part of the middle and even the poor peasants, and in some districts the percentage of dekulakist has risen to is% and the percentage of disfranchised to 15 to 20%. Cases have occurred of extremely crude, shameful and criminal treatment of the population by some lower officials, who are sometimes themselves the victims of provocation by counter-revolutionary elements who have joined in pillaging, share out of property, arrest of middle and even poor peasants, etc. Party organizations were to check the lists of those who had been dekulakist and disfranchised, and to correct errors in relation to both middle peasants and former Red partisans, to members of the families of village school teachers and Red Army men of all ranks. Kulaks and disfranchised persons could be admitted to the kolkhozy if they were vouched for by members of their family who were Red partisans, Red Army men or school teachers and devoted to Soviet power. 15. After the approval of the first resolution, that of March 10, an editorial in Pravda assured its readers that only helpless cretins writing in bourgeois and Menshevik newspapers abroad believed that compulsion was the basis of Soviet collectivization, but conceded for the first time that cows and pigs socialized by compulsion could be returned to collective farmers, and that here and there, collective farmers recruited by decree might decide to leave. 16. But no indication was given even now that this decline would be substantial, or that it might affect the major grain areas. On the same day, March 2, in a full page of the agricultural newspaper devoted to collectivization in the Ukraine, Shubar reported that 63% of peasant households in the Ukraine belonged to kolkhozy on March and did not refer at all to a subsequent decline, and Kozier repeated the plans for collectivization which he had referred to a few days previously, see 272 above. 17 Kozier and Shubar were both candidate members of the Politburo. A few days later Preobrazhensky, in a report of his impressions on a recent visit to Areskes, his first published article since I-92-7, enthusiastically praised collectivization. The working masses in the countryside have been exploited for centuries. Now, after a chain of bloody defeats beginning with the peasant uprisings of the Middle Ages, their powerful movement for the first time in human history has a chance of victory. The plan of every district should make the assumption that it would be fully collectivist, as tomorrow life will catch up with the plan, while in many cases half those who joined the kolkhoz reconsidered and left again after a week. Most conscious and cultured middle peasants were now won over, and their hesitations were at an end, and every poor peasant is now an agent of Soviet power in the countryside. After a celebratory village meeting in a rural school he had sat up all night discussing with the peasants. I said to myself, looking at this new village cemented together by the kolkhoz, they will not desert the kolkhoz. A year or two of economic success on the basis of the new system and this welding together of the village economy from below will compel the collective farmers to fight with machine guns like lions against all the forces of world imperialism. 18. In the second half of March, party leaders and senior agricultural officials again visited the provinces on the instructions of the Politburo. During a tour of the Ukraine, Ordzhonikidze criticized the use of any compulsion and pressure against those leaving the kolkhozy, and complained to Stalin and Kozier by direct wire about the situation in Krivoy Rog Okrug, here distortions atrocious, IOO% collectivist. Individuals leaving not given back horse or seed. Explanation, we'll finish sowing, and then talk. He added that with flexible leadership half the kolkhozy could be retained. 19. This was a remarkable change in orientation by Ordzhonikidze, who is reported to have said a month previously that local officials in the Ukraine were excellent and had no deviations. 20. In the central Black Earth region, Kaganovich, according to a report sent in from Kozlov Okrug to Narkomzom, stuck to the old methods. On March 20, 1930, Comrade Kaganovich, CCCPSU, B, arrived in Kozlov. At the bureau of the Okrug Committee Comrade Kaganovich advised us as follows: you must struggle until the sowing for collective work in the fields, expel those against the kolkhozy from the kolkhozy, cut off some remote land for them, don't give them loans, etc. 21. In the North Caucasus, Molotov supported a decision of the Regional Party Committee and Regional Soviet Executive Committee which implied that collective farmers should not be permitted to leave until after the spring sowing. I think that this decision of the Regional Party Committee and Regional Soviet Executive Committee is correct and that the CC will not be against it, although it formally contradicts the decision of the CC that the voluntary principle should be introduced systematically and formally. Our approach is to maneuver, and, by securing a certain level of organization not entirely voluntarily, consolidate the kolkhozy and strengthen the nucleus of collective farmers during the spring sowing. He also remarked that he did not exclude the practice that the majority may dictate its will to a certain part of the minority on the question of collectivization as well, and did not regard this as in conflict with our Bolshevik proletarian understanding of the voluntary principle. 22. These brief reports from the archives by Soviet historians may well be biased in favor of Ordzhonikidze and against Kaganovich and Molotov, but they reveal confusion at the highest level, as well as a continued effort to retain as many peasants as possible in the kolkhozy. The severe provisions of the model statute for peasants leaving the kolkhoz were not yet modified. As late as March 25, an article in Pravda which strongly condemned the excesses of previous weeks also declared that the Bolshevik voluntary principle differed from the ASR Kulak voluntary principle which presupposed equality of conditions for the kolkhoz and for individual peasants. The author confirmed that Clause 10 of the model statute was to be applied to those leaving the kolkhoz. 2 days later, however, the same author conceded that, if the majority of the members of kolkhoz, or a considerable section wanted to leave, in necessary cases, for considerations of political expediency, particular points in the statute, including Clause 10, should not be adhered to as the dead letter of the law. 24 This appears to be the first occasion on which any reference was made in Pravda to the possibility of relaxing the application of the statute. By this time millions of peasants had left the kolkhozy, seizing their animals, implements and seed, and demanding land. 25 Between March 10 and April 1, the percentage of households recorded as collectivist fell from 57.6 to 37.3, 26 in the central Black Earth region and the grain deficit regions. The enormous increases of January and February melted away, see Table 17. In the absence of workable instructions from the center, local authorities went their own way. In the lower Volga region, as late as March 20 to 25, the land consolidation officials continued to mark out the land on the assumption that all peasants apart from kulaks belonged to kolkhozy. 27 In the central Volga region, a directive of the Regional Party Committee recommended on March 2 that the share fee should be returned immediately to all members leaving, but seed, fodder and part of the indivisible fund should be returned only if a considerable group left the kolkhoz and the majority of the village did not support the kolkhoz firmly. It advised local organizations to try to delay the moment of return of seed until the sowing itself, but don't specifically insist if there are acute, insistent demands from the majority. Peasants leaving in small groups should be allocated land beyond the boundaries of the kolkhoz, otherwise they should be allocated land at the end of each field of the rotation. This implied, without specifically saying so, that part of the land previously included in the territory of the kolkhoz should be transferred to those leaving. 28 In these recommendations to local organizations, the regional committee was obviously doing its best to retain as many peasants in the kolkhozy as possible. But the departures from the statute suggested by the committee were not authorized by any legislation of the central authorities, and its authorization of the return of seed, fodder, and part of the indivisible fund went beyond the concessions announced in Pravda on March 27. In the North Caucasus, after Molotov's visit, the Regional Party Committee emphasized to its local organizations that in very many cases an individual peasant leaving the kolkhoz or excluded from it is placed in an even worse position than the kulak, deprived of land, draft power, and seeds, allocated land of poor quality, etc. But it made no specific recommendations about this, merely remarking unhelpfully that the question of allocation of land to individual peasants still remains in disorder. 29 In those regions where very large numbers of peasants left the kolkhozy, the provisions of Clause IO of the model statute were sometimes quickly rescinded. In the Black Earth region, Kaganovicius' harsh remarks on March 20 contained the concession that land, although remote, should be cut off from the kolkhoz land for those leaving, see 275 above. In the Moscow region, where the number of households collectivist fell from 74.6% on March I to 27% on April I, a district party committee in Tula Okrug decided as early as March 3 that the land consolidation agencies should revise all their previous allocations. 30 But confusion in the region was considerable. On March I-3 the Presidium of the Moscow Regional Executive Committee and the Moscow Soviet instructed the Okrug authorities, when individual peasant households leave the kolkhozy, be guided by new statute of the agricultural artel as published. 31 Though this was obviously impracticable in view of the large numbers leaving. Everywhere and at every level the forlorn effort continued to keep the peasants in the kolkhozy while simultaneously adhering to the voluntary principle. In the lower Volga region, the Soviet Executive Committee called for the strengthening and developing of kolkhoz construction in Kipur Okrug, and even insisted that a start should be made there on building the first socialist agrargorod in the USSR. 32 in the North Caucasus. Andreev assured a Rostov party meeting on March 8 that 70 or even 80% of the peasants in the region would remain in the Caucasus. 33 In fact the percentage fell to 67 on April I and 63 on May I, see Table I-7. In the central Volga region, the directive of March 2 I, much more flexible than many party instructions issued elsewhere at this time, nevertheless insisted it is unconditionally necessary to consolidate actual collectivization at 50% or on average for the region. 34 In